Kai Mang Wujing's 4th level peak. I, Bu Wuchen, couldn't help but frown as I looked at this body. Although it is beyond the reach of ordinary people, it is not good enough in the imperial capital where many masters gather. I inherited the original owner's memory and know that the strength is divided into the rough martial realm, the observation realm, the control realm, and the spiritual realm from low to high. Each major realm is divided into 9 minor realms. Although he was very brave, he was only 1 in 100 in the martial arts world of Daoyang State, and could be called a mere roughman. The Qi contemplation realm is the realm where one can condense the mysterious Qi on the surface of the body. This body of mine came from the general's mansion. I was framed during my lifetime, and my cultivation level plummeted by 90%. He is also a poor man. However, since I have taken over his body, I will fulfill his last wish. Besides, I have a system, I won't be a loser who gets beaten. What's in the gift pack for newbies in another world? With a thought, the treasure chest slowly opened. The host successfully opened the novice gift package, and all professional qualifications were awakened. Obtain a primary realm doubling order. I was stunned. Oh my god, so awesome. The memories of my predecessor told me that those such as treasure appraisers, animal tamers, alchemists, etc. are all rare special masters. All the special teachers in various fields are outstanding. To become a professional teacher, one needs both the corresponding talent and the cultivation of complementary mysterious abilities. For example, a beast tamer must have an affinity for beast souls and must also cultivate wood-related mystical energy. And I, with a novice gift package, directly became an all-round special teacher with all professional qualifications awakened. Ha 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 ha, this gift package is so thoughtful. Let's look at another prop. Primary Realm Ascension Order, it can increase the host's current xianxia cultivation by 5 to 7 levels. Because it is a primary order, this item is only effective for the Mangwu realm. Good. Even with the worst luck, you can increase your level by 5 levels. With good luck, you can break through to the Qi contemplation realm. Why are the corners of Master's mouth raised? The little maid Wan Xiaoyao beside me stared at me in surprise. Before she could make out what was happening, a loud noise broke the silence. A thin old man was kicked into the house and fell to the ground. Grandpa Chun! Wan Xiaoyao exclaimed. This skinny old man is the old slave Chun. Humph, you old dog dare to block my way. Before he could finish his words, a boy as fat as a toad walked in arrogantly. He stared at Wan Xiaoyao beside the bed with his eyes wide open and said with a wicked smile, "Hey, little beauty, come over here and kneel down to worship me." As soon as he finished his arrogant words, his thugs started shouting from the left and right. Pay back the money now. Yes, if you can't afford it, you will be my master's slave from today. Wan Xiaoyao's face flushed red, she felt angry and helpless. She followed me from the imperial capital. Although she has seen the world, her cultivation has been abolished and her family is in decline. Although Grandpa Chun in front of him was calm, he was no match for the young and aggressive villain. It is not yet the deadline for repayment, Yaoer is still a free person. Grandpa Chun said weakly but firmly. The old toad Lin Jiulang laughed wildly, "This is my house. It's called trespassing whenever you come here." The young master refused to accept it, "But you shamelessly let us stay here, and even said you would charge half a copper coin. It's just looking down on you." I woke up slowly, and through the memories of the original owner, I clearly felt the cruelty of this alien fantasy world. The strong despise imperial power, and the weak are trampled upon. As an orphan, I have no worries. I just take things as they come. But the question is, on the first day of the journey, I'm lying in bed unable to move. Ding dong, the God-level selection system has been successfully integrated. I was overjoyed, wahahaha, now there's something fun to do. Comprehensive evaluation, he looks handsome, but he is poisoned and dying. My smile froze instantly. Ding dong, host, please choose. Option 1, travel through time without feeling, and request to return to Earth. Reward, small medal for a one-day trip to another world. Option 2, work with the system and explore the world. Reward, completely remove the remaining toxins in the body, and receive a novice gift pack. Of course choose 2. As an orphan, I have no worries, and this fantasy world is full of newness. The next moment, my whole body felt lighter, and the soreness in the bones disappeared without a trace. Ding dong, the reward has been issued. The control panel appeared before my eyes. Host, Bu Wuchen. Xianxia cultivation, peak of the 4th level of Mangwa realm. Mysterious power value, 500 points. Strength evaluation, a weakling. My heart suddenly sank. A punch landed on the face, causing the fat boy Lin Jian's nose to bleed profusely, his 2 front teeth to fall out, and he fell heavily against the wall. At this moment, the blood in my body is expanding and I feel indescribably refreshed. While others looked at me in shock. Wan Xiaoyao was surprised and happy. Master knocked Master Lin down with 1 punch. How come Bu Wuchen suddenly became so strong? I felt the profound energy surging in my body and smiled complacently. The system prompts again. The God-level selection system was successfully triggered. Option 1, force yourself, don't lose your manliness. Reward, the strength of 1,000 oxen and 2 tigers, the speed of a cheetah. Option 2, admit defeat and reconcile, reward, self-sacrificing peace ambassador badge. I licked my lips, brother, I have to choose one. All the strength of an ox or 2 tigers surges into the body, and the overflowing sense of power makes one's blood boil. 2 thugs holding big knives attacked him from both sides and killed him in front of him. Even if you have recovered a little, how can you defeat the 2 of us who are at the 9th level of the wild martial realm? As soon as I finished speaking, I spun around and dodged nimbly. Bang! Bang! As the fist passed by, the fighter's eyes went dark and he fell to the ground, dead on the spot. Lin Jiulang was so frightened that he kept shaking. How could Bu Wuchen, who was bedridden just a few moments ago, be able to unleash such terrifying punching power? With the combined strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, opponents at the 1st or 2nd level of the Qi contemplation realm are no more than this. Lin Jiulang's eyes widened, and a gleam of evil in his heart. He usually values that old dog. Holding him hostage can buy a glimmer of hope. He pounced on the old slave Chun. I sneered and clamped his wrist, squeezing it hard. Crack, crack. The sound of bones being crushed was heard immediately. Ugh, It's broken, let go quickly. After Lin Jiulang cried out in pain, he roared fiercely, Bu Wuchen, I'm warning you, let go immediately. What you just killed were just my 2 dogs. It's nothing serious. But I'm the 2nd son of the Lin family. Lin Jiulang grinned with his broad-toed mouth, sneering, haha, at that time, I saw Bu Wuchen, who was dressed in bright clothes and had an extraordinary demeanor. His profound energy cultivation is truly remarkable. At such a young age, he has already reached the peak of the observation Qi realm. Such a young talent, I, Lin Jiulang, naturally want to make friends with him. But the result is... At this point, the disdain in Lin Jiulang's eyes became even stronger. Hey, after others have obtained the qualification to enter the Blood Dragon City Academy to practice, they have become stronger and stronger. This piece of trash is going against the flow. His cultivation is declining day by day. Not long after, he fell from the peak of the observation Qi realm to the wild martial realm. He is seriously ill now and is about to die. Why am I still pampering him? You 2 servants wanted to get medicine for him, and you borrowed 7 gold and 19 silver from me in total. Taking into account the interest and rent. Lin Jiulang hooked his finger in a frivolous way, it's 100 gold in total. Pay it back now and we'll be even. Upon hearing this, Wan Xiaoyao and the old slave Chun were so angry that they trembled all over. It's really like a tiger in dire straits being bullied by a dog. Thinking back to when they were in the imperial capital, even without the help of the towering tree of the general's mansion, Wan Xiaoyao and the old slave Chun could have killed the unreasonable bastard in front of them with just a slap based on their own cultivation. But now, for the sake of their young master, the 2 had to suppress their anger and said, the repayment date written in the contract has not yet arrived, and we... I don't care about you that much. Lin Jiulang raised his head proudly and said, pay back the money immediately. What? You're not going to give it up yet? You can pay it back with your body, he. After saying that, he glanced at Wan Xiaoyao with hunger. Even though she was dressed simply, it was hard to hide her pretty appearance. The facial features are as delicate as a painting, and the skin is as soft as jade. The exquisite figure unique to a 14 or 15-year-old girl made Lin Jiulang unable to help but salivate. As for Wan Xiaoyao, Lin Jiulang had been drooling at her since the first time he saw her. But at that time, he suppressed his beastly nature due to Bu Wuchen's strength. But as time went by, Bu Wuchen's physical condition deteriorated, and he even had been in a coma for many days. During this period, Wan Xiaoyao and the old slave Chun were unable to bring in any decent reinforcements. At this point, Lin Jiulang was finally convinced that Bu Wuchen, who once made him fearful, was now just a useless person bedridden. He finally couldn't help himself, and showed his fangs and true nature. "Come on, little beauty." Lin Jiulang was about to pounce on Wan Xiaoyao, but the old slave Chun grabbed his legs. Get out of here, you old dog in the way." Bang. Puff. The poor frail old man was kicked far away by Lin Jiulang, and he hit the wall hard, vomiting a large pool of blood. Seeing this, the two accompanying servants smiled sinisterly. "Hey, my master has shown mercy, you know." "That's right. If not for this, with my master's 7th-level Manghua realm cultivation, you old dog would have been turned into a dead dog after being kicked by this, ha 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 ha." Listening to the two people's flattery, Lin Jiulang was very proud. "Let's save this old man's life for now. After all, when I finish my work, I will need someone to take the blame." What do you think of this script? The evil slave saw that his master was unconscious and weak, so he killed him and intended to forcibly take possession of his maid. As a result, I arrived in time and stopped him. After killing the evil slave, I captured the heart of the maid. Upon hearing this, the two of them flattered him. "Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful, the master is wise." Well, according to the style of those city supervisors who prefer to keep things simple, they will definitely be happy to close the case. Lin Jiulang snorted arrogantly. Although Bu Wuchen has become a waste, his identity as a Blood Dragon City Academy student is a bit tricky. If I kill him, I'll have to find a scapegoat to get away with it. If not, with my status as a young master, killing an outsider who has no roots in Blood Dragon City would be no better than slaughtering pigs and dogs. That's a must. "Master, what you said is absolutely true." At this time, on the bed, Bu Wuchen, who heard all of this, gnashed his teeth in hatred. What a bunch of despicable and shameless people. In fact, he had woken up a long time ago and could no longer tolerate the despicable behavior of Lin Jiulang and his group. As soon as he thought about it, he used the Primary Realm Ascension Order immediately. He thought that with his sudden increase in cultivation, he would be able to eliminate evil and punish the wicked immediately. Who would have thought that the system would tell him? Because he had been poisoned for a long time, although the remaining poison has now dissipated, the damage to his meridians and dantian cannot be healed in an instant. Therefore, the energy of Primary Realm Ascension Order was excessive, so it was not as smooth as expected and required more time. Until this process is completed, Bu Wuchen cannot move at all. If you make a mistake, you will end up going astray, dying or even dying. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, aw. At this moment, the boy was howling hysterically in his heart. In his previous life, Bu Wuchen had a tragic fate, was an orphan without support, and had to endure hardships and sufferings in order to survive. Now, he had just crossed over to this new world, and there were two people who were willing to endure all the suffering for him. Even though they knew that the person they were risking everything to protect was just an abandoned young man of a wealthy family who had long lost his power, whose cultivation was only 1/10 of what it was, and who would never be able to make a comeback, they still did not look back. In Bu Wuchen's opinion, how lucky is he now? However, the current situation of the old man and the young man made the young man extremely worried. The old slave Chun was kicked so hard that he was seriously injured and curled up in the corner, dying. The maid Wan Xiaoyao was also unable to escape Lin Jiulang's clutches. She was grabbed by him and screamed, let me go, ah. Hey, 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 shout, yell. Lin Jiulang smiled slyly, young master, I want to see if you can wake up that sick bastard to save you. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Ding Dong, Primary Realm Ascension Order, is activated successfully, and the host's xianxia realm is increased by 5 levels. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the peak of the 9th level of the savage martial realm. As the system notification sounded in his ears, Bu Wuqian had already jumped up from the bed impatiently. Lin Jiulang only felt a flash before his eyes, and before he could take a closer look, his hand that was holding Wan Xiaoyao's arm was squeezed away by an irresistible force. Then, bang! Bu Wuqian punched with all his strength in anger, hitting Lin Jiulang right in the face. Whoa! This unexpected but powerful punch directly dented Lin Jiulang's face. Ha! A mid-level mortal-level technique and profound skill, and they are all unique copies. The predecessor, young Master Bu Wuqian, was a bit of a dandy, but as the young master of the general's mansion, his vision and knowledge were by no means ordinary. He knew that whether it was a martial arts technique or a mysterious skill, there were always unique copies and general copies. The so-called unique copy is an original work that has its own book soul. Book soul is a good thing. It can help people achieve twice the result with half the effort when practicing martial arts and mystical skills, and it is easier for them to comprehend the essence of the book and reach a higher level in a short period of time. In comparison, those pan versions that were copied or dictated do not have such miraculous effects. For example, for the same profound skill, Zhang San can practice a unique copy with a book soul and perfect it in a year or two. As for Li Si, who has been practicing Fanban, it is very likely that he has been practicing for 10 or 8 years and is still stuck in the stage of minor success. Therefore, the unique copies of skills and mystical techniques are extremely precious resources for cultivation even in the imperial capital. Few people would be free enough to carry such a coveted good thing around with them and show it off in public. TSK, have the young masters in this cold frontier become so extravagant? How could you carry around a unique set of skills and profound techniques? The young man made a move. Buzz. After a fleeting flash of white light, the 2 rare copies of martial arts and mystical skills were already in the pocket. Bu Wuqian was secretly delighted. This portable warehouse, rewarded by the system, is really useful. With just a thought and a flick of the hand, you can put anything you want to keep safely into it in an instant. Moreover, the things stored in the portable warehouse will not spoil no matter how long they are kept. These functions are very much like a storage ring. The storage ring is a mysterious device that has space inside and can hold objects. It is extremely valuable. Looking at the entire Blood Dragon City, there are probably no more than 5 people who can afford to wear a storage ring. The predecessor Bu Wuqian, even though he was the grandson of a great general, was unable to get a storage ring. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Mr. Bu is aware of the character of his playboy grandson and deliberately exercises economic control. Although the functions are almost the same, but this portable warehouse can only be used by me, the host, and has unique confidentiality and security. No one else can take it away or steal it. It is absolutely unattainable by any storage ring in this world. At this moment, the old slave Ah Chun came to his senses and said hurriedly, "Master, you better leave quickly." Although Lin Jiulang is a worthless person and deserves to be killed, his identity. "Master, you and Wan Xiaoyao go first. I will disguise the scene and chase you later." This skinny old man said this, but Bu Wuqian, who has awakened the all-round special master, has an amazing perception of the slightest details. He clearly saw the determination to die in the other person's eyes. Touched, the young man patted the other person on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Haha, you want me to take Yao away first, and you stay to confess your crime, right?" Ah. Bu Wuqian could easily see through his innermost thoughts, which surprised the old slave Ah Chun. "Master, I." At this moment. Ding dong, the God-level selection system has been successfully triggered. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, adopt the advice of old slave Ah Chun and take Wan Xiaoyao with you to escape. Reward for this option, a pair of cool straw sandals that are good for running fast and don't get smelly. Option 2, let the old slave Ah Chun and Wan Xiaoyao go to the government office together to take the blame and die in their place. Reward for this option, a box of Bad Conscience brand moldy cookies. Option 3, neither run away with the crime nor let an innocent person take the blame. Find a way to solve this matter yourself. Reward for this option, Earth-level agility skill, instant shadow step. Bu Wuchen, who had already thought of a countermeasure, suddenly had his eyes lit up. I choose the third option. Ding dong, the reward for this option has been distributed. Congratulations to the host for learning the middle-grade Earth-level body technique, instant shadow step. Instant shadow step, a mystical body movement skill, top-grade Earth level. Skill effect, within a range of 100 steps, wherever there is a shadow, the caster can descend at any moment. Current state, entry level. Xianxia consumption, 500 points. Cooling time, 5 minutes. How to improve skill level, increase proficiency through use. After seeing the introduction of this skill on the system panel, Bu Wuchen laughed out loud. Wahahaha, this skill is good. When I'm fighting an enemy, before he gets close to me, I can use his shadow to instantly teleport behind him and launch a surprise attack. Isn't that a sure win? The confused old slave was bewildered by Bu Wuchen's sudden laughter. Young master. Oh, by the way, don't think of taking all the blame on yourself. I'm telling you, I have a more reliable method. Are there any chickens, fish, or anything like that in our yard? Huh. The old slave looked confused. I wondered why the young master suddenly asked this. In the end, Wan Xiaoyao answered truthfully, there is a live chicken tied up in the kitchen. I wanted to keep it until the evening to make soup for you, young master, and try to feed you a few mouthfuls to replenish your body. Bu Wuchen slapped his thigh and said, great, this is it. Ah. In the evening. Bang. While Bu Wuchen was leisurely enjoying tea in the courtyard, a team of city inspectors in charge of public security and punishment broke in through the door aggressively. As soon as this group of tall and strong city supervisors, all dressed in armor and armed with sharp weapons, rushed in, the bald strongman who led them pointed directly at Bu Wuchen and others and shouted sternly, come on, take down this murderer. Time goes back to the evening. The gentle breeze has gradually swept away the dry air in the afternoon. In the west of the city, there is the compound of the Lin family's branch. A man in his 40s, dressed in a brocade robe, frowned and said, it's almost dark, why hasn't Liang come back yet? This middle-aged sturdy man was none other than Lin Jiulang's father and the head of the Lin family's side branch, Lin Senu. Logically speaking, if he were to go find the uncles and seniors in our sect in the academy and offer 1,000 gold coins as a reward for borrowing the unique martial arts and profound skills, he should be back before noon. Could there be some accident? At this moment, an old butler came running in a panic and reported, it's not good, sir, something terrible has happened. Just now, someone from our sect came to report that during a routine inspection of the longevity fire room, they discovered that the second young master's life candle had gone out. What did you say? Lin Senu was horrified. Lin Jiulang shouted fiercely, if you hurt me, you will be the enemy of the entire Lin family. Do you know that? If you know what's best for you, let me go and apologize to me. From now on, you and I will not interfere with each other, and we can live in peace. At this moment. Ding dong, the God-level selection system has been successfully triggered. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, ignore the threat and take revenge. Reward for this option, body of copper skin and iron bones takes effect immediately, and opens a portable warehouse for the host. Option 2, release the grip and agree to reconcile with the other party. Reward for this option, 250 copper coins. Bu Wuchen seriously suspected that the 250 copper coins in option 2 were full of sarcasm and malice. He chose the first option without hesitation. Buzz. The next moment, a faint bronze luster appeared all over Bu Wuchen's body and disappeared in a flash. Originally, when he broke Lin Jiulang's arm bones, his own hand also felt a dull pain. After all, the force of force is mutual. It's like a person who has the strength of a boxing champion but does not have his well-tempered arms. In this situation, if this person punches with all his strength and hits the opponent in the face, the enemy will be knocked down, but his own hand bones will inevitably be injured. And now, Bu Wuchen possesses a body of iron and steel, and can use his suddenly increased strength as he pleases. He no longer has to worry about the situation of killing 1,000 enemies but losing 800 of his own. So he applied more force to his hands, causing Lin Jiulang to scream in pain. But Wuchen himself showed a pure and innocent expression and asked, "Well, if I break your arm and completely break off relations with the Lin family, will that be very, very serious?" "Nonsense." Lin Jiulang's voice was anxious and angry. If you listen carefully, you can even hear a hint of crying in her voice. This guy is crying because of the pain. He just managed to say, "My Lin family is one of the 3 major families in Blood Dragon City. Hurry up and let go of your hand and apologize to me, or you'll be dead. You'll be dead, understand?" Lin Jiulang originally thought that after he revealed his identity and background, Bu Wuchen, who was like a rootless duckweed in the Blood Dragon City, would definitely be afraid. After all, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Besides, he didn't think that the young man in front of him was qualified to be a strong dragon. Who would have thought that the boy in plain clothes would smile and say, "Hey, after hearing what you said, I really want to try it." Try what? Lin Jiulang had a bad feeling. Of course, we want to test the wrath of the Lin family, one of the 3 major families in Blood Dragon City. How powerful is it? What? You. Crack. This time, it was no longer Lin Jiulang's arm that was broken, but his neck. At this point, the crisis was resolved and the dust settled. After all, he is the young master of the so-called 3 major families of Blood Dragon City. He should have a lot of good things on him, right? Here, Bu Wuchen was leisurely collecting the spoils. On the other side, whether it was the old slave Chun or the maid Wan Xiaoyao, the look of shock on their faces lasted for a long time. They never thought that the young master who was a dandy in the imperial capital and later became self-pitying when he was demoted to the border town could actually have such a tough and decisive face. Especially the maid Wan Xiaoyao. She looked at Bu Wuchen, who was busy licking the bag, in a daze, and couldn't help but wonder if everything she saw was an illusion. The girl lowered her head and rubbed her eyes hard. And then I never dared to open my eyes again. It seemed that he was worried that when he opened his eyes, the young master who, startled to sit up from his dying illness and was invincible and brave and killed everyone, would return to the bed and return to his previous dying state. Wan Xiaoyao took a deep breath, as if she had finally made up her mind. She pinched her cheeks, which were already as white as jade without any makeup. "Hiss, it hurts, it hurts." She grimaced in pain, and then mustered up all her courage and opened her eyes. "Master, are you still here?" "The young master is still here, ha 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 ha, this is not an illusion." "Woo!" The little maid cried for joy. At this time, Bu Wuchen's mouth was almost stretched to his ears with joy. "Hee, you are indeed the 2nd young master of the Lin family. The small change in your sleeve pocket alone is filled with 3 gold and 12 silver coins. And there's even a note for 1,000 gold coins. I'm rich now." The memories left by his predecessor gave Bu Wuchen a fairly clear understanding of the prices in this world. In Yinglong continent, 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 100 copper coins. A copper coin can be divided into 10 small copper dimes, and their purchasing power is naturally only 1/10 of that of a copper coin. In this cold frontier, Blood Dragon City, just over 10 silver coins are enough for an ordinary family's food and clothing expenses for 2 or 3 years. But for cultivators, just buying some food and medicinal materials that can replenish blood, replenish chi, increase strength, and help with cultivation can spend all the dozen silver coins in a blink of an eye. Therefore, the 4 words, poor in literature and rich in martial arts, are not just casual sayings in this world. At this moment, the 1,000 gold that Bu Wuchen obtained from licking the bag is definitely a huge sum of money. Huh? What is this? Bu Wuchen discovered that Lin Jiulang had 2 books close to him. Gilded pages, large cursive characters. When you look at it, the pages seem to have a magical power that captivates your heart. Just as Bu Wuchen was looking closely, 2 crisp system prompts suddenly rang in his ears. Ding dong, the host's all-round specialist ability of treasure appraiser has been automatically activated, identifying the object in front of me as a mid-level mortal level unique martial arts technique, Fierce Tiger Burning Soul Gang. Ding dong, the host's all-round specialist ability of treasure appraiser has been automatically activated, and the object in front of me has been identified as a mid-level mortal level unique profound skill, Flame Tiger Fist. Bu Wuchen's eyes suddenly lit up. Compared to the 1,000 gold note, these two books are truly good stuff. For any cultivator, both techniques and profound skills can be said to be the most core resources for cultivation. The technique can directly affect the speed at which a cultivator's realm is improved, and the ultimate upper limit of their cultivation level. Mystical skills are the exquisite ways of utilizing mysterious energy, which enable practitioners to display more powerful combat capabilities through the use of each move and style. In Yinglong Continent, the techniques and profound skills all have clear levels of strength and weakness. From low to high, they are mortal level, mysterious level, spiritual level, earth level, and heaven level. Each level is further divided into 3 grades: lower, middle, and upper. In this inconspicuous frontier, many practitioners' cultivation techniques and mystical skills are all inferior and messy martial arts. There are very few who can truly reach the quality level. The mid-level ordinary skills and profound techniques are definitely valuable resources for the vast majority of cultivators in Blood Dragon City. Most cultivators in this world have the habit of injecting a strand of original profound energy into a special object to help them know life and death in real time. The most convenient one is the Fire of Life candle. If the flame of the life candle does not go out, it means that the practitioner is not dead. Check it for me. Yes. The existence of one of the 3 major families in Blood Dragon City, even if it is only a side branch, has considerable power. It didn't take long before they found out the whereabouts of the second young master of the Lin family that day. You mean the last place Liang Air showed up was in the courtyard in Lane 18 in the west of the city that was lent to that guy called Bu something to stay temporarily? Yes, sir. After hearing the old housekeeper's reply, Lin Senu frowned, looked at the young man sitting at the first seat, and asked, "Xianxia, what do you think about this?" The young man that Lin Senu asked was named Lin Jian. He was Lin Jiulang's biological brother. He was precocious and had a calm personality. Lin Senu has always been proud of this. In reply to father, that guy named Bu Wuchen is my classmate. At the beginning, this boy's cultivation was quite good, and I also told my brother to get closer to him. Maybe in time, he can even bring in a strong supporter for my Lin family side branch. But who knew that Bu Wuchen was just a piece of shit, and not long after being specially recruited into the Blood Dragon City Academy, his profound energy cultivation level dropped day by day, and his health also deteriorated. Soon, he went from being the top young talent in the advanced class to being held back in the preparatory class, becoming the laughingstock of the entire academy. Not long ago, he was bedridden and took sick leave. In terms of age, Lin Jian is only 1.5 years older than Lin Jiulang. But if we talk about cultivation, Lin Jian was only 16 years old, but he had already reached the 5th level of the Qi Contemplation Realm and was ranked in the advanced class of the Blood Dragon City Academy. In comparison, Lin Jiulang, who had just entered the beginner class with the 7th level of the Manghua Realm, was far behind. Humph, that means Bu Wuchen is a complete waste. Damn it, I'm going to make him pay with his life. Lin Senu suddenly smashed the table in front of him with a palm, his eyes filled with murderous light. Wait a minute, father. Lin Jian said hurriedly, although Bu Wuchen is not a concern, there is a strong man in the divine realm among the people who came to Blood Dragon City with him that day. Even though that person is very cold to Bu Wuchen, and even seems to dislike him, but I think it's better for us to be cautious. After all, Bu Wuchen, whose cultivation level has dropped significantly and who has been bedridden for many days, definitely doesn't have the ability to kill Brother Liang. Hearing this, Lin Senu suddenly realized, you mean, the one who killed Liang was that powerful person in the spiritual realm. Lin Senu's arrogance suddenly subsided. There is a saying, the first step in the path of cultivation is to be reckless and brave. The cultivators in the Manghua realm are no longer like ordinary people whose lives are worthless. They can join a hunting team or the army and live a happy life. Above the Manghua realm is the Guanxi realm. Practitioners of this level have become the backbone of many medium and large families in Blood Dragon City. If you were in the army, you could easily become a centurion or something like that. Above the state of observing Qi is the state of controlling Qi. Anyone who has reached the Qi-controlling realm is already a well-deserved strongman in Blood Dragon City, and will be a talent that all forces in Blood Dragon City will compete to recruit. The spiritual realm is an existence that surpasses the 9th level peak of Qi control. The Lord of Blood Dragon City, the patriarchs of the three major families, the Dean of Blood Dragon City College and other very few big figures who stand proudly at the top of the entire frontier are all in the realm of spiritual enlightenment. Often, only one or two strong men of this level are needed to influence the strength distribution of an entire town and countless forces. Thinking of him, Lin Senu, he is just the head of a branch of the Lin family. No matter in terms of status or cultivation, he is still a huge gap compared to the patriarch of the Lin family. How dare he confront a being in the God-level realm, head-on? However, they did not know that the powerful spiritual master who had traveled with Bu Wuqian at the beginning was actually just following orders to escort him to Blood Dragon City. As soon as everyone was settled in, he just left. This was only possible because the current king of Jiulang made an exception and acquiesced to give him special care for the sake of Bu Wuqian's grandfather. Otherwise, who would care about your life or death on the road of exile, since you almost drove the emperor crazy? Good. Lin Jian nodded and said, besides, no matter how useless Bu Wuqian is, his identity as a student of Blood Dragon City is genuine. If we assassinate him, and if we leave behind some dirty tracks and get caught by the school, it will be a huge problem. Hearing this, Lin Senu let out a sigh of resignation. Huh? Are you going to let your brother die in vain? Of course not. Lin Jian said in a deep voice, even if we put aside the death of brother Liang. Judging from the time he went to look for Bu Wuqian, the unique skills and profound techniques that he was supposed to return to the clan have probably already fallen into the hands of Bu. We must get them back. That's right. Lin Senu nodded vigorously. The only copies of The Fierce Tiger's Soul-Burning Gang and The Flame Tiger Fist were obtained from our sect with great difficulty by my father, who spent a lot of money and put a lot of effort on me. I will let Liang borrow them to read for a while. If I lose it, I won't be able to bear the consequences. After a short silence, Lin Jian suddenly smiled slyly. Hee, don't panic, father. I have a way to make Bu Wuqian spit out what he has eaten, and kill him openly to avenge brother Liang. Oh. Lin Senu's face lit up with joy. My son, if you have any good ideas, please tell me quickly. We just need to do this and that. At this moment, the group of city inspectors who suddenly rushed to Bu Wuqian's mansion were the ones behind the scenes created by Lin Jian and his son. However, Bu Wuqian, seeing this scene, did not panic and asked back, who is the murderer? He blinked innocently and said slowly, I have been bedridden for a long time and I just got better. I have never left the house. Who would I kill? I believe the neighbors around the compound can testify to this. Oh, by the way, Lin Jiulang, the second son of the Lin family, also came to see me before. He can also testify for me. Is it appropriate for you, the city supervisors, to slander a student of Blood Dragon City Academy without any evidence? Following his prior instructions, the old slave Achan and the maid Wan Xiaoyao were both calm and showed no sign of panic. This made the inspectors who were ordered to come here look gloomy. Huh? Are you still pretending in front of me? The leader strode into the front hall, pointed at the bloodstains on the ground and asked coldly, then tell me, what are these bloodstains on the ground? Oh, you're talking about this, it's just chicken blood. Shen Ruochen had expected the other party to ask this question, and said calmly, didn't I get possessed by an evil spirit before and have been bedridden? Fortunately, my daughter Yaoer later found a secret recipe for me, and she sprinkled chicken blood to form a disease-eliminating array. I can be so happy and energetic, and these pools of chicken blood are the key to my success. Chicken blood. The bald man frowned. Yeah, chicken blood. Bu Wuqian nodded his head vigorously, and deliberately asked with a smile in the tone he learned from watching Hong Kong dramas in his previous life, what's wrong, sir? Is there a rule in our dynasty that prohibits killing chickens in one's own house? The chief of the city supervisors twitched his eyes and asked, what a sir? My surname is Chan, so call me Chan Envoy. Puff. Bu Wuqian directly sprayed out all the tea that he had just put into his mouth. Shit shoveling officer. Oh my god, your name sounds extraordinary. Humph, don't think you can get away with it by being smooth-talking. The bald man waved his hand coldly. Come on, search for me. Today, even if I have to dig deep into the ground, I will find evidence to punish you, the thief. He thought that after he said this, the other party would be more or less nervous. After all, according to the Lin family, Lin Jiulang's life candle had long been extinguished, and he was dead and his soul had ceased to exist. After some investigation, it turned out that Lin Jiulang was last seen with 2 servants, breaking into the house where Bu Wuchen lived. No matter how you look at it, that young man is the biggest suspect. As long as you catch the slightest bit of nervousness and panic on the other side, you will have the opportunity to solve the case by seeing the whole picture from a small part. But who would have thought that when Bu Wuchen heard about the underground search, he just shrugged indifferently, "Go ahead, this house is not mine anyway. Let alone digging 3 feet into the ground, even if we dig 10 or 100 feet, the only one who will have a headache is second young Master Lin, right?" After saying that, he closed his eyes and rested. The Zen official frowned and snorted in his heart, bringing up the second young Master Lin again. "Are you doing this on purpose? Wait till I find the body, and then I'll see how you can still pretend." To be able to become the city supervisor, one must have a cultivation level of at least the 7th level of the wild martial realm. This group of people are so skillful when doing the work of demolishing houses and digging the ground. Before long, they had dug up so much land in this medium-sized house that there was not a single good spot left. In the end, they still couldn't find Lin Jiulang's body. How so? Before coming here, we have done a thorough investigation. Since Lin Jiulang entered the courtyard, no one has left or entered the mansion. There is no possibility of burning the body. Thinking of this, the chief of the city supervisors couldn't help but wonder in his heart, could it be that the person really didn't die here? It turned out that Bu Wuchen had already put the bodies of Lin Jiulang and others, as well as all the destroyed objects, into his portable warehouse. Let alone the inspector of this cold frontier. Even if the most famous detective in the imperial capital were to appear in person, he wouldn't be able to find any clues. At this time, Bu Wuchen lazily stood up, stretched his arms, and said boredly, "It's getting dark soon. If you can't find evidence to prove that I'm the murderer, I won't accompany you anymore, okay? I have to get up early to go to the academy tomorrow morning." The inspector knew that he had no reason to keep him, so he could only glare at him and said, "Don't be so proud, kid. If you really kill someone, even if the monk can escape, he can't escape the temple." Bu Wuchen waved his hand nonchalantly, "Okay, then you can investigate slowly. I can't stay here any longer after you guys ruined this yard like this. Yaoer, Chun, don't take anything, just follow me and move to another place." "Ah. Oh, okay, all right." In the past few months, Chun and Wan Xiaoyao, who had been living in poverty, looked back every few steps at the mattresses, clothes, and other items that had been torn to pieces by the city guards, and they felt really reluctant to leave. "Let's go and stop looking. It's time to change those things. Master, my purse is now full, you no longer have to accompany me through the poor days I had before. Let's go to a restaurant and have some delicious food and drinks." However, not long after they walked out of the yard, they were blocked by 2 figures that suddenly blocked their way. The man on the right, in a gorgeous robe, who was in his 40s and full of hostility, was Lin Jiulang's father, the head of the Lin family side branch, Lin Senu. The other young man, wearing a brocade gown and with a handsome face, was Lin Jian. "You thief, you killed my son Lin Jiulang, and yet you're still strolling around the streets so calmly." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Senu released his mysterious energy and pressure without reservation. Buzz. The materialized red fire energy immediately enveloped the entire body. The violent force that was swinging in all directions caused the alley and streets to instantly become filled with flying sand and rocks, and was filled with murderous intent. The old slave Chun's pupils shrank, and his heart tightened. Mysterious energy is being released. This person is at the level of controlling qi. If it was before his cultivation was abolished, a cultivator at the qi controlling stage would not be worth a glance from this old slave, Chun. But now, let alone the qi controlling realm. Even if the person who came was a guy who had just entered the wild martial realm, it was enough to make Chun feel deeply powerless. In comparison, Bu Wuchen was undoubtedly much calmer. He firmly believed that the other party must be afraid of something. Otherwise, why would they need to send a bunch of city supervisors to mess around first? Wouldn't it be better to just do it directly? Therefore, the boy pretended to be confused and scratched his ears. "What are you talking about? Why don't I understand?" "Pretend, haha, how long do you think you can pretend?" At this time, Lin Jian spoke up, those two techniques and profound skills should have fallen into your hands, right? Do you think, considering the importance of those two skills and profound techniques, would my Lin family not have a secret method to track them down? If you hand over the things now and come with me to the government office to confess your crime honestly, you may have a chance to get leniency. What a good way to win the heart. Unfortunately, it was used on the wrong object. Bu Wuchen curled his lips in disdain, thinking, what do you mean by tracking secret method? It's just a rare copy of a mid-level ordinary skill. Do you really think I would believe it? On his face, he still looked confused. What are you talking about? I still don't understand. Please make way. A good dog doesn't block the road. You. Lin Senu was furious. If he wasn't afraid of the god-level expert behind him, and his identity as a student of Blood Dragon City Academy, he had to slap the boy in front of him to death. At this time, Lin Jian smiled sinisterly. You have the identity of Blood Dragon City College student as a protective umbrella, so you really can't be easily touched. But Lin Jian suddenly stretched out his hand, pointed at Wan Xiaoyao and Chun, and said word by word, where are they? Who knows if the skinny old guy will suddenly have a cardiac arrest and die on the street one day? Who knows if this girl will be hit by a club and thrown into a building by a bandit, and then be ridden by thousands of people? Hearing this, Bu Wuchen, who was about to pass by him, suddenly stopped. He turned around angrily. How dare you? The dragon has a reverse scale, anyone who touches it will die. For Bu Wuchen, who traveled through time, Chun and Wan Xiaoyao, who had sacrificed a lot for him and were even willing to risk their lives to protect him, were his weak links. Seeing Bu Wuchen so nervous, Lin Jian's smirk became even stronger. If you want them to be safe, return the things and then plead guilty. Roll. Bu Wuchen shouted angrily. He's not stupid. If he really agreed to plead guilty and accept the punishment, after losing him as the pillar of the family, the fate of Chun and Wan Xiaoyao would be equally tragic. Lin Jian narrowed his eyes. Humph, then I will take another step back and have a life-and-death fight with you. The stakes for the fight are those two techniques and mystical skills. If you can win, it means justice is on your side, and my Lin family will believe that you are not the real murderer of my brother, and we will no longer pursue your skills and profound techniques. But if you lose, you must return the things and admit your guilt for murdering my brother. At this point, Lin Jian smiled slyly. Oh, don't tell me that the Fiery Tiger Soul Blazing Gang and the Flame Leopard Fist are not in your hands. If I don't have them as bargaining chips, I won't be interested in playing with you anymore. Then you should prepare to collect the bodies of the old and the young. After hearing this, Bu Wuchen sneered. Haha, the profound skill that your brother insisted on giving me before is not called Flame Leopard Fist, but Flame Tiger Fist. Lin Jian was stunned when he heard this. Before, he deliberately mispronounced one word of the name of the mysterious skill, just to trick the other party. Who would have thought that although Bu Wuchen revealed the true name of the mysterious skill without any scruples, he also insisted that it was Lin Jiulang who gave it to him on his own initiative, giving Lin Jian a handle he could not get hold of. A cunning fellow. Lin Jian cursed inwardly, but his face remained calm. Very good, it seems you agree. At this moment, ding dong, the god-level selection system is triggered successfully. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, accept the bet with Lin Jian fearlessly. Reward for this option, a set of profound skills of the lowest spiritual level with no upper limit. Option 2, don't dare to fight, just muddle through with vague answers. Reward for this option, an exquisite turtle figurine. Then you must choose the first option. Ding dong, the system rewards have been distributed. Then, Bu Wuchen raised his eyebrows with interest and said to Lin Jian, promise, why shouldn't I agree? But I have one condition. I can guess it without you saying it. Lin Jian raised his hand in a self-righteous manner. Don't worry, you don't have to knock me down. At that time, you only need to persist in the gambling arena for 10 breaths without losing, and you will win. This is not Lin Jian being kind-hearted. It was because he was worried that if he didn't do this, Bu Wuchen would feel that he had no chance of winning and would refuse to fight. If this was true, even if Lin Jian killed the old slave and the maid on the spot, he would not be able to get what he really wanted. 10 breaths is enough to crush this piece of trash several times. Lin Jian was determined. But Wuchen was a little surprised, and thought to himself, this is not what I wanted to say. But since this bastard is so polite, there's no need for me to spoil his fun. So, he cleared his throat and said, okay, but I want an additional 20,000 gold in gambling money. 20,000 gold. This time, Lin Senu, who had been silent, spoke up, can you come up with so many gold coins? But Wuchen's eyes widened. This time, we must sign a blood contract for this bet. Are you still afraid that I will default on my debt? Lin Senu thought about it and agreed. If the two parties who signed the blood contract fail to fulfill their obligations, they will be subject to the most stringent sanctions under the laws of their country. In fact, as the strength of the cultivator increases, there is also a universal method for making a blood oath. This binding force is more powerful than the blood covenant. If those extremely powerful cultivators dare to violate their blood oath, even if the laws of the secular world cannot do anything to them, they will not be able to escape the punishment from the gods after the blood oath comes true. Okay, 20,000 gold is 20,000 gold. The father and son of the Lin family smiled at each other and thought to themselves, a loser like you, are you still thinking about earning an extra 20,000 gold in gambling rewards? Don't dream on. As long as you dare to stand on the gambling stage, your life will be completely gone, and even gods will not be able to save you. At this moment, Wan Xiaoyao suddenly reached out her hand, tightly grasped Bu Wuchen's sleeve, and said nervously, Master, please don't take such a big risk for us. The old slave Ah Chun followed suit and said, that's right. In a life and death fight, swords and knives have no eyes. If anything happens to you, Master, I am a lucky man, and nothing will happen to me. As long as you win the bet, you will get 20,000 gold. Bu Wuchen waved his hands loudly, move aside, don't block me from signing the contract. Master, you, Wan Xiaoyao and Ah Chun both felt that their young master was obsessed with money. Come to think of it, it is understandable. After all, he was used to spending lavishly when he was in the imperial capital. In recent months, he had to stay in this cold city and live a hard life. Now, suddenly there is an opportunity to get rich overnight. How can he not be tempted? Not long after, on the martial arts arena of a certain party from Blood Dragon City Academy, Bu Wuchen, who was dressed in plain cloth and did not look luxurious, and Lin Jian, who was wearing a brocade robe and had his hands folded across his chest, stood facing each other more than 10 steps apart. A circle of fire pots was lit at the four corners of the arena, illuminating the darkness that had just fallen as bright as day. The Xianxia Academy, where Bu Wuchen is currently, is very different from the schools on Earth in his previous life. Here, there is no such thing as flowers in a greenhouse. Be it Blood Dragon City or any other town. Every Xianxia Academy established is to cultivate a variety of talents for the Daliang Kingdom. Among them, combat talents are undoubtedly the largest in number and the most widely used. Every Xianxia Academy hopes to cultivate a group of young students with blood and fighting spirit. Therefore, when it comes to life and death fights on the martial arts stage, as long as both parties are willing, the school will not only not interfere, but will also voluntarily send instructors to act as referees for the fights. The stands around the stage were already filled with spectators who had come to hear the news, and at this moment they were talking about. Isn't that Bu Wuchen, who was held back from the advanced class to the preparatory class? Yeah, I never thought that he would dare to have a life and death fight with the senior class. I heard that he asked someone to take sick leave several days ago and couldn't even get out of bed. How come he is standing on the martial arts stage now with all his arms and legs intact? Hey, if you ask me, this guy must have had a last burst of energy, and this light may have damaged his brain. You said you finally got off the bed, why don't you do something else? Why do you have to fight to the death with the seniors in the advanced class? Well, do you think that Bu Wuchen couldn't stand the blows of repeating grades one after another during the period of time when his cultivation level plummeted, so he simply sought relief through a gambling fight? It's possible. Everyone's predictions on the outcome of this battle were one-sided. It was because the levels of strength and weakness in the Blood Dragon City Academy were particularly distinct. According to the school regulations, those who can improve their Xianxia realm to the 3rd level of Mangwu before the age of 14 will have the opportunity to be enrolled in the school's preparatory class. But don't think this is easy. To ordinary people, cultivators are already 1 in 100. Those who can reach the 3rd level of the wild martial realm before the age of 14 are all the best among their peers in this place or city. In fact, preparatory class only means that you may become a student of Blood Dragon City College in the future. If you want to truly enter the academy to study and practice, you must reach the 7th level of the wild martial realm before the age of 16 and become a student in the beginner class. When a cultivator's xianxia cultivation breaks through the 9th peak of the wild martial realm and reaches the realm of observing qi, he or she can graduate from the beginner class and advance to the intermediate class. Those who have reached the 5th to 9th level of the qi contemplation realm can be ranked in the advanced class. Only a very small number of geniuses who have broken through the peak of the qi observation realm and reached the qi control realm before the age of 18 can enter the elite class. Now, Bu Wuchen, who is about to fall out of the preparatory class, is actually going to have a life-and-death battle with Lin Jian from the advanced class. How can he have a chance of winning? Master, is he really all right? Wan Xiaoyao clenched her fists. The old slave Chun swallowed hard, also looking nervous. But when he thought of Bu Wuchen's sharpness in killing Lin Jiulang in an instant, a gleam of brilliance appeared in his old eyes again. He whispered in a consoling voice, "If we can win by just holding on for 10 breaths. Young master, there should still be a glimmer of hope, right?" Originally, the 2 people who were not students were not qualified to enter this place. But because Bu Wuchen and Lin Jian signed a life-and-death battle contract. In case of defeat, someone would be needed to take charge of the aftermath and compensate the victorious party according to the contract, so they made an exception and let Chun and Wan Xiaoyao in. At this time, on the stands, in addition to the students and teachers who came to watch the fun, an elder of the Lin family sat in the middle seat. He is Lu Chunyang, the only elder from another family in the Lin family. He was the one who agreed to lend the Fierce Tiger's soul-burning power and the Flame Tiger Fist to Lin Jiulang. Now, the day to return the book has come, but the book has not been seen, and the reward afterwards has not fallen into his pocket, which makes Lu Chunyang very unhappy. Beside him, Lin Senu was standing there properly with a smile on his face. The head of a side-branch clan is inferior to the elders of the main clan. What's more, Lin Senu's son made the serious mistake of losing the only copy of the martial arts technique. At this moment, he was assuring the other party in a low voice, "Please rest assured, Elder Lu, I will definitely win this bet with that thief." The 2 techniques and profound skills should also be brought back intact. Lu Chunyang just snorted coldly, "Humph, I hope so." At this time, the instructor who was acting as the referee on the stage cleared his throat and gave an order, "Both parties, get ready." Buzz. Hearing this, Lin Jian's body shook slightly, and the fiery red Xian gang attached to his body in an instant, like a translucent, airtight fire curtain armor. This is the unique method used by practitioners at the Qi observation realm, possession of the body by mysterious energy. The cultivator wrapped in the mysterious battle armor is much stronger than when he was in the Mangwa realm, both in terms of attack power and defense strength. In the Mangwa realm, every time you advance a level, you can gain the strength of half a bull. Even for cultivators at the peak of the 9th level of the wild martial realm, it is usually difficult for them to break through the ceiling of 5 bull powers due to their profound strength limit. But once you reach the Qi contemplation realm, even if it is only the 1st level of the Qi contemplation realm, after the mysterious energy possesses you, you can easily obtain the strength of 8 bulls. Not to mention Lin Jian, who is at the 5th level of the Qi contemplation realm. Compared with the dazzling sight of Lin Jian with the light of mysterious fire attached to his body surface, Bu Wuchen's side seemed much colder and duller. However, when he concentrated his strength, the energy that expanded in an instant still surprised everyone. Isn't this a force far beyond that of 9 bulls? Well, the profound strength that Bu Wuchen just released has probably already surpassed the limit of what his physical body could cultivate during the savage martial realm. That's right. However, after a brief moment of surprise, everyone still did not think highly of the boy in plain clothes. If you think about it, it's nothing. After all, when he first entered school, he had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi contemplation realm. Now, after his cultivation level has fallen again and again, it is not surprising that he has temporarily gained power far beyond that of ordinary wild warriors. Besides, even if Bu Wuchen can reach the legendary strength of those chosen ones who were trained in the wild martial realm, what does it matter? he still has no chance of winning against Lin Jian, who is at the 5th level of the Qi contemplation realm. The gambling fight begins. Following the referee's order, Lin Jian rushed forward and said, "Humph, how can I defeat a loser like you in 10 breaths? In 1 breath, I can blow your dog head off." When the roar died down, Lin Jian had already rushed to Bu Wuqian and attacked wildly with punches. "Good fellow," Senior Lin Jian attacked without reservation right after he came up. "That's right, such a powerful punch, even from such a long distance I felt the pain on my face." Regardless of which town the Xianxia Academy is in, gambling fights between students happen from time to time. But after all, we are all classmates, and we all have some feelings of friendship. Therefore, there are very few people who would actually kill someone in a life-and-death fight. But now, Lin Jian's powerful punches have made everyone see his extremely determined killing intention. The power of Senior Lin's punch is too terrifying. Even a cultivator at the 1st level of the Qi contemplation realm would die if he were hit by it. Bu Wuqian is only at the level of wild warrior. He can't even protect his body with mystical energy. How can he survive? Yes, he is going to be the first person to die in a stage fight since the beginning of the year. Master. At the moment when Wan Xiaoyao screamed, Bu Wuqian moved. He didn't dodge or evade, but raised his hand and fist, ready to fight Lin Jian. Oh, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. As Lin Jian sneered, the fists of the two men collided with each other. Bang. After the initial contact, Bu Wuqian's feet rubbed the ground of the ring and slid a long distance away. It was clear that he was at a disadvantage in this fight. But judging from the reactions of the crowd, the young man who was forced to retreat more than 10 steps after the fist fight seemed to be the real winner. How is this possible? How could Bu Wuqian, who is only at the Mangwu realm, actually fight head-on with Senior Lin, who is at the 5th level of Guanqi realm and has already summoned the body-protecting profound energy? Am I dazzled? For a moment, both the spectators outside the stage and the instructors and referees on the stage were extremely surprised. How could this happen? Lin Jian, who experienced this strange vision personally, opened his mouth in astonishment, and his chin almost dropped to the ground. Looking not far away, Bu Wuqian, who had just exchanged a punch with Lin Jian, just shook his hands and bared his teeth a little. Hiss, it hurts a little. The 5th level of the Qi contemplation realm, there really is something to it. Bu Wuqian's indifferent tone and the slight smile on his lips instantly made the whole audience silent. What does the 5th level of the Qi contemplation realm is still something mean? This should have been a compliment. But coming from the mouth of a cultivator in the Mangwu realm like you, why does it sound so much like an insult? Still, a little painful. A full-strength attack from a 5th level Guanqi realm master can smash a 1,000-pound rock into pieces, but it only hurts a little to you. They naturally didn't know that Bu Wuqian's body had already been strengthened by the system to the level of iron bones and bronze skin. A full-strength attack from a 5th level Guanqi realm cultivator could not possibly injure him seriously, let alone kill him with one punch. In terms of speed, the system-enhanced cheetah wind speed allows Bu Wuqian to not be at a disadvantage when facing Lin Jian. The only thing that is slightly lacking is that strength. Bu Wuqian's own profound strength at the peak of the Mangwu realm, plus the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers from the system, is still a little behind Lin Jian, who is at the 5th level of the Guanqi realm. Even so, Bu Wuqian's feat of confronting a 5th level Guanqi realm with his reckless and martial spirit was an absolute miracle in the eyes of everyone. 1 breath, oh no, 2 breaths have passed. At a certain moment, the referee's coaching voice broke the silence on the court. Lin Jian came back to his senses and felt extremely embarrassed. He had said before that he could beat the other person's head off in 1 breath, but now. In front of him, Bu Wuqian had already rearranged his stance and said, "Go on, show me your best skills and practice with me." After these words were spoken, Lin Jian became so angry that veins popped on his forehead. How could he, a student in the advanced class, be used as a sparring partner by a poor student who kept failing grades? Die! Lin Jian roared and rushed forward, vowing to make the other party pay with blood. Bu Wuqian's eyes flashed with excitement, and the corner of his mouth raised. Hey, just in time. Bang! 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 The two of them immediately started fighting fiercely. Every punch hits the flesh and the sound explodes the ears. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that Bu Wuqian, who is at the Manghua realm, could fight against senior Lin Jian to such an extent that no one could tell who was who. Me too. I really don't know how his muscles, flesh, skin, and bones grow. He clearly had no xianxia protecting his body, but he fought a high-intensity battle as if he had xianxia protecting his body. Isn't it? Although Bu Wuqian has been at a disadvantage in terms of strength, he has not shown any signs of defeat so far. Well, in my opinion, he is very likely to last more than 10 breaths. As time went by, more and more people expressed admiration for Bu Wuqian. This made Lin Jian very annoyed. Lin Senu and Lu Chunyang's expressions became increasingly gloomy. 7 breaths. The referee made another routine call. Off the court, Lin Senu's palms were already sweating. On the stage, Bu Wuqian's eyes were full of excitement. Because he discovered that, with his incredible strength, the speed of a cheetah, and a body of iron and steel, he could actually fight to such an extent with Lin Jian, whose cultivation level far exceeded his. A sense of pride that you, a student in the advanced class, are just like me, arises spontaneously. As for Lin Jian, no, I won't lose. After 10 breaths of time, I still can't defeat a guy who has been held back repeatedly and is a joke in the entire academy. What am I? Besides, if I fail to win back those 2 rare martial arts and profound skills, I will be severely punished by my clan. I want to win, no matter what. With this thought in mind, Lin Jian took out a scarlet pill from his sleeve pocket and swallowed it in full view of everyone. Seeing this, the old slave Ah Chun's heart skipped a beat. Is that a chi-bursting pill? Although his cultivation had been completely destroyed before he accompanied Bu Wuqian in exile to the cold frontier, his eyesight was still there. In fact, it's not just him. Except for most of the students in the intermediate and elementary classes, the rest of the people watching the game also knew clearly what Lin Jian had just eaten. The chi-bursting pill can make the user's internal profound chi burst out, thus greatly increasing combat power within 10 breaths. This Lin Jian is really shameless enough, isn't he? You actually took a strength-enhancing showdown during a gambling match with your classmates. For a time, many spectators sneered at Lin Jian's behavior. The coach who acted as referee also frowned. However, the bet between the two parties did not clearly stipulate that pills could not be taken during the fight, so he couldn't stop it. He just shouted coldly, 8 breaths. Lin Jian smiled cruelly, hee, there are still 2 breaths of time, enough to kill you. Flame Tiger Fist. Roar. At that instant, Lin Jian's rushing fist condensed into a flaming tiger shadow. With the sound of breaking wind that was painful enough to tear one's face apart, it opened its bloody mouth ferociously and headed straight for Bu Wuqian's face. This guy actually used the Lin family's unique martial art, the middle-grade ordinary-level Flame Tiger Fist. Lin Jian, this fellow, took the chi-burning pill beforehand and forcibly raised his own profound strength to a level comparable to that of the chi-observing realm's 7 stars, and then used his profound skills to kill. Even if I win, it's not a fair victory. Yes, it's absolutely shameless. Alas, Bu Wuqian is really in danger now. Hearing the contempt and abuse from the people around him, Lin Jian's father had a dead pig's face that was not afraid of boiling water, and he was secretly happy in his heart. Xian'er did a good job. As the saying goes, winners take all. Even if my reputation is ruined, it is better than losing this battle. On the martial arts stage, the smile on Lin Jian's lips became more and more arrogant. Ha 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 ha, at this distance, you can't avoid it. Just wait till you die. When I raised my eyes, the majestic flaming tiger was right in front of me. Just when everyone thought Bu Wuqian was dead. Swoosh. The figure that was standing there without moving just disappeared. Lin Jian's most powerful killer move, which he was determined to achieve, just fell through so easily. Then he felt a chill down his spine. Bu Wuqian, who disappeared inexplicably, had actually stood behind Lin Jian silently. Lu Chunyang, who had been acting calm and composed, couldn't help but jump up when he saw the sudden change on the stage. How is this possible? Lu Chunyang, who was full of shock, opened his eyes wide and asked, how did that guy move so fast just now? Actually, with my level of cultivation, I couldn't even detect a single trace. The assassin stared at Bu Wuqian as if he was looking at a prehistoric monster. At this time, on the martial arts stage, the earth-level body movement technique, instant shadow step, is indeed useful. After Bu Wuqian said something in his heart, his eyes were as cold as a knife as he stared at Lin Jian's back. I thought to myself, well, let's try another trick. Bu Wuqian suddenly raised his hand, pointed at the vital point of Lin Jian's back, and flicked his finger. Bang! The vigorous finger force penetrated the body in an instant. Puff! The powerful force that hit Lin Jian's vital point on the back directly sent him flying far away, leaving a long trail of blood in the air. Lin Jian's chest was actually ripped open by Bu Wuqian's finger, leaving a horrifying bloody hole. For a moment, the whole place was in deathly silence. Lin Jian, kneeling on the ground, looked down at the bloody hole in front of his chest. The gradually blurred eyes were filled with horror. How is this possible? He muttered a few words from his bloody mouth, and then his vision went dark, and he fell to the ground with a plop, completely dead. Just a second ago, Lin Jian displayed his best mystical skills. How powerful was his reputation? Immediately afterwards, everyone saw a flash before their eyes, and Bu Wuqian, who should have been dead, flashed behind Lin Jian. The next moment, Lin Jian looked at the bloody hole where his heart had exploded in shock, and fell into a pool of blood in shock. Did you see clearly how Bu Wuqian dodged and moved just now? No. I didn't see it clearly either. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Senior Lin Jian. Yes, it's fast, it's really fast. It's more than just fast. It's like a ghost, hard to grasp. Compared to this, what surprised me even more was how Bu Wuqian was able to deliver a fatal blow after dodging and moving so fast. Yes, after all, Bu Wuqian is only at the peak of the wild martial realm. Even if he used a profound skill at the peak of the ordinary level, it would be impossible for a cultivator at the mere Manghua realm to kill an opponent at the 5th level of Guanxi realm in one strike. Hearing everyone's discussions, Bu Wuqian smiled faintly. He was just happy in his heart. Hey, a profound skill of the mortal peak level. Your vision is too narrow. Heavenly level profound skills, would you like to know more about them? It turned out that Bu Wuqian's killer move was the reward given by the system after he accepted the bet initiated by Lin Jian. The awards at that time were the lowest spiritual level, with no upper limit on the mystical skills. Whether it is mystical skills or techniques, the grades from low to high are mortal grade, mysterious grade, spiritual grade, earth grade, and heaven grade. Each level can be further divided into 3 grades, lower, middle, and upper. Above the top grade, there is also a commonly accepted peak grade for transition. When Bu Wuqian thought that if he accepted the bet, he would at least be able to obtain the spirit level of mystical skills, he was immediately overjoyed. Because according to the memory of the person he possessed, the royal skills that were revered as a treasure by the Jiulang royal family were only of mid-level spiritual grade. Bu Wuqian was filled with excitement when he thought that he could easily master a unique skill that was comparable to the royal secret skills of the Jiulang kingdom. But after a flash of golden light, the young man was stunned. Because, after he made the corresponding choice, the God-level selection system randomly awarded him a heaven-level mystical skill. One finger to the Yellow Springs Road, a mid-grade heavenly mystical skill, finger technique, attack skill. Skill overview, peerless fingering, tricky angles, and extremely fast speed. When practiced to perfection, the power of one finger will be enough to pierce through 100,000 mountains. As the saying goes, one finger of mysterious power arrives and the enemy is sent to hell. Current state, entry level. Skill consumption, 50,000 points of xianxia. Conditions for realm improvement, release the skill 1 million times. When the skill proficiency reaches 1 million, you can be promoted to the minor success realm. Or you can upgrade by using special items in the system shop, making system choices, etc. Special note, this skill is a set of mysterious skills. As the saying goes, 1 points to the Yellow Springs Road, 2 asks about the Shura Cave, 3 holds the Immortal Dome Bridge, and 4 steps on the Cloud Pillar. Gathering a complete set of mystical skills will bring you unexpected surprises. Oh my god, is it so awesome? At that time, Bu Wuqian almost fainted from happiness. His original plan was that as long as he could obtain a mid-level spiritual skill that could rival the royal secret skills of Jiulang, he would be satisfied. Who would have thought that I could get a mid-level heavenly grade item? The only slight drawback is that the mysterious energy required to release one finger to the Yellow Springs Road once is too high, a full 50,000 points. With Buwuchen's cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the Mangwa realm, the total amount of mysterious energy in his body is only 1,000 points. Fortunately, at this time, the system gave a perfect solution. The unique feature of one finger to the Yellow Springs Road, dividing the efforts. With a full amount of 50,000 xianxia points, one can unleash the full lethality of this mid-level heavenly rank xian technique. Now, Buwuchen only uses 1,000 points of xianxia to activate this skill. While the skill consumption is reduced, the power of one finger to the Yellow Springs Road is also reduced by a corresponding multiple. But even so, the power of this finger was enough for him to kill Lin Jian, who was at the 5th level of the observation Qi realm, in an instant. The gaze returns to the stage at this moment. Buwuchen himself was shocked by the lethality of that flick of the finger. TSK. I thought this move would be very powerful, but I didn't expect it to be this strong. After all, because of the divide and conquer, the damage of this skill has been reduced a lot. Xianer? No. Suddenly, a loud shout that was both sad and angry resounded throughout the venue. It was Lin Jian's father, Lin Senu. Thief, bury me with my son. Lin Senu attacked in rage, and the 5th level of Qi Control Realm's Xian Gang burst out, and his whole body was burning with flames. Ha! In the blink of an eye, the fist appeared with a strong shadow and flames burst out. The scorching flame, the moment it left the fist, turned into a lifelike tiger. The whole body is burning with flames and the murderous power is boiling. Wherever it passed, fallen leaves and dead branches were burned to ashes. The same move, Flame Tiger Fist, performed by Lin Senu, who was at the 5th level of the Qi Control Realm, was many times stronger than Lin Jian. Buwuchen was horrified. The challenge just now from a higher level opponent had already drained all of his internal energy. If the punch at this moment was just from a person at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Qi Contemplation Realm, Buwuchen, who has a body of iron and steel, would be able to withstand it. But Lin Senu is a genuine Qi Control Realm expert. In the Mangwa realm, one can only refine the body and store energy, and the energy is restrained and cannot be released. When you reach the Qi observing state, you can release mysterious Qi that is visible to the naked eye and attaches to the surface of your body. This is called observing Qi. However, at the next higher level, Qi Control Realm, one can release the mysterious Qi, and the spirit can generate a certain kind of mysterious energy attribute. Just like at this moment. The Flame Tiger Shadow that Lin Senu angrily blasted towards the arena belonged to the Fire-type mysterious energy. The blazing Fire Lion Shadow carries a tremendous force. If he were really hit by this angry punch, even Buwuchen, who had a body of iron and steel, would be smashed into pieces. Hoo-hoo. Feeling the murderous power of the hot fist, a voice exploded in Buwuchen's mind, "Get out of the way." But in action. Due to the huge gap between his and Lin Senu's levels of Xian cultivation, the invisible pressure from that level was like a pair of invisible hands, imprisoning Buwuchen and making him unable to move at all. Since his rebirth in another world, the God-level selection system that Buwuchen had always relied on did not come out to protect him as expected. At the critical moment. Swoosh, whoosh. Two thick ochre-colored mud pillars rushed straight towards the Fire Tiger Fist shadow. Bang. At the same time as a muffled sound occurred, the two mysterious energy attributes, one earth and one fire, collided fiercely with each other. The remaining power was like a sudden hurricane, with sand and gravel flying everywhere. Buwuchen, who was almost exhausted, was swept by the hurricane. His heels staggered twice and he almost fell off the stage. Fortunately, the red flame tiger shadow that attacked him was eventually blocked by the sudden earth-type black power. After his strength slackened, Buwuchen escaped certain death. It sounds complicated to say all this, but it actually happens in a flash. Buwuchen, who had just returned from a trip through the Ghost Gate, had his brows knitted tightly together. Although he didn't look too miserable, cold sweat had already soaked his back. Before, as a member of the Travelers, Buwuchen always thought about the wonderful things in this immortal martial world. But now, he realized that in this mysterious world, in addition to the infinite splendor, there is also the danger of fire and blood. Since then, Bu Wuchen's mentality has also undergone subtle changes. Damn it, I almost died. It seems that the system can't protect me all the time. That's fine. I can't just follow the options given by the system to do everything, right? If that's the case, wouldn't we just be puppets being manipulated at will? No matter how powerful the system is, it is ultimately just a tool for my use. I'm reborn this time, I can't let myself be dominated by a tool. Just as he was daydreaming, a loud shout suddenly rang out in his ears, Lin Senu, you are so bold that you dare to kill the students of Blood Dragon City Academy. The person who spoke was the instructor who volunteered to referee the gambling fight. It was also him who had just taken action and blocked the flame tiger fist for Bu Wuchen. The instructor's face turned pale, and his hands behind his back were shaking uncontrollably. It was obvious that he suffered a loss under Lin Senu's flame tiger fist. He knew clearly that his cultivation was slightly inferior to Lin Senu's. But in the situation just now, I had to take action. After all, what he represents at this moment is the Blood Dragon City College. If Lin Senu really killed a fair-fighting student in front of everyone, then his teaching career would be over. Just as Lin Senu's old face was changing from gloomy to bright. On the stage, Lu Chunyang, the elder of the Lin family, also frowned sternly. He yelled at Lin Senu, asshole, who told you to do that? Don't you know where this is? Why don't you apologize to that instructor now? Anyone could see that Lu Chunyang was just pretending in front of others. But no matter what, the other party has already given what he should give, and it is not a good idea to continue to teach him. Bu Wuchen on the stage felt even colder when he heard this. Lin Senu was clearly coming for me just now, but he only asked the guy surnamed Lin to apologize to the instructor. But they didn't say a word to me, the real victim. He didn't even look at me. At this moment, Bu Wuchen finally understood. In this world of immortals and warriors where the strong are respected, the lives of the weak are as cheap as ants, and this is by no means an exaggeration. At this moment, Lin Senu glared at Bu Wuchen fiercely, wishing he could tear this enemy who killed his son into pieces. However, Elder Lu's words just now made him feel cautious. After all, this is Blood Dragon City College. Even someone as honorable as the city lord would never dare to kill the students here unjustly. So, Lin Senu took a deep breath, suppressed the anger that was on the verge of going berserk, and clasped his fists to the instructor. Just now, it was indeed an old man who acted impulsively. I'm sorry. After saying that, he turned and glared at Bu Wuchen, gritting his teeth and said, but, it was because this little beast broke the rules first that I lost my mind. With his cultivation strength, how could he kill my innocent child with one strike? He must have used some vicious hidden weapon. Bu Wuchen was immediately displeased. Stop talking nonsense. And hidden weapons, do you have evidence? Let's take a step back and say, even if I really used a hidden weapon, what would that do? Don't forget, it was your little beast who first ate the chi-expanding pill that caused a surge in profound strength during the duel. If there is a foul, it was him who broke the rules first. He deserves to die. Lin Senu's face twitched. He was about to explode, but Lu Chunyang suppressed his anger with a shout, enough. Anyway, that guy did win this bet. We, the Lin family, are definitely not the kind of people who can't afford to lose. After that, Lu Chunyang glanced at Bu Wuchen with an arrogant look on his face, and said coldly, you, come with me. Unexpectedly, the young man gave him a cold look as if he was an idiot when he heard that. This made Lu Chunyang, who was used to being the boss, very angry. You know, the Lin family is one of the 3 major families in Blood Dragon City. And he, Lu Chunyang, is the only elder from a different family in the Lin family. No matter his own realm of Xian cultivation or the power he relies on from his family, he is enough to crush Lin Senu. Now, he, the great elder Lu, was actually ignored in public by a junior. A nameless anger suddenly rose to my head. But when he thought about the other party's identity as a student from Blood Dragon City in public, Lu Chunyang had to swallow his anger temporarily. He thought to himself, this kid's strange body movements, and the way he pierced Lin Jian's heart in the blink of an eye, are all full of mystery. As long as we can lure him back to the mansion, I will naturally find a way to pry open T's mouth and dig out all the secrets hidden in him. Lu Chunyang could not suppress his excitement at the thought that he would soon be able to master the young man's mysterious body movements and domineering finger strength for his own use. His tone softened unconsciously. "If you don't go back with me, how can you take the 20,000 gold gambling reward?" Bu Wuchen always felt that the old guy had bad intentions. If I really dive into the enemy's territory, wouldn't it be like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. So Bu Wuchen waved his hand impatiently. "No need to bother, just give me the banknote directly." Elder Lu frowned and said word by word, "Little bastard, I advise you not to test my patience." As he opened his mouth to speak, Lu Chunyang released his mysterious energy pressure without reservation. Buzz. The pressure of the 8th level of the Qi contemplation realm instantly attacked Bu Wuchen, as if a mountain was pressing down on his head. Although Bu Wuchen had performed admirably in the battle with Lin Jian, but his level of Xian cultivation still remained at the rough martial level. Previously, when Bu Wuchen was fighting against Lin Jian, who was at the 5th level of the Qi observation realm, on the ring, he could barely resist the sense of restraint caused by the gap in realm with his fighting spirit and full confidence. But now, facing LV Chunyang, who was 2 realms higher than him and at the 8th level of the Qi control realm, the trembling feeling that struck the soul directly made Bu Wuchen's hands and feet cold and sweaty. At this moment, ding dong, the God-level selection system has been successfully triggered. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, kneel down and beg the other party to withdraw the pressure from the powerful, and follow the other party to the Lin family obediently. Bonus for this option, easy to kneel, beautifully upholstered one. Option 2, resist the pressure and never give in. Reward for this option, unknown. It was the first time that Bu Wuchen encountered a situation where the reward was unknown. But so what? Spicy, you skewers, I will definitely choose the second option. I will never give in to that old bastard even if he doesn't give me a penny. The young man's face turned red and he gritted his teeth to hold on. Before that it was Lin Senu. Now, a stronger old man has appeared, and he is bullying us with his powerful pressure. The feeling was so intense that Bu Wuchen gnashed his teeth in hatred. Deep in my heart, a belief was roaring hysterically, brother must become stronger. It was this indomitable will that allowed the young man to keep his head held high despite the terrifying pressure from Lu Chunyang, who was at the 8th level of the Qi control realm. Snort. When Lu Chunyang saw this, his nose trembled violently and his eyes became even more fierce. For a moment, the mysterious energy pressure surrounding Bu Wuchen became even heavier. The pressure of the 8th level of Qi control realm's mysterious energy was like a giant hammer, hitting Bu Wuchen's spine again and again. In this kind of torture, it was only a few breaths of time, but to Bu Wuchen, it felt like several hours. However, the boy still stood upright. Even though the sudden surge in intracranial pressure had caused blood to ooze out of his ear holes and nostrils, he remained motionless. Lu Chunyang was very surprised by Bu Wuchen's performance. When he was training the younger generations at the Lin family, the first lesson he taught was often to use his own imposing manner to intimidate those promising young people who had just reached the Qi observation realm, in the realm of Xian cultivation. Firstly, it can help the younger generations of the tribe to put away their pride and complacency after suffering setbacks. Secondly, it is to build up their courage. Lu Chunyang still remembers that every time he performed this method, many of the good seedlings among the younger generations of the family would kneel down on the ground in sweat from the very beginning. Among those elite younger generations in the clan, very few could stand for 3 full breaths under his pressure. But now, Bu Wuchen, whose cultivation had not yet reached the Qi contemplation realm, was able to hold on until LV Chunyang left his seat and walked all the way to the ring. After the initial shock, the old man's eyelids twitched. Humph, if this boy is not eliminated, he will become a disaster for our Lin family. But before that, we have to take away his spirit and make him obediently display his strange and superb body movements and finger techniques. At the same time, this old guy was still madly urging the mysterious energy to pressure. He said with a fierce look in his heart, "You are a tough guy, right? I will bend your back and make you kneel at my feet." Just when Bu Wuchen was about to lose consciousness and faint from being oppressed and tortured by Kuajia. Shua. Suddenly I smelled a fragrant breeze blowing on my face. Then, the powerful pressure that surrounded Bu Wuchen was completely dissipated. When Wuchen was slightly stunned, he suddenly felt a blur in front of his eyes. A beautiful figure stood between him and Lu Chunyang. Although it is just a side profile, it is already stunningly beautiful. The green silk is as beautiful as a painting, with a slender body and beautiful face. This woman clearly looked only 15 or 16 years old, and her whole body was filled with the aura of youth and beauty. But her glance and smile combined a bit of charm, a bit of playfulness, and a bit of restrained beauty, all of which were completely different feelings, all combined in one without any sense of incongruity. It is truly breathtakingly beautiful. For a moment, everyone present was stunned. Especially those students who are in their youth, when they see this fairy-like person who suddenly appears, they even forget to breathe. Wuchen couldn't help but stare in amazement. Where did this little fairy come from? A sentence popped up subconsciously in my mind: those so-called beauties in my previous life, such as stars, internet celebrities, school beauties and models. Even if we come in a group, we will be turned into ashes in seconds by this woman in front of us. Ah. Wait. Why does this profile look familiar? Logically speaking, after the eldest son of the Bu family was banished from the imperial capital and arrived in Blood Dragon City, he had been depressed all day long and had contact with very few people. He should not have had such a prominent impression of this woman. Hey, old man, can you please have some shame? He is an elder of the Lin family after all. How dare you bully a student like this? The woman, dressed in a green silk dress, looked as light as a fairy, and even her voice was exceptionally crisp when she spoke. Just now, she just waved her hand lightly and dispersed the powerful pressure from Lu Chunyang, who was at the 8th level of Qi control realm. The patriarch of one of the 3 major families in Blood Dragon City was actually scolded in public. Can you please have some shame, old man? For a moment, every hair on Lu Chunyang's body stood up in anger. He was about to attack and hurt someone, but when his eyes met the woman's face, he abruptly extinguished the surging brutality. My heart skipped a beat. Damn it, why is it this witch? Think of him, Lu Chunyang, a powerful man at the 8th level of the Qi control realm, and his background as an elder of the Lin family. Apart from the few big guys in the Blood Dragon City, he was the only one who could point at others and curse. How is it possible that I can still be scolded in public by a junior and I don't dare to lose my temper? I don't know who that girl is. Lu Chunyang's old face changed for a long time before he snorted coldly. Oh, I thought it was some kind of god who came, but it turned out to be the honorary vice president. Hearing Lu Chunyang's weird tone, the graceful girl in a light silk dress rolled her eyes lazily and said, "What's the matter? Just because you added the word honorary in front of Dean, can I only watch my own students being bullied by a villain like you who can't stand losing?" Lu Chunyang's face twitched for a while, and he said with a fake smile, "Why do you say that, Vice President? What I did just now was just to test the willpower of this kid." Lu Chunyang looked at Wuchen deeply, then reluctantly gave him a thumbs up and praised, "This kid is indeed worthy of being a student of Blood Dragon City College, he is tough enough." Although Lu Chunyang was furious. But he also knew that both himself and Lin Senu before him had indeed offended the Blood Dragon City Academy to some extent. If only the referee coach was present, Lu Chunyang could still attribute their misbehavior to Lin Jian's death. But facing this extremely frightening witch in front of him, Lu Chunyang no longer dared to be presumptuous. So, he dropped some light and soft words, on the one hand, to find a barely acceptable excuse for his actions. Secondly, his words were a compliment to the Blood Dragon City Academy. Since the man was not seriously injured, the school couldn't keep harping on him. At this time, Wuchen snorted coldly, and said with deep coldness, "Old man, it would be rude of us not to return the favor. This time I've let you test my courage. Next time, it will be my turn to test how hard your neck is." As soon as the words fell, the woman in Qing Luo glanced at Wuchen indifferently. Although her expression showed no joy or anger. But in those bright eyes that could captivate everyone, one could see a hint of appreciation. When Lu Chunyang heard this, he was stunned at first. He obviously didn't expect that the other party, a mere sick cat in the Mangwa realm, would dare to speak nonsense in front of a lion like him. "How dare you, youngster?" When Lu Chunyang was about to kill, the cold voice of the Qing Luo woman woke him up. "What? You want to attack again?" Snort. Lu Chunyang snorted coldly, but finally did not dare to act rashly. The Qing Luo woman shrugged her shoulders slightly, if you don't plan to fight, then you're willing to admit defeat. Elder Lu, this. Lin Senu, who was standing aside, was looking at Elder Lu with an unwilling expression. Not only did his son just die, but now he has to pay off the gambling debt. Lin Senu gnashed his teeth in hatred. Helplessly, both parties signed a life-and-death fight in public. Even if the head of the Lin family came in person, no matter how unhappy he was, he would never be willing to be an enemy of the behemoth, Blood Dragon City College. What's more, the gambling contract with the bloody handprint is recognized and protected by the imperial law. Because of this, Lin Senu's rather anxious look only earned him a cold shout from Lu Chunyang, "You are more likely to cause trouble than to help." At this point, he also understood that he could not get back the two rare martial arts techniques and profound skills that had entered Bu Wuchen's pocket for the time being. He was so angry that he just walked away. As for the agreed gambling reward, that was just a bet between Lin Senu, the patriarch of the Lin family side branch, and Bu Wuchen. Whether it is finally fulfilled or not will only involve the side branch of the Lin family and will not affect the main branch of the Lin family. However, it will still affect the reputation of the family to some extent. Therefore, before leaving, Lu Chunyang did not forget to curse, "You guys caused this trouble yourself, so you should clean up the mess yourself. Otherwise, don't embarrass yourself by occupying the position of collateral clan leader." Lin Senu's heart suddenly trembled. "I know in my heart that if I can't pay the agreed gambling reward this time, and it will bring disgrace to the reputation of the Lin family, then his role as the patriarch of the collateral clan would have come to an end." Therefore, he had to suppress his anger and resentment, and with trembling hands, he took out 2 silver notes with a face value of 10,000 gold from his sleeve pocket. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Boy, have you ever heard of this saying? It's having money but no life to spend it." Bu Wuchen raised the corner of his mouth slightly, snatched the banknote and put it into the pocket of his sleeve. Then, he replied casually, "Old man, have you ever heard a word? It's called Zhu Xian's clever plan to take over Lin's house, but he lost his life and had to pay compensation." Bamboo Sage. Isn't that referring to his beloved son Lin Jian? When I think about the following content. Puff. The pain of losing a son, coupled with the shame of being unable to take revenge when the enemy is right in front of him. Lin Jian was so angry that he vomited blood. With bloodshot eyes, he said, "Little beast, you are good, very good. Let's wait and see." Bu Wuchen simply ignored the other party. His attention now was all on the woman in Qing Luo. Just now, when I looked at his profile, I felt that he looked familiar. Now, after hearing how Lu Chunyang addressed the woman, he suddenly realized, oh, it turned out to be her. Speaking of which, the original owner of Bu Wuchen's body, when he was in the advanced class of Blood Dragon City College, had developed some special feelings for this incredibly beautiful, honorary vice president. However, at that time, Bu Wuchen had just been framed by the Princess Nanling, whom he had admired for a long time and who was also extremely beautiful. This turned Bu Wuchen from a son of a general with a bright future into a rat crossing the street that everyone wanted to beat. Because of this, he was banished from the imperial capital, and unless he was summoned by the emperor, he would never be able to return. Bu Wuchen's behavior not only brought shame upon himself, but also brought disgrace upon his family. In addition, he also let the Bu family's treasure, which was passed down to this day and unknown to outsiders, fall into the hands of the princess. The overwhelming hatred towards Princess Nanling made Bu Wuchen at that time hate the whole family, and also filled with inexplicable hostility towards the Qingluo girl. Oh, no wonder I felt an inexplicable affection for this Qing Luo girl when I first met her. It seems that the memory imprint of the person my soul possessed will more or less have some influence on me. At this moment, the Qing Luo woman grabbed Bu Wuchen's arm and said, "Come with me to a place. I have something to ask you." The warmth and smoothness of the wrist made Bu Wuchen's heart flutter. No way, no way. Could it be that this fairy lady who brings disaster upon herself is interested in me? The sudden good fortune always feels a bit weird. What's more, he was still concerned about Wan Xiaoyao and Achun. So, she quickly suppressed the beautiful ripples in her heart and said, "Wait, You don't have to tell me, I understand." The Qing Luo woman said, "Don't worry, not a single hair of yours will be lost." While speaking, she did not forget to look back and smile, and winked at Bu Wuchen playfully. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. Bu Wuchen felt a little dizzy. Is this, the legendary dizziness of happiness? But not long ago, Bu Wuchen's predecessor was tricked to death by a person who was equally breathtakingly beautiful. Therefore, appreciation is appreciation, heartbeat is heartbeat. But he always remained on guard. Soon Bu Wuchen discovered that the girl who was pulling her at a gallop was not only stunningly beautiful, but also had an incredibly high level of cultivation. Bu Wuchen was held by her wrist, and his feet were off the ground almost the entire time. The surrounding scenery flashed by like a passing flower. Soon, Bu Wuchen was taken by the Qing Luo girl to an elegant room in the upper room of the Colosseum diagonally opposite the academy. The house is spacious and elegant, with exquisite furnishings, showing a unique elegance everywhere. The young girl in blue silk lightly tapped her feet, and her graceful figure leaped up as light as a swallow. Then, he lay down calmly and gracefully on the velvet-covered couch. She was like a noble Persian cat, lazily sinking into the soft velvet, finding the most comfortable position, lying on her side. In this way, her already graceful figure becomes even more charming. Bu Wuchen swallowed subconsciously. His little movement obviously did not escape the perception of the Qingluo woman. She smiled charmingly. Hey, it's so boring for you to just stand there and watch. After that, she deliberately used her white jade-like hand to gently stroke the fragrant couch under the pillow and asked softly, "Do you want to lie down next to me?" These words and this gesture are so alluring. Bu Wuchen just felt his mouth becoming increasingly dry and parched. I thought to myself, no way, no way. Although the system reward I got this time is a bit different. But the effect won't be so strong that the Qing Luo girl will offer herself to me, right? It turned out that when Bu Wuchen was being dragged by the fairy-like person and running, he took the time to look at the reward given by the selection system, which was displayed as unknown at the time. Spirit of Eyes, a special skill that is always activated, has no consumption, and is permanent. Skill description: from the first moment they see you, all the opposite sex's favorability towards you will be further improved. At that time, Bu Wuchen was still thinking in his heart, no wonder the vice president, who has always been lazy and arrogant and has never shown any respect to anyone, would save my life. It seems that this is all the effect of the Spirit of Eyes. I just didn't expect that the effect of Spirit of Eye contact, in improving favorability would be so strong. Just as Bu Wuchen's thoughts were turning rapidly. Ding dong, the God-level selection system has been successfully triggered. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, accept the other party's invitation and sleep with him. Reward for this option: receive a kick that will end your offspring and grandchildren, and promise that you will never be interested in any beautiful woman again. Option 2, decline this erotic invitation. Rewards for this option: 1 soul-devouring order for the beginner skill and 1 soul-devouring order for the mystical skill. Soul-devouring order for Kung Fu: when printed on a unique copy of a martial arts technique, it can devour the book Soul in the martial arts technique, transform it into cultivation experience, and enhance the host's xianxia realm. Mysterious skill: soul-devouring order: when printed on a unique copy of a mysterious skill, it can devour the book Soul in the skill, transform it into skill experience points, and improve the level of a certain mysterious skill or special job skill that the host has mastered. When Bu Wuchen heard the words, "a kick that will end your family lineage," as the first choice, he felt a chill in his crotch. He doesn't have the intention to practice the sunflower manual. So she hastily selected the second option in her mind, and touched her nose in embarrassment. Ahem, girl, please respect yourself. Yo, your face is blushing, hee hee hee. The Qing Luo girl laughed sweetly. I remember when we first met at the Colosseum, you were very cool, weren't you? There's even a hint of disgust in the look in my eyes. What? You've only been pretending to be cool for a few days, and you can't keep it up anymore. Well. Bu Wuchen was speechless for a while. I could only say in my heart, the one who is aloof and even hostile to you is not me, but the eldest son of the Bu family who was born and raised in this world. At that time, he was brutally murdered by the princess of Nanling. Hate for the whole family extends to all women, especially beautiful women. Such secret matters are naturally not easy to be discussed. Bu Wuchen decisively changed the subject. Don't you have something to ask me? Hurry up, I'm still busy. The woman in Qing Luo waved her hand casually, and sucked the cold tea on the red curtained table a few steps away into her palm. Bu Wuchen's pupils shrank, and he was slightly shocked. Telephotography. At least one must reach the qi-controlling stage of exposing mysterious qi to be able to do this. Tisk, when will I be able to reach this level? Not to mention fighting with others, it's also fun to occasionally play a trick of telekinesis and show off. Just as he was daydreaming, the graceful voice of the Qing Luo girl, as sweet as a silver bell, suddenly rang in his ears. Tell me, why did you deliberately create the illusion of a decline in your cultivation level before? Why are you hiding your strength like this? Ah. Bu Wuchen was stunned at first. Then it dawned on me, this Qing Luo woman looks like she is the same age as me. But in fact, she is the honorary vice president of Blood Dragon City College. She was worried that I, her student, was harboring evil intentions, so she specifically sought me out for a talk. That was understandable. So he pulled over a chair, sat down and said, hidden strength. Don't be ridiculous, that's not possible. Huh, are you still being stubborn? The Qing Luo girl snorted coldly. If I remember correctly, your Xian Qi cultivation has been declining since half a month ago. A few days ago, you were sick at home. Your little maid is quite clever. While delivering your request for leave, she also asked the school to send 2 medical instructors to treat you. It's a pity that those 2 guys couldn't figure out what was wrong with you. They just thought you had a sudden illness. Your Xian cultivation realm has even fallen all the way down to below the 5th level of the wild martial realm. At this point, the girl paused, took a sip of her tea gracefully, and then continued to speak slowly. But when you were fighting with Lin Jian just now, you were clearly at the peak of the wild martial realm. And the actual combat power you have demonstrated far exceeds the limit of the Mangwu realm. If you say you have no ulterior motives, do you think I will believe you? Well. Bu Wuchen's face was filled with black lines. You can't tell the other person that the person standing in front of you right now has actually changed his soul and awakened the system, right? After a moment of hesitation, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in the boy's eyes. With a smirk on his face, he said, Hey, well, are you interested in me? Why else would you be so concerned about my condition, no matter how big or small it is? The Qing Luo woman was stunned when she heard this. Obviously, he didn't expect the other party to dare to say that. I don't know if it's because I feel guilty or for some other reason. A hint of blush appeared on her tall and graceful swan neck. In his eyes, a chilling light suddenly flashed. Bu Wuchen's heart tightened, and he quickly spread his hands. Don't get excited, you misunderstood. All your suspicions are actually caused by the strange disease I suddenly contracted. After being reborn through a backdoor listing, Bu Wuchen knew that the former eldest son of the Bu family died of man-made poisoning rather than the so-called strange disease. All this is thanks to that femme fatale Princess Nanling. However, Bu Wuchen had no evidence to prove this. And for Bu Wuchen, who had been banished from the imperial capital and lost the protection of the general's mansion. If something unexpected happens at this time, it might backfire and give the guys who are trying to harm him a chance to finish him off. Rather than creating unnecessary complications, it is better to just accept the title of strange disease. In this way, all the unbelievable things will become reasonable. Bu Wuchen made up his mind, and pretended to be serious, saying, the reason why my cultivation level plummeted at that time was because of that strange disease. Now that my physical condition has improved, the lost cultivation will naturally be gradually restored. Really? Hearing this, the Qing Luo girl's expression had returned to normal. She narrowed her eyes thoughtfully and asked, I see that you don't look sick at all now. Logically speaking, your cultivation should have recovered to a large extent, but why is your Xian Qi cultivation still at the Mangwu realm? At the same time, your actual combat power far exceeds that of the peak of Wild Warrior. Bu Wuchen was stunned when he heard this. Then Si Ruo quickly found a reason. As the saying goes, disease comes like a mountain falling, and goes away like pulling a thread. It will take some time for my cultivation to fully recover to the level when I first entered Blood Dragon City Academy. But I have the foundation of the peak of the Qi contemplation realm, after all. So, when he fought against Lin Jian, his cultivation level only appeared to have recovered to the 9th level of the wild martial realm, but his actual combat power far exceeded the level of the wild martial realm. Looking at the deep suspicion in the eyes of the Qing Luo woman, it was obvious that she did not completely believe Bu Wuchen's words. The girl sipped the fragrant tea elegantly and said without question, "Since you relied on your peak of observation of Qi realm foundation to defeat Lin Jian who had taken the Qi bursting pill, I think your cultivation will soon be fully recovered. I'll give you 3 days. If you can really recover to the peak of the observation Qi realm in 3 days, I will take what you said as the truth. If not, it means you are hiding something maliciously." After that, the Qing Luo girl raised her eyebrows, stared at the boy beside the table with deep eyes, and said word by word, "A new foreign student with ulterior motives, lurking in the Blood Dragon City Academy with ulterior motives. As the vice president, I cannot turn a blind eye to this situation." Bu Wuchen heard this and smiled bitterly. "Haha, no wonder she knows so much about me. Oh no, I should say, about my predecessor Bu Wuchen. I guess that the moment that mysterious outsider was admitted to Blood Dragon City College, he has already attracted extra attention from the school, right? It's funny. I thought it was the special effect of spirit of eyes that made this fairy lady fall in love with me. Have you finished asking all the questions you need to ask? I'm leaving now." After Bu Wuchen said this, he suddenly stood up. Although sharing a room with such a fairy-like person is a dream that many people would never dream of. But for Bu Wuchen, who had just been reborn in this alien world, he really didn't want to stay under the scrutiny of the other party for long. The Qing Luo girl did not say anything to stop him. Instead, her bright eyes glanced at his chest calmly the moment Bu Wuchen stood up. It was because the girl knew that on the left side of Bu Wuchen's chest, covered by his clothes, there was a dark red birthmark the size of a fist. The pattern on the birthmark was actually a dragon with its body coiled and its head held high, looking proud and towering. It turned out that the reason why the Qing Luo girl initially paid attention to Bu Wuchen was not because of his identity as a stranger in a foreign land. It was because when Bu Wuchen was demoted to Blood Dragon City, he went to the Colosseum to participate in the beast fighting in order to vent his depression. When the beast's claws tore through his clothes on his chest, a dark red dragon-shaped birthmark was revealed. At that time, Qing Luo, the girl who was the big boss of the Colosseum, had thought about having a good talk with Bu Wuchen. After all, that lifelike blood-red dragon birthmark is of extraordinary significance. However, the eldest son of the Bu family was full of resentment at that time. Due to the relationship with the princess of Nanling, he hated the fairy-like person in front of him and never gave her a good face. The Qingluo woman was very unhappy because she had a bad start. However, she really couldn't let go of the secret behind the blood dragon birthmark. Moreover, if she wanted to achieve her goal, she couldn't do it by force. She could only find a way to make the person who had the blood dragon birthmark willingly take action. If we say that at the beginning, the Qing Luo woman's interest in Bu Wuchen was all due to the blood dragon birthmark on his chest. At this moment, she also developed some interest in Bu Wuchen himself. When facing the terrifying pressure from Lu Chunyang that was almost killing him, he still remained proud and unyielding. With this kind of temperament, it's no wonder that Blood Dragon Mark chose him as its leader. Then, he said seriously, "Remember, you only have 3 days to prove yourself." No problem. Thinking about the 2 strange tokens he had obtained after making a choice based on the system prompts, Bu Wuchen unconsciously felt more confident. The Qing Luo woman smiled softly. "Haha, I hope that in 3 days, you can still be as calm as you are now. It's okay, you can go now." After saying that, she stretched lazily, with a hint of sleepiness in her eyes. With this action of hers, the whole room seemed to become bright and beautiful. Bu Wuchen was stunned and stopped subconsciously. "Huh? Why aren't you leaving yet?" "Oh, I see. Do you want to lie down and rest for a while too?" As she spoke, the young girl in blue stared at Bu Wuchen with a half-smile. Yan Xing looked at him seductively and licked her red lips deliberately. "How about I give you some space?" Bu Wuchen almost wanted to nod his head and say okay. But when he thought of the result of the first option given by the God-level selection system, he felt a chill in his crotch. He hurriedly shook his head and said, "The reason I haven't left yet is because I want to ask your name." "My name?" "Right." Bu Wuchen nodded in a serious manner and said, "After what happened in the ring, you can be considered my savior." "I can't be so confused that I don't even know the name of my savior, right?" The Qing Luo girl pursed her lips slightly and did not answer. After a moment of silence, he slowly raised his right hand and quietly gathered strength. Hee, Lin. In a moment, ice crystals of varying lengths and sizes had condensed around the girl's fingertips. With a gentle wave of her hand, the ice crystals neatly arranged 3 large characters. Shenoi. Shanoi. After listening to Bu Wuqian muttering once, the Qing Luo girl waved her jade hand again. Hua la la la. In an instant, the large ice crystal characters shattered into fine snow all over the sky, floating in the air. It was truly magnificent. Okay, you can go out now. Ah. Oh yeah, okay, bye. Bu Wuqian finally came out of the shock he had just felt and turned around and left cleanly. After the other party left, Xianxia looked puzzled and slightly frowned her soft brows. I said to myself, huh? Why did I write my name specifically for him to see? Is it because seeing him today gave me a very comfortable feeling? Even more than once, that's him. Thinking of this, Xianxia's pretty face suddenly turned red. Although my purpose in doing this was to lure him into the trap and then suddenly strike him to shock him. After confusing his mind with panic, I will be able to better control him and the power of his blood dragon birthmark, but why do I always feel that this time, the feeling is a little different from the past? Could it be that I have a crush on this guy? The Qing Luo woman was shocked by her own conclusion and shook her head hastily. No, it's impossible. Immediately, the girl's eyes flashed with a cold light like a knife. If he had really had dirty thoughts and approached my bed at that time. Just wait to become a eunuch. No wonder when Lu Chunyang recognized Xianxia who came to ruin his plans on the ring, he was secretly shocked and said in his heart, damn, why is it this witch? Who could have imagined that this lady dressed in green silk, looking as light as a fairy, could have such a ghostly and seductive aura? Xianxia could never have imagined that the reason why she felt something special about Bu Haochen was because of the spirit of eye relationship. At this moment, Bu Wuqian, the owner of this special skill, finally felt relieved when he saw Wan Xiaoyao and a Chun waiting at the school gate. He was afraid that the Lin family could not do anything to him for the time being, so he took revenge on Yaoer and a Chun. Master. Wan Xiaoyao called out sweetly, her eyes full of tenderness. Bu Wuqian breathed a sigh of relief. I was worried that after I was taken away, you two would be attacked by the bastards of the Lin family. When Wan Xiaoyao heard this, the gentle smile on her face froze. Come to think of it, it's all thanks to the fairy sister who took you away, young master. Oh. Bu Wuqian frowned, what's going on? It turned out that Wan Xiaoyao and a Chun, who were not from the Blood Dragon City Academy, were asked to leave school after the gambling fight. As a result, just as they walked out of the school gate, several masked men suddenly attacked and tried to kidnap them. Fortunately, at this time, a strongman who claimed to be a friend of the honorary vice president came to the rescue. Fortunately, there was no danger. After Bu Wuqian sighed, a flame of anger seemed to be burning in his chest. Blood Dragon City Lin family, I will settle this account with you sooner or later. Come to think of it, I owe Miss Xianxia another favor. If she hadn't sent someone to protect us secretly, the consequences would have been disastrous. That's right, master. The old slave Ah Chun suddenly remembered something. While handing over a property deed, he pointed to the small courtyard at the corner of the street and said, this was given to us by the mysterious benefactor. She said that she promised the vice president to protect us during this period. But if we live too far away, she will inevitably be out of reach. So they gave me this house deed, saying that they gave us this house to live in, and it would also be convenient for her to protect it. Bu Wuqian raised his eyebrows. Oh. I didn't expect Miss Xianxia to be so kind. They sent bodyguards and houses. Is she really attracted to me? The boy adjusted his hair in a cocky way. Oh, my damn charm that has nowhere to go. Ahem. Inside the accord. The Qing Luo girl suddenly sneezed and rubbed her nose in confusion. In fact, the reason why Xianxia sent bodyguards and a house was mainly to make Bu Wuqian willingly lend her the power of the blood dragon mark one day. It's not time yet. That boy's xianxia realm is too weak. It is impossible for him to awaken the power in the mark. Before, it was because he was infected with a strange disease and was about to die. The blood dragon birthmark on his body was useless. But now, if he can really recover his strength and continue to train hard in the Blood Dragon City Academy, it won't be too far away for me to wait until he awakens the Blood Dragon mark. In the evening, the orange afterglow spreads over the streets and alleys. Everywhere you look, you'll see a warm, auspicious, and comfortable scene. In the newly moved house, Bu Wuqian was feasting on a meal. He bought all these delicious dishes from a nearby restaurant. Being watched secretly by the vicious wolf of the Lin family, Bu Wuqian didn't want to take the risk of enjoying delicious food in a restaurant before he became stronger. So I just packed everything up and brought it back home, eating until my mouth was drooling. Ah, delicious, delicious. Although there is still a gap compared to Yao's craftsmanship, it is still pretty good. Bu Wuqian snorted, patted his belly and praised. How can this servant be as good as you say, young master? Wan Xiaoyao's pretty face turned slightly red. There was still some uneasiness in his expression. Actually, master, you can enjoy it alone. It would be a waste to give it to the servants. Although you have more money now, you shouldn't waste it on me. Ah Chun, who was standing by, nodded in agreement after hearing this. Not bad. The 20,000 gold coins I won today may seem like a lot, but for my slow cultivation journey, it's really not worth it. Master, you have practiced hard, so you deserve to eat well. Old Slave and Xiaoyao are no longer cultivators now. Especially the old slave, his old arms and legs are so weak that he can't move much, so he can just use anything to deal with him. How can that be possible? Bu Wuqian's eyes glared. If it weren't for me, your cultivation wouldn't have been abolished. The two of them waved their hands repeatedly. That's what we should do. Then it is only right that I let you follow me and enjoy the good life. Bu Wuqian said without question. Back then, you were willing to risk your lives to follow me. In the future, I will let you know that everything I did was worth it. I have eaten and drunk enough. I will go to consolidate my cultivation first. You guys eat well. Bu Wuqian wiped his mouth, turned to look at the maid and the old slave, and said seriously, sooner or later, I will help you recover your cultivation. Before that, you must not destroy your physical foundation. So, eat as much as you can. I am still waiting for the day when I can return to the imperial capital and have you serve as my right-hand man and share my worries. Do you understand? Ah. Ah what? Don't you want to? No, but. No buts, it's settled. Looking at Bu Wuqian's unquestionable expression, Wan Xiaoyao and a Chun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could not say what was in their hearts. After the other party entered the house to retreat, the old slave a Chun sighed softly. Ah. Although you have good intentions, master, you don't know that while our cultivation has been destroyed, our meridians and dantian have also suffered permanent hidden injuries. How can we have a chance to start over? However, if the young master can have such a heart, I will die without regrets. Yeah. Wan Xiaoyao couldn't help but have a trace of moisture in her eyes, and said with emotion, I only hope that the young master will not feel that I am holding him back in the future. That would be a blessing. Have you ever expected to recover your previous cultivation? I didn't expect that the young master still misses me. I really. While the beautiful girl was so moved that she cried out in tears, Bu Wuqian in the room had a serious expression on his face. Previously, on the martial arts arena, Bu Wuqian had been bullied and intimidated by Lin Senu and Lu Chunyang's mysterious power. If it weren't for the Qinglua woman who came to their aid afterwards, Wan Xiaoyao and the old slave Chun would definitely not have escaped the clutches of the Lin family and would have been persecuted. After encountering this again and again, Bu Wuqian felt very anxious. In this world where the strong are respected, the weak are destined to be bullied and humiliated. This feeling of powerlessness is really fucked up. Brother, I have to get stronger. Get stronger. Along with the cry in his heart, a white light flashed between Bu Wuqian's fingers. Buzz. The next moment, the two tokens that the system rewarded him. And after Bu Wuqian killed Lin Jiulang, he took out all the rare martial arts and mystical skills that he had obtained from the loot from his portable warehouse. I saw in the item description before that, as long as you print this small diamond-shaped sign on the book, you can trigger the effect of Soul Devourer. Well, give it a try. The boy does what he says. Then, a system prompt sounded in my ears. Ding dong, the soul-devouring skills order sensed a unique copy of a skills technique containing a book soul. Excuse me, would you like to activate the power of soul devouring and transform the soul energy of this middle-grade ordinary-level unique martial arts technique, Fierce Tiger Burning Soul Gang, into the host's cultivation experience points? Special reminder, the soul-devouring order for the primary-level skills can only be used to devour the soul of a single copy of a common-level skill. Bu Wuchen was delighted. Okay, let's do it decisively. Just hear the sound of whoosh. The only ordinary mid-grade martial arts technique, the Fierce Tiger Burning Soul Force, and the small diamond-shaped token, after merging with each other, turned into a stream of light and flowed directly into Bu Wuchen's Dantian Xuanhai. Buzz. After the strange energy surged into his body, Bu Wuchen felt indescribably refreshed all over. Moreover, the feeling of power, which was getting stronger and stronger, continued to enrich him. Ding dong, the book soul of the Fierce Tiger Burning Soul Gang has been transformed into cultivation experience by the power of the soul-devouring order. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the first level of the Qi contemplation realm. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the second level of the Qi contemplation realm. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the third level of the Qi contemplation realm. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. After a series of system prompts, Bu Wuchen felt that his Dantian Qi Si, which had been quite barren, had now become full. After the upgrade completion notification sound ended, Bu Wuchen excitedly called up the attribute panel. Host, Bu Wuchen. Xuanqi cultivation, 7th level of Guanqi realm. Evaluation of strength, you'll get used to it after a while. Mystical skills. In an instant, he stepped through the shadows and pointed to the road to the underworld. The remaining properties have not been activated and cannot be viewed. Wow, this is already the 7th level of the Qi contemplation realm. You can't fly that fast. Bu Wuchen was overjoyed. When he was having dinner, he was still only at the peak of the wild martial realm. With the memories of the previous eldest son of the Bu family, he is not completely ignorant of this mysterious and strange world. Let's say a cultivator breaks through from the peak of the wild martial realm to the 7th level of the observation Qi realm. Even those brilliant people in the imperial capital, those so-called hope for the future of Daliang, could never achieve it overnight. What does it mean to travel 1,000 miles in one night? That's it. However, the system is still as inhumane as ever. Bu Wuchen took a look at the comment in the strength evaluation column, "You'll get used to being a bad player," and felt helpless. In fact, this can only be said that the vision of the God-level selection system is too high. Let's not talk about the imperial capital for now. Just in this Blood Dragon City, if you randomly pick someone who has reached the 7th level of Qi observation realm, even if he cannot be called a strongman, he can still live a happy life. No one will really dislike your food. In particular, those who can improve their Xian Qi cultivation to the 7th level of Guan Qi realm before the age of 16 are good candidates for admission to the advanced class of Blood Dragon City College. In time, you may even be able to enter the elite class. If this is true, there is no need to wait until graduation, as he will become a popular figure in Blood Dragon City that all forces will compete to win over. If nothing unexpected happens, within a few years, he will make a name for himself in this cold city. Just by swallowing a middle-level ordinary technique, my cultivation has increased so much. If one day I can swallow a heavenly rank. Bu Wuchen was drooling as he thought about it. But he could only think about it. Although according to the records in ancient books, the profound skills can be divided into 5 levels from low to high, ordinary, profound, spiritual, earthly, and heavenly. However, even with the power of the Daliang royal family, the cultivation method they practiced was only a single spiritual level copy. Soul-devouring skill order can only devour unique skills with book soul as experience to improve my cultivation. Whether in the royal city or in this frontier land, the unique skills and profound techniques are extremely scarce cultivation resources. They are always in a situation where there is no demand for them even though they are priced well. Even if I take out all my gold coins, I may not be able to buy another ordinary level mid-grade martial arts technique as I wish. Bu Wuchen curled his lips. Then he put another token together with the unique copy of the mysterious technique in the gray-black cover. Buzz. At the moment when the inspiration came, a pleasant system prompt sound filled the sea of consciousness. Ding dong, the mysterious skill soul devouring order sensed a unique mysterious skill containing a book soul. Excuse me, would you like to activate the power of soul devouring and transform the soul energy of this ordinary level intermediate grade profound skill, Flame Tiger Fist, into the experience value of a certain skill of the host? Special reminder, the soul devouring order of the primary profound skill can only be used to devour the souls of ordinary profound skills. Bu Wuchen nodded. Let's get started. Ding dong, the book soul has been devoured, and a skill is randomly selected for experience transfer. Can I just pick one at random? Bu Wuchen secretly said what a pity, then laughed at himself. Brother is really greedy. A moment later. Ding dong, the person to whom the book soul experience will be transferred has been selected as special job, alchemist. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the second level of the mortal realm alchemist. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the third level of the mortal realm alchemist. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the fourth level of the mortal realm alchemist. As a fourth level alchemist in the mortal realm, with the assistance of the system, the host has a 100% success rate in refining lower grade mortal level profound pills. Refining a mortal level mid-grade showdown can also achieve a 30% success rate. Bu Wuchen was stunned. This is too sour. Although before this, the system newbie gift pack allowed Bu Wuchen to directly become an all-round special teacher. However, the realm of each special job master remains at the first level of the mortal realm, which is just the entry level. Now, with a mysterious skill soul devouring order, his alchemy skills were directly raised to the fourth level of the mortal realm. With this method of 100% success rate in refining ordinary level lower grade showdown, I have mastered a good way to make a fortune. Bu Wuchen licked his lips excitedly. You know, even if it's just a low-grade ordinary showdown, the selling price is as much as 300 to 500 gold. Even if we deduct the cost of materials, the energy consumption of the showdown master to nourish his soul and spirit, and the dividends from the store channels, etc. Every time you refine a mysterious pill, you can earn 100 or 200 gold coins. Other showdown masters at the same level as me still have to worry about the success rate. They have to take into account factors such as the cost of failed products and lost materials, and after comprehensive consideration, the profit margin becomes much smaller. But it's different for me. Bu Wuchen looked very proud. As long as one's own realm is reached, refining pills of the corresponding grade can be successful every time. It's just so unreasonable, ha 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 ha. At this time, Wan Xiaoyao knocked on the door and said, Master, it's getting late. I should help you take a bath. Okay, come in. As night falls, the moon rises. Bu Wuchen, who had just taken a comfortable bath served by Wan Xiaoyao, had lost his initial excitement. Because he found that he only had the alchemy skills of the fourth level in the mortal realm, but had not yet mastered any alchemy recipes. The recipe for alchemy is like a prescription for medicine. Without a recipe, no matter how skilled you are in alchemy, you can't possibly make it based on your imagination, right? Moreover, in addition to the elixir recipe, there must also be a cauldron, fire, medicinal materials, etc. used in alchemy. How to get these things? Bu Wuchen had no clue at all. Wan Xiaoyao saw that her young master's face was uncertain, and her heart tightened. She asked with concern, Young master, you have just recovered from a serious illness. Do you want to take a good rest for a few days before returning to school? No need, I'm not that squeamish. Oh, right, Blood Dragon City College. Bu Wuchen's eyes suddenly lit up. Don't the Alchemy Hall of Blood Dragon City Academy have ready-made recipes, cauldrons, medicinal materials, etc.? According to the memories of the former eldest son of the Bu family, the Xianxia Academy, in various towns in the Daliang Kingdom, in addition to teaching the methods of practicing Xianxia, also has a special department called Dan Tang. Every year, each town selects some young people with good qualifications and a certain talent for alchemy and recruits them into the Alchemy Hall to train them to become alchemist apprentices. That's right, just an apprentice. The most gifted apprentices among them, after accumulating enough basic knowledge in the school and being selected by a certain alchemy master and accepted as his disciples, will begin to be taught the true art of alchemy step by step. Therefore, among those students who are specially recruited into the Dan Hall one class after another, only 1 in 10,000 can finally grow into a Dan Master. This is especially true in this border town, which is neither too big nor too small. But now, Bu Wuchen has become a showdown master without any teacher. Moreover, he was already at the 4th level of the mortal realm right from the start. Wahahaha, Yaoer, you are really my little lucky star, moi. The boy was so excited that he stood up in the bathtub. He turned around, held Yaoer's smooth and delicate face in his hands, and took a sip. Ah. Young master, you. Not only was Wan Xiaoyao suddenly attacked, she also saw the young masters. It's so embarrassing. I won't disturb you from resting, young master. After saying these words in a panic, the maid Xiaoyao ran out with a red face. At this time, the school is closed. Bu Wuchen decided to suppress his excitement and have a good sleep. Just wait until tomorrow, when I will enter the Dan Hall with great fanfare as a genius. He. All the students and teachers of Blood Dragon City Academy, please prepare your screams and applause to welcome the arrival of this alchemy genius. The next morning. In the imperial capital of Jiulang State, inside a side room of a tavern. Okay, all of you go down. Someone gave an order, and those pretty girls pretended to be reluctant to leave. Another young man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks complained, "Oh, I'm having a good time, brother, why are you spoiling my fun?" This guy with a pointed chin and monkey face was none other than Bu Dingyun, one of the culprits who poisoned Bu Wuchen. The big brother he referred to was his biological brother, Bu Dingfeng. Bu Dingfeng frowned slightly. Before I received the confirmed news of Bu Wuchen's death, I always felt a bit nervous. How could I have the energy to play? Oh, this kind of thing can't be rushed. Bu Dingyun laughed. Anyway, that gentleman has said that there is no antidote for this poison. The poison people will not be diagnosed with any poison yet. In 100 days at most, he will be dead for sure. Once Bu Wuchen dies, that old man Bu Huazheng will have no one to succeed him. It won't be long before the power of the family will be in the hands of my father alone. Bu Dingyun said excitedly, by then, you and our brothers won't have to live under someone else's roof anymore. Instantly, they have become the eldest and second young masters of the Bu family, and they deserve to enjoy the highest standard of cultivation resources in the entire general's mansion. Hearing this, Bu Dingfeng's frown finally relaxed a little. Well, I hope so. At the same time, at the border of Jiulang, in Blood Dragon City, the mortal man that the brothers Dingfeng and Dingyun were discussing was now striding into the most special department of the Blood Dragon City Academy. Dan Hall. Blood Dragon City College, Dan Hall. When people stand in front of the door, they can smell the aroma of medicine. Bu Wuchen looked inside from the door and saw an old man with an unruly look, lying on the armchair on the podium, drinking wine with peanuts. Compared with other teachers, the old man in front of him was undoubtedly much older. Moreover, this guy actually drank and ate in class. Judging from the expressions of the students below the podium, they all seemed to have gotten used to it. It turns out that alchemists are a scarce talent. Looking at the entire Blood Dragon City, the only alchemists who can reach the level of teaching and educating people are the alchemists served by the 3 major families. Therefore, in the Blood Dragon City Academy's Alchemy Hall, there are only 3 teachers in the true sense, and they are often addressed as masters. Also, because they were all specially hired by the college, they had a distinguished status in the school. It can be said that, apart from the dean, Master Dan Tang basically does not take anyone seriously. Bu Wuchen smiled in his heart. The so-called master of the Dan Hall is really different from the others. I hope his strength can match his willfulness. However, I have a system plug-in, so the strength of this old man has no effect on me. I just want to learn some recipes. Then, we can use the cauldron, fire, medicinal materials, and other items in the alchemy hall to practice the alchemy process. After thinking about it, he politely stood at the door and knocked on the door frame. I am Bu Wuchen, your student, and I am honored to meet Master Dan Tang. After he finished speaking, the old man on the podium didn't even raise his eyelids. Instead, a student turned around spontaneously and glared at Bu Wuchen with a haughty look on his face. Why are you here? How disgraceful it is to shout and yell. Well. But Wuchen was stunned by the other party's aggressive tone and wondered if this person was the squad leader. I didn't expect that there is such a position as class monitor in schools in this world. Hey, that old man is quite good at putting on airs, pretending to be a master without saying a word, and sending out a squad leader to challenge. But Wuchen was not the type to be bothered by such a lackey, and said calmly, I'm here to apply for the qualification to be a student at the Dan Hall. Oh. The student raised his eyebrows and looked Bu Wuchen up and down. He saw that Bu Wuchen's clothes did not look noble. Judging from the academy armband he was wearing, he was just a junior class student. Then, the contempt in his expression was revealed without any reservation. Oh, you just came here empty-handed. You really don't know the rules at all. There was no intention of avoiding suspicion in his words. Bu Wuchen was completely stunned. I thought to myself, the Alchemy Hall of Blood Dragon City College is even more aggressive in demanding bribes than those unscrupulous teachers in my previous life. But the young man continued to sneer. Since when did even the weaklings in the beginner class have the ambition to apply to become Dan Hall students? You are just a Mangwo realm person, you can't even possess the mysterious energy, it's impossible for you to control the alchemy fire to refine the elixir. Get out of here now, don't stand there and get in the way. Bu Wuchen just broke through to the 7th level of the Qi Contemplation realm last night. I just got back to school today and went straight to the Alchemy Hall. I haven't taken part in the Xuanli test yet. Therefore, judging from the armband he had to wear upon entering the school, he was indeed a student in the beginner class. Well, actually I'm quite capable. Bu Wuchen shrugged, how about giving me a chance and letting me try? His words caught the attention of the old man on the stage. After looking up at the young man at the door, he suddenly felt that he looked familiar. So he asked, you just said, what's your name? Bu Wuchen told the truth, student Bu Wuchen. Bu Wuchen. The old man suddenly stood up, his eyes fixed. Is it Bu Wuchen who had a bet fight with Lin Jian yesterday? Exactly. Bu Wuchen nodded vigorously. I was secretly happy in my heart, hee. I didn't expect that after the battle yesterday, my fame has become so big. Look, even the master of Dan Tang got so excited when he heard my title. Well, the matter of entering the Dan Hall is settled. Just when Bu Wuchen was feeling happy, he suddenly heard a vibration beside his ear. Snort. All I heard was the old man shouting coldly, I have only one word for you, get lost. Remember this, as long as I am the chief master of the Alchemy Hall, you will never set foot here. Get out of here right now. After the sudden scolding, other students in the class, either to curry favor or simply to add insult to injury, started to make a scene. TSK, you scumbag from the beginner class, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Isn't it? With his ability, he still dreams of entering the holy land of Dantong. It's ridiculous. Come to think of it, if you hadn't cheated yesterday, how could you have defeated Senior Lin? That's right, you really think you're a dish. After the initial confusion, Bu Wuchen has come to his senses. That old man was clearly targeting me on purpose. He is in a high position and has great power, and can arbitrarily decide the fate of every student who applies to join the Dan Hall. It was ridiculous that Bu Wuchen had thought he would make a stunning appearance. He was praised as a genius by all the teachers and was madly admired by countless classmates. Who would have thought that this would be the result? So what if your alchemy skills are amazing? Those in power can make it so that even you, a powerful person, won't even have the chance to show your face with just a few words. At this moment, ding dong, the God-level selection system has been successfully triggered. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, stand up straight and fight back angrily. If you can't keep me here, I'll find another place that will keep me. Reward for this option, instantly master the recipes for 5 common elixirs, including healing pills and restoring pills, and increase the host's elixir skills by 5 levels. Option 2, act like a slave and shamelessly ask the other party why they treat you like this. And promise to correct what you did wrong. Reward for this option, a piece of weak brand sticky candy. Is this even worth thinking about? You must choose the first one. Even if there is no system reward, I can't stand it anymore. Bu Wuchen sneered twice, a a self-righteous old dog with a bunch of frogs in the well who only know how to flatter. The famous Academy Dan Hall is actually like this. It's really disappointing. Whoever wants to stay in this garbage dump can stay there. I won't keep you company. After saying that, he turned around and left cleanly. Perhaps it was because everyone in the Dan Hall was used to being arrogant from top to bottom in the academy, so they were the only ones who cursed others, and no one else had ever cursed them. For a moment, everyone seemed to be dumbfounded by the scolding, and they were all stunned. After Bu Wuchen's figure disappeared for a long time, Master Dan Tang finally came back to his senses. His gray brows knitted together. That little bastard is too presumptuous. Not only did he kill the genius of my Lin family side branch and humiliate Elder Lu. Just now, you dared to be so arrogant in front of me. In addition, my Lin family's 2 unique martial arts and profound skills are still in your hands. If you don't die, who will? If it weren't for that little bitch Xianxia, the bodies of you and your 2 slave dogs would have been cold. The old man narrowed his eyes and gleamed coldly. Sooner or later, my Lin family will take back those 2 skills and mystical techniques. I will then pull out your tendons and skin you alive to vent my hatred. Bu Wuchen never expected that the chief master of the Academy's alchemy hall would be a senior member of the Lin family. No wonder that old man targeted him like this. Humph, if you won't let me stay here, I'll find another place that will. Bu Wuchen secretly made up his mind. Sooner or later, the Blood Dragon City Academy will regret deeply because the Alchemy Hall rejected a genius like me. Originally, he had been worried about not having a recipe for the elixir. But just now, after making a choice according to the system prompt, he instantly mastered 5 kinds of pill recipes. It also caused his own alchemist realm to skyrocket, reaching the 9th level of the mortal realm. This undoubtedly made Bu Wuchen more confident. The only regret was that his wish to borrow the resources in the college's dantong and practice was completely dashed. The 20,000 or so gold coins on hand are enough if I just use them to buy the materials for alchemy. But I definitely can't afford a decent medicine cauldron. An alchemist without a medicine cauldron is like an archer without a bow. Nothing he says will work. Is my plan to make a fortune going to be aborted? Bu Wuchen wandered around the school feeling depressed. Before I knew it, I walked to the door of the beginner's class. Now that we're here, let's go in and ask the instructor for a profound strength test to prepare for the promotion. In the Blood Dragon City Academy, if one can break through to the 5th level of the Qi Contemplation realm before the age of 18, one can be promoted to the advanced class. The training resources available to students in the advanced class are a world apart from those in the beginner class. As the saying goes, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. There is no reason for Bu Wuchen to give up the benefits he deserves. When I pushed open the door and walked in, the scene that came into view was not only the oversized step church where nearly 1,000 junior class students were seated. On the podium, there was a beautiful young lady in blue silk, who was so stunningly beautiful that she could captivate all the fish and geese alike. Ah! Shanyuoi. Bu Wuchen subconsciously called out the other person's name. Aren't you the vice president? Why are you here to teach the beginner class? Xianxui's pretty face sank. She tapped her lotus feet lightly and leapt in front of Bu Wuchen. With a flick of her jade hand. Ha! A burst of mysterious energy directly grasped Bu Wuchen's collar and lifted him up with ease. His feet were suspended several feet off the ground. Who gave you the courage to address me by my name? It is true that this devil Xianxui is really a devil. She looks like a young girl of 15 or 16 years old, but she insists on calling herself an old lady. Ah, what's wrong with calling you by your name? Bu Wuchen's voice was a little out of tune. I guess it's because the collar is not holding on and I can't breathe comfortably. It stands to reason that it must be quite painful for him to be hung like this. But looking at his expression at the moment, not only does he not look painful, but he seems to be enjoying it. It turned out that when Bu Wuchen was grabbed by the collar and hung in midair by that mysterious force, this top-down angle allowed him to fully see the scenery inside Xianxui's collar. Gulp, gulp, gulp. For a moment, the whole classroom was filled with the sound of swallowing saliva. Obviously, they also put themselves in Bu Wuchen's shoes and thought about the wonderful situation he was in at the moment. One by one, their eyes turned red with envy. Suddenly, there was a plop sound. It was the sound of Bu Wuqian being thrown to the ground. He coughed twice, rubbed his neck which was painful from being strangled just now, and said, "Isn't the name for others to call?" "Oh, I see. You still like me to call you, fairy sister, right?" "That's okay." Xianxia snorted coldly, "Humph, no matter how slick your words are, you can't change the fact that you are late. For you, I have taken the trouble to come all the way here to teach a class for the beginner class. The class is almost over and you've just walked into the classroom." Bu Wuqian complained in his heart, "One moment you call yourself young lady, and the next moment you call yourself this young lady. Your train of thought is really erratic." On the surface, the young man was talking nonsense in a serious manner. "How dare you say that? You called me away yesterday and interrogated me, and I have a psychological trauma. I get nervous when I think about the consequences of not being able to recover to the level when I first entered the school within 3 days. When I got nervous, I practiced hard and didn't sleep all night. That's why I overslept." The beautiful face of the Qing Luo girl was still covered with frost. "Humph, do you think I will believe you if you say that? Do you have the guts to show me the results of your hard work all night?" Bu Wuqian shrugged, and then his body shook slightly. Buzz. The strength of the Qi sense at the 7th level of the Qi contemplation realm instantly spread in all directions. Ah! The beginner student sitting in the front rows suddenly turned pale. After all, the strongest student in the junior class is only at the peak of wild martial arts. Suddenly facing the pressure from the 7th level of the Qi contemplation realm, one can't help but feel trembling with fear. This was the result of Bu Wuqian not deliberately targeting any one student. If he were to direct all of his realm pressure towards someone present, just like Lu Chunyang did to him yesterday, these students at the Mangwu realm were bound to collapse to the ground on the spot. Observation Qi realm, 7th level. Wasn't he still at the 4th level of the wild martial realm yesterday? The students discussed with astonishment. "Xiao Wang, you are so uninformed. Yesterday evening, Bu Wuqian defeated senior Lin Jian from the advanced class in the martial arts arena." "Ah. Is it so awesome?" "So, his cultivation level, which had been declining repeatedly, is almost back to normal now." "Ah, it's over, I laughed at him before." Xianxia opened his mouth in surprise. She originally wanted to praise the other person. However, when she saw Bu Wuqian's smug expression, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. "Humph, don't be too proud too soon. From the 7th level of the Qi contemplation realm to the peak, there are still 2 levels to go." Bu Wuqian's heart skipped a beat. Yes, there are no unique copies of the martial arts techniques and no soul-devouring order now. There are only 2 days left. How easy is it to get promoted twice without taking shortcuts? What if? Tisk, do you think I'm stupid? And you know the secret of alchemy? Xianxia glared at the other person fiercely. "Even if you want to find an excuse to offend yourself, please find a more reliable one, okay?" "It's true," Bu Wuqian said seriously. "Actually, I wanted to apply for a place in the Dan Hall, but that bastard old man deliberately targeted me and kicked me out without even giving me a chance to try." Xianxia narrowed his eyes. "Huh? You actually went to the alchemy hall? If I remember correctly, the master in charge of this week's Dantong teaching discussion is the elder of the Lin family, Lin Taoshu. Hee, no wonder he targeted you." Bu Wuqian suddenly realized, "Damn, it seems I have run into a robbery." The Qing Luo girl didn't know what she was thinking of. After her eyes flashed twice, she asked, "Can you really make pills?" Bu Wuqian nodded. "As long as the materials are complete, the lower-grade ordinary showdown will be easily obtained." He did not exaggerate, but was rather modest. Because he was worried that if he said right away that he could refine a top-grade mortal-level showdown, Xianxia would think he was bragging, and that would be difficult to deal with. The Qing Luo girl hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay, I can find a place for you to make pills. If you can really refine a low-grade ordinary showdown, I can help you get back at Lin Taoshu. But if I go through so much trouble to give you a chance, only to find that you can't make a showdown at all." A piercing cold light suddenly flashed in Xianxia's beautiful eyes. "The consequences of playing tricks on me will definitely be more serious than if you offended the Lin family." "Okay, it's a deal." Bu Wuchen agreed very readily. As if afraid of the long night causing more trouble, Xianxia grabbed Bu Wuchen's hand and ran out of the classroom without looking back. It was not until the figure of the Qing Luo girl completely disappeared from the student's sight that everyone came to their senses. Ah, class isn't over yet. I don't know who it was, but someone muttered weakly. Isn't this Bu Wuning too happy? He actually held hands with the vice president. The most infuriating thing is that it was the vice president who took the initiative to lead him. Wow, why wasn't I the one being held by the dean's hand and rushed out of the classroom? Since Bu Wuchen went from being a young talent who was admitted to the advanced class upon entering the school to a weakling at the bottom of the junior class in just 1 month, his classmates often gave him nicknames. This Bu Wuning is one of them. Hey, are you tired of living? How dare you call me Bu Wuning? Not to mention the huge fight of life and death yesterday. By now, almost half of the school had heard about it. Even those who had never heard of it, after personally experiencing the terrifying pressure of Bu Wuchen, who was at the 7th level of the Qi contemplation realm, they all fully realized how powerful he was. Everyone was trembling with fear. Ah, right. I was wrong, it was Senior Bu. Few fortunately, the senior didn't hear it, otherwise I would be in trouble. Well, given how decisively Senior was at the martial arts arena yesterday, if he knew the nickname we gave him. Thinking of this, the students who had usually ridiculed and mocked Bu Wuchen could not help but break out in cold sweats. Before Senior Bu starts to blame us, why don't we go and apologize to them as a group? Yes, that's exactly what I meant. It is said that after Bu Wuchen was pulled by Xianxia and rushed out of the academy, he sped all the way. After a while, the two appeared outside the largest showdown store in Blood Dragon City. The shopkeeper recognized the girl in Qinglua at a glance and hurriedly and enthusiastically invited them into the elegant pavilion. He respectfully served tea and snacks to the two of them, cautiously said that the boss would be here soon, and then he retreated with his body hunched. After a while, a middle-aged man with a short haircut and a sturdy build trotted into the house. As soon as he saw her, he smiled and clasped his hands together, saying, "Oh, I didn't know it was my aunt who came. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Your arrival has made my humble house more prosperous and splendid." This greeting almost made Bu Wuchen spit out the hot tea he had just drunk. What the hell, there are people who actually call her aunt. The next words of the big boss who called himself Song Mao almost made Bu Wuchen drop his teeth in shock. "Little aunt, if you want to buy any elixir, just send someone to let me know. I, Song Hechuan, will send someone to deliver it to you without stopping. How dare you trouble me to make this trip in person? Song is just worried that with your cultivation in the divine realm, you would not look down upon the elixirs in my shop." Bu Wuchen's eyes widened. God-level realm. Rough and brave, observing the energy, controlling the energy, communicating with the spirit. Above the Qi control realm is the realm of spiritual enlightenment. Yesterday, the Qing Luo girl performed a trick of telephotography in front of Bu Wuchen. Bu Wuchen only thought that the woman in front of him had the cultivation level of controlling Qi. He was already surprised enough at that time. He never expected that this girl, who looked about the same age as him, was actually a powerful person at the God level. A 15 or 16-year-old in the spiritual realm. Not to mention waiting in this cold frontier city. Even in the capital of Daliang, where there are so many talented people, he is definitely a brilliant genius. Bu Wuchen then remembered a detail. Yesterday on the martial arts arena, Xianxia seemed to have descended from the sky. With just a light wave of his hand, he dispersed the surging mysterious pressure from Lu Chunyang. In this world, without special means, cultivators would absolutely not be able to sense the specific cultivation level of someone whose realm is one major level higher than their own. Therefore, at that time, only Bu Wuchen, who was in the Mangwu realm, knew that LV Chunyang was very strong. However, no one knew exactly what level of Qi control realm the guy, who was nearly 50 years old, had reached. Therefore, when the Qing Luo girl appeared, Bu Wuchen thought that this girl was stronger than the non-family elder of the Lin family. But I think it is just a small difference in realm. After all, in this cold frontier city, the cultivation level of God-transcending realm can be said to be the ceiling. In the huge Blood Dragon City, among the tens of millions of cultivators, the number of great figures in the spiritual realm can probably be counted on one hand. If Wuchen had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that in this bitter and cold frontier area, a 15 or 16-year-old girl could have such a level of cultivation. Whether it's the honorary vice president of Blood Dragon City College or the boss behind the city's largest arena. Compared to her amazing talent in xian cultivation, it undoubtedly pales in comparison. Whether she is called a witch or a young lady, she must be much more than that, right? For a moment, Wuchen became more and more curious about this Qinglua woman. Soon, Wuchen learned from the two people's greetings that this place was the leading showdown store in Blood Dragon City. The sturdy middle-aged man named Song Hechuan is not only the boss of the Song's alchemy shop, but also a well-known alchemist in Blood Dragon City. Speaking of the strongest in the Tao of alchemy, apart from the dean who has been familiar with this Tao for many years, and the chiefs of the three major families who serve as alchemists, Song Hechuan is the most famous and the strongest. Okay, Boss Song, I won't say any more polite words. I came here to borrow your alchemy cauldron. Hearing her impolite tone, Wuchen's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, you bastard, how dare you call yourself an ant in front of a middle-aged uncle? Is this how you ask someone to borrow something? Wuchen curled his lips, thinking that this matter would most likely fail. Who would have thought that the big boss Song was not angry at all, and said with a smile, little ant, you are so quick to speak. Since you have asked, how can I not lend it to you? As soon as he turned around, he ordered the servants guarding outside the house, bring my orchid fire nettle flower cauldron over here. Wuchen twitched the corners of his mouth twice, is this all right? I never thought that you, little ant, are actually proficient in alchemy. Song is lucky enough to see my aunt personally making pills. It will definitely be an eye-opener. Unexpectedly, the Qing Luo girl slowly shook her head and said, I'm borrowing the tripod from you this time for him. Song Hechuan was stunned. Following Xianxia's pointing, his eyes fell on Wuchen. It is said that Song Hechuan never took the young man who accompanied him seriously since he entered the house. Because from the armband Wuchen was wearing, he knew he was just a student in the junior class of Blood Dragon City Academy. The only thing that surprised this sturdy and shrewd middle-aged man was that the young man would actually sit at the same table with Xianxia. Song Hechuan originally thought of the other person as just a little follower. Now it seems that the young man might not be simple either. But think about it, a boy of 15 or 16 years old can start refining elixirs. What a joke! If this matter happened in the royal city or imperial capital where there are many wealthy families and talented people, there would be nothing to say about it. But in this Blood Dragon City located on the border, Song Hechuan had never even heard of it. Soon, a blue-green cauldron that could be hugged by two people was carried in. I wonder what kind of elixir this young friend is planning to refine. Song Hechuan asked Wuchen. He called the other person young friend purely out of consideration for Xianxia. Let's start with the most basic healing pills and energy-restoring pills. Wuchen said this honestly and bluntly, and did not forget to walk around the medicine cauldron that made his eyes light up. As I reached out to touch it, a system prompt sounded in my ears. Ding dong, the host's all-round specialist ability of treasure appraiser has been automatically activated, identifying the object in front of me as a functional mid-level ordinary-grade mysterious weapon, orchid fire nettle flower cauldron. The characteristics of this medicine cauldron are, the success rate of refining ordinary-grade elixirs is increased by 8%, and the difficulty of controlling fire in refining elixirs is reduced by 15%. Wuchen raised his eyebrows, this medicine cauldron looks pretty good. Then he asked, how many medicinal herbs can be put into a cauldron this big at one time? Song Hechuan was stunned when he heard this, and his expression was particularly interesting, as if the other party had asked some strange question. After taking a deep breath, he replied, if you are refining a common-grade healing pill or a vitality-restoring pill, it can hold a maximum of 15 portions of medicinal materials. Although this sturdy middle-aged man had a calm expression, in fact, his hidden expectations for this young man had already disappeared because of the question just now. Let alone being an alchemist. Even if it's just a qualified alchemist apprentice, it's impossible for him to see the medicine cauldron and not estimate the amount of medicinal materials it can hold. Not to mention, if I remember correctly, the students in the junior class of Blood Dragon City Academy are only at the level of Mangwu realm, right? The rampage martial realm, where the mysterious qi is internalized into the muscles, can't even possess the mysterious qi, and can't control the Dan fire at all. How can they make Dan? Song Hechuan was full of doubts. If it weren't for the boy in ordinary clothes who was brought in by Xianxia, Boss Song may have already called his men to kick the other party out. Are you kidding me? This is a waste of my time. But the young man said heartlessly, oh, then please help me prepare the materials for 15 healing pills. Puff. Xianxia's pretty face was sometimes cloudy and sometimes sunny at this moment. The corners of her red lips, which were enough to charm everyone, couldn't help but twitch. She cursed in her heart, I've been screwed by this little bastard this time. It can hold up to 15 servings of medicinal materials. This is the maximum, and is a theoretical value that is extremely difficult to achieve. How is it possible for you, a rookie who has just started out and has only figured out the so-called secrets of the way of alchemy, on your own, to be able to make a perfect elixir the first time you start? When the girl in Qing Luo thought about how she had come to ask Boss Song to borrow the tripod in a serious manner, she felt her face burning. So shameful. It's so embarrassing. But Wuchen saw that the other party was stunned and didn't know why, so he blinked innocently and asked, is there any problem? Song Hechuan finally came back to his senses, coughed twice to hide his embarrassment, and said with a fake smile, haha, no problem. I will tell someone to prepare it. Looking at Bu Wuchen's heartless appearance, Xianxia frowned angrily, this little bastard really pissed me off. But if I stop it now, won't I get myself into trouble as well? Xianxia rolled his eyes and came up with a plan, well, I have to pretend I don't know and let that guy do it himself. After he messes up, I will come out to deal with him in anger. By doing this, at least in Song Hechuan's eyes, I'm probably being deceived, and it'll save face a little bit. Xianxia endured the awkward atmosphere and felt like every second was an eternity, but the medicinal materials were finally delivered. Then, Bu Wuchen performed another breathtaking move. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and poured a full bucket of medicinal materials, enough to make 15 healing pills, into the cauldron. Seeing this scene, Xianxia almost fainted from anger. Song Hechuan's eyes twitched as well, this guy is definitely an outsider. Why didn't you put the different types of medicinal herbs in separate piles beforehand? It's all mixed together in such a disorganized way. He can't even pass the steps of controlling the fire to burn the cauldron, and refining in different areas. Song Hechuan stole a glance at Xianxia and saw that her pretty face was so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out. He felt angry and amused at the same time. What made him angry was that he, the owner of the largest alchemy shop in Blood Dragon City, had wasted so much time on a kid who knew nothing. But on second thought, the girl in Qinglua seems to be the one who is more miserable. A powerful person in the divine realm was actually deceived by a young boy in the wild martial realm. This lady is not someone you can easily mess with. The title of Witch of Blood Dragon City is not in vain. Today, I saw such a shameful side of her. If she gets unhappy and finds a chance to make things difficult for us at Song's alchemy workshop, that will be difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Song Hechuan suddenly felt that it was no big deal to waste some time and lose a small amount of medicinal materials for refining the primary showdown. It's better than being secretly hated by that little witch, right? So, he quickly said, my dear friend, the fire for refining medicine has not been delivered yet, why are you so anxious? It is extremely difficult to make pills with such a large amount of medicinal materials at the same time. If there is no more Danhua to help. Who knew that before he could finish his words, Bu Wuchen interrupted him with a nonchalant wave of his hand, no need. It's just to refine a low-grade ordinary showdown, why bother with so much trouble? The firewood saved by the stove is enough. After saying that, he started to make the elixir. The Song's alchemy shop is worthy of being the #1 distribution center for showdown in Blood Dragon City. There are ready-made alchemy fire ventilation furnaces in the elegant private rooms. If an alchemist is invited here, he can roll up his sleeves and make a furnace. On the side, Xianxia's mouthful of silver teeth were gnashing rhythmically. This witch has always been a headache for others. But now, he was so angry that 2 Buddhas were born and ascended to heaven because of a young man. Xianxia finally couldn't help it, and she put her hands on her waist and scolded, this little bastard, do you really want to piss me off to death? You said that this was your first time refining an elixir, and you were aiming for the maximum amount of pills, but you didn't even use the elixir fire. You want to use ordinary charcoal fire to refine a furnace of showdown. Why don't you go to heaven? You. Before Xianxia could vent his anger, the young man frowned impatiently. Shut up. But Wuchen hates people making noises the most, especially when he is concentrating and focusing on something. He shouted angrily, either you just wait and watch, or you just slam the door and leave. Where does all this nonsense come from? As soon as these words were spoken, Song Hechuan's eyes widened. There was a storm in my heart. Oh my God. Who on earth is this guy? How dare he contradict that little girl surnamed Xia? Xianxia, who was dressed in blue silk and had a beautiful face, was also stunned with her red lips slightly open. Ever since she had been forced to condescend to stay in this border town of Jiulang state, no one had ever dared to speak to her like this. After being stunned for several breaths, Xianxia's beautiful face became redder and redder. That's not the bright red of peach blossoms, but the burning red. Just when she was about to explode, the scene she saw suddenly made her forget all her anger. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The flame under the cauldron, under Bu Wuchen's brilliant control, quickly completed the first step, dissolving the medicine. Even a fire started by the most ordinary charcoal, when controlled by Bu Wuchen, seems to have the power to turn decay into something magical. It was this scene that stunned Xianxia. Subconsciously, he murmured, how is this possible? Generally speaking, it is impossible. But Bu Wuchen is not an ordinary alchemist. Now that he is a 9th-level alchemist in the mortal realm, even if he wants to refine a top-grade mortal showdown, his success rate is close to 100%. What's more, it's just a furnace of lower-grade healing pills. Next, it is time to extract the medicinal spirit and refine the medicinal power. Every step is so smooth. Bu Wuchen's movements of controlling fire, air, and spirit were all as easy as if they came naturally. Oh my God. He can actually divide the ordinary charcoal fire under the furnace into 15 equal parts, and bake the cauldron from different angles, so that each portion of the medicinal material can be heated independently. The more Song Hechuan looked at him, the more frightened he became. His hands couldn't help but tremble. How old is he? Even if you have been practicing the art of controlling fire and refining pills since your mother's womb, you can't be this strong, right? This kind of skill is beyond the reach of even an alchemist like me who is at the 7th level of the mortal realm. Look at Xianxia again. Her red lips, which embodied a myriad of charms, were slightly open because she was too surprised. At this moment, she was staring into Bu Wuchen's eyes, her eyes were moving, how could there be any anger in her? If any of our friends on Earth saw the expressions of Boss Song and Qinglua girl at this moment, they would definitely say something that best echoed their current state of mind. I thought you were bronze, but you turned out to be a king. As time passed, Bu Wuchen felt relieved. It's much simpler than I thought. I am worried that although the system rewards are rewards, it will be very difficult to actually implement them. That's why I've been looking for an opportunity to give it a try. I feel relieved this time. At a certain moment, Bu Wuchen's hands, which were controlling the danhua, suddenly clenched into fists. A strange sound suddenly erupted from the medicine cauldron, hu-chi-chi, hu-chi-chi. This is the last step in refining the medicine into a pill, and also the most difficult step. No matter how perfect you have done every step before, if you fail at the last step, all your efforts will be wasted. Buzz whoosh. In the cauldron, various medicinal juices gathered and condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. If nothing goes wrong, once these medicinal juices have converged and condensed, they will form a pill. Song Hechuan and Xianxia couldn't help but hold their breath, staring at the young man sitting beside the tripod and calmly controlling it. There is only one step left. If successful, it would mean that a genius that only appears once in a century in Blood Dragon City was born right under their noses. But if you fail... Huff! Suddenly, there was a strange sound of fire bursting out. The next moment, the fire under the cauldron was completely extinguished. The room was suddenly filled with the aroma of medicine. And he really succeeded in refining it. The Qing Luo girl was overjoyed. I wonder how many pills he was able to refine after throwing in 15 sets of herbs. Song Hechuan rushed forward in one step. A closer look. In the blue cauldron, 15 healing pills were lying quietly with the heat still on them. Ah, it's actually the full amount of dankang. Song Hechuan's pupils shrank, his eyebrows raised, his mouth opened wide, and he looked funny and frightened. With my 7th level alchemy skills, if I were to refine a lower grade healing pill. After the full amount of medicinal materials are put into the furnace, about 80% of the pills can be made, which can be considered an extraordinary performance. Not only did he complete the elixir to the maximum, but he also only used ordinary fire. Thinking of this, Song Hechuan felt that he was almost ashamed in front of the boy who had acted calm and composed from beginning to end. At this time, Bu Wuchen moved his slightly sore joints and elbows. He sighed softly and said to himself, I thought it was difficult, but once I started, I found it was quite simple. Well, after all, it's just a low-grade mortal elixir. As soon as these words came out, Song Hechuan felt like he was petrified with a click. He already felt embarrassed enough. Now, because of a word that Bu Wuchen muttered casually, he suffered a critical hit of 100,000 points. He looked at Bu Wuchen with an embarrassed expression and thought, damn it, do you have to discourage me like this? Xianxia next to him also had a dumbfounded expression. Bu Wuchen lightly patted the dust off his legs and said, is my alchemy skill still okay? That's really great. Xianxia actually pressed Bu Wuchen's head into his arms. This sudden big hug was so soft and elastic, it was simply wonderful. No, I'm going to pass out from happiness. Eh? Wait. It seems like my nose and mouth are blocked, and I'm about to pass out. Bu Wuchen then struggled to escape. Xianxia stuck out her tongue, sorry, I was so happy that I couldn't control myself. She herself was in a state of great confusion. I was even more shocked by my own somewhat abnormal behavior. I thought to myself, oh my, why couldn't I help myself? I'm not that kind of person. The blushing girl quickly found a decent excuse for herself. It must be because he thought that he really refined a full furnace of Xuandan, which shows that his spiritual power must be strong enough. And the stronger his soul power is, the higher the success rate of awakening the hidden energy in the blood dragon birthmark. This way, it will be easier for me to ask him for help. I got so excited that. You're lucky. Just when Shan Yuoi's mind was in a state of confusion. Song Hechuan had already enthusiastically held Bu Wuchen's hand and said excitedly, you are really a hidden genius in alchemy. I was blind and didn't recognize you before. If I have been negligent, I hope you can forgive me. Master, are you willing to be the alchemist of my Song's alchemy workshop? All alchemy materials are provided by us, the materials you need personally are all discounted by 20%. After selling the refined pills, you can still get 60% of the net profit. Oh no, 70%. We'll give you 70% of the total revenue. What do you think? Song Hechuan thought that anyone who could fully configure the alchemy and make pills out of medicine must be far superior to himself in the realm of alchemy. Although the other party is very young, in this world where the strong are respected, he is naturally worthy of being called a master. As for the profit-sharing ratio of up to 70%, it is unprecedented. Before this, alchemists who cooperated with the alchemy workshop could only get a maximum of 50% of the share. After all the alchemy materials are provided by the alchemy workshop, which means that the alchemy workshop bears almost all the costs. However, there is a success rate for alchemists in refining the mysterious elixir. If it succeeds, everyone will be happy. But if there are too many failures, the Danfang will lose all its money. Well. Just when Bu Wuchen was confused by Song Hechuan's sudden enthusiasm, Xianxia on the side also spoke up, Hey, he is the person I brought here. She put her hands on her waist, looking fierce and beautiful. How could you be so good? You didn't even ask and poached me right in front of me. Song Hechuan coughed twice and said seriously, although you are of noble status and high position, you are not engaged in the alchemy business, right? In that case, how can my invitation to this master be considered as poaching? He turned to look at Bu Wuchen and asked, Master, I have not yet asked for your name. Bu Wuchen felt goosebumps all over his body because of the awe and enthusiasm of the other party. After he told him his name, the other party said, Master Bu, please consider my request just now. I dare not say it elsewhere. But in this territory of Blood Dragon City, our Song's alchemy shop is definitely the largest manufacturer and seller of showdown. Whether it is the breadth and depth of our customer base or the performance reputation of returning the money to various alchemists, we will definitely not let you down, Master Chen. Looking back to when he first came here, Bu Wuchen was just a passerby who was ignored by others. But now, he has become such a figure that even the owner of the #1 alchemy shop in Blood Dragon City has to respect him as Master Bu. Feeling refreshed, Bu Wuchen nodded, "We can cooperate, but the premise is that you must not interfere with my freedom." Bu Wuchen originally used his alchemy skills to obtain more resources for cultivation. Cooperating with Song's alchemy workshop would undoubtedly be much less stressful than going it alone and taking care of every detail. It's natural. Song Hechuan nodded, "Whenever Master Bu feels like trying something new, come to my shop and make a few batches of pills. As for the fixed monthly output, I will never ask for it." Are you kidding? This is a young genius that Blood Dragon City only sees once in a century. No matter what the cost, we must win over these talents. Moreover, in Song Hechuan's opinion, the reason why Bu Wuchen could have such amazing attainments in alchemy at such a young age must be that there must be a master with profound Taoism behind him. Song Hechuan became extremely excited when he thought that in the future he might be able to make friends with such a great alchemy expert through Bu Wuchen. "Mr. Song, you're going too far," Xian Nui asked aggressively. She had such a fairy-like appearance that even when she was angry, she was still incredibly beautiful. If it were any other time, Song Hechuan would have backed off long ago. But as the saying goes, fortune and honor come in the form of risk. In order to win over Bu Wuchen, the trump card, Song Hechuan didn't care about so many things before and just focused on bombarding him with benefits. But now, his goal has been achieved, so he said that he would give something to thank Xian Nui, the benefactor who made the connection. The Qing Luo girl finally calmed down. "Humph, that's better. By the way, you said you are the largest showdown manufacturer and seller in Blood Dragon City, so, how does it compare to Blood Dragon City College?" Bu Wuchen suddenly asked. The reason why he asked this question was to find out how advanced the chief alchemy master, Lin Taoshu, who was specially hired by the academy, was. In terms of the depth of alchemy techniques, Dean Zhou, who is known as the #1 alchemist in Blood Dragon City, is undoubtedly the #1. In addition, among the 3 major families, the 3 people who were specially recruited by the academy and became alchemy hall masters are also better than Song's alchemy skills. Only. Song Hechuan explained seriously. The dean of Blood Dragon City College, Zhou Wanan, is very busy and may not be able to refine a few furnaces of showdown in a year. Besides, it would be fine if the dean did not take any action. With one move, he could easily produce a pill of upper-grade ordinary or even mysterious grade. Most of the cultivators in Blood Dragon City cannot afford to buy a showdown of this level even if they spend their entire lives. I don't even have the qualifications to see it with my own eyes. Let me ask you, how can such a profound pill be used to form a large-scale transaction? Perhaps in order to further stabilize Bu Wuchen, Song Hechuan explained in great detail, and it can be said that he was full of sincerity. As for the mysterious pills refined by the alchemists of the 3 major families, the quality of high-end products may be slightly better than the pills produced by our Song's pill shop. But most of the time, the showdown they refine will only be circulated within their own family. As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. In terms of the total amount and profit of showdown produced and sold, whether it is the Blood Dragon City College or the 3 major families, they are far inferior to my Song's alchemy workshop. Song still has this confidence. Next, Bu Wuchen learned from Song Hechuan about the specific alchemy skills of Lin Shutao and others. Then the young man said in high spirits, "Hey, there's something going on." Originally, after Bu Wuchen was rejected by the Academy's alchemy hall, he only thought, if I am not welcome here, I will find another place that will welcome me. But when he learned from Xian Nui that the person who was making things difficult for him was actually the Lin family's alchemist, he immediately changed his mind. After several encounters, the Lin family used all kinds of means, both overt and covert, to torture Bu Wuchen to death. If he could endure all this, wouldn't Bu Wuchen become a ninja turtle? He is the chief alchemy master, specially hired from the Lin family, right? Hey, let's wait and see. In Bu Wuchen's mind, a fierce revenge plan has been outlined. But now, he still needs to win over a few powerful allies who can stand on their own. According to the agreement, after seeing Bu Wuchen personally refine the showdown, Xian Nui can be said to have boarded Bu Wuchen's pirate ship. In addition, Song's Danfang, which has a strong desire to cooperate with him, is undoubtedly another good choice. But Bu Wuchen also understood that Lin Taoshu was specially hired as the chief master of the Academy's alchemy hall, and that he was by no means an easy person to deal with. What's more, behind this person stands the Lin family, one of the three major families. If he was not sufficiently confident and motivated by huge interests, Song Hechuan might not be willing to take the risk of offending the Lin family and help with all his strength. Therefore, Bu Wuchen needs to think of a way to help the other party make up his mind and pull him onto his pirate ship. He raised his eyebrows and thought of a plan. You know what, after using Boss Song's treasure tripod to refine a furnace of showdown, I really feel itchy. Nothing is happening. Why don't you prepare some more medicinal herbs for me? I will stay here to make pills today. How about entrusting all the refined pills to Guidanfang for sale? This was something Song Hechuan would love to see, so he nodded his head immediately. No problem, no problem. Master Bu, if you need any materials, just tell us directly and we will do our best to provide them. Xian Nui frowned in displeasure. Retreat here. You're not going back to school. Bu Wuchen shrugged. Do you think I need to go back now? These words made the Qing Luo girl lose her temper. Yes, with the alchemy skills displayed by Bu Wuchen, if not surpassing the three masters in the alchemy hall of the academy, he can at least be on par with Song Hechuan. With such strength, it is enough for him to gain a foothold in Blood Dragon City and live an extremely comfortable life. If he only wants to stay in the city, he can do whatever he wants now. However, is he, who has the Blood Dragon birthmark, satisfied with just this? For some reason, the girl in blue suddenly felt sorry for the other person. But she was also very aware that she was not in a position to do so. But why did I feel such a heart-wrenching sense of regret at that moment? It's really strange. If you have nothing else, why don't you just go out? I want to concentrate on my retreat. Bu Wuchen calmly ordered them to leave. Song Hechuan had already started. After hesitating for a while, the Qing Luo girl gently nudged him. Humph, you little brat who is so arrogant just because you have a little bit of talent. I want to see what you can come up with during your so-called seclusion. After saying that, he walked out quickly, leaving behind a gust of fragrant wind. Soon, the spacious Danfang pavilion was filled with storage shelves that had been moved in. A vast amount of medicinal herbs were sent in without any charge. Among them, there is also a 5-gene weight Danhua fire seed. This thing is more expensive than gold of the same weight. When refining the elixir, with the help of elixir fire, you can often get twice the result with half the effort. Song Hechuan also specially dispatched some elite guards to guard key locations to ensure that no one would interfere with Master Bu's plan of refining medicine. Looking at the dazzling array of medicinal herbs, Bu Wuchen clapped his hands excitedly and said, "Hey, let's get started. Mad dog mode, crazy alchemy. Buzz, 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 buzz." For a moment, the room was filled with flames and medicinal fumes. After an unknown amount of time, the first batch of medicine was produced. The ordinary middle-grade qi recovering pills can still be fully made into pills, it is so domineering. Refining a mortal-level mid-grade showdown is indeed more tiring than refining a low-grade one. If other alchemists saw how Bu Wuchen was refining the elixir at this moment and heard him talking to himself, they would be so depressed that they would vomit 3 liters of blood. Any alchemist at the 9th level of the mortal realm, after refining a furnace of fully made mortal-grade middle-grade qi recovering pills, would be exhausted, if not dead, at least sweating profusely. But Bu Wuchen just symbolically wiped away the sweat on his forehead. Are you sure those few pitiful drops of sweat were not roasted by the fire of the elixir? In fact, the reason why Bu Wuchen is so extraordinarily gifted is that, on the one hand, he has the support of the system. As long as he keeps up with the realm of alchemy, his success rate in refining the mysterious elixir will be an unreasonable 100%, and it will not be too energy-consuming. Secondly, as a reborn person who has lived 2 lives as a human, Bu Wuchen's soul strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. Continue. This time, it's time to try the best quality. Time passes by every second. At a certain moment. Huff, huff, huff. Amid the aroma of elixir, a furnace of 6 top-grade ordinary healing pills was ready. Bu Wuchen took a look and said, only half of the materials can be made into pills this time. It seems that as the quality of the showdown being refined increases, the amount of pills produced will decrease by a certain percentage, which is reasonable. In fact, Bu Wuchen's achievement is enough to make countless peers envious. I'm not tired yet. I can still practice. I'll keep going. When people are immersed in something, time always passes quickly. It was almost night. At this time, Song Hechuan's broad brows were tightly knitted together, and he looked anxious and angry. Xianxia was watching from the sidelines and found it funny. She deliberately added insult to injury and asked, "Why? Are you worried about the batches of materials you sent over?" Song Hechuan smiled awkwardly. Ahem, how could that be? Although Master Bu is young, he possesses extraordinary talent. I think the reason why he replenished the medicinal materials again and again is not necessarily because he failed in refining the elixir and urgently needed to replenish the materials and start over. There could be other reasons. This fellow said this, pretending to be calm. But I was really panicked. I thought to myself, could it be that I have made a mistake? He now had some doubts. Could it be that Bu Wuchen was just lucky that he was able to refine a full amount of lower-grade ordinary xiandan on the first try when he opened the furnace? Otherwise, why would he ask for alchemy fire and medicinal materials again and again? According to Song Hechuan's experience, when a xiandan master does this, 9 times out of 10 the elixir has failed. Moreover, it was the kind of situation where it failed halfway. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why he asked for materials so frequently and so quickly. Wait, could that guy have been brought here by this witch to deliberately cheat me of the materials for my alchemy? Just when Song Hechuan was feeling upset, another shopkeeper knocked on the door and came in. With a bitter face, he said, Master Bu said that he still needs 8 kilograms of dan fire, as well as 30 portions of materials for refining ordinary grade top-grade healing pills and energy-restoring pills. Look. Oh my God, you're coming again. Song Hechuan felt all the hairs on his body stand up. His previous suspicion became even stronger, and he subconsciously glanced at the Qing Luo girl. What does that look of yours mean? Are you doubting me? As she spoke, a hint of coldness flashed in Xianxia's beautiful eyes. Song Hechuan was suddenly startled. Only then did he remember what kind of person the other party was. If the other party really wanted to cheat you of your alchemy materials, he probably wouldn't use such a bad trick. Haha, how could that be? You are worrying too much, little ant. Song Hechuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. Then he pretended to be carefree and waved to the shopkeeper, Here. We'll give you as much as Master Bu wants. Xianxia drank a sip of tea calmly and said calmly, If I could see the same look in your eyes again. I don't mind having the Song's alchemy shop removed from Blood Dragon City. She said this with an understatement. After hearing this, Song Hechuan became furious and apologized repeatedly. I don't know who the Qing Luo girl is. How could the Song family, which almost monopolized the most lucrative showdown business in Blood Dragon City, be so fearful? Song Hechuan looked miserable at this moment. He couldn't help begging for mercy in his heart, Master Bu, my dear little ancestor. Please come out quickly. If you continue to stay in seclusion like this, my Song's alchemy workshop's entire year's income will be wasted by you. As he was in fear, time seemed to be against Song Hechuan, passing slower and slower. By the middle of the night, even the girl in Qing Luo was beginning to lose her patience. He secretly wondered, could that guy have overdrawn his spiritual power and fallen asleep? When I was about to go and find out what was going on, I suddenly heard a creaky sound and the door of the next room opened wide. Immediately afterwards, several maids walked leisurely to the reception hall where Xianxia and Song Hechuan were. Each pretty maid held a tray in her hands. Small porcelain bottles with the words Song's Danfang printed on them were neatly arranged on the plate. Behind the maid, there was a yawning young man. It was Bu Wuchen. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, and then said, Sorry, this is my first time refining an elixir, and I couldn't help but try, so I refined it for a little longer. Song Hechuan jumped up suddenly. He felt a pain in his heart and thought, you were tempted to show off your skills but didn't stop, and now my Song's alchemy workshop has wasted so many top-quality medicinal materials. It's a huge loss. I really have suffered a huge loss. Bu Wuchen, who was so sleepy that he could hardly open his eyes, did not notice the strangeness in Boss Song's expression. He said to himself, "Boss Song, please check the goods." Even though Song Hechuan was unhappy, he couldn't lose his temper because Xian Nui was right next to him. Suddenly, I felt a sad feeling, and said, "Okay," with a forced smile, and walked forward uninterested. I thought to myself, just treat it as a formality. After testing it, no matter how bad the pills that kid made are, for Xian Nui's sake, I still have to say, "Master, thank you for your hard work." It's so frustrating. At this time, Song Hechuan no longer had any expectations for Bu Wuchen. I even warned myself secretly in my heart, I must never make such generous promises to others just because I have completed the pill production once. Who knows if he will be like this, Master Bu, and just get lucky. However, when he opened the first small porcelain bottle with a dead heart, a pure medicinal spirit, mixed with a strong elixir fragrance, instantly made his eyes widen. This could be. Song Hechuan hurriedly poured out the pills from the small porcelain bottle. After holding it to the tip of his nose and sniffing it carefully, his pupils shrank and he screamed in shock, This is actually a perfect quality ordinary level mid-grade chi recovery pill. 4 pills in one bottle, all of them perfect quality. No wonder Song Hechuan lost his composure like this. You know, even Xian Dan of the same grade can have different qualities due to some subtle differences. And perfect quality is undoubtedly the highest level. It has been quite some time since Song Hechuan's alchemy technique broke through to the 7th level of the mortal realm. However, he has never refined a perfect quality, mid-grade mortal elixir. Song Hechuan's scream startled Bu Wuchen, who was already sleepy. He complained unhappily, "What's the big deal? You scared away my sleepiness." Song Hechuan smiled awkwardly and opened another small porcelain bottle impatiently. "Oh my god. It's over, a perfect quality mortal grade, top grade chi recovering pill." Song Hechuan felt that the whole world was in full bloom. Bu Wuchen gnashed his teeth in hatred, "Fuck you. Can you stop making a fuss? My brother's sleepiness." Bu Wuchen was worried that if Song Hechuan continued to examine them one by one, sooner or later all his sleepiness would be scared away, so he simply said it directly. These small porcelain bottles contain only 6 of the common grade, mid-level healing pills. The rest are all upper-grade mortals. Just check it yourself slowly, and stop scaring people. In fact, Bu Wuchen has successfully refined more than just these xuandan. Part of it went into his own pocket. After all, he didn't want to be too shocking. The other part was eaten during the process of refining the elixir. In addition to the power of the soul, refining the xuandan also consumes a great deal of the xian qi used by the cultivator to control fire. There were more than a dozen top-grade ordinary, restoring pills eaten by Bu Wuchen alone. He did this not because he had a lot of money to burn, but because he wanted to test his limits. Because he discovered that he, who had traveled through time, seemed to be unexpectedly strong in the power of the soul, which was the most troublesome aspect for alchemists when they were refining pills. As it turns out, this is indeed the case. Even now, Bu Wuchen was already sleepy and tired. But in his sea of soul and consciousness, he still retained 20% to 30% of his soul power for emergency use. You mean, all these bottles and jars are filled with the mortal-level high-grade profound pills you just refined? The Qing Luo girl couldn't help but stare in amazement. She was still somewhat skeptical, so she went forward with Song Hechuan to inspect the goods one by one. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. 5 bottles, 8 bottles, 10 bottles. As time went by, Xian Nui and Song Hechuan gradually turned from their initial shock to numbness. For Song Hechuan, the more he looked at it, the more shame he felt in his heart. When he thought about how he had secretly cursed Bu Wuchen in his heart for wasting the precious alchemy materials of the Song's alchemy workshop, Boss Song felt ashamed. What is presented before you at this moment are all top-grade Xian Dan of perfect quality. It took most of the day to refine so many top-grade xuandan. If you take out one with your eyes closed, it's worth thousands of gold. This is because healing pills and restoring pills are both conventional elixirs, the recipes are not mysterious, and the pills are not uncommon. If it were replaced with other rare and unique elixirs of the same level, just based on its perfect quality, it can easily be sold for tens of thousands of gold. Whether it was the medicinal materials or the fire for the elixir that Song's alchemy workshop provided to Bu Wuchen, it was not worth mentioning at all. At this time, Bu Wuchen's voice sounded calmly. After the pills are sold, remember to pay me as soon as possible. That's for sure. Song Hechuan patted his chest and made the promise. Seeing the other party looking at him as if he were a cash cow, Bu Wuchen knew that the time had come to pull the other party on board his boat. So he said, "Oh, by the way, I would like to ask Boss Song for a favor. After the deal is done, I can take half the dividends from selling the pills." "Master Bu, what are you talking about?" Song Hechuan said sincerely, "Now that you have spoken, it means that you trust me and regard me as a friend. When friends do each other a favor, why should we ask for favors? Master Bu, just speak up." Bu Wuchen smiled slightly, "Haha, okay. I've made friends with Boss Song. Here's what happened. When the time comes, I hope you can do this with Xianxia." After Bu Wuchen revealed his revenge plan against Lin Taoshu of Dantong, Song Hechuan agreed without any hesitation. Although the Lin family is strong, the Song family is not really afraid of them. Moreover, judging from Bu Wuchen's plan, Song Hechuan will not confront the Lin family head-on. It's just a piece of cake, so why not do it? After listening to Bu Wuchen's plan, Xianxia's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh, it sounds quite interesting. But you asked this Song guy to help you, but the price was to sell yourself to the alchemy shop. I'm asking this Ent to help, but there's no benefit at all." Bu Wuchen rolled his eyes at the other person and said, "Who said that if I could really refine the mysterious pill, she would help me get back at Lin Taoshu? I was right, but..." Before she could finish her words, the young man in front of her suddenly went limp and fell headfirst into her arms. "Hey, what are you doing?" Xianxia, who wanted to play a trick on Bu Wuchen, suddenly blushed. She had never had such close contact with the opposite sex before. Feeling both ashamed and angry, Xianxia raised his hand to knock the other person down and teach him a good lesson. But the next moment, the girl stopped. Because she found that Bu Wuchen, who was lying in her arms, was dead heavy. His breathing was even, and faintly, he could even hear a little snoring. The corner of Xianxia's red mouth twitched suddenly, and she said speechlessly, "This guy actually fell asleep directly." Bu Wuchen was indeed asleep. "Humph, since it was an unintentional mistake, I will let you go for now." Song Hechuan, who was standing by, had never seen this little vixen look so angry and shy. According to his experience, if someone dares to take advantage of the young lady like this, who cares if you mean it or not? I'll beat you up first. But now, Song Hechuan's mouth is so big that it can fit a goose egg. At this moment, a bone-chilling voice came, "Watch your eyes. If you keep staring at me, I'll dig it up." As she spoke, the Qing Luo girl's soul realm mysterious energy pressure burst out wildly. Song Hechuan was so scared that he quickly looked away and made up an excuse to leave. "Humph, you troublesome fellow, I still want you to go home in person. I'm really on your pirate ship now." Xianxia pouted her red lips, looking indescribably pretty and charming. After a while, Bu Wuchen was sent back to his residence by her. Wan Xiaoyao, who was guarding in front of the courtyard gate and seemed to have turned into a husband-waiting stone, hurried to greet him. After learning from Xianxia that Bu Wuchen was not seriously injured, just tired and needed to rest, Xiaoyao and Achun both breathed a sigh of relief. The next day, at noon, the sun was shining brightly. Bu Wuchen, who had eaten and drunk enough and slept soundly, arrived late in a swaggering manner, accompanied by Honorary Vice President Xianxia. And this time, he did not report to the junior class, but went straight to the college's Dan Hall. Also accompanying them was Song Hechuan. The management of the Blood Dragon City College is extremely strict, and outsiders are usually not allowed to enter. However, Xianxia is the honorary vice president, after all. It wouldn't be difficult for her to bring in the boss of the Song's alchemy shop, who is well known in Blood Dragon City, after completing the relevant registration. Okay, let's split up according to the plan. Soon, Bu Wuchen stood in front of the door of the alchemy hall again. Bu Wuchen took a deep breath, and with a mysterious sound filling his throat, he shouted sternly, "Someone inside, come out and take care of things. I want to take part in the Dan Hall qualification examination." Last time, Bu Wuchen politely knocked on the door to greet and humbly ask for advice, but was not only turned away by Lin Taoshu, but also insulted by a group of Dantong disciples. This time, Bu Wuchen simply came straight to the point and stared at everyone in the alchemy hall with his eyes as sharp as knives. Lin Taoshu was furious. "How dare you come back, you little bastard? Who are you scolding, little bastard?" "The little bastard scolded you, After blurting out the words subconsciously, Lin Shutao suddenly reacted and his face turned purple. Seeing the teasing smile in Bu Wuchen's eyes, Lin Taoshu gritted his teeth in hatred. With a fierce look on his face, he said, "You just rolled back in disgrace yesterday. What gives you the confidence to come here again today and clamor to participate in the Dan Hall qualification assessment?" "I still say the same thing. As long as I am still the chief master of the alchemy hall, you have no chance of becoming a student of the alchemy hall. Remember, it's never possible. You'd better go back to the beginner class. Come to think of it, you're almost 16 years old, and you won't be able to stay in the beginner class for much longer. Cherish your last days in school. When you are forced to graduate and lose the protection of being a student of Blood Dragon City Academy, I want to see how you will die. Lin Shutao, you have such great authority." At this moment, Xian Nui, who had deliberately lagged behind Bu Wuchen for a distance, showed up. She said with a cold expression, "Did Zhou Wanan pass the position of dean to you? Look how arrogant you are." When he suddenly saw Xian Nui, Lin Taoshu's eyes widened in surprise. He obviously didn't expect that Xian Nui, who had a transcendent status and was regarded as a witch by many people in Blood Dragon City, would actually stand up for others one day. However, relying on his dual identities as the chief alchemist of the Blood Dragon City College and the #1 alchemist of the Lin family, Lin Taoshu was not very afraid of the girl in front of him. He sneered twice and said, "Haha, as the honorary vice president, you don't seem to have the right to interfere in the affairs of my Dan Hall, right? Don't you think you're a bit of a busybody? Or do you have some unknown relationship with this pretty boy who looks pretty good? Old man, are you tired of living?" A strong murderous intent flashed in Xian Nui's eyes. Buzz. As her rage surged, her divine pressure swept out in the blink of an eye. Lin Taoshu, who had just been talking nonsense, immediately took several steps back and broke out in a cold sweat. He seemed to remember only at this moment what a terrifying existence he had provoked. However, the secret that he accidentally learned before still gave Lin Taoshu the qualifications to be fearless. Haha, the vice president wouldn't kill Lin and the academy just because of a joke, right? Others are afraid of the Daxia Business Alliance behind you, which has expanded its business across the entire continent, but my Lin family is not that afraid. As far as I know, the current Daxia Business Alliance is in a state of panic due to some unspeakable reasons, right? For the Great Siam Merchant Alliance at this time, any wrong step could cause them to sink deeper and deeper into the quagmire. Hearing this, the pretty face of the Qing Luo girl turned pale. She didn't expect that her family's current decline, which should not be known to the public, would be known by an unknown family thousands of miles away. For a moment, the murderous intent in the girl's eyes became even stronger. But as Lin Taoshu said, she would never allow the Xia family, who were already in a precarious situation, to suffer further unless it was absolutely necessary. Seeing that the other party frowned but never said a word, Lin Taoshu, who was originally a little nervous, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of holding the other person's lifeline is so great. Facing Bu Wuchen, he laughed even more wildly. "Ha ha 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 ha, did you see that? The reinforcements you brought here are totally useless. Get out of here now, or you'll dirty my eyes." At this point, Lin Taoshu seemed to suddenly remember something, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, by the way, you can actually try to return the 2 rare copies of the martial arts and mystical skills from my Lin family. Then kneel down and kowtow to me and admit your mistake. If I'm in a good mood, I might be able to give you a chance to take the Dan Hall exam. What do you think?" Lin Taoshu is really proud now. So what if the honorary vice president steps in? So what if she's a fierce and ruthless witch? It doesn't work in front of me. At this moment, a slightly hoarse sneer sounded. Haha, you really are worthy of being the chief master of the alchemy hall that I have chosen. Your arrogant attitude is amazing, isn't it? As soon as he finished speaking, a short and thin old man strode into the alchemy hall. The sudden appearance of this figure made Lin Taoshu, who had just been feeling complacent, suddenly look froze. Then, this guy jumped up with a whoosh as if his butt was roasted by fire. After giving up the main seat, he trembled with guilt. Cough cough cough. Master Dean, how did you find time to come to the alchemy hall? Please take a seat quickly. It turned out that the person looked thin and small, with ordinary features. The kind of old man who would be lost in the crowd and would definitely not attract any special attention, turned out to be the dean of Blood Dragon City College, Jiulang. Although he is over 60 years old, the old dean still looks energetic. A person who has reached the 5th level of the divine realm. Coupled with his special identity as a xianxia alchemist, Jiulang has become a powerful figure capable of challenging the Lord of Blood Dragon City. Lin Taoshu, who is usually arrogant and domineering, only behaves so, humble and polite, when facing Dean Zhou. Hiss, could it be that Dean Zhou heard what I just said? Lin Taoshu thought with a guilty conscience, this old guy is particularly concerned about the students in the school. If he heard what I said before, I'm afraid it would be terrible. It is said that Lin Taoshu has been in control of the lifeline of the Dantong Review in recent years, and he has done many dirty things such as accepting bribes and secretly seducing female students. If he loses the lucrative job now because of a few words, this Lin guy will be so angry that he will become autistic. Why is he here too? The next moment, Lin Taoshu's gaze fell on the sturdy middle-aged man who walked into the Dan Hall at the same time as Dean Zhou. I wondered in my heart, why is Song Hechuan from Song's Danfang following Dean Zhou? At this moment, Song Hechuan seemed to have just recognized Bu Wuchen. His face lit up with joy, he walked a few steps forward and grasped the other person's hand. Master Bu, it is an honor to meet you again. Who? Him? Master. Lin Taoshu was confused. Is there something wrong? It turned out that all this was arranged by Bu Wuchen in advance. As soon as he, Xian Nui, and Song Hechuan entered the school gate, they split up and acted. Bu Wuchen calculated the time well and appeared in front of the door of Dan Hall at the right time. Then he used himself as bait to make Lin Taoshu lose his composure and speak nonsense. He confessed everything about how he had deliberately made things difficult for Bu Wuchen before. Just at this time, Song Hechuan successfully brought Dean Zhou to the door of the alchemy hall on the pretext of meeting the alchemy prodigy Bu Wuchen. Deliberately let the dean witness the whole good show with his own eyes. Judging from the current situation, this retaliation is almost going quite smoothly. Just when Lin Taoshu, who was kept in the dark, was secretly surprised, Song Hechuan had already shaken Bu Wuchen's hand. With an excited look on his face, he said, Master Bu, are you really a student of Blood Dragon City College? When I first heard the news, I was completely stunned. Who would have believed that a student who is still practicing in the alchemy hall of Blood Dragon City College could possess such amazing alchemy skills? To be honest, Song came here today specifically to confirm this matter with Dean Zhou. Who would have thought that you are actually a student of this Dan Hall? After saying that, Song Hechuan turned to Dean Zhou and said with full admiration, your college is really a place of hidden talents. I admire you. Lin Taoshu couldn't bear to listen any longer, and frowned, saying, Boss Song, you've been cheated. This Bu Wuchen, his Xian cultivation realm has been declining since he entered the academy. Not long ago, he was relegated to the beginner class. How could a fellow like him be related to the Master of Alchemy you mentioned? Upon hearing this, Song Hechuan's originally cheerful face immediately turned gloomy. He looked at Lin Taoshu angrily and scolded, Master Lin, why do you say that? Is it because the student is too outstanding and overshadows your brilliance as a teacher, so you maliciously belittle him? Your behavior is really too despicable. What? Lin Taoshu was stunned by the scolding from the other party and felt that his brain was not enough. At this time, Bu Wuchen smiled bitterly, Haha, Boss Song, you misunderstood. How can I, a humble person, be worthy of entering the Blood Dragon City Academy's alchemy hall? How dare you call yourself a member of the Dantong Treasure Land? Song Hechuan pretended to be surprised and asked cooperatively, why is this happening? Bu Wuchen grinned, oh, it's because this arrogant master Lin said, as long as he is still the chief master of the alchemy hall, he will never let this kind of bastard enter the alchemy hall. But it's no big deal. Since the alchemy hall of Blood Dragon City Academy refuses to accept me, I'll just try my luck in other towns. After saying that, Bu Wuchen turned around and walked away gracefully, looking like he was determined enough that even 10 oxen couldn't pull him back. Just as he passed by Dean Zhou, a strong, withered hand suddenly grabbed his arm. Student, don't leave in a hurry. It is true that Lin Taoshu is the chief master of Dantong. But he alone cannot decide the attitude of our Blood Dragon City Academy. Under Bu Wuchen's deliberate arrangement, Zhou Wanan had already heard most of the arrogant words that Lin Taoshu had blurted out when he was too proud of himself. The dean is already angry. What's more, when Song Hechuan went to visit him, he followed Bu Wuchen's instructions and brought the top-grade showdown that he had just refined yesterday. As the only master of alchemy in Blood Dragon City whose showdown technique had reached the Xian realm, Zhou Wanan could naturally see at a glance that all the showdown brought by Song Hechuan were perfect treasures. Could it be that some alchemist has broken through the peak of the mortal realm and reached the mysterious realm? Zhou Wanan's heart was moved, but it's not right. In Blood Dragon City, besides this old man, only Lin Taoshu has the highest level of alchemy skills. Given his temper, if he really breaks through to become a Xian realm alchemist, he will definitely let everyone in the city know about it immediately. Besides, Song Hechuan knows Lin Taoshu. As for any famous showdown master in Blood Dragon City, Song Hechuan knows just as many as I do. Could it be that this master of alchemy is a foreign visitor? Zhou Wanan was just thinking about it when he heard Song Hechuan say that the master's surname was Bu, and his name was Bu Wuchen. He also said that he had found out that the other party was a student of Blood Dragon City College. Song Hechuan had come to ask for an interview, saying that he hoped to establish a good relationship with this genius alchemist through Dean Zhou. It would be even better if we could get the other party to cooperate with our Song's alchemy workshop. Song and Chuan's motives make sense. Therefore, Zhou Wanan did not doubt anything after hearing this. Instead, I was so excited that I couldn't sit still. I thought to myself, this kind of alchemy genius must have been specially recruited into the Academy's alchemy hall, right? I wonder which of the 3 major families recruited him. You didn't even inform this dean about this happy event. Yeah, I see. Those 3 old guys must still be fighting for the credit. Think about waiting until everything is settled before telling this dean. The more Zhou Wanan thought about it, the more excited he became. For such a genius in alchemy, I will definitely gather tremendous resources and cultivate him vigorously. Whether Blood Dragon City College can achieve good results in this year's 100 Schools League depends on this young genius. So, Dean Zhou immediately brought Song Hechuan to the Dan Hall to recognize the person. Who would have thought that what he saw was Lin Taoshu making things difficult for the young genius? Zhou Wanan quickly figured out the taste. I heard that before, there was a student named Bu Wuchen who defeated the young master of the Lin family's side branch in a gambling arena. At the same time, that person was also a student in the advanced class of Blood Dragon City. No wonder Lin Taoshu would deliberately target him. But the problem is, whether it's a fair fight on the Academy's martial arts arena or a life-and-death fight signed with a blood contract, life and death are determined by fate. Afterwards, I consulted the referee and learned that Bu Wuchen did not commit any fouls. It's you, the Lin family, who don't follow the rules during or after the game. Originally, I turned a blind eye and did not pursue the matter because I saw that your Lin family had lost a genius from a side branch and that nothing bad had happened that day. Who would have thought that your Lin family would go even further? What a bastard. For a moment, the old dean's hatred towards Lin Taoshu reached its peak, and he sneered, haha, Vice Dean Xia is right. You, Lin Taoshu, really hold a very high position. With just one sentence, you wantonly deprived a student of the right to take the Dan Dao test. Buzz. As he spoke, Zhou Wanan, who was really angry, released his mysterious energy pressure without reservation. The terrifying pressure from the divine realm that surged towards him from all directions directly crushed Lin Taoshu to the ground. Dean Zhou's pressure from the 5th level of the divine realm's profound energy made Lin Taoshu, who was not good at profound energy cultivation, terrified. Master Dean, actually, this I. He hadn't finished speaking when Zhou Wanan interrupted him sharply. The facts are in front of you, are you still trying to argue? I actually entrusted you with the important task of being the chief master. I really misjudged you. How can a scum like you who has no teacher ethics be qualified to teach in the den hall? After saying that, the skinny old man made a move. With a swish sound, the armband of Chief Master of Den Hall that was originally worn on Lin Shutao's arm, which represented the highest honor and transcendent status, was torn to pieces by several sharp sword energies. After finishing all this in a flash, Zhou Wanan said indifferently, "From today on, you are no longer a teacher at Blood Dragon City College. Go away." Lin Taoshu was stunned. He had long guessed that he would be in trouble after his actions were discovered by Dean Zhou. But until the last moment, Lin Taoshu still had illusions. After all, his own alchemy skills were quite impressive. The Lin family, who are backed by them, also have a lot of face and cannot be easily rejected. But the result is, Lin Taoshu's old eyes suddenly became bloodshot. When I think about how it has come to this, it is hard to have a worse outcome. The man surnamed Lin tore open his courage and screamed like a madman, "Dean Zhou, you are confused. Whether it's Xian Nui or Song Hechuan, they were all sent by that little bastard Bewuchen to deceive you. Calm down and think about it carefully. How can a guy who hasn't even grown all his hair be a so-called master of the alchemy path? This Blood Dragon City is not the Daliang King City where geniuses and masters gather everywhere." Lin Taoshu's eyes rolled, and he thought of another piece of evidence. Besides, the dean has known about Bewuchen's background before, right? You even sighed over the strange phenomenon of this boy's cultivation level plummeting. Let me ask you, if this little bastard really has the skills to be regarded as a master of alchemy, how could he have been held back all the way to the elementary class? It would be reasonable to just show off your extraordinary talent in alchemy and transfer to the alchemy hall, right? After he finished speaking, Lin Taoshu keenly caught a glimpse of suspicion in Dean Zhou's eyes. He suddenly became energetic. Thinking about it again, what I just said was not all just sophistry I made up on the spur of the moment. Perhaps, this is an act of revenge against myself. Otherwise, why would the timing of Dean Zhou and Song Hechuan's appearance be so coincidental? Once this thought comes to mind, it can never be shaken off. Lin Taoshu suddenly turned to Bewuchen and said word by word, "Aren't you respected as the master of alchemy by that song? Then let's have an alchemy duel. I don't ask you to defeat me. As long as you can demonstrate your strength that matches the so-called master of alchemy that Song Hechuan mentioned, I will accept any punishment. But if you don't have any real skills, the charges of maliciously deceiving the school and framing the college's top brass are a slap on the head. Expulsion is the least of the punishment." Lin Taoshu thought viciously in his heart, when this little bastard loses the protection of his identity as a Blood Dragon City College student, I will tear him into pieces with my own hands. Bewuchen heard this and curled his lips in disdain. "Tsk, now you are nothing but a drowned dog who has been deposed as the master of alchemy hall. You can bark as much as you want, but I won't argue with you." Lin Taoshu said aggressively, "Ha, you are guilty, you are afraid. Dean Zhou, now you should believe that what I said is true, right?" Zhou Wanan frowned and was speechless for a moment. At this moment, ding dong, the God-level selection system has been successfully triggered. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, refuse to compete with Lin Taoshu in alchemy. This option rewards a t-shirt with the 3-hit combination of no. Option 2, accept the challenge of Lin Taoshu to fight for alchemy. Reward for this option, 1 crystal swallowing spirit order. Crystal swallowing and spirit transformation order, depending on the user's own realm. After swallowing the corresponding mysterious crystal, the user's cultivation will be greatly improved and a mutated mysterious energy will be awakened randomly. Bewuchen's eyes suddenly lit up. "Ha, this must be the second option." The next moment, Bewuchen's lazy voice suddenly rang in Lin Taoshu's ears. "Ha, would I be afraid of a drowned dog like you? What a joke." Lin Taoshu raised his eyebrows and continued to challenge, "Not afraid? If you are not afraid, come and compete with me in alchemy." Bewuchen clicked his tongue. Tsk, I have to say, your method of provoking others is really bad. But it doesn't matter. Since you're so eager to be tortured, I don't mind satisfying your shameless request. But the prerequisite is that you have to offer me a price that makes me excited. The young man's face was full of a playful and frivolous expression, and he said, "It's a duel of alchemy, there should be a winner. If I lose, I'll do as you say, whether it's expulsion from school or expulsion from the city, I'll accept it. But if you lose..." Bu Wuqian curled his lips, revealing an evil look. "In addition to paying me 200,000 gold in compensation for the loss of my reputation, you must kneel before me, kowtow and admit your fault in front of all the teachers and students in the school, and call me Grandmaster 10 times. How about it, do you still dare to play?" Lin Taoshu snorted coldly, "Do you think I can't tell that you are bluffing? Come on, bring paper and pen, sign the blood contract immediately. Whoever doesn't sign is a fucking coward." Soon, the Dan Do document with the blood fingerprints of both parties was signed. Dean Zhou was also a man of swift and decisive character. He immediately ordered all the teachers and students in the school to gather at the martial arts arena to witness together this most special gambling fight since the founding of Blood Dragon City Academy. Run, run. It's too late and too far away from the martial arts arena. We can't even see this epic duel. Hey, where's the great showdown? It's clearly a brutal battle, isn't it? That's right. How could Bu Wuqian be better than Lin Taoshu, the chief master of the Dan Hall, in terms of refining pills and making medicines? Bu Wuqian. Is he the Bu Wuqian who defeated Lin Jian in a gambling fight at the martial arts arena the day before yesterday? Yes, it's him. Well, if he were to fight Master Lin, I would be surprised, but I would also admire his courage to challenge the Academy's instructor. Moreover, judging from his previous performance against Lin Jian, he may have a chance of winning. Who would have thought, this fellow actually wanted to compete with Master Lin in alchemy? He's crazy. Soon, all the seats around the martial arts arena were filled. Most of the teachers and students who failed to grab a seat surrounded the entire venue in 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside, making it impossible to get in or out. On the stage, the 2 protagonists of the alchemy competition sat at each end. In front of them, there is a very ordinary, practice cauldron, and a considerable amount of alchemy fire seeds, black crystals, medicinal materials, and other items. Lin Taoshu glared fiercely at the young man not far away, with murderous intent emanating from every part of his body. Bu Wuqian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face, with his hands casually placed on the edge of the medicine cauldron, showing no emotion. Quiet. Dean Zhou roared with a deep voice, like the roar of a mad tiger or lion, shocking all the teachers and students. The originally noisy martial arts arena suddenly became quiet. The thin and short Dean then continued, "The subject of this alchemy competition is the most common, qi restoration pill. Within the specified time, the party that refines more qi-restoring pills of higher quality will be the winner. If the quality and quantity of the pills are equal, the one who takes the shorter time wins. I declare that this alchemy competition has officially begun." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Taoshu gave Bu Wuqian an evil smile. Hee, after you lose the alchemy competition and are stripped of your status and expelled from the academy. I swear, I will make you wish you were dead. In response, Bu Wuqian simply slowly inserted his little finger into his ear hole and scratched it twice. Then put it to your mouth and blow gently. In Lin Taoshu's opinion, this action was extremely insulting. Let's see how long you can keep going on like this. After saying that, he started to refine the elixir directly. The movements are as smooth as flowing water, steady and fast. The auxiliary materials that Lao Lin put into the medicine cauldron were actually just the Xian crystals of the initial stage Xian beasts. Mysterious crystal is the energy core of the mysterious beast. Its functions and status are comparable to the Dantian Xuanfu of human practitioners. Mysterious beasts devour human cultivators to nourish themselves. Human cultivators have been hunting mysterious beasts to obtain resources since ancient times. The energy in the mysterious beast's mysterious crystal plays a vital role in refining mysterious elixirs, engraving mysterious talismans, and setting up mysterious formations. Take alchemy, for example. Oftentimes, some experienced alchemists can often accurately judge the quality of a batch of pills after they are refined by the grade and quantity of the black crystals used. The old man who calls the respected master of Dan Tang, Lao Lin, is obviously among them. His name is Li Xiuhe, and he is the alchemist of the Li family, one of the three major families in Blood Dragon City. At the same time, like Lin Taoshu, he is one of the three masters of alchemy specially appointed by the Academy's alchemy hall. Looking at the amount of pill fire old Lin used, it's clear that he doesn't intend to refine a top-grade showdown. Could it be that he intended to refine the first furnace of showdown that he started into a mortal-grade mid-grade chi-restoring pill? Well, it's very likely. The person who took over the conversation was an old man who was also quite old. This person is the third master in the Academy's alchemy hall besides Lin Taoshu and Li Xiuhe, Sun Jiulang. Old Lin is arrogant and domineering on weekdays, but when it comes to fighting, he is still as cautious as ever. Sun Jiulang said calmly, this old Lin must be planning to refine the elixir twice within the limited time. First, make a batch of medium-quality mortal grade as a guarantee. With his 9th level mortal realm alchemy skills, the success rate of refining mid-grade elixirs is extremely high, and once the elixir is successful, the quality will be top-notch. With this furnace of mid-grade chi-recovering pills as a backup, he can spend the rest of the time refining ordinary-grade high-grade chi-recovering pills. If you are lucky, you can make pills twice, and the quality is good. Even if his skills are not good today and he fails to refine the upper-grade ordinary chi-restoring pill, he will most likely not lose as he has the first furnace of middle-grade pills to back him up. Li Xiuhe nodded, not bad. Old Lin is using all his strength this time, just like a lion fighting a rabbit. Compared to this, the so-called Master Bu mentioned by Song Hechuan is still carelessly selecting the materials to be put into the furnace. I really don't understand what he's thinking. Bu Wuchen on the stage indeed looked lazy and unfocused. Dean Zhou, who always disliked students being lazy, suddenly became angry. What the hell is this kid doing? Zhou Wanan knew very well that although Lin Taoshu's character was not very good, when it came to alchemy skills, he was indeed a real talent. Looking at the entire Blood Dragon City, apart from the Dean, Lin Taoshu has the highest Den realm cultivation level. Otherwise, President Zhou would not have chosen Lin Taoshu as the chief master of Dantong based on the principle of, the most capable get the job. Facing such a strong opponent, Bu Wuchen actually looked nonchalant. At a certain point, Dean Zhou couldn't bear it any longer, and snorted coldly with a frown. Then he said to Xian Nui who was sitting next to him, Miss Xia, are you sure that boy is okay? The more I look at him, the more he seems like a charlatan who is deliberately trying to be mysterious. In fact, Xian Nui also felt strange. In my heart, I only blamed the young man for being so careless, not even worrying about the boat capsizing in the ditch. On the surface, he nodded confidently, don't worry, Dean Zhou. Zhou Wanan frowned, but looking at his condition, how can you make this Dean feel at ease? Well, maybe he did it on purpose. Shan Yuoi said casually. On purpose? The suspicion in Dean Zhou's eyes intensified. Yeah, that's right. The Qinghua girl smiled bitterly in her heart. If she had known earlier, she would not have boarded the pirate ship of that brat. His expression remained the same. I guess he is giving Lin Taoshu some slack. After all, this kid is usually a good student who respects his teachers. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Xian Nui could fully imagine how awkward her smile was. She also found it strange. If it were usual, she would never make excuses for others. But for some reason, when the incident happened to Bu Wuchen, this witch, who was usually extremely beautiful as well as cold and domineering, would unconsciously want to defend the other party. At this moment, Zhou Wanan was already cursing in his heart. Let it go. Are you sure? Is that 15 or 16-year-old boy really qualified to give a 9th-level mortal realm alchemist a break? However, perhaps to save the face of the young lady in blue silk, Dean Zhou did not shout out what he was thinking in public. The crowd around the stage, after seeing Bu Wuchen's lax and negative attitude, immediately exploded. That Bu guy, could it be that he just gave up? Well, this guy must have given up. He is either a madman or a fool. That's right. Looking for the chief master of the alchemy hall to compete in alchemy. Is this something that anyone with a brain can do? The reason why Sun Jiulang had this feeling was because he knew very well that the higher the grade of the showdown refined from a furnace of medicinal materials, the lower the amount of pills produced. Take Sun Jiulang himself for example. With his alchemy skills at the 8th level of the mortal realm, after opening the furnace, his success rate in refining a top-grade chi-restoring pill with all his heart was only about 60% to 70%. But now, a teenager of 15 or 16 actually dared to deliver several medicinal materials at one time. Are you still dreaming of making multiple pills from one furnace? What a joke! At this time, on the stage, Lin Taoshu seemed to be aware of everyone's strange reactions. While refining the elixir, he took a break from his busy schedule to glance at Wuchen. Just this one glance made Lin Taoshu hold his breath. How can he have such exquisite fire control skills? At this moment, Wuchen suddenly raised his head and smiled roguely. Hey, are you a little scared after watching this? Lin Taoshu's face suddenly fell. I'm afraid of you. What a joke. The ability to control fire is just a small branch of the alchemy process. If his other skills are lacking and he only knows how to control fire, then isn't he just a crappy acrobat? Wuchen smiled noncommittally. Haha, then you better look carefully. Time passes by minute by minute. Wuchen began to display his strength without reservation. Extract the spirit of medicine and refine the power of medicine. Control fire, control air, control spirit. Every step is as comfortable as flowing water. Under the cauldron, the elixir fire has orderly brightness and darkness, strength and weakness, and is enchanting in every way and with thousands of changes. Even to those outsiders of alchemy, Wuchen's alchemy process was extremely entertaining. Could this guy really be able to make a pill? Sun Jiulang swallowed. I have begun to believe what the young man said before about letting the water go. Li Xianxia was also shocked. Look at Shan Yui again. There was no trace of gloom on that charming face anymore. He, now you look more like a master. Song Hechuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Dean Zhou's eyes sparkled, and he said excitedly, not bad, not bad. This little guy is quite good. As the saying goes, some are happy while others are sad. On the stage, the arrogant smile on Lin Taoshu's lips had long disappeared. Cold sweat had soaked his spine without him noticing. No, it won't. He won't succeed. How old is this little beast? If he really has the ability to multitask, refine several pills in one furnace, and successfully complete the pills, he can enter the Imperial Capital Academy. Why bother coming to this cold city here, just floating around without roots? Everything that happened before must be just a facade. It must be like this. At this moment, Wuchen's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. A pair of big hands suddenly turned over. Condensate for me. Suddenly, the fire under the cauldron surged more than 10 feet along the furnace wall. At the moment of reaching the highest point, it dissipated into smoke. Dean Zhou stood up suddenly. Danhua Shabu Ding. His old eyes were fixed on the direction where the Soten Hokage appeared. He muttered to himself in a daze, on the long road of Danxiu, there is such a saying. 10 pills are only for entry, and the 100 pills are half-cooked. Thousands of elixirs are at your disposal, and 10,000 elixirs are at your will. If you want to bask in the cauldron fire, you need to be favored by the gods. How old is Wuchen? You can actually perform the incomparable Danhua Shabu Ding technique. The meaning of the 4 rhymes is: when an alchemist can successfully refine 10 of a certain type of profound elixir, he is considered to have just gotten started. When 100 pills were refined, they were still in the half-cooked stage. Only after refining tens of thousands of them, can one reach the realm of using them freely and controlling them at will. But even if you have refined tens of thousands of Xian Dan, whether you can successfully perform the Danhua Qing Ding still depends on luck. Only when luck is overflowing and the gods are blessing you, can you ensure the success of Danhua Shabu Ding. It needs to be emphasized that all of the above are for the same kind of Xuandan of the same grade. The difficulty of this can be imagined. Li Xianxia and Sun Jiuang's faces were also filled with disbelief. They had naturally heard of the name of Danhua Shabu Ding. At the last moment when the elixir is about to be completed, the alchemist uses his mysterious energy and soul power to control the elixir fire, circling around the wall of the cauldron and rushing up. When this action is performed, a vacuum state will appear inside the cauldron for a moment. It is precisely during this brief moment that all impurities are shielded and isolated, thus ensuring the perfect quality of the pill. It is no exaggeration to say that when refining the elixir, the mysterious elixir made by the method of rinsing the cauldron with elixir fire will be a 100% flawless treasure. Xuandan masters all know the magical properties of Danhua Shabu Ding. But in actual operation, the firepower is slightly stronger and the temperature is slightly higher. The time was either a little longer or a little shorter, and so on, which resulted in the failure of the elixir to be formed, and the effort was wasted. At this moment, everyone present held their breath, waiting for Dean Zhou to announce the results of this alchemy. The sight of the fire of Dan scalding the cauldron is indeed very dazzling. But it's useless just to look good. The most important thing is to see whether the medicine can be refined into a pill in the end. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Bu Wuchen slowly stood up, shook his hands and twisted his neck calmly, and said to Dean Zhou, "You can test the pill now." Zhou Wanan, who had just witnessed the scene of red fire scalding the cauldron with his own eyes, was already itching to try it. He took 2 steps at a time and came to the cauldron, leaning forward to take a look. In the medicine cauldron, 7 plump and smooth pills were lying there quietly. Just take a light sniff with the tip of your nose and inhale the medicinal fragrance into your body, which seems to have the miraculous effect of boosting your spirits. Okay. After Zhou Wanan said several good words in a row, he excitedly announced, Bu Wuchen made 7 pills in 1 furnace. Moreover, each one is a perfect, top-grade ordinary chi-recovering pill. As soon as Dean Zhou finished speaking, there were gasps of surprise around the martial arts arena. At the same time, bang! A sudden loud noise drew everyone's attention to the other end of the martial arts stage. Everywhere you look, there's thick smoke billowing up. The medicinal materials in the cauldron had already turned into dregs. With the loud noise just now, everything shattered to the ground. Looking at Lin Taoshu again, he looked disheveled and unkempt. Half of the left eyebrow was burned off. There were still a few medicine residues stuck on that blackened old face. How can it be described in one word? After making such a big scene of Dan Huizhuan Ding, he actually succeeded in refining Xian Dan. Moreover, it's a perfect grade, mortal level, top-grade chi-recovering pill. For a moment, Lin Taoshu felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. If Bu Wuchen loses this time, I'm afraid he'll even lose his life. Ah. Not really. Why not? You came a little late and didn't see it. Before, when the dean made the duel contract between the 2 parties public, I saw it clearly. If Bu Wuchen loses the fight, I am willing to have my legs broken and be expelled from the academy. Do you think that, considering the hatred he had with the Lin family before, his legs were broken, and he lost the protection of his student status, how good could his fate be? At this moment, almost all the onlookers in the 3 circles outside the 3 circles around the martial arts arena thought that Bu Wuchen was bound to lose. When about 1/5 of the time stipulated for this den race had passed, Lin Taoshu, who was originally sitting cross-legged, suddenly stood up. The 2 hands filled with Xian Gang were like 2 palm leaf fans, waving towards the cauldron. Huff! At the same time as the fire under the cauldron suddenly went out, scents of medicine began to waft out of the cauldron. This is the scent of the chi-restoring pill. Master Lin has completed the elixir so quickly. He is worthy of being the chief master of our school's alchemy hall. With just one move, he turned some ignorant people into ashes in seconds. At this time, Zhou Wanan personally stepped forward to test the pill. In order to avoid any possible behind-the-scenes manipulation, the upright dean placed the xuandan on an open plate so that everyone present could see and touch it. After a moment, the dean came to the conclusion, Lin Taoshu, 1 furnace produced 7 pills, all of which are ordinary grade, high-quality chi-restoring pills. Hearing this, some people couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Is it just a mid-level ordinary xuandan? Rumor has it that the chief master of the alchemy hall has reached the 9th level of the mortal realm, right? Some people, upon hearing this, called the other person an amateur. What do you know? How can a top-grade ordinary xuandan be so easy to refine? That's right. Master Lin was able to refine 7 ordinary grade mid-grade chi-restoring pills in 1 furnace in such a short time, and each one is of excellent quality. This is already incredibly powerful, isn't it? Hey, Bu Wuchen actually dared to challenge our master. He really is like lighting a candle and going into the toilet, he is courting death. Here, Lin Taoshu has already refined a furnace of showdown. On the other side, Bu Wuchen still looked bored and hadn't even lit the stove. In contrast, Lin Taoshu looked even more proud. Humph, I've long seen that you're a swindler and a liar. How ridiculous that Song actually thought you were a master of alchemy. Haha, that's so funny. Hearing the other party's unscrupulous ridicule, Bu Wuchen just raised his eyelids slightly and said nonchalantly, "Can't you see that I am afraid that you will lose too badly, so I deliberately let you win? You don't have to thank me. After all, I am the kind of person who does good things without leaving a name. Alas, my kindness that has nowhere to go." Puff. Many teachers in the audience were furious. Everyone was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This guy is really thick-skinned, isn't he? In fact, the reason why Bu Wuchen suddenly let go of the opponent was because he received a system prompt the moment the alchemy competition began. Ding dong, the god-level selection system has been successfully triggered. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, use all your strength to defeat the opponent right from the start. Reward for this option, a can of Crushing Thrill brand hot sauce. Option 2, let the opponent play for 1/3 of the game time, and then take action. Reward for this option, the unique alchemy skill that all alchemists desire, the alchemy fire cauldron washing skill. Bu Wuchen then decided to wait for him, calling it a break. At this time, on the stage. After hearing Bu Wuchen's words, Lin Taoshu's eyes twitched wildly. "You? And you're going to let me win? Don't be afraid of sticking your tongue out when you brag. You are a piece of trash who has not even been able to refine a mid-grade chi-restoring pill. All you have left is some good talking skills." Bu Wuchen curled his lips in disdain. "Middle-grade ordinary chi-recovering pill. Look at your pursuit. If I don't want to refine, then I won't do it. If I want to refine, I will refine the best quality. When I really start to do it, don't be scared to death, okay?" Lin Taoshu's nose trembled. Humph, how shameless. He was too lazy to argue with Bu Wuchen anymore and just started preparing for a new round of alchemy. Not long after, Bu Wuchen stretched his arms and legs and moved his neck. Then, while whistling casually, he began to put materials into the cauldron in front of him. As he watched, Li Tsuha's expression changed. Huh. The breath-drinking fig, the soul-sinking hanging leaf bamboo, and the mystical crystal of the initial level top-grade mystical beast Benjuhu. What that kid is putting into the medicine cauldron now are all the materials for refining top-grade chi-restoring pills. Look at how calm he is right now. Could it be that he was really giving old Lin a break before? Sun Jiulang on the side sneered and shook his head. "Haha, Lao Li, you are too naive to even believe such words." That's right. The materials that kid put into the cauldron at this time are indeed for refining top-grade chi-restoring pills. But don't forget that Lao Lin had already done the same thing before him. He is clearly copying the process of Lao Lin's alchemy. When we really start refining the elixir, it will be clear whether that guy is a mule or a horse. There are many people in the field who have the same idea as Sun Jiulang. There was a sudden burst of boos around the martial arts arena. Dean Zhou face was so gloomy that ink could be squeezed out of it. However, this situation only lasted for a short time, and everyone shut up without tacit understanding. Because they found that the previously lazy boy seemed to have really started to make elixirs seriously. Although the young man's left hand was always supporting his chin, and he only used his right hand to control the fire and melt the medicine. However, the fierce fire of the elixir, under his control, gathered and dispersed, sometimes strong and sometimes weak, in a very natural and free manner. The materials in the medicine cauldron were melted and fused rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye under Bu Wuchen's extremely sophisticated fire control technique. His ability to control fire is truly unprecedented. Sun Jiulang, who had just been despising Bu Wuchen for copying Lin Tao's book to start making pills, almost had his eyes popped out in shock. The previous speculation, which was based on one's own villain's standards, collapsed in the face of facts. However, he still had some confusion in his heart. If we only talk about the method of controlling fire, it is not an exaggeration to say that Bu Wuchen's method is the best in Blood Dragon City. But, judging from the many materials he put into the alchemy cauldron at once, this guy seems to have turned back into that bluffing charlatan. When the scene of the alchemy fire washing the cauldron appeared, Lin Taoshu's heart was already in his throat. After all, as time went by, Lin Taoshu gradually realized that the young man who had been careless for a while at the beginning of the alchemy competition turned out to be quite capable when the real fighting started. If he really managed to refine a top-grade mortal-level chi recovering pill, I would probably lose. After all, the elixir he had previously refined as a backup was only of the middle grade of the mortal level. Just when Lin Taoshu was tense, he heard Dean Zhou announce that Wuchen had not only refined a top-grade chi-restoring pill. Moreover, he refined 7 of them at once. Lin Taoshu's hands trembled due to his agitated mood, and his firepower surged greatly, which led to the subsequent explosion of the cauldron. It was unbelievable that he, the chief master, ended up like this in public. So shameful. It's really embarrassing. Endless shame and anger made the old guy's face turn red, and he subconsciously didn't want to admit his failure. So, Lin Taoshu kept shaking his head. No, it's impossible, this is absolutely impossible. There must be something wrong. Upon hearing this, Dean Zhou's face suddenly darkened and he snorted coldly. Humph, impossible. Are you mistaken? It seems that you are questioning this old man. Only then did Lin Taoshu come to his senses. In fact, he was just shocked and angry and spoke without thinking. After calming down for a while, the fragrance of the elixir wafting into his nose was enough to make Lin Taoshu believe the young man had indeed refined a top-grade ordinary recovery elixir. Lin Taoshu was about to say something, but was rebuffed by Zhou Wanan's next words. Since you don't trust me as a referee, well, I declare, anyone can come forward and take a look. So that Mr. Lin knows that I am not old and blind yet. As soon as Zhou Wanan finished speaking, 2 figures rushed up impatiently. It turned out to be the other 2 masters from the Academy's alchemy hall. When it comes to the degree of obsession with alchemy, these 2 old guys are no less than Dean Zhou. Especially after witnessing the wonderful moment of Danhua Shabu Ding with their own eyes, the 2 of them could no longer hold back their greed. With the 2 of them taking the lead, the students of the alchemy hall and other teachers who were very interested in this field also came up to the stage one after another. Soon, the elixir appraisal was completed. Li Tsuha was the first to exclaim, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that there are alchemists below the profound realm who can actually refine mortal-level top-grade elixirs with 7 elixirs in one furnace. Sun Jinwang at the side also nodded, not bad. What's even more amazing is that Master Bu took a very short time from refining to completing the pill. At this speed, we have created a record of producing 7 pills in one furnace, and each pill is a precious one. This is simply unimaginable. I still remember that not long ago, Sun Jinwang was still not optimistic about Bu Wuchen. He thought that the other party was just deliberately imitating Lin Taoshu's initial steps in alchemy, but in fact, he was just a charlatan with no skills at all. Who would have thought that the situation would change so quickly, and the boy whom Sun Jinwang had originally called with contempt had become the Master Bu whom he admired very much. With the approval of these 2 alchemy hall masters, and the appreciation of the other people who came on stage together, no one would doubt Bu Wuchen's achievements anymore. Doesn't that mean Bu Wuchen's attainment in alchemy has at least reached the 9th level of the mortal realm? I think Senior Bu is more than capable of this. Maybe his attainments in alchemy can even rival those of Dean Zhou. Oh my god, a 15 or 16-year-old master of alchemy, in our Blood Dragon City, calling him a genius is an insult to him, right? That's right. How can someone like Senior Bu be compared to an ordinary genius? He is clearly a monster. For a moment, all the teachers and students were excited. Especially girls. Those crazy screams, if put in Bu Wuchen's previous life, would definitely show that they were good at chasing stars. Senior Bu, I, Lin, swear that I will become your woman in this life. Senior, please, let me give birth to a litter of little monkeys for you. Master Bu, can you accept me as your apprentice? I am good at washing clothes, cooking, shoulder massage, leg massage, and bed warming. Ah, Senior Bu just glanced at me out of the corner of his eye. Oh, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to faint. On one side, there were countless voices cheering, admiring, and worshipping Bu Wuchen. On the other side, there was Lin Taoshu, who looked grieved and dusty. This extremely sharp contrast drove the usually arrogant Master Lin completely crazy. He suddenly jumped up, and after a deep voice filled his throat, he glared and yelled, "Shut the fuck up. The time hasn't come yet, why do you think he won?" If Lin Taoshu could be more polite and say something like, "The game is still going on, please be quiet," there would probably be many people who would give him face. But this guy was usually arrogant and domineering, and he offended everyone as soon as he opened his mouth. There were many voices of contempt from the audience. TSK, a person who was refining pills until his cauldron exploded, actually had the nerve to yell at others. As the chief master of the alchemy hall, not only did I lose the alchemy duel with a boy who was only 15 or 16 years old, but I couldn't even accept the defeat. How shameful. Lin Taoshu's old face suddenly turned as dark as charcoal. At this time, Bu Wuchen shook his head with a look of disgust. "Really? You just exploded, do you still want to continue? You have to be careful this time, don't make things worse again. It would be bad enough if you were embarrassed, but it would also pollute the environment." Upon hearing this, Lin Taoshu's mouth almost twisted with anger. He roared angrily, "Aren't you just lucky enough to come up with 1 furnace makes 7 pills? Do you really think I can't surpass you?" Lin Taoshu, whose sanity was burned out by anger, suddenly burst out with unprecedented confidence. "Pick up the spare tripod and start over." At this time, Dean Zhou cleared his throat and said, "Since there is still some time, let me enumerate Lin Taoshu's numerous crimes." Zhou Wanan did not expose Lin Taoshu's misdeeds to the public at the beginning. On the one hand, it was because he was not yet sure whether Bu Wuchen had real talent or not. Perhaps, the young man was really a charlatan, as Lin Taoshu said. It was not until he witnessed Bu Wuchen's outstanding alchemy skills with his own eyes that Zhou Wanan's heart finally tilted towards Bu Wuchen. So this old guy is so excessive. Fortunately, Senior Bu did not give in. That's right. If Senior Bu hadn't stepped in and defeated that guy this time, who knows how many students who applied to join the Dan Hall would be bullied in the future. The indignant voices of condemnation and curses were louder and louder. In such a complicated environment, Lin Taoshu's journey of refining alchemy can be said to be extremely difficult. At a certain moment, bang! Black smoke billowed and drug residue sprayed everywhere. Once again, the cauldron exploded. Lin Taoshu was so angry and ashamed that he completely collapsed. He vomited a large pool of blood with a "wow." When the last handful of sand in the hourglass fell out, Dean Zhou announced in public. The winner of this alchemy competition is Bu Wuchen. According to the blood contract signed by both parties, the loser Lin Taoshu must immediately pay Bu Wuchen 200,000 gold. And kowtow 3 times and 9 times, recognizing the other party as ancestor. In addition, due to Lin Taoshu's corrupt teaching ethics, he will be dismissed from his position as alchemy hall master from today onwards, expelled from the academy, and will never be employed again. The harsh words that Xuanin said in his throat made Lin Taoshu tremble uncontrollably. Maybe it's because of fear, or maybe it's because of anger. That's 200,000 gold. Even with his status as a 9th-level alchemist in the mortal realm, it would definitely be a huge loss for him to take out so much money at once. What made this old man even more unacceptable was that he actually had to kowtow and admit his mistake in front of all the teachers and students. And we have to respect that young boy as the ancestor. What a joke. This is no longer just a matter of his personal reputation. As a member of the Lin family who is on equal terms with the clan leader, he is also the strongest alchemist in the family. If Lin Taoshu really kowtowed and worshipped his master at this moment, in the future, the entire Lin family will become the laughingstock of Blood Dragon City. Because of this, Lin Taoshu will become a sinner despised by the entire family. No, no. I would rather betray the blood contract of Duden and become infamous from now on than acknowledge that little beast as my ancestor. After making up his mind, Lin Taoshu turned around and ran away without any hesitation. However, the moment he jumped off the martial arts stage, he suddenly found that his legs were out of control. Looking down, a layer of crystal-clear ice froze his legs and the ground tightly together. "You old bastard, you haven't even fulfilled the bet agreed upon in the blood contract, and you want to run away." The person who said this was Xianxia. I saw her slender hands clasped in the air, with ice crystals gathered on her fingertips. Speaking of which, Lin Taoshu, who has reached the 7th level of Qi control realm with the help of elixir resources, is also a very powerful existence in the realm of Xian cultivation. At this moment, he was being held in the air by the Qing Luo girl like an eagle catching a chick, and he had no power to fight back. After feeling the cold icy force quickly freezing all the acupuncture points on his legs, Lin Taoshu's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. 2 words flashed through my mind: it's over. At this moment. Stop it. A loud shout that shook the entire campus rang out. Everyone saw a figure that flew over the heads of everyone in the martial arts arena at an incredibly fast speed. Then, the feet of the person who came were like heavy stones. With a bang, 2 big footprints were left on the martial arts stage. Soon, teachers and students recognized the person. Ah! The Lin family's patriarch, Lin Yunba. Why is he here? It must be those Lin family disciples in the academy who, seeing that the situation was unfavorable, sneaked back to the family to inform them. Hey, the head of the Lin family is here in person, it's going to be a good show. No matter which world it is, there is always someone who likes to watch the fun and make trouble. Lin Yunba, the patriarch of the Lin family, is over 50 years old. The sturdy body looks like a big black bear standing on 2 legs. Just looking at the appearance, it gives people a sense of explosive power. If you look deeper, his Xian Qi cultivation of the 4th level of the divine realm can rank him among the top 3 in the entire Blood Dragon City. The only ones who can surpass Lin Yunba in the realm of Xian cultivation are the city lord Ding Moshuan and the Dean Zhou Wanan. Compared to him, the patriarchs of the Li and Sun families were also half as weak. Lin Yunba jumped onto the martial arts stage and pressed his palm towards the ice crystals under Lin Taoshu's feet. Huff! Crack! The red fire energy had just the right amount of force and instantly melted away all the ice crystals on Lin Taoshu's legs. Master Patriarch! Lin Taoshu suddenly felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Lin Yunba said, softly, signaling the other party to be patient. He then stared at the young man not far away and said with a cold expression, are you the thief named Bu something? Bu Wuchen raised his eyebrows. He has always been a person who respects others by 1 foot. At this moment, he saw that the old man had such a condescending look right from the start. He then imitated the other person's tone, pointed at Lin Taoshu, who had already lost his courage, and said proudly, are you the owner of the dog that lost its home? Lin Yunba never expected that there would be a young man in Blood Dragon City who dared to act so wildly under his nose. How dare you, thief! While cursing angrily, Lin Yunba's eyes were already filled with murderous intent. The terrifying pressure from the realm of supernatural powers poured down on Bu Wuchen like a downpour. At this moment, a thin figure suddenly appeared and blocked Lin Yunba's way. It's Dean Zhou Wanan. He just stood there quietly. Lin Yunba's pressure, like that of a prehistoric beast, seemed to be blocked in front of an abyss, and he could not take even a single step beyond that. Zhou Wanan frowned and shouted angrily, Lin Yunba, you are becoming more and more arrogant, aren't you? How dare you bully the students of Blood Dragon City Academy in front of me? After hearing this, Lin Yunba had to calm down a little. A pair of eyes, however, still stared at Bu Wuchen, and said, Dean Zhou, isn't it inappropriate for you to protect someone so much? That kid was the first to speak rudely, so is it not allowed for me to use my profound energy to pressure him and punish him a little? Oh. Really? At this time, Xianxia moved lightly and protected Bu Wuchen behind her without making a sound. Then she turned to Lin Yunba and said, but in my opinion, it was you who was rude to our student first, right? Lin Yunba's nose trembled. Humph, who is he? Do I have to be polite to him? Using your status to pressure others? The Qing Luo girl smiled frivolously. Isn't that exactly what I'm good at? Patriarch Lin, would you like to have a fight with me? Upon hearing this, Lin Yunba's already frowned brows tightened even more. Dean Zhou's cultivation was far superior to his. Now, here comes another difficult witch. Although Lin Yunba was conceited, he also understood that he was not qualified to fight to the death with the 2 people in front of him at the same time. He stretched out his hand, pointed directly at the young man who was protected by the 2 men, and said mockingly, I thought you would first defeat the little genius of my Lin family's side branch in a gambling fight. Later, he was lucky enough to beat my Lin family's offering by half a chip in the alchemy competition. He is considered a big shot. But now it seems you are just a poor creature who can only hide under the protection of a woman. Lin Yunba deliberately provoked the young man with his words in order to force him to get too excited and lose his mind. If the other party took the initiative to challenge him because of this, it would be exactly what he wanted. In Lin Yunba's opinion, Bu Wuqian even dared to accept Lin Taoshu's duel of alchemy. It's possible that you won't do something even crazier just because you're impulsive. Unexpectedly, the young man just smiled roguely after hearing this. Hey, what's the point of saying, I can only hide under the protection of a woman? Actually, you old men are jealous and envious, right? Don't you wish you could have a peerless beauty who can make fishes sink to the bottom of their chests, geese drop to the ground, and the moon hide in shame on flowers, and who would protect you with all her heart? But who told you not to? That's why I have to say something like, the grapes are sour. So, you are more like a poor creature, right? When the words were spoken, many teachers and students in the room couldn't help but let out a deliberately suppressed sneer. After all, the man in the cloak was the fierce and powerful head of the Lin family, Lin Yunba. If you laugh too recklessly, you might be retaliated against one day. Who is protecting you with all their heart? You are too sentimental. Xianxia's delicate cheeks couldn't help but blush. Lin Yunba's eyes twitched, and his face was as evil as a ghost. What a sharp-tongued little beast. The mountains may not change, but the waters may change. The old and new grudges between you and my Lin family will be repaid in the future. Then, he pulled Lin Taoshu up and walked out of the crowd. Etc. Bu Wuqian said coldly, you haven't paid the compensation stipulated in the blood contract yet, and you want to escape. Lin Yunba narrowed his eyes and said slowly, 200,000 gold, right? I can give it to you. But, forget about the matter of me kowtowing to you and acknowledging you as my ancestor. Kid, leave a way out for everything so that we can meet again in the future, okay? Obviously, compared to the painful loss of 200,000 gold, Lin Yunba, as the head of the clan, cares more about the damage to his reputation. Moreover, he thought that since Bu Wuqian had already earned 200,000 gold, he should be satisfied. There is absolutely no need to risk completely angering the Lin family, the giant of Blood Dragon City, by being too obsessed with kneeling and kowtowing. Unexpectedly, Bu Wuqian looked directly into Lin Yunba's threatening gaze without any fear. The corner of his mouth raised slightly. Oh, you don't want him to kneel? Then you can kneel too. But no matter who it is, you must kowtow your head. Master, you have to call. After hearing these words, Lin Yunba almost popped his eyes out. The red lips of the Qing Luo girl could not help but curl up into a charming arc, and she thought to herself, hee, you are worthy of being the one I like. I have to say that Xianxia's performance at this moment is already quite reserved. Don't you see, those girls in the audience, even several young and beautiful female teachers, are all crazy about Bu Wuqian. Oh. Senior Bu, I love you so much. Student Bu, when are you free? The teacher wants to go to your home and give you one-on-one tutoring. The beautiful screams of youth immediately filled the entire training ground. You know, Bu Wuqian, who has awakened the special attribute, Spirit of Eyes, is extremely attractive to the opposite sex. In addition, he showed no fear when facing powerful figures like Lin Yunba. Cool appearance, cool words. In an instant, countless hearts were disturbed. Lin Yunba glared at him, and uttered a few words from between his teeth. You little bastard, you will pay the price for what you did. Ouch, that's scary, huh? Bu Wuqian patted his chest exaggeratedly. The next moment, he stretched out his fist, pointed his thumb downward at the empty space in front of his feet, and said, I have already chosen the place for you to kneel down. Who of you two will kneel? Bah! Lin Taoshu roared fiercely, you want me to kneel down and kowtow to you as my ancestor? Dream on. Oh yeah. Then I understand. What you mean is that you want your dog master to kneel down for you. Bu Wuqian shrugged, it doesn't matter which of you two is fine. I don't care. I just hope you can hurry up. I need to go to the toilet in a hurry. Feeling Lin Yunba's unfriendly gaze towards him, Lin Taoshu was startled and shook his head repeatedly, stop making trouble. Neither I nor the clan leader will kneel. I see. But Wuchen raised his eyebrows. The gambling contract is recognized and protected by the laws of Jiulang. There are so many witnesses present who can prove that you did not fully fulfill your contract. If I was determined to take the contract with the bloody fingerprints to court, what do you think would be the result? Although your Lin family is powerful, it is not powerful enough to challenge the fundamental laws of Jiulang Kingdom, right? Although Lin Yunba's brows twitched, there was no sign of worry in his expression. Bu Wuchen continued to speak slowly. I can probably guess what you are planning. It's nothing more than delaying and slowly finding a chance to get rid of me. In this way, there is no victim in the case. Those people in the government office will naturally not continue to investigate and punish severely to offend your Lin family. If it was me before, being targeted by you guys like this would really be very troublesome. But in this situation, do you think those black hands of the Lin family can still get close to me so easily? Hearing this, Lin Yunba's eyes finally became more solemn. Yes. Bu Wuchen, who is now shining brightly, will definitely be regarded as a treasure by Dean Zhou. Would it be wise for the Lin family to touch him at this critical juncture? But if we let him go to court, the whole city would know about it very soon. Sooner or later, his Lin family will lose face. Who knows, it might be thrown even harder and more thoroughly. After figuring this out, Lin Yunba glared at Bu Wuchen fiercely. Then, he let go of the hand that was holding Lin Taoshu, turned his back, and said in a cold voice, Elder Lin, a real man can bend and stretch. For the humiliation you suffered today, I, the clan leader, will certainly help you get it back 100-fold one day. Since he said this, how could Lin Taoshu not understand the other party's attitude? With trembling lips and shaking legs, he fell to his knees at Bu Wuchen's feet with a deathly pale face. I was afraid that Lin Taoshu, who was disheartened, might do something desperate. The Qing Luo girl and Dean Zhou stood in tacit understanding, guarding Bu Wuchen on both sides, one on the left and one on the right. Lin Taoshu knew that it was impossible for him to do anything under the noses of these two people. So, he began to kowtow as if accepting his fate. And in accordance with the provisions of the contract, he kowtowed and shouted loudly, Ancestor, please accept the greetings of your unfilial disciple. The crowded martial arts arena was stunned into silence by this dreamlike scene. After they finished kneeling and bowing, Bu Wuchen smiled evilly and said loudly, Hey, you scum, you really bring shame to me, the Grandmaster. From today on, you are expelled from the sect. Get out of here as far as you can. You, puffed. Lin Taoshu was so shocked that he vomited blood and fainted. Lin Yunba gritted his teeth and said, Bu Wuchen, I will remember you. You'd better never let me touch you, otherwise, humph. After saying that, he casually tossed 2 silver bills and they flew straight towards Bu Wuchen. Here's 200,000 gold. Go buy a decent coffin. Perhaps you will be able to use it soon. Just as Bu Wuchen was about to reach out to catch the banknote that was flying right towards him, Xianxia, who was standing beside him, suddenly frowned and reached out her hand before him. Buzz hiss, hiss, hiss. The icy dots on the Qing Luo girl's fingertips burst into purple smoke the moment they touched the banknote. Purple blood sky clam miasma. Xianxia's beautiful eyes narrowed. Any cultivator below the divine realm who gets exposed to this poison will surely die. You even took out such a valuable poison. I can't believe you are quite generous, Lin. While speaking, Xianxia had already summoned the water-based Xian Gang, which had already eliminated the last trace of poison on the silver note. At this time, Dean Zhou also spoke up. The strange thing about this purple blood sky clam miasma is that the people who were poisoned had no reaction at first. It will take 3 to 7 days for the poison to take effect and the victim will suddenly die. I can't believe that you, the head of the Lin family, can do such a vicious and dirty thing. After the initial shock, Bu Wuchen became furious. If Xianxia hadn't come to his rescue, he would have died in 3 days at the shortest, or 7 days at the longest. Even until death, I still couldn't figure out what was going on. Quietly, the killing intention has been deeply planted. But he had an arrogant look on his face, saying, You can't do anything to me, and pretended to be stupid and said, What are you talking about? How come I don't understand? Is there any poison on the banknote? Even if it was poisonous, how can you be sure that it was me who poisoned it? You know, something like a banknote can circulate from one person to another at any time. Of course, this poison could have been given by the guy who gave me the banknote. But didn't Vice Dean Xia also say that the purple blood sky clam miasma is only effective against cultivators below the divine realm? I am at the spiritual realm. In other words, the poison on this banknote may have existed for a long time, but it has never caused any harm to me. After saying that, Lin Yunba looked at the angry and helpless faces of the crowd. The smile on his face became more and more proud. Ha ha ha, everyone, see you later. After saying that, he picked up the unconscious Lin Taoshi with one hand, and after a few flashes, he completely disappeared from the crowd. You old thing are so shameless. Xian Nui cursed angrily. Turning around, he handed the 200,000 silver notes to Wuchen, and reminded him, your experience in the martial arts world is too shallow, and you almost fell into the trap of that old bastard. You must be more careful in the future. Good. Wuchen nodded in agreement, and then he ostentatiously raised the banknote in his hand and said, thanks to the fairy sister for coming to my rescue this time. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Hee hee, this is a life-saving grace. You think you can get rid of me just for a meal? The girl in Qing Luo folded her arms, raised her face, and raised her eyebrows proudly. Well, since you have done me a great favor. How about I just take a loss and treat fairy sister to meals for the rest of my life? A casual joke made Xian Nui blush, and he said in a panic, Who wants to be with you for the rest of your life, shameless? Wuchen then realized that the women in this world were not as unrestrained as those in the world he lived in his previous life. Ahem. Fortunately, at this time, Dean Zhou, who was eager to recruit Wuchen into the academy, spoke up to resolve the awkwardness. Wuchen, on behalf of Blood Dragon City College, I extend a sincere invitation to you to join our school's alchemy hall. You will be admitted to the school as a first-class special student. All treatment and authority are on par with the vice dean at school. As for whether to attend the class, it is entirely voluntary. This dean has only one request of you, represent Blood Dragon City College and participate in the 100 Schools League in a month. As soon as Zhou won and finished speaking, all the teachers and students present were excited. First-class special student. Senior Bu has really reached the pinnacle in one step. In the history of Blood Dragon City Academy, only students who ranked in the top 3 in comprehensive strength in the previous elite classes have been awarded this title. And the best among them are only second-class special students. Senior Bu is really amazing. Right from the start, he was given the highest level of first-class special student. This alone is enough to make him a figure in the school's history, a role model for countless junior students. Looking back, when Wuchen had just entered the school, many teachers and students had marveled at his skills. After all, at the age of 15 or 16, he has already reached the 9th peak of the Qi Guan level. It can be said that most of his body has already entered the elite class. Unexpectedly, not long after, the young man who once attracted many eyes suffered a tragedy of continuous decline in cultivation. No one could have imagined that this young man, who had fallen from the throne of a future star, would one day make a comeback. And this time, his achievements were even greater than ever before. Just when everyone thought that Wuchen would definitely agree to such generous conditions, the young man scratched his head hesitantly. Although the conditions set by President Zhou can be said to be full of sincerity. But Wuchen was not very tempted. After all, he has the system to rely on. If he simply wanted to become stronger, the growth rate he spent in the Blood Dragon City Academy would obviously not satisfy Wuchen's high expectations. The obsession left in the body by the former eldest son of the Bu family makes Wuchen want to return to the imperial capital all the time to take revenge. However, the king of Daliang said, if you are not the emperor's chosen one, you will never be able to return. If Wuchen went back in such a swagger, not only would he be beheaded for disobeying the emperor's will, but he would also implicate everyone around him. This was not the result he wanted to see. Therefore, he needs to become stronger as quickly as possible. Strong enough to protect Yaoer and Achun, and to protect old Menbu who cares so much about him. It was so powerful that even if he returned to the imperial capital in a swagger, the almighty emperor had no choice but to endure it. To put it bluntly, the strength that Wuchen wants is something that Blood Dragon City Academy can never give him. Instead of wasting time here, you might as well go out and try it on your own. This is Bu Wuchen's truest thought at the moment. When Zhou Wanan saw that the other party did not agree, he immediately became anxious. Classmate, you can boldly express your concerns. I still have some faith in this Blood Dragon City, and even in the capital of Jiulang. Maybe I can help you. Bu Wuchen could feel that the dean's attitude was extremely sincere. This is indeed the case. Zhou Wanan was unwilling to miss such a genius in alchemy at all costs. The young man smiled bitterly, then leaned close to the other person's ear and told him frankly that he was not the emperor's chosen one and would never be able to return. However, what he told President Zhou was only this imperial order. As for the specific causes and consequences, no mention was made. We still need to have a basic sense of defense. Bu Wuchen originally thought that the other party would give up when faced with difficulties. After all, that was the order of the Emperor of Jiulang. No matter how important the reputation of Dean Zhou is, can it be greater than that imperial order? Unexpectedly, the thin old man's eyes lit up after hearing this. If that's the case, you should join the Dan Hall. You must have heard of the Jiulang Kingdom's 100 Schools competition, which is held every 3 years, right? Yeah, I have. Bu Wuchen nodded. It is one of the few national-level events in Jiulang and it has a very loud reputation. At that time, the xianxia Academy in every town in Jiulang Kingdom will send their strongest students to compete in the competition. The top 100 contestants who stand out after layers of competition will be admitted to the highest institution of learning, Imperial Capital College, as an exception. If a student can win the top 3 in the 100 school competition, it would be even more amazing. In time, rapid success will be a piece of cake. It is not impossible to be appointed as a general and be granted a title of nobility. Thinking of this, Bu Wuchen's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, the top 100. Imperial Capital Academy. Zhou Wanan smiled and said, hey, judging from your expression, you should have thought of it, right? That's right, as long as you can rank among the top 100 in the 100 school competition. It can satisfy the word, chosen by heaven, in Emperor's summoning by heaven. By then, no one will be able to stop you from entering the imperial capital. Just then. Ding dong, the god-level selection system has been successfully triggered. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, reject Dean Zhou's request and let your temper run wild. Reward for this option, a pair of Just Play brand skateboard shoes. Option 2, agree to Dean Zhou and represent Blood Dragon City College in the 100 Schools competition in a month, and eventually rank among the top 100. Rewards for this option, 1 copy each of the lower-grade Xian level skills and Xian techniques. Option 3, represent Blood Dragon City College to participate in the 100 Schools competition in a month, and win the top 3. Reward for this option, a surprise gift package. Bu Wuchen was delighted. Then I must choose the third option, I am so confident. I've already made my choice, where's the surprise gift package? Ding dong special reminder, for options like this that have specific target requirements, the system will only issue rewards after the host has achieved the corresponding target. So that's how it is. Bu Wuchen suddenly realized. He turned to Dean Zhou, whose eyes were full of expectation, and nodded, okay, I will join the alchemy hall. Okay, ha 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 ha. Zhou Wanan couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh, he was as happy as a child. After a while, he said with a serious face, with your attainments in alchemy, it should not be difficult to rank among the top 100. But don't be complacent. You must know that there are always people who are better than you. In almost every tournament, there will be a drama where a highly anticipated player falls from grace. There will also be a little-known person who suddenly becomes a dark horse that creates miracles again and again. In short, in my opinion, your Denxiu ability is absolutely no problem. Just stay calm and keep a normal mindset when participating in the competition. In response to the old dean's earnest teachings, Bu Wuchen just smiled and nodded politely. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, a crisp and pleasant voice came. Hey, you still have time to stand there and grin like an idiot. Did you forget your promise to me? Bu Wuchen came back to his senses and grinned. Hey, I am now a first-class special student of Blood Dragon City College. From now on, we are good comrades of the same level, understand? Xian Nui rolled her eyes, tisk. Even if it's the Lord of Blood Dragon City in person, I will still call myself Ant if I want to. You are a first-class special student, what is there to be proud of? As soon as these words were spoken, Dean Zhou's face suddenly changed several times, as if he was afraid that the Qing Luo girl would practice on him first, so he quickly found an excuse to slip away. Zhou Wanan knew the temper of that little witch very well. What if this evil woman really calls herself Auntie in front of all the teachers and students and to him, the dean, in order to prove that what she said is true, wouldn't his old face be shattered to pieces? Humph, the old guy runs pretty fast. How could Xianxia, who is so smart, not see what the other person is thinking? Then, he glanced at the other 3 vice presidents of equal status as himself, as well as the 2 alchemy hall masters Li Tsua and Sun Jinwang. Afterwards, everyone who was touched by the Qing Luo girl's gaze jumped up as if they had been electrocuted and said goodbye one after another. As Song Hechuan fled, he did not forget to shout loudly, "My Song's alchemy shop is waiting for you, Master Bu, to come at any time." Why are you all running away so fast? The Qing Luo girl stomped her feet in dissatisfaction. Bu Wuchen, who was standing by, secretly found it funny and waved goodbye, "See you later." Xianxia chased after him, "Come along, I just happen to have something to ask you." After leaving Blood Dragon City Academy, the Qing Luo girl who was walking side by side with Bu Wuchen on the street smiled and praised. "Boy, your performance on the martial arts stage was pretty good. I'm not just talking about alchemy, I'm also talking about your strength when facing Lin Yunba." "Haha, really?" Bu Wuchen answered absent-mindedly, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Xianxia's pleasant voice sounded again in my ears, "Hey, let's talk about your master." "Master?" Bu Wuchen had a face full of question marks. "Yes, your master taught you how to make pills." Xianxia said firmly, "Don't try to fool me with nonsense like, I pondered hard all night and suddenly realized the way of alchemy." Bu Wuchen said calmly, "I don't have a master, this is the truth. Do you need me to swear an oath to you?" "Tisk, forget it, who cares?" "Oh, why are you asking?" "You." Xianxia was very angry, and his chest heaved. Normally, if someone dared to talk to her like this, she would have kicked him away. The Qing Luo girl herself couldn't figure out why she always had extraordinary patience when facing Bu Wuchen. She asked the next question in annoyance, "Then tell me about your identity and origin." "My identity?" Bu Wuchen stopped and looked at her with a half-smile, "Sister Fairy, you have great magical powers. It should be easy for you to find out my background, right?" Xianxia pursed her lips and her pretty face blushed. She is a family member who knows her own affairs. In the past, the Xiao family, which established the International Business Alliance, had such power that it was enough to make the monarchs of every country change color at the mention of it. As the legitimate daughter, Xianxia's status is therefore even more transcendent. Not to mention investigating a person in an ordinary kingdom. Even if you want to find out the royal secrets of the most powerful 7 empires in the secular world, that is an easy task. But right now, the International Business Alliance is in big trouble. Xianxia had no choice but to quietly escape to this small border town in Daoyang State. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for her to use her family's resources, so she was naturally completely in the dark about Bu Wuchen's identity and background. At first, she only focused on the blood dragon birthmark on the boy's chest. But after spending a few days together, Xianxia's curiosity about Bu Wuchen has grown stronger. If she didn't find out the truth, she would feel uncomfortable. At the moment, I can only say stubbornly, "Of course I have found out. The reason I asked you is that I want to confirm it again." Bu Wuchen shrugged indifferently and said, "Oh, there's nothing to confirm. What you find out through investigation is the truth." Humph. Xianxia really wanted to just leave like that. But after she took a few quick steps, she slowed down again, turned around and said, "Hurry up, you're taking so long." "Well, it was you who suddenly accelerated." "Stop talking nonsense, I still have questions to ask you." In the following time, Xianxia asked several questions in succession. Bu Wuchen either fooled around or simply remained silent. The eldest daughter of the Xia family, who had never been treated like this before, finally couldn't bear it anymore. He suddenly grabbed Bu Wuchen's arm, forced him to stop, put his hands on his slender waist, and said unhappily, Hey, can you answer seriously? Why do I always feel that you are absent-minded? What are you thinking about? Oh, I see. You must be worried about the Lin family's revenge, right? Don't worry, with your current status, Lin Yunba won't dare to touch you easily. Besides, I will protect you, don't worry. This time, Bu Wuchen nodded seriously. Well, what I'm thinking about is indeed related to the Lin family. But I'm not afraid of their retaliation. The young man stroked his chin and continued, I was thinking about what I should do to be sure of destroying the Lin family. Ah. The Qing Luo girl was stunned when she heard this. You want to kill the Lin family? She originally thought that Bu Wuchen looked absent-minded because he was afraid of the Lin family. Who would have known that the young man was actually thinking about how to single-handedly take down one of the 3 major families in Blood Dragon City? It's really audacious. Yes, their actions repeatedly touched my reverse scale. Since they are already mortal enemies, what's so strange about me wanting to deal with them? Hey, I told you this because I treat you as a friend, so don't let it slip to me. Seeing Bu Wuchen saying this with a fearless and matter-of-fact expression, Xian Nui's heart trembled unconsciously. The words that were about to come out of her mouth, such as, don't be impulsive, there is a huge disparity between the strong and the weak, learn to be patient, etc., were all swallowed back by the girl. When she opened her red lips slightly, she said something else. Okay, since you are my friend, then I will help you. That old bastard Lin Yunba actually dared to speak rudely to me before. I will leave him to this end to deal with. How about you take care of the others yourself? Bu Wuchen smiled and shook his head. I appreciate the kindness of Sister Fairy. Although I don't mind being called a poor guy hiding under the protection of a woman by those sour grapes guys, but... At this point, Bu Wuchen's expression suddenly became serious. That old dog Lin Yunba almost poisoned me to death. Of course, I have to avenge myself to feel satisfied. As soon as the words fell, the soft light of the setting sun shone through the sparse shadows of the branches and leaves of the trees on the street, and sprinkled on the boy's slightly raised face. The starry eyes are bright, as if filled with lofty ambitions. His sword-like brows are as sharp as a sword, hiding a lofty ambition. At this moment, Xian Nui was staring in a trance. Before I could think about it, this fairy-like person turned her head away, pursed her red lips, and closed her eyes. She kissed the boy's resolute face, which looked as if it had been carved by a knife. This scene happened so suddenly that Bu Wuchen was stunned. The instant touch of a pair of red lips suddenly imprinted on a piece of unfamiliar skin made Xian Nui herself stunned. Oh no, I couldn't help it. I actually... why did I kiss this guy for some unknown reason? Although Xian Nui, who is known as the witch, occasionally behaves like a seductive woman. But the reason why she did that was probably to deliberately cover up something. No one can really get any advantage from her. Those male cultivators who had behaved frivolously and disrespectfully towards her often did not get any benefits at all, but instead had their offspring roots snapped. It is because of this that Xian Nui's nickname of witch spread like wildfire. At this moment, an old and heavy voice came. Ahem, I didn't see anything. You guys continue, I'll go over there and take a look. Ah. Xian Nui jumped away like a frightened deer. A pretty face is rosy and rosy. Bu Wuchen touched his face which had been pecked by a dragonfly, and his heart beat faster. Perhaps to divert attention, he hurriedly asked, what advice do you have, Dean? It's not the same as asking for advice. Zhou Wanan strode forward and said, the reason why I came here is that I want to give you the special student badge. It is not only a symbol of identity, but also a pass to enter the Academy's alchemy hall and the highest level secret room. After handing the thing to Bu Wuchen, the old man did not forget to wink at him. Recalling the scene he just caught, even the dullest person could instantly read the ambiguous meaning in the old man's eyes. Okay, I've finished my work, so I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, Dean Zhou displayed his aura of physical skills and ran so fast. Hee, you are such an old and disrespectful fellow. Xian Nui spat in annoyance, but the blush on her face did not fade for a long time. Bu Wuchen just snickered on the side. You're laughing again. Still laughing. Do you believe me? I will tie you up and throw you to the Lin family right now. Well, I bet you can't bear to part with it. You. Ah, why are you still kicking my butt? Are you ashamed? Humph, I'll kick you to death, you little bastard. Hey, 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 you were kissing me so tenderly just now, how come in the blink of an eye? Is this script wrong? How dare you say that? Ouch, lady, spare my life. Compared to the two of them playing and having fun, the Lin family at this moment was filled with gloom. Master Patriarch, I want revenge. I want to chop that boo into pieces. As he spoke, Lin Taoshu's old teeth made a chattering sound. As the chief alchemist of my Lin family, how can you be so loud and noisy like this? Lin Yunba scolded coldly, you are already past the age of knowing your destiny, what storms have you not experienced? Are you really willing to let a young man who showed up plant demons in your heart and never be able to make any breakthroughs in the way of alchemy? Lin Yunba knew very well that the alchemy battle just now had left an indelible shadow on Lin Taoshu. At that time, the reason why he tried his best to defend Lin Taoshu in public was because he was worried about this. You know, Lin Taoshu is only 56 or 57 years old now. With his cultivation level of the 7th level of Qi control realm, he can live at least another 20 to 30 years in good health. The decline of the Dan Dao path was much later than that of the martial Dao path. Even many alchemists become more skilled as they age, and become more and more awesome as they get older. Therefore, Lin Yunba wholeheartedly hoped that Lin Taoshu would be able to break through the ordinary level and advance to the Xian level one day, and become the second alchemy master to reach the Xian realm in Blood Dragon City in all these years. If this is true, his Lin family will surely stand out from the three major families, and can even compete with the high and mighty city lord's lineage. However, the plan was not as fast as the changes. A sudden alchemy competition left Lin Taoshu, who was defeated miserably, with a demon in his heart. If Lin Taoshu doesn't get rid of his inner demons, he will never be able to make any progress in his alchemy practice until his death. I can naturally understand the good intentions of the clan leader, but I just can't help it. Lin Taoshu sat on the chair, lowered his head, grabbed his hair with both hands, and rubbed it randomly. Only by chopping that little beast into pieces can I relieve the hatred in my heart. By then, the inner demons will naturally be dispelled. After saying that, the old guy suddenly raised his head and looked at his own clan leader with hope in his eyes. Lin Yunba frowned and snorted, based on the boy's performance on the martial arts stage today, Zhou Wanan will definitely find ways to protect him. How can it be so easy to get rid of him? Hearing this, Lin Taoshu's face darkened. Why is Elder Lin so depressed? As the words were spoken, a young man of about 17 or 18 years old walked in slowly, fanning himself. After Lin Taoshu raised his eyelids and saw who was coming, he said in a cold tone, "Young master, why do you have to ask questions when you already know the answer and rub salt into my wounds?" It turned out that this young man was Lin Yunba's only son, the young master of the Lin family, Lin Liang. Hee, what are you talking about, Elder Lin? I rushed here as soon as I heard about your experience. I didn't come here just to rub salt into your wounds. Lin Liang was originally considered a handsome man. In addition, he spoke calmly, as if he was born with the bearing of a leader. In the Blood Dragon City College, apart from Wuchen, the newly promoted, first-class special student of the Dan Hall, among the other 3 regular special students, Lin Liang is the strongest one. He said calmly, that guy is now protected by both the dean and that evil woman named Xia. Whether inside or outside the city, it is extremely difficult to kill him. However, I know a good way to get rid of him. We just need to do this and that. As he listened, Lin Taoshu's originally depressed eyes suddenly lit up. Great, it's really great. Lin Yunba also stroked his beard with a look of satisfaction and nodded. Yes, that's a good idea. Just go for it. Your father will give you all the support you need. Yes. At this time, Wuchen had no idea that a vicious hand had quietly reached out from the dark. At this moment, he looked at the yard in front of him that he had just moved into 2 days ago, and suddenly he felt as if he was in another world. A few days ago, when he had just crossed over, he was still a poor boy who was bedridden and nearly killed by a villain. But now, he has become a young genius with a huge sum of 220,000 gold and has been promoted to the Academy's first-class special student. The reason why such a radical change could take place is certainly due to the God-level selection system that has long been integrated with it. Apart from this, the person Bu Wuchen should thank most is probably the fairy sister next to him. The young man took a deep breath and said sincerely, "What happened today? And 2 days ago, you specially arranged for someone to give you a house and provide protection. I will remember all your kindness. If I say I'm returning a favor, isn't that too much of a stretch? After all, our relationship, ahem. I mean, there's really nothing about me that you can appreciate right now. How about this, as long as I stay in Blood Dragon City for 1 day, I will refine 1 day's showdown for you for free." Xianxia raised her eyebrows and smiled. Really? Then I won't be polite. Yes, but you have to provide the materials for alchemy. Xianxia's smile froze instantly, and he rolled his eyes, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You really have the nerve to say that. Bu Wuchen touched his nose and said, my family is not well off right now, you know. When I become rich in the future, I will help you refine some ordinary grade elixirs. Even if it's the Xian level or Ling level, I will help you refine it without blinking an eye. Isn't that good enough? Xianxia snorted twice. That's more like it. Well, in order for me to become stronger as soon as possible, so that I can refine a higher grade showdown for you as soon as possible, you may have to do me a small favor. The Qing Luo girl glared at the other person unhappily. Okay, so you are waiting for me here. Bu Wuchen's face turned red. Although I'm asking you for help, I won't give you less money. Humph, do you think I'd be interested in your little tricks? What's the matter? Tell me first. I want to buy some high-grade and top-quality Xian beast crystals from you. And they have one each of the 8 attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and poison. Bu Wuchen said so. When he was competing with Lin Taoshu in alchemy, he triggered the system option and obtained something called Crystal Swallowing Spirit Order. Crystal Swallowing and Spirit Transformation Order, depending on the user's own realm. After swallowing the corresponding mysterious crystal, the user's cultivation will be greatly improved and a mutated mysterious energy will be awakened randomly. The higher the grade of the consumed black crystal, the more energy it will convert into the user's cultivation value. Each level of cultivation has an upper limit to the amount of energy it can withstand. The limit of swallowing crystals and transforming into spirits corresponding to the Qi contemplation realm is high-level superior grade. Special note, the user of this order must collect all 8 types of mysterious crystals of the same grade and then swallow them all at once. Otherwise, the energy suddenly rushing into the body will not be able to achieve balance, causing the body to explode and die. The above is the reason why Bu Wuchen is looking to purchase the black crystal. After hearing this, Xianxia's eyes flashed with surprise. You want to buy high-grade black crystals corresponding to 8 attributes right away. You have quite a big appetite. But do you know that even if you take out all the 200,000 gold coins you just won, it is still far from enough to pay for 8 high-grade black crystals? Bu Wuchen was stunned. He really didn't expect that high-grade, top-quality black crystal would be so expensive. After all, the former eldest son of the Bu family rarely spent his own money to buy things like black crystals. As a stranger who traveled through time from a foreign land, Bu Wuchen's knowledge of this new world basically came from the former eldest son of the Bu family. What the other party didn't know when he was alive, he is naturally in the dark now. Why that expression? I have no intention of asking you for money. After Xianxia finished speaking, she waved her jade hand gently. Buzz. After a flash of inspiration, 3 crystal blocks the size of pebbles and shining with different colors were held in the hands of the Qing Luo girl. Take something out of thin air? Bu Wuchen subconsciously exclaimed, storage ring. No wonder Bu Wuchen was so surprised. The original owner of the body he possessed was a descendant of a wealthy family in the imperial capital, so he naturally understood how expensive a storage ring was. It was okay in the imperial capital where many wealthy families gathered. However, in a cold frontier city like Blood Dragon City, only the lord of a city or the president of Xianxia Academy with a transcendent status has the ability to obtain a storage ring. Unexpectedly, the girl in front of me also has one. Then, she thought of the person in front of her, who dared to call herself Aunt in front of the city lord. It doesn't seem surprising that someone like her has a storage ring. Lin Taoshu seemed to have mentioned something like World Business Alliance before. I don't know what kind of connection Xianxia has with the World Business Alliance. Just as Bu Wuchen was lost in thought, Xianxia stuffed the black crystal into his hand. Said, I only have 3 types of high-grade black crystals: wind, thunder, and poison. The rest, you have to figure it out on your own. Bu Wuchen didn't act pretentiously. After thanking him, he directly put the 3 black crystals into his sleeve pocket. Although he has a portable warehouse, this is a big secret related to a murder case. Even though Bu Wuchen trusted the Qinglua girl very much. But if this little witch discovered that she was not wearing a storage ring, but was using a method that was similar to the storage ring, given her curiosity about her own origins, she will definitely get to the bottom of it. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is better to hide it for now. At this moment, Xianxia's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she asked, by the way, you want so many high-grade xian crystals, are you planning to refine low-grade xian-grade pills? No. Bu Wuchen shook his head. With my current alchemy skills, I am still a little short of the right level to refine a xian-level elixir. The Qingluo girl said coquettishly, oh, it's so rare to hear you say something modest. Well, brother is a self-aware person, right? Xianxia couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, thinking, you can be called self-aware when you plan to launch a war of revenge against the entire Lin family by your own strength. But Bu Wuchen continued, to be honest, these 8 kinds of black crystals are used by me to restore my cultivation. The Qingluo girl looked surprised. Huh? Use the black crystal to restore your cultivation. This is the first time I've heard of this. However, with her vision, she already knew that the world is so big and full of wonders, so she was not too surprised. He just casually said, when you return to the 9th level of the observation of Qi realm, you must make plans to break through the control of Qi realm and choose a certain mysterious energy attribute. In a cultivator's body, only one kind of mysterious energy attribute can exist. Unless your profound skills are abolished and you have to start practicing from scratch, the profound energy attribute you choose will follow you for the rest of your life. As an alchemist, the best choice for the Xian Qi attribute is naturally the fire attribute. The technique you are practicing is of the fire element, right? But don't wait until you break through the Qi control realm to suddenly discover that you have awakened something other than the fire element. In fact, for Bu Wuchen, it doesn't matter which mysterious energy attribute he awakens. With the support of the system, as long as he improves his Den realm level and refines the corresponding grade of Xian Dan, he will naturally have a 100% success rate. It has nothing to do with what kind of mysterious energy attribute he awakens. However, the concern revealed in the words of the Qinglua girl made Bu Wuchen feel very useful. The gangster smiled and said, hey, as the saying goes, if someone is too nice to you, he is either a traitor or a thief. Sister Fairy is so concerned about me, could it be that she has taken a fancy to me? Stop being so conceited. Xianxia spat coquettishly, rolled her eyes, and said, I'm worried that you'll be stupid and ruin your bright future in the path of alchemy. In that case, you won't be able to make pills for me for free, right? Bu Wuchen pretended to sigh sadly and said, alas, I never thought that I treated you as my confidant, but you treated me as your alchemy slave. Ah. The Qingluo woman felt her heart unconsciously tighten. Actually, it's not. Bu Wuchen suddenly smiled slyly, hee. In fact, compared to being a Dan slave for a fairy sister like you, I would rather be a sex slave. What did you say? Ahem, it's nothing. I just mean I have something else to do. I'm leaving first. When the other party ran away, Xianxia suddenly came to her senses, feeling ashamed and angry. How dare you tease me, Bu Wuchen? Humph, you're lucky to run fast this time. The Qingluo girl didn't know that 2 blushes quietly appeared on her cheeks. That kid took 3 high-grade black crystals from me. And I didn't even ask him a single word about his origins as to the blood dragon mark. Xianxia stamped her feet in anger. Humph, I will pry your mouth open sooner or later. Seeing Bu Wuchen coming back, Wan Xiaoyao ran to heat up the food happily. Soon, at the dining table, Bu Wuchen couldn't help but ask curiously, I was busy all night yesterday and didn't come back. You two weren't as anxious as I thought. This is all thanks to the senior vice president. She sent someone to deliver a letter to tell us that young master was in seclusion at Song's alchemy house refining elixirs, and told us not to worry. After saying that, Wan Xiaoyao looked at her young master with admiration in her eyes. Young master, when did you become an alchemist? I didn't know anything about it. But Wuchen adjusted his hair in a cocky manner. Hey, master, I have many more amazing skills. It was just because of the special circumstances that it was inconvenient to show it before. Wow, I knew the young master was the best. Little stars appeared in Wan Xiaoyao's eyes. Speaking of which, Wan Xiaoyao was already loyal to the eldest son of the Bu family. He felt even better about the reborn Bu Wuchen, who rose up strongly and defeated the Lin brothers. Later, Bu Wuchen awakened the spirit of eye contact, which made Wan Xiaoyao's already high favorability towards her young master reach a new peak. The old slave Ah Chun's weathered face was also filled with unconcealed excitement. Master, you really know how to make pills. Of course, look at what this is. Bu Wuchen showed his badge. Dan Hall, first-class special student. The old slave Ah Chun's eyes widened instantly. Although the Blood Dragon City Academy is far inferior to the Imperial Capital Academy, but being able to obtain the status of a first-class special student is enough to prove that Bu Wuchen has an extremely outstanding talent in the way of alchemy. Master has made great progress. Ah Chun couldn't help but choke up. Over the years, Ah Chun can be said to have watched Bu Wuchen grow up with great difficulty. Deep down in his heart, he has long regarded him as half his own grandson. He saw that his children and grandchildren not only did not get defeated after going through a great catastrophe, but instead underwent a gratifying transformation. He felt so happy in his heart. We're just getting started. Bu Wuchen grinned. When my alchemy skills improve, it won't be impossible for me to refine a mysterious elixir that can help you repair your Dantian meridians. Ah, master, I am grateful to you for your kindness. I will die without regrets. Ah, bah, what's the matter with death? He, I believe in you, master. Wan Xiaoyao smiled even more brightly. In the past, in the imperial capital, Wan Xiaoyao followed Bu Wuchen, the only grandson of the family, and had seen many alchemists from wealthy and powerful families. Those people are all very impressive and highly respected. Some alchemy masters with profound skills would be treated with respect even by General Bu. When I thought about my young master, he also became a showdown master. Moreover, the young master is still very young, but he has already been selected as a first-class special student in the Dan Hall of the Blood Dragon City College. With time, she might be able to surpass the alchemy giants in the imperial capital. The pretty little maid developed a sense of pride. By the way, take these gold coins and spend them. Bu Wuchen stretched out his hand and handed a few silver bills to Ah Chun and Wan Xiaoyao respectively. Hiss, are they all 500 gold notes? Wan Xiaoyao and the old servant Ah Chun were both shocked. Master, we haven't spent all the money you gave us last time, and now. Just spend it if I tell you to. Why are you being so polite to me? Bu Wuchen stuffed the banknotes to the two without questioning and said, make up for your weakened physical condition after your profound skills were abolished. Otherwise, when I have time to refine the showdown one day and help you repair your Dantian meridians or even restore your cultivation, I will find that your physical foundation is simply unable to withstand the medicinal power of the showdown. Wouldn't that be a waste of time? But compared to us, whether you are practicing alchemy or martial arts, you need a lot of training resources. How can you? Without waiting for Wan Xiaoyao to finish her words, Bu Wuchen directly took out the 2 silver notes with a face value of 100,000 gold each and waved them in front of their eyes. At this moment, both of their eyes were wide open. Even when they were in the imperial capital before, as Bu Wuchen's confidants, they had never seen such a large amount of silver bills. After all, the Bu family had very strict family education. In addition to the routine distribution of cultivation resources, Bu Wuchen was strictly controlled in terms of money. What I gave you is just a drop in the bucket, use it freely and don't feel bad about it. Spend these gold coins on arming yourselves. When you become stronger, you will be of greater help to me, right? The two of them then accepted the banknotes with peace of mind. After having a comfortable dinner, several unfamiliar voices suddenly came from outside the house. Ah! Lady, spare my life. Humph, you guys are sneaking around the alley. It's obvious that you have no good intentions. Misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. We are classmates of Senior Bu Wuchen. We came here to ask him for help. If that's the case, why didn't you knock on the door? Instead, you acted like you were planning to climb over the wall and get in. That's because our visit this time is of great importance, and the fewer people who know about it, the better, so. I don't want to listen to your chatter. Go talk to Bu Wuchen yourself. As soon as the words fell, Bu Wuchen only felt a flash before his eyes. There were 5 more strangers in the courtyard. Among them, 3 men and 1 woman all looked pale, obviously frightened. On their right arms, they all wore badges that symbolized students of the advanced class of Blood Dragon City College. In addition, there is a tall woman with delicate features wearing a tan leather jacket. Judging from his appearance, he is only about 17 or 18 years old. At this moment, her left hand was suspended in the air with 5 fingers spread wide. 4 icy threads as thin as spider silk shot out from the tip of his fingers, tying the hands of the 4 students behind their backs. Bu Wuchen was stunned. Although this woman is not as stunningly beautiful as fairy sister xianxia, she can also be said to be a beauty that can topple a city or a country. Especially her cold temperament, which makes her even more stunning. Bodyguard sister. Wan Xiaoyao cried out in surprise. Then he stood up hurriedly and introduced, Master, this is the bodyguard sister. After the young master and Lin Jian had a gambling fight, the bodyguard sister repelled the bad guys who came to harass them time and time again. Bu Wuchen suddenly realized and nodded slightly, bodyguard. This name is quite unique. Oh, no, no. Wan Xiaoyao blushed and explained hastily, I once asked you for your name, but you said you were just a temporary bodyguard and didn't mention your name. So, that's why Yaoer, I see. Bu Wuchen nodded to show his understanding. Then, he walked up to the leather-clad woman with big strides, clasped his fists and said, Thank you for your help. After saying that, he took out 3 small porcelain bottles containing top-grade ordinary showdown from his sleeve pocket and handed them over. These were all secretly collected by Bu Wuchen when he was in seclusion at the Song's alchemy workshop. At the beginning, Bu Wuchen only took out half of the refined xiandan, and Song Hechuan was so surprised that he almost jumped up. If I give them all to the other person, he will be scared to death. Moreover, the 100% success rate in refining mortal-grade superior showdown is a bit too scary. Even Dean Zhou, whose showdown technique has reached the Xian realm, would find it impossible to do it. Bu Wuchen was also worried that if he behaved too evilly, he would cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, hiding the second half of the showdown is also an inevitable way to protect oneself. Here are some top-grade healing pills and energy-restoring pills. Please accept them. Bu Wuchen said. If it weren't for the protection of this young bodyguard lady in front of them, Chun and Wan Xiaoyao would have been killed by the Lin family long ago. Therefore, Bu Wuchen's gratitude to the woman in leather jacket at this moment came completely from the heart. Seeing this scene, the 4 students who came to Bu Wuchen for help suddenly had their eyes lit up, and were extremely envious. Oh my god, he threw out several top-grade ordinary showdown in one go. Hiss, this senior Bu is really generous. Before this, the 4 of them had all seen Bu Wuchen's performance in the martial arts arena, so they had no doubt about the authenticity of those pills. Compared with these students, the attitude of the woman in leather jacket seemed much colder. She didn't even glance at the showdown, and just said 2 words lightly, no need. Sister, are you so cold? Bu Wuchen curled his lips. Since the other party was unwilling to accept the thank you gift, there was no reason for him to shamelessly give it to him. At this moment, the only girl among the 4 students said delicately, Senior Bu, I came all the way to ask you for help, and I have absolutely no ill intentions. I never thought that such a powerful big sister would suddenly appear. I feel so wronged. I don't know if this soft and cute girl is really delicate or just pretending to be delicate. After she finished speaking, there was actually a layer of mist in her big eyes. At this time, the other 3 people also spoke one after another. Senior Bu. Oh no, Master Bu, the reward for the mission we just received is negotiable. But what is certain is that the mysterious sponsor who issued the mission is definitely powerful. Besides, he's willing to advance half of the remuneration. Is this true or false? Hearing this, Bu Wuchen was really moved. His expression fell into the eyes of the 4 people, and they all had the same thought in their minds. Brother Lin really has sharp eyes and golden eyes. He has long seen that this Bu is very greedy for money. But then again, it was because of this guy's 2 gambling fights that Master Lin discovered his weakness. The few people who were secretly happy in their hearts turned into a look of fear and trepidation on their faces, patting their chests and promising. Of course it's true. The mission is posted in the mission hall of the academy. If you don't believe me, you can go and see it in person. Besides, you are now the only, first-class special student since the founding of Blood Dragon City College. You are on par with several vice presidents. We 4 senior students would not dare to lie to you even if we were very brave. Bu Wuchen hummed lightly without commenting. Then, he said directly, how about this, you go and talk to the sponsor. If he can advance me 5 high-grade Xian crystals with the Xian energy attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, I will accept this mission. Ah. High-grade black crystal. And they must correspond to the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 4 students were all shocked by Bu Wuchen's request. You know, only after the death of the mysterious beast can people obtain the mysterious crystal, which is the essence of its energy. But most of the time, when a mysterious beast dies, the mysterious crystal in its body will also collapse. And high-level Xian crystals are the essence that can only be condensed by high-level Xian beasts. The cultivation levels of human cultivators, from low to high, are the wild martial realm, the qi-observing realm, the qi-controlling realm, the spiritual realm. In comparison, the levels of cultivation of mysterious beasts also have clear definitions. From weak to strong, they are awakening mysterious beasts, primary mysterious beasts, intermediate mysterious beasts, high-level mysterious beasts. If we compare the realms of humans and mysterious beasts one by one, we will find that the combat power of a high-level, superior-grade mysterious beast is comparable to that of a 7th to 9th level of the divine realm. Looking across the entire Blood Dragon City, it is not necessarily possible to find a cultivator who can kill a high-level, top-grade mysterious beast alone. Even if a large group of experts formed a team and worked hard to defeat a high-level, top-grade mysterious beast, it is still unknown whether its mysterious crystal can be preserved intact. And now, Bu Wuchen opened his mouth and asked for 5 high-grade black crystals. And it must also cover the 5 different attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. This is simply asking too much. The 4 of them couldn't help but think, could this guy have noticed something? So, you deliberately made such an excessive request, hoping to make fun of us. Bu Wuchen waited for a while and saw that they were still in a daze. He waved his hand impatiently and said, can you tell me whether it's okay or not? If you think you can't handle it, lead the way. I will personally talk to the person who issued the task. At this time, the bodyguard lady wrapped in leather jacket asked in a cold voice, why don't I just help them to the end and throw these annoying flies out? Oh, no, no, no. Several people quickly expressed their opinions. Although Senior Bu asked for a high reward for the mission, it is not necessarily impossible to negotiate. Yes, yes, yes. We will go and discuss this with the sponsor who issued the mission. As for your personal involvement, just imagine, once the financier sees you, how could he be willing to share the benefits with us? I hope you can understand, Senior Bu. That's right, Senior Bu, please give us some time. Seeing that what they said was reasonable and well-founded, Bu Wuchen did not doubt it. Thinking that there would be nothing to lose by giving it a try, he nodded and said, okay, go ahead and come back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguard lady, who was as cold as an iceberg, put away the ice silk in her hand and let the few people leave. Then, she stepped lightly on the ground with her lotus feet. With a whoosh, the beautiful figure disappeared without a trace in the fragrant breeze. Not long after, in the pub at the end of the street which had closed early in the morning, the 4 advanced class students who had just left Bu Wuchen's residence gathered here. Mr. Lin, there really is an incredibly powerful young woman in Bu Wuchen's house. From the way she condensed the ice silk and bound us, it seems that she cultivated the water-based mystical energy. The young Master Lin they were referring to was none other than the Lin family's young patriarch, Lin Liang. At this moment, the young man was lying comfortably on the armchair, closing his eyes and resting. But after listening for a while, Lin Liang frowned impatiently. Stop talking nonsense, let's get down to business. Yes, yes, yes. Several people broke out in cold sweats. After all, the conditions proposed by Bu Wuqian were simply outrageous. They were afraid that they would leave a bad impression of being incompetent in the mind of the eldest son of the Lin family. But now that things have come to this, they can only bite the bullet and tell the truth. As Lin Liang listened, his eyes widened. What? 5 high-grade black crystals. And they also correspond to the 5 different attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yes, yes. Mr. Lin, do you think that Bu might have heard some rumors and is deliberately trying to mess with us? Impossible. Lin Liang shook his head fiercely. Everyone who knows about this would like to chop that guy into pieces. How could they let the news leak out? At this point, Lin Liang seemed to suddenly think of something, and his pair of meaningful eyes scanned the 4 people in front of him one by one. The 4 of them suddenly felt as if they were being stared at by an extremely ferocious and vicious beast. Their bodies began to tremble unconsciously and they dared not even breathe. Finally, it was the pretty female student who forced out a seductive smile and said, "Mr. Lin, you are not doubting me, are you? I have already given myself to you without reservation. How could I possibly team up with outsiders to deal with my lover? Isn't that right?" By the end of the conversation, the woman had fallen into the other man's arms, deliberately twisting her rather sexy waist and acting coquettishly. Seeing this, the 3 male students also hurriedly expressed their loyalty one after another. "Mr. Lin, we were able to enter the advanced class because of your support. If you hadn't helped us back then, we, who came from a poor family, would have been drowned in the crowd long ago. How could we have the glory we have today?" "That's right, Master Lin, you have been so kind to us, and we will never betray you no matter what. I am willing to swear an oath." "So would I." "Me too." Although with their level of cultivation, they only had a partial understanding of the legendary blood oath that all cultivators must strictly abide by. But this does not affect them from making the oath in their own way. You know, people in this world still attach great importance to oaths. If one breaks one's oath, even if one is not subjected to the divine punishment of a blood oath level, it will often cause the person who breaks the oath to have a demon planted in his or her heart. This is no joke. Lin Liang just watched in silence. After the 4 of them had sworn an oath with extremely serious consequences, he smiled hypocritically and said, "Oh, I was just joking with you guys just now, why is it so serious? I'm going to make this clear today, as long as you can follow the plan and get rid of Bu Wuqian. After this year's 100 schools competition is over, I guarantee that each of you will receive resources and rewards beyond your imagination." The 4 of them were delighted. In fact, with their level of cultivation, they are only 1 step away from the threshold of the elite class. But they are all a bit old. If they continue to practice step by step, they would probably have to graduate as advanced class students before they even reach the Qi control realm due to their age limit. But as long as the wealthy Lin family is willing to lend them a hand, then the hope of the 4 people to successfully advance to the elite class before reaching the age limit is undoubtedly much greater. In Blood Dragon City, whoever can graduate as an elite class student will get a ticket to the future to become a superior person. Lin Liang said with full determination, "With the foundation of my Lin family's main business of black crystals for generations, 5 high-grade black crystals with corresponding properties can be produced. Since that Bu wants it, give it to him. After he dies, won't he have to spit out whatever he ate? And what you have to do is to bring Bu Wuqian's head back to me intact." The 4 of them nodded in agreement. Not long after, they brought the 5 black crystals to Bu Wuqian. Bu Wuqian, who has awakened the special profession of appraiser, can tell the authenticity of something at a glance. My heart was immediately filled with joy. Wow, these are all real. He really wanted to take out the crystal swallowing and spirit transformation order immediately and swallow and refine the 8 black crystals he had obtained one after another. But reason reminded him that there were several strangers standing in front of him whose background he didn't know, so he couldn't be reckless. Then he praised, "You 4 are quite reliable." Several people said respectfully, "It is our blessing to have the opportunity to share your worries." Bu Wuqian scratched his head, "Ha ha ha, this makes me feel a little embarrassed. You are sincere, and I am not ambiguous. From this moment on, I'm a member of the gang." "Wait a moment, I'll go in and eat a little, change clothes, and then we'll set off. Tell me in detail what the mission is on the way. In fact, changing clothes and eating are just a cover. Bu Wuchen just wanted to hide in a deserted place and use the crystal-swallowing spirit transformation order. At this time, the little girl pretended to be about to cry, and said pitifully, "Senior, we really can't delay it any longer." Although the sponsor agreed to advance 5 high-grade superior black crystals, he was very dissatisfied with our exorbitant price. And we set a time limit. If the task cannot be completed within 1 hour, we will have to pay double the compensation for his losses. You said just in case, woo-woo. The girl was crying, and the 3 boys took advantage of the situation to persuade her, "Don't cry, Senior Bu will definitely not watch us pay twice the money to that sponsor for nothing. Yes, the mission location is near Blood Dragon City. If we hurry, we will be there soon. Moreover, with Senior's amazing alchemy skills, it won't take long for him to help us extract the essence of the 9 fire ring ice grass." For a moment, Bu Wuchen was really moved by these people's words of retreating to advance, "So you hid it from me and silently endured such a great pressure. Okay, let's just go." "Really? That's great. Senior is really a kind-hearted brother." The girl, who was originally crying with tears in her eyes, instantly stopped hesitating. He turned around and started praising Bu Wuchen. The calls of "good brother" made the bodyguard girl shiver, and her goosebumps appeared layer by layer. "By the way, I haven't asked you about your current level of Xian cultivation, Master," a boy suddenly asked. Bu Wuchen raised his eyebrows in confusion. "The reason why you chose to team up with me is not to extract the essence of the 9 fire ring ice grass. Why are you suddenly concerned about my level of cultivation now?" "That's because the mission location we are going to this time is somewhat special." The boy replied respectfully, "Any cultivator above the Qi control realm will be blocked by a strange energy barrier and will not be able to enter the mission site at all. I was thinking, if your cultivation has already broken through the Qi control realm, then while we still have some time, we must quickly find other people to help." "I see." Bu Wuchen had no doubts. "Then you can rest assured, because my current xianxia realm has only reached the 7th level of Guanqi realm. I didn't expect that there is such a magical place outside of Blood Dragon City." Swoosh. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze blew past everyone's ears. In the blink of an eye, a pretty figure in a tight leather jacket suddenly appeared before my eyes. Who else could this woman with a hot body wrapped in a signature black and red leather jacket, in stark contrast to her cold temperament, be other than the bodyguard lady? After recognizing the person, Bu Wuchen breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, little sister, you are on my side. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep when I think of such an elusive and powerful enemy." The cold female bodyguard simply glanced at Bu Wuchen and said, "That place is called Night Forbidden Forest. At nightfall, any human cultivator who enters will not be able to come out alive. Only during the day, cultivators below the Qi control realm can set foot inside." The 4 of them nodded in unison. What the lady said is correct. The location of our mission this time is the Night Forbidden Forest. The bodyguard lady didn't even look at them, and said in a cold tone, "As far as I know, the 9 fire ring ice grass is a plant unique to the Night Forbidden Forest, and its number is extremely rare. Plus, the Night Forbidden Forest is an extremely dangerous place. There are very few adventurers willing to take the great risk of entering the Night Forbidden Forest, finding the 9 fire ring ice grass, and finally successfully bringing it back. Because of this, no one has figured out what kind of effects that 9 fire ring ice grass contains. So I am very curious, why would someone suddenly pay a high reward of 5 high-grade black crystals in advance just to get the medicinal spirit of a 9 fire ring ice grass? Isn't that person afraid that the black crystals he paid out in advance will be buried in the Night Forbidden Forest, along with the people who completed the mission?" When these words came out, the 4 of them felt nervous. He said with a stiff upper lip, "How can we guess what the sponsor is thinking?" "That's right, as the saying goes, fortune and honor are sought in danger. Since they can offer me a price that I can't refuse, why not give it a try?" Bu Wuchen nodded. "Okay, let's go. Anyway, I have got the 8 black crystals. If I really encounter any danger, I can directly activate the crystal swallowing and spirit transformation order, and refine the black crystals. My cultivation level will be able to increase by 2 or 3 levels, right? With the help of the earth-level body movement, instant shadow step, and the heaven-level mystical skill, finger to the Yellow Springs Road, it should be no problem for him to protect himself. Bu Wuchen came out of the yard, turned over and jumped onto the fast horse that the 4 people had prepared in advance, and suddenly felt a warm feeling on his back. Then, a jade hand went around his waist and grabbed the reins. Then, a cold voice came into my ears, "Let go, I'll do it." "Ah. Miss Bodyguard. You are." It turned out that the person who suddenly jumped up and rode with Bu Wuchen was the girl in leather jacket. Just when Bu Wuchen was confused, he heard the other party's emotionless voice again, "My cultivation level may not allow me to accompany you into the night forbidden forest. But it is more than enough to protect your safety on the road." "Well. A what? Don't look at me like that. I'm a lady who has been entrusted with a task, so I should be loyal to the person who entrusted me with it." "Okay, thanks then. Xiu." At this moment, the horse raised its neck and legs. Bu Wuchen, who had just loosened the reins and had not yet had time to grab the saddle, leaned back due to the horse's movement. Then, he felt a warm, soft and fragrant feeling on his back. After this feeling was about to break up, the bodyguard lady said in a bad tone, "You are sitting too far back, move forward a little." "Oh, okay." At this moment, the bodyguard's usually cold face unconsciously blushed. It's a pity that Bu Wuchen, who was sitting in the front, had no chance to see this rare and beautiful painting. Strange, why would I? The bodyguard sister was also shocked by her own uncharacteristic behavior. In the past, even if she was in a hurry, she would definitely find another horse. How could she ride with the opposite sex? And if he was knocked down, there, even if the other party didn't do it on purpose, he would definitely be taught a lesson by her. But now, I just can't bring myself to teach him a lesson. Humph, it's all that witch's fault. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have condescended to serve as a bodyguard. The woman in leather jacket thought angrily. She could never have imagined that her special treatment for Bu Wuchen was because the other party had awakened a permanent passive attribute, the spirit of eye contact. Any person of the opposite sex, the moment they see Bu Wuchen, their favorability towards him will quietly soar. Poor Qinglua girl didn't even know that she was being blamed for no reason. At this moment, Bu Wuchen spoke up, "Well, in order to avoid accidentally bumping into you again, how about we switch positions?" As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that it was bad. If the positions were changed, wouldn't the icy beauty be held directly in his arms? Isn't that more advantageous? Stop talking nonsense. The bodyguard sister snorted in annoyance and squeezed the horse's belly fiercely. "Drive. Xiu." The horse neighed loudly and galloped away. "Hey, senior, wait for us." Gee, hey wait, you come to protect me, what about Yaoer and A-chun?" Bu Wuchen suddenly asked. "Even if I leave, there are still others who will do their best to protect them." While speaking, the bodyguard's expression remained wooden, as if she was made of ice and snow. "You are quite capable indeed. Not only does Xian Nui hold you in the palm of his hand, but even Dean Zhou treats you like a treasure." Bu Wuchen smiled complacently and adjusted his hair in a very pretentious manner. "Alas, my damn talent." The bodyguard lady was so annoyed that her eyebrows turned upside down. The 4 guys with bad intentions secretly complained in their hearts, "Humph, even if your alchemy skills are amazing, so what? Once you enter the Forbidden Forest, you will be like lambs to be slaughtered in front of us." Speaking of which, it's a good thing that young Master Lin took into consideration that Bu had the protection of that witch and Dean Zhou, so he didn't plan to attack him in the city or on the way. Otherwise, once the crime of assassinating the special student of Blood Dragon City College is confirmed, the consequences will be. Young Master Lin, and even the entire Lin family, can't bear it. Although the Night Forbidden Forest has a reputation for being weird and terrifying, it is not far from Blood Dragon City. After leaving the city gate and heading west, Bu Wuchen only encountered a few wild beasts and 2 low-level mysterious beasts along the way, except for a few human hunters. They appeared majestically, but they only lasted for 3 seconds before being neatly killed by the bodyguard. Bu Wuchen and his party rode at full speed, and soon arrived at their destination. The land under my feet is still surrounded by lush trees, flowers and plants. But when you look straight ahead, at the road that is wide enough for 4 or 5 carriages to run side by side, it has turned into a wasteland that stretches as far as the eye can see. Isn't this the legendary mirage? Bu Wuqian muttered to himself. How long are you going to stay stunned? The bodyguard said coldly, we're here, get off the horse. Ah. Oh. It had been a bumpy ride, and although the bodyguard had been very careful, some physical contact was inevitable between the two people riding on the same horse. If it were in the past, she, with her cold personality, would have kicked the other person off his horse long ago. And now, she just spoke to Bu Wuqian in a colder tone, which could be considered unusually gentle. The bodyguard's sister said as she tied up the horse, listen, the forbidden power of the night forbidden forest is only for human cultivators, and has no effect on mysterious beasts. After entering, do not go deeper than 18 miles. Otherwise, based on your cultivation, you will surely become food for the mysterious beast. Finally, this cold and beautiful woman said in a voice that only Bu Wuqian could hear, I still feel that this mission is not right. You should take care of yourself. After saying that, she jumped onto a big tree, lay down with her eyes closed and began to rest. Senior brother, can we go in quickly? I'm scared if I stay here for too long. The girl deliberately put on a gentle and pitiful look and spoke in a delicate voice. After some casual chats along the way, Bu Wuqian already knew the names of several of his companions. The girl with a coquettish voice and some beauty was named Feng Jiezuang. The boy with a medium build and side-parted hair is named Li Duanfeng. The boy with a hideous snake-shaped scar on his left arm, extending from his wrist to his shoulder, is named Xiaochaoyang. The shortest one is called Qian Dali. The 4 of them were all top students in the college's advanced classes, and had reached the 9th level of the Qi contemplation realm. Come to think of it, the former eldest son of the Bu family was originally a classmate of the 4 of them. But at that time, Bu Wuqian had just been demoted to this cold city in the frontier, and his heart was already filled with resentment and unwillingness. How could he still have the mind to make friends with new classmates? Yes, Senior Bu, at night, the forbidden night forest becomes a damned evil place for human cultivators. Let's hurry up and go in, Li Duanfeng said in a flattering and slightly anxious tone. Well, you said it's dangerous at night, and it's still morning. And you guys also said before that the sponsor who issued the task was unhappy with my exorbitant price, so he deliberately only gave me a 1-hour deadline. We don't even have to wait until dark. If it takes more than an hour, the mission will be considered a failure. Bu Wuqian asked in confusion. This is a bit complicated to explain. Feng Jiezuang said delicately, how about we go in first and tell our senior brother about the wonders of this forbidden night forest, while we look for the quest items, okay? Okay, let's go. The moment they stepped onto that deserted road. Suddenly, there was a loud boom, like thunder in a clear sky. Bu Wuqian felt his feet lighten, and his whole body seemed to be pulled by a strange force and fell headfirst into a twisted space door. From the bodyguard's perspective, 5 living people just disappeared out of thin air. Only the clear footprints leading to the desolate road proved that everyone had just been here. At this time, in the night forbidden forest. What Bu Wuqian saw before his eyes was no longer just vast expanses of wasteland. Instead, there is a lush and green scene of primitive jungle. No wonder everyone chose to dismount and walk before entering this place. In such a deep forest, ordinary horses can't run at all. The moist air, mixed with the unique fragrance of plants, made Bu Wuqian exclaim, wow, this is really not just a mirage. Suddenly, a sweet voice came from my ear, Senior, you must have been traveling all the way, would you like to drink some water? Okay, thank you. Bu Wuqian thanked him, took the water bag handed to him and was about to put it to his mouth. However, he did not notice that Feng Jiezuang's peach blossom eyes were filled with a sinister smile of success. Drink it, drink it. Just a small sip and you will die without anyone noticing. When the time comes, I'll push the blame of your death onto the mysterious beast in the night forbidden forest, and make it all go away completely, ha 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 ha. However, when Bu Wuqian brought the spout of the kettle to his lips, the words of the bodyguard suddenly flashed through his mind, this mission is a bit weird, you'd better take care of yourself. Then he thought about how he had almost been killed by the poison that the head of the Lin family had put on the banknotes because of his lack of experience in the martial arts world. Bu Wuchen subconsciously stopped any further action. During this moment of hesitation, a strong murderous intent suddenly came from the side, making Bu Wuchen's hair stand on end. The sudden attack of the burning murderous intent made Bu Wuchen terrified, and he quickly activated the instant shadow step. Whoosh! As a strong wind blew past his ears, the young man's figure instantly moved to the shadow of a tree dozens of steps away. With the shadow step, you can reach any place with shadow within a radius of 100 steps in an instant. After being stunned for a moment, Feng Jiezuang couldn't help but show a trace of suspicion in her eyes. Huh? You were able to dodge my fatal attack. You're quite alert. The body movements are also amazing. The woman licked her red lips and said seductively, if you weren't a thorn in young Master Lin's side, you would be my slave. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Duanfeng, a man of medium build with a side-parted hairstyle, immediately became unhappy. I felt jealous. Humph, you and young Master Lin are like that, that's fine. You're actually interested in this guy now. So he snorted coldly and said viciously, so what? He still has to die. Qiu Chaoyang, who had a hideous snake-shaped scar on his left arm, smiled grimly. Hey, Bu Wuchen, our senior Bu, I advise you to give up resistance and die obediently. At this point, how could Bu Wuchen not know that he had been ambushed? Mr. Lin. Humph, the Lin family again. So, you guys are the evil dogs hired by the Lin family. Bu Wuchen's words became colder and colder. The unyielding fighting spirit in his eyes became more and more intense. When the four heard this, they all sneered. Especially Qian Dali, the one with the shortest head, grinned till his mouth was almost up to his ears, and sneered, oh ha ha ha, Master Bu is so arrogant. You haven't noticed anything strange about yourself yet, have you? Bu Wuchen frowned. Just now, he saw the word poisoned written on his attribute panel. Although the poison was not serious, in a short period of time, he could only exert the combat power of the second level of the Guanxi realm. What's even more terrible is that because of the poisoning, the profound energy in his Dantian Xuanfu has also been diluted by more than half. If he only had one opponent at the 9th level of the Guanxi realm, Bu Wuchen, with his existing combat power, combined with the ability bonuses of the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, a body of bronze and iron, and the speed of a cheetah, would be able to fight. But the problem is, there are 4 enemies at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi observation realm who have shown their weapons. The way they looked at Bu Wuchen at this moment was like a tiger or a hungry wolf staring at a fat sheep. While slowly approaching in a fan-shaped formation, he said, from your expression, you should have sensed it, right? You should feel honored. You know, the poison that Master Lin used to deal with you is very valuable. That's right. If just 2 or 3 drops get into your stomach, you'll die instantly. Even if you don't drink it, smelling a little bit of poison gas will greatly inhibit your cultivation. We've already taken the antidote if we're looked at like that. So, my young master, I advise you to give up your fearless struggle. If I cut my neck with a knife, maybe I can die more easily, ha 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 ha. At this moment. Ding dong, the God-level selection system has been successfully triggered. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, hand over all the money and property in your personal warehouse and beg the other party to let you go. Reward for this option, a small 3D icon of a dog head saving life. Option 2, find a way to escape from the pursuit. Reward for this option, after successfully escaping, you will receive 20,000 gold coins and a pair of Escape Expert golden boots. Option 3, don't beg for mercy or run away, but kill the 4 people. Reward for this option, after successfully counterattacking, you will receive a Battle Pet Order and an Invisibility Talisman. Bu Wuchen, who had been frowning, suddenly had his eyes light up. Ha, here it comes. I definitely chose the third option. Well, unfortunately, the reward for this option can only be obtained after a successful counterattack. Otherwise, I can use the Invisibility Talisman to escape, and then use the Battle Pet Order to capture a powerful mystical beast as a battle pet, and then it will be easy to kill the 4 people. After all, in this Forbidden Night Forest, it is hard to find human cultivators with 2 legs, but it is common to encounter powerful profound beasts with 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 legs. Just as Bu Wuchen's thoughts were stirring, Feng Jiehuang, who was always good at observing people's words and expressions, immediately caught the subtle changes in Bu Wuchen's expression. Suddenly, I had a bad feeling and said to my companions, "Hey, stop talking so much. Be careful of any unexpected events. You've heard about this guy's gambling fight with Lin Jian before." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised the wind-cutting sword in her hand and rushed forward to kill him. After hearing what Feng Jiehuang said, the other three also put away their contempt, pushed their Xian gang to the limit, and rushed towards Bu Wuchen. Outnumbered 4 in this open area, I will definitely lose. After this thought flashed through his mind, Bu Wuchen turned and ran. Run away. Do you think you can escape? Li Duanfeng sneered. Qiu Chaoyang habitually licked the scar on his arm, with a fierce light in his eyes. "Hey, run away, it's more fun to play with the dying prey. Hurry up and chase it. Don't let this little beast get too far." Feng Jiehuang reminded with a serious face, "Don't forget, this is the Night Forbidden Forest, known as the Jedi of Mankind." Qiu Chaoyang, who was the most playful, suddenly felt a chill in his heart. We really can't let him run around like a headless chicken. In the Forbidden Night Forest, within 18 miles from the entrance, the number of mysterious beasts is extremely rare. When I encounter them occasionally, they are only beginner-level mystical beasts. But once you go deeper than 18 miles, you will gradually step into the territory of those powerful mysterious beasts. If you happen to encounter a high-level mystical beast, or even the legendary, spiritual-level mystical beast, if it farts, it can kill several 9th-level Qi Contemplation Realm cultivators. For a moment, several people chased even harder. Huff, huff. In the dense primeval jungle, several figures were chasing each other. In addition to the whistling of the wind, there is also the rustling sound of the leaves rubbing against the ears, which together compose a night song full of evil. Although Bu Wuchen was poisoned, which seriously affected his realm strength. However, the bonus of the cheetah's wind speed ability made him only slightly inferior to the other 4 in terms of speed. In addition, the instant shadow step was used at the beginning to open up a distance of dozens of steps, and there were many winding turning points in the forest. In a short period of time, the 4 men couldn't catch up with him. "Kill me. Ha. It's better to follow me and eat my ass." Bu Wuchen sneered provocatively. Several people looked gloomy. "Humph, don't be so proud. The poison has been deeply rooted in you. You have been running away at a rapid speed. The consumption of profound energy in your body has increased. I wonder how long you can escape. Come on, come and chase me, little master. Lulyalu. With the 4 of you short-legged dogs and weaklings, I don't think you can catch up with me." Bu Wuchen made provocative remarks from time to time, which made the 4 of them very angry. This made them more eager to hunt down Bu Wuchen. As a result, the original fan-shaped encirclement formation quietly turned into a state of independent attack. When the 4 of them were lined up in a straight line, Bu Wuchen, who was running away, suddenly turned around. A smile bloomed on the corner of his mouth. "Hey, now is the time." Why did he turn around and stop? Why did I see a hint of a smile from the corner of his mouth? Just as these questions flashed through the 4 people's minds, Bu Wuchen moved. He raised his right arm, and a beam of incomparably powerful light suddenly shone out from the tip of his index finger. 1 finger to cross the underworld. Swoosh. The finger light was like a rainbow, appearing suddenly, and the area within a few hundred steps was filled with a scene of startled birds. As for the few people chasing Bu Wuchen, they were only 20 to 30 steps away from him. Faced with the bright light that suddenly appeared and arrived in the blink of an eye, they had no time to react. Puff. Li Duanfeng, who had caught up with the others and rushed to the front, was pierced through the chest in an instant and killed instantly. How so? After these words flashed through his remaining consciousness, he became deader than dead. The killing power of 1 finger crossing the yellow springs penetrated Li Duanfeng's body and headed straight for the second target on the same line. Puff. A bloody hole was cut directly into Qiu Chaoyang's abdomen. The blood, like the exhaust of a jet plane, drew a straight red streak in the air. Puff. The third sound that penetrated the flesh and blood was the sound of Qian Dali being shot in the head by Li Hongguang. With the resistance of the 3 meat shields in front, the power and speed of one finger crossing the yellow spring were greatly reduced. This gave Feng Jieshuang, who was running at the back, time to react. She barely turned sideways and escaped Hongguang's attack. In a flash, 3 people were killed instantly. How horrifying was this scene to Feng Jieshuang? Li Duan Feng, Qiu Chaoyang, Qian Dali. They are all people at the peak level of the 9th level of the Qi contemplation realm. If the 4 of them join forces, they can fight against cultivators at the 1st or 2nd level of the Qi control realm and will be able to protect themselves for a short period of time. How could he be killed instantly with just 1 strike? But Bu Wuqian himself curled his lips with a feeling of being unsatisfied. Tisk, I didn't even manage to complete the quadra kill, what a pity. Hearing what Bu Wuqian muttered to himself, even though she didn't understand a few words, Feng Jieshuang still felt as if she was falling into an icy cave. Obviously, the power of the opponent's attack was beyond the girl's understanding. Feng Jieshuang trembled slightly and slowly stepped back. That pretty face was filled with horror. How is this possible? You were clearly running away in a panic just a moment ago. How is it possible that the next moment you just... Bu Wuqian grinned. Hey, I'll teach you a word called positioning. First, I'll try to lure you into a straight line, and then I'll use my special move to kill you all. Got it? It's a pity that you escaped in the end and failed to achieve the achievement of quadruple kill. Feng Jieshuang's lips were trembling, and her pretty face turned slightly pale. In the blink of an eye, he changed from a hunter to a prey. This huge gap is no less than falling from heaven to hell. The next moment, the girl knelt on the ground and pleaded with a trembling voice, Senior brother, the one who wants to kill you is Lin Liang, the young master of the Lin family. I was just forced by him. Please give me a chance to live. I will do anything for you. At the end of the conversation, the woman, whether intentionally or unintentionally, knelt on the ground with her body bent into an extremely seductive position. She said in a charming voice, Senior, please spare my life. I am willing to be your slave and do my best to repay you. She looked hesitant and gentle. In fact, the other hand hidden in the sleeve quietly twisted its wrist and shook out a poison dart as thin as a willow leaf from the sleeve pocket. Unexpectedly, facing her sexual temptation, Bu Wuqian just stayed where he was, with a sneer on his face that said, Brother will watch you perform slowly. He said calmly, Haha, I didn't expect that I could see such a charming girl in this sacred mountain and old forest. Feng Jieshuang became a little anxious and decided to add fuel to the fire. While twisting his body, he crawled on his knees towards where Bu Wuqian was. While saying pitifully, as long as Senior brother likes it. I know I was wrong first, and I only want to atone for my sins. Naturally, I will do whatever my senior brother wants me to do. Oh. Really? Bu Wuqian curled the corner of his mouth. Looking at the extremely hot figure in front of him, the boy's eyes became colder, but, I have no interest in wearing other people's shoes, what do you say? After hearing this, Feng Jieshuang suddenly realized that her previous methods that were specifically used against men and always worked well were no longer effective. In anger, she threw her hands violently. Swoosh. The willow leaf poison dart suddenly shot towards Bu Wuqian's eyebrows. Fortunately, Bu Wuqian never dared to take his guard down. He aimed at the incoming hidden weapon and turned his head, allowing the poison dart to pass by him. In the time it took to avoid the poison dart, Feng Jieshuang, who had just thrown the hidden weapon and turned around to run, was already flying far away. While running away, he did not forget to take out a goose yellow xuandan and swallowed it into his mouth. To get the system reward, you must kill all 4 of them. We can't let her escape. Bu Wuqian's heart tightened and he quickly started chasing after him. The identities of hunter and prey were completely reversed at this moment. But at this moment, Bu Wuqian's expression was still solemn. Because he could feel that there was not much Xian Qi left in his Dantian Xuanfu. So he chased after them while shouting to confuse the enemy, Hey, you don't really think you can get away, do you? Didn't you mention this before? The only entrance and exit to this night-forbidden forest is the same path we came in through. And the bodyguard lady is standing guard outside without leaving. With her cold and brutal temper, if you were to fall into her hands, it would probably be 100 times more painful than dying in my hands, right? While chasing, Feng Jiezhuang suddenly turned around and attacked. The strong energy on the tip of the sword was like the breath of a poisonous snake, rushing straight towards Bu Wuqian's face. The latter was horrified. Fortunately, at this time, the instant shadow step has been cooled down, so I decisively urged it. Ha! After the gust of wind passed, Bu Wuqian narrowly avoided the tricky sword. He looked at Feng Jiezhuang and suddenly his eyes focused. This woman's aura. Qi control realm. Feng Jiezhuang's aura at this moment is much stronger than before. The protective aura attached to her body at this moment had already condensed into a form that looked like fog and frost. It is no longer the half-real and half-virtual Qi shadow of the Qi observation realm, period. And this is exactly the characteristic of the Qi control realm. How did she break through to the Qi control realm while running? Bu Wuqian was in shock when he suddenly discovered that Feng Jiezhuang, who was a few dozen steps away, had her hair turned white and her cheeks turned yellow in an instant. The originally youthful and beautiful skin became wrinkled, and the whole person seemed to have aged by several decades in an instant. What's going on? Just as Bu Wuqian was stunned, Feng Jiezhuang had already spoken viciously. The longevity-reducing and mystic-increasing pill has finally taken effect. In order to kill you, I swallowed this pill which greatly reduced my vitality and in return increased my cultivation. So you must die, ah. Her eyes were full of ferocity, and her murderous intent was as cold as a knife. For women, especially for a woman with a decent appearance, it is hard for anyone to accept that she instantly ages from her youth into an old woman. As long as I can kill this guy, Master Lin will be happy, and maybe he will give me a magic elixir that can make me rejuvenate. Carrying this fantasy, and filled with anger towards Bu Wuqian. Buzz, chi. Mysterious energy was emanating from Feng Jiezhuang's body, causing the branches of the surrounding trees to break and the grass to wither. Perhaps it was because she used the power of the elixir to force a breakthrough. Although his cultivation realm had skyrocketed from the 9th level of the Qi observation realm to the 2nd level of the Qi control realm, he had not awakened the mysterious energy attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. But even so, Bu Wuqian, who is in a poisoned state, is definitely not someone he can confront head-on. But at this moment, the young man did not look very panicked. He only secretly sighed in his heart. Isn't it said that this night-forbidden forest will exclude human cultivators above the Qi control realm? Why is she? Could it be that the taboos of this forbidden night forest are only valid for human cultivators who have entered before? And for those who come in as Qi observation realm cultivators and then break through to the Qi control realm in the night forbidden forest, there will be no impact at all. Because his mind was racing, Bu Wuqian's expression kept changing. Feng Jiezhuang saw this scene and thought that the other party was frightened by her sudden surge in cultivation. A cruel arc suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. Hee, are you afraid now? It's too late. Afraid? Ha ha. Bu Wuqian smiled calmly. Feng Jiezhuang couldn't understand why he could still laugh at this critical moment. Buzz. After a sudden flash of inspiration, 8 high-grade and superior mystical beast crystals were already held in Bu Wuqian's palm. That light. You actually have a storage ring. Feng Jiezhuang's eyes lit up. That spiritual light was originally a special effect when Bu Wuqian took something from his portable warehouse. It was only because the aura was extremely similar to that of the storage ring that Feng Jiezhuang mistook it for her. I didn't expect you to be so fat. There must be an extremely powerful force behind the existence of the storage ring. If we were outside, I wouldn't dare do anything to you, considering the possible retaliation I might suffer. But unfortunately, this is the Forbidden Night Forest. Feng Jiezhuang was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling with greed. No one can find out the reason for your death. After I kill you, that storage ring will belong to me, ha 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 ha. At this moment, ding dong, crystal swallowing spirit transformation order is activated successfully. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the 8 black crystals held in Bu Wuqian's hands all turned into streams of light and sank into his Dantian Xuanfu. Then, a series of system prompts rang out in my ears. Ding dong, the energy of the mystic crystal has been absorbed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 8th level of the Qi contemplation realm. Ding dong, the energy of the mystic crystal has been absorbed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 9th level of the Qi contemplation realm. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 1st level of the Qi control realm. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 2nd level of the Qi control realm. Ding dong. Every time an upgrade prompt sounded, a dazzling golden light would burst out from around Bu Wuqian. The sight of flashing golden light made Feng Jiezhuang stunned. She really couldn't figure out what was going on. I just felt that every time the golden light flashed, the aura of the young man not far away became stronger. After the golden light stopped, Bu Wuqian's cultivation had jumped from the 7th level of observing Qi realm to the 8th level of controlling Qi realm. 15 or 16 years old, at the 8th level of Qi control realm. Such an achievement, let alone in this cold city on the frontier, would definitely be considered an extraordinary person even if he was placed in the imperial capital where there are so many talented people. What surprised Bu Wuqian even more was that after the first upgrade, his Dantian Xuanfu, which had originally been almost empty, was once again filled with xianxia. He couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart. It seems that I, who possess the power of the system, also have the trait of full status after upgrading. Not bad. Then, ding dong, the host, with the cultivation base of the observation Qi realm, used the spiritual swallowing order for the first time, and thus immediately awakened a mutant elemental attribute, yin-yang ice and fire seal. Yin-yang ice and fire seal, water-type mutant element, lower grade Xian level. A special water-based mysterious energy element that possesses the power of yin and yang, and contains the dual souls of ice and fire. Once the owner uses it, his or her own mysterious energy can be as hot as fire, or as cold as frost, with the yin and yang switching between the mysteries of countless changes. Special note, the yin-yang ice and fire seal is a growable mutant element. After meeting certain conditions, the grade of this mutant element will be upgraded. Improvement method, currently unknown. A top-grade Xian-level mutant water element. And it can grow. That's amazing. Bu Wuqian was very happy. In his memory, mutant elements are extremely rare and powerful treasures. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and poison. These are the 8 mystical energy attributes that apply to all realms. Depending on the technique they practice, most human practitioners will awaken a certain mysterious energy attribute after they move from the Qi observation realm to the Qi control realm. Of course, there are also about 30% to 40% of unlucky people who have clearly advanced to the Qi control realm, but are unable to awaken their mysterious energy attributes because the techniques they practice are not compatible with their own abilities or because of their own physical constitutions. Naturally, their combat power is weaker than those at the same level of Qi control realm, who have awakened some mysterious energy attributes. Among the 8 attributes, there are extremely rare mutant mystical energies, also known as mutated elements. Mutated elements like this are either forged from special bloodlines or nurtured by the spirits of heaven and earth. It is no exaggeration to say that each mutated element is a rare treasure born from the mysterious power. Mutated elements, like skills and mysterious techniques, are divided into strong and weak levels. From low to high, they are ordinary, mysterious, spiritual, earth, and heaven. Except for the mortal level mutant elements, other mutant elements are unique in this world. In fact, even if one is only the owner of a lower-grade mortal mutant element, the strength of his mysterious energy is enough to surpass that of a cultivator at the same level who does not have any mutant elements. And the unique, mysterious level variant elements like the yin-yang ice and fire seal will undoubtedly increase the strength of the cultivator's mysterious energy even more significantly. Not to mention that the xianxia realm instantly soared to the 8th level of the Qi control realm. I also awakened a kind of growable Xian-level mutant element. So cool. Bu Wuqian was filled with excitement. As soon as he thought about it, a dazzling light of half orange and half blue immediately rose from his body. This is exactly the unique Xian Gang color of the mutated element, yin-yang ice and fire seal. At this moment, the ground where his left foot was standing was covered with a layer of floating ice within a few feet, emitting layers of cold air. Where his right foot stepped, orange-red flames ignited, and in just a moment, the flowers and plants at his feet were burned to ashes. After taking in the entire scene, Feng Jieshuang's face could be as ugly as it could be. Just the powerful aura that Bu Wuqian exuded at this moment made her feel powerless. What's more, the other party's Qi control realm has awakened the mysterious energy attribute. Compared to his own attributeless Qi control realm, it already has an overwhelming advantage. What kind of mysterious energy attribute is this? Half of it is as blue as ice, and half is as orange as fire. I've never seen anything like it before. Could this be a mutant element? When she thought of this, Feng Jieshuang felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping her throat. I spent 30 or 40 years of my best years to gain a second-star Qi control realm without any attributes. But Bu Wuqian not only surpassed himself in cultivation, but also awakened his mysterious energy attribute. And what awakened was the attribute of the mutant element. It's true that comparing yourself to others makes you feel nauseous. Bu Wuqian grinned and chuckled, haha, if you hadn't demonstrated it yourself, I really wouldn't dare to break through the Qi control realm in this forbidden night forest. Now, thanks to you, my cultivation has improved and the poison in my body has been cleared. It's really pretty cool. Feng Jieshuang was so angry that she almost vomited blood. But she still had a glimmer of fantasy in her heart. How rare is it to have a mutated mysterious energy attribute? Looking across the entire Daliang, there are only a few people to be found. Only him. Why? That half-orange and half-blue mysterious light, besides the mutation element, there is another possibility, that is, being possessed by a demon. His cultivation level has soared from the 7th level of the observation Qi realm, and he has even jumped across levels. This is not normal. The price of a sudden increase in cultivation is most likely going insane. Feng Jieshuang secretly shouted in her heart, yes, it must be like this. The reason why this guy seems to be so relaxed chatting with me right now is because he's pretending to be calm. He must be suffering from the pain of his inner profound energy going astray, and he wants to use this to delay time. As long as I take action now, I will be able to kill it with one strike. As soon as she thought of this, Feng Jieshuang kicked the ground with both feet and rushed out like a female leopard. The thin sword in his hand, carrying the killing power of the 2nd level of Qi control realm that was enough to break rocks and cut metal, stabbed straight towards Bu Wuqian. Suddenly, there was a clang sound. Feng Jieshuang's determined attack was now easily blocked by Bu Wuqian. Bu Wuqian, who had no weapon on him, blocked the sword with just one hand. The ice condensed in the palm of Bu Wuqian's left hand successfully blocked the tip of the sword, and in the blink of an eye, it froze the entire sword body. How is it possible? Feng Jieshuang was stunned. In just the moment she was distracted, the icy energy that climbed up the sword had already touched Feng Jieshuang's arm. Ah! She screamed and tried to shake it off. But there is no way to get rid of it. She wanted to summon her profound strength to break free from the freezing force that was gradually creeping over her body. However, the huge gap in the cultivation levels of both parties, and her inability to use her attributeless xianxia to fight against the mutated water element, made Feng Jieshuang's Xian Gang feel even weaker. No. Feng Jieshuang was crushed to the point of screaming in despair, and was frozen into an ice sculpture. The fear in his expression was also frozen at this moment. Bu Wuqian coldly glanced at the woman who had nearly killed him several times, stretched out his index finger without any pity, and flicked the ice sculpture lightly. Crack, bang. The next moment, the ice sculpture shattered. Crystal fragments were scattered all over the ground. Feng Jieshuang, who was in the middle of it, naturally couldn't die any more. Bu Wuqian's novelty for the yin-yang ice and fire seal had not yet worn off, and he tried to control the other half of the orange fire power to sweep over the corpse. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. After a large cloud of smoke rose, there was nothing left on the ground except a charred area. It seems I can also release ice power or fire power independently. That's good. After all, the strange color of the mutant element is still too eye-catching. In the imperial capital, there are still many people who are concerned about the life of me, the only grandson of the Bu family. It's better to keep a low profile until you have enough power to protect yourself. At this moment. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for achieving a counter-kill and obtaining an invisibility talisman and a battle pet order. Invisibility Talisman, a special mysterious talisman, grade unknown. Effect, it can allow the user to hide his body and eliminate his aura. Any being below the Earth King realm cannot detect his existence. Duration, quarter of an hour. Battle Pet Order, releases a supernatural power containing the power of the host's Blood Essence Soul Lock, which can capture any mysterious beast as a battle pet. Special note, the higher the realm of the mysterious beast captured by this command, the smaller the probability of successful capture. Bu Wuchen was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. Wow, ha 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 ha, this is awesome. With this invisibility talisman, that is undetectable to anyone below the Earth King realm, I won't be discovered even if I go for a stroll in the heavily guarded Jiulang Palace. With the previous experience of the eldest son of the Renbu family, he naturally understood how valuable the Earth Profound realm was. Above the Qi Control realm is the spiritual communication realm. Above the divine realm is the Sea Condensation realm. The Earth King realm is an existence that is superior to the Sea Condensation realm. This battle pet order can capture any mysterious beast as my battle pet. Don't expect too much. As long as I can catch a spiritual grade mysterious beast, whose mysterious cultivation realm is comparable to the Ninghai realm of human cultivators, I can walk sideways in this blood dragon city. Bang. Suddenly, a majestic bell sounded. The earth-shaking roar caused all the animals in the forest to flee. The bells in the woods. Bu Wuchen, who was originally happily imagining the future, was shocked. Isn't this the night forbidden curse that the bodyguard lady mentioned? On the way here, although the bodyguard was very frugal with words, in order to protect Bu Wuchen, she still revealed all the secrets of the night forbidden forest. As the saying goes, when the golden bell rings 3 times, it's night. At this time, the mysterious beasts in the night forbidden forest would become particularly bloodthirsty and brutal, as if stimulated by something. Therefore, any human cultivator who still stays in the forbidden night forest after nightfall will surely die. Bu Wuchen looked at the sky nervously. Beyond the mottled shadows of the trees is the clear blue sky. How could it look like night was approaching? At this moment. Boom. The second bell rang. Bu Wuchen could clearly feel that the ground under his feet trembled. The young man was nervous. Damn, this is really a bit weird. It is better to believe it than not to believe it. It is more important to escape first and save your life. Wait, where's the way we came? Mala, you bastard, how are we going to get out of this damn place? Before Bu Wuchen was reborn, he basically relied on navigation to know where to go. Find the way. There is no such thing. Now I have plunged into the primitive jungle and can't find a way out. Just when I was scratching my head anxiously. Boom. The third bell rang. Above the deep forest, the sunny sky seemed to be suddenly covered by an endless curtain. At this point, the alternation of day and night has been completed in the small world where Bu Wuchen is. Night forbidden forest, it's night. Howl. Ouch. Roar. In an instant, the roars of beasts and the cries of birds shook the mind and soul. Bu Wuchen shuddered subconsciously. She's really that evil. He exerted force on his palm and sucked the rapier that Feng Jieshuang had dropped not far away into his hand, barely enough to have a weapon at his disposal. Sasha, Sasha. Suddenly, Bu Wuchen's ears twitched. He heard an unusual noise coming from the tall and short bushes behind him. Bu Wuchen turned around abruptly. He couldn't expose his back to that ferocious beast of unknown origin. Soon, Bu Wuchen took a breath of cold air. Because he saw a large group of eerie green eyeballs flashing in the darkness. Then came the pale fangs and the bloodthirsty roar. It's a wolf. But this wolf is no ordinary beast. It was a mid-level, low-grade mysterious beast with a dark purple body, fur like pins and needles, and a size that was even larger than a lioness. Purple lightning sword wolf. The initial stage middle-grade profound beast. Its profound cultivation combat power is roughly equivalent to that of a human cultivator at the 4th to 6th level of the Guanxi realm. Logically speaking, an opponent of this level should not make Bu Wuchen, who had just advanced to the 8th level of Qi Control realm, so afraid. But the problem is. At this moment, the purple lightning sword wolves that were slowly surrounding them from the direction of the bushes were actually a pack of hundreds of wolves. And in the distance, there were even louder and more ferocious howls, getting closer and closer. Once you are surrounded, the consequences. Bu Wuqian made up his mind. Mala, you bastard, move first. With a high fighting spirit, the half-orange and half-blue enchanting light around the boy became more and more dazzling. Kill. Howl. Human voices and wolf howls sounded simultaneously. The young man's sword tip was like rain, with his cultivation level of the 8th level of the Qi control realm and the killing power of the Xian level mutated element, yin-yang ice and fire seal. With every stab, pick, and sweep, he could kill a purple lightning sword wolf in seconds. However, those primary and mid-level mysterious beasts were not made of clay. Especially since the wolves are united and fearless. As time went by, Bu Wuqian gradually felt his arms going numb. It was obviously caused by the attack of the lightning sword armor, the mysterious beast skill of the purple lightning sword wolf. If he allowed this feeling of numbness to worsen and further affect his torso and limbs, Bu Wuqian would be in great danger. Ouch! The smell of their companion's blood further stimulated these ferocious purple lightning sword wolves, making them even willing to sacrifice themselves and crash into the tip of Bu Wuqian's sword. As cunning as they are, they know that this human cultivator may seem powerful, but as long as he is made to endure a large amount of paralysis from the lightning sword armor for a short period of time. If he continues to fight to the end, he will surely die. Damn it, it looks like I have to use other methods. Bu Wuqian's brows tightened, he put away the sword in his right hand, clenched his left fist, and blasted towards the direction where the purple lightning sword wolves were most concentrated. Huff, huff, huff. A huge fist shadow burning with scorching flames instantly attacked the wolf pack. Awo, awo. The severe pain of being burned by the raging fire made the purple lightning sword wolves, which had been extremely ferocious just a moment ago, howl in pain. Hey, the feeling of being able to release mystical energy and hurt the enemy from a distance in the Qi-controlling state is just awesome. And this way, we don't have to worry about being paralyzed by the opponent's lightning power after hitting the purple lightning sword wolf in a hand-to-hand fight. While feeling happy, Bu Wuqian also realized his own shortcomings. Just doing this will cause a great burden on the consumption of profound energy. Unfortunately, apart from one finger crossing the yellow springs, I have not mastered any other profound skills. I can only use the most clumsy method to use the profound energy to kill the enemy. After I leave this damn place, I have to learn a few more profound skills to rely on. At this moment, the power of the yang fire in the mutated element, yin-yang ice and fire seal, was fully activated, immediately giving Bu Wuqian the upper hand. Soon, the boy's advantage turned into a winning advantage. Seeing that his most powerful, thunder armor paralysis, was of no use, the purple lightning sword wolf slowly retreated while roaring in reluctance and anger. However, before Bu Wuqian could breathe a sigh of relief. Roar! With a deafening roar, an extremely huge black bear savagely pushed away the fleeing wolves and rushed towards Bu Wuqian. Bu Wuqian's eyes narrowed. This is a mid-level, mid-grade profound beast, the black rock giant bear. As the former eldest son of the Bu family was a descendant of a military family, he had naturally participated in many hunting gatherings and the like for the playboys. Therefore, he recognized at a glance the big black bear in front of him with thick black rock layers all over his body. You know, ordinary wild beasts, or half-awakened spiritual beasts, are equivalent to the rough martial realm among human cultivators. The initial stage of mysterious beast, corresponding to the Qi contemplation realm. The combat power of this mid-level superior grade mysterious beast is enough to rival that of human cultivators at the 7th to 9th levels of the Qi control realm. The skin of this black rock giant bear is a layer of black steel rock, and its defensive power is amazing. It's a thankless task to keep pestering it. Bu Wuqian was immediately overwhelmed. It will take a lot of time and effort to kill this thick-skinned and stupid bear. If we are surrounded and chased by other mysterious beasts during this period, it will be quite troublesome. Having made up his mind, Bu Wuqian waved his hand decisively. Kang lang lang. After a sound of ice freezing, the black bear's paw, which was several times wider than a palm leaf fan, was frozen to the ground by the water-based ice melting power that Bu Wuqian summoned. Although it only took a moment, the bear's paw broke free from the icy bond with the ground with great force. However, its body, which was originally running fast, lost its balance because of this trip and fell flat on its face. Crack, Crack. Driven by inertia, the black rock giant bear's hard body plowed a deep and long ditch on the muddy ground. Howl. The black rock giant bear felt pain and became extremely furious. It only took 2 or 3 breaths for it to trip over the ice, fall and slide, and then get up. But the human boy was no longer in sight. Roar, roar. The black rock giant bear howled like crazy. His eyes, glowing blood red, stared fiercely in the direction where Wuchen left, and once again tried to catch up with him. Time passes by every second. There are more and more mysterious beasts chasing Wuchen from all directions. Perhaps it was because of the Night Forbidden curse that made those mysterious beasts hate Wuchen, the only human invader, even more. The relentless pursuit will make it impossible to get rid of him as soon as possible. Wuchen wanted to cry but had no tears. "Mala, you bastard, do I have a mocking face?" After taking a rejuvenating pill, the boy continued on his way. Fortunately, his current xianxia realm is not too low. Coupled with methods such as instant shadow step and yin-yang ice and fire seal, he was able to barely escape from the pursuit and blockade of those mysterious beasts. Occasionally, when he encountered an obstacle that he couldn't overcome, he would raise his hand and poke it out. The vast killing power of crossing the underworld with one finger would always help him open a bloody path. It is worth mentioning that with the improvement of Wuchen's Xian cultivation realm, the amount of Xian Qi he could mobilize to activate one finger to the Yellow Springs Road also skyrocketed many times. In this way, the power of this mysterious skill has evolved from the precision sniper rifle in the Manghua realm to a super rocket launcher. However, although the killing power of crossing the Yellow Springs with one finger is strong, its consumption of Xian Qi is also astonishingly high. By now, there were only a few qi-restoring pills left in Wuchen's portable warehouse. Once his profound energy was exhausted, he would be like a piece of meat on a felt board, at the mercy of others in this night-forbidden forest filled with murderous intentions. There were many times when Wuchen wanted to just use the invisibility talisman. At least, it can keep him safe for a quarter of an hour. But if you calm down and think about it, what can you do after a quarter of an hour? As long as the curse of the Nightben has not been lifted, as long as he, the human invader, has not been able to walk out of this strange forest. Sooner or later, he would be targeted by a group of crazy mysterious beasts, who would bite him to death. "Mala, you bastard, you should have marked the way along the way when you escaped for the first time. In this deep forest, how can a ghost remember which direction the exit is?" Wuchen was filled with depression. How about using the battle pet order? As soon as this idea came up, Wuchen denied it himself. First of all, he was really reluctant to do so. After all, up to now, the strongest mysterious beast chasing him was only a high-level, low-grade, 3-headed steel-armored turtle. Although its strength is equivalent to the first to third levels of the God-communicating realm of human cultivators, the problem is, this guy has incredibly high defense, but his movement speed is too slow. Expect it to carry you out of the forbidden forest. Even the daylily is completely cold. As for other intermediate and primary level profound beasts, they can't be counted on even more. I'm afraid that it might be captured as a battle pet 1 second ago, and then trampled into mud by the mysterious beasts that came in a group to attack it the next moment. At a certain moment, Wuchen suddenly discovered a large mud pit at the corner not far away. His eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. "Ha, isn't this Peppa Pig's favorite mud puddle? What a good thing. Brother, come and give him a jump." If people on Earth heard the boy talking to himself at this moment, they would definitely think he was crazy. It's already this late, and you're still thinking about jumping into a mud puddle. Wuchen, however, tore his clothes into pieces and threw them away. Then, he used the mutated water-based mystical energy of his yin-yang ice and fire seal to create a long, thin ice tube and put it in his mouth. After finishing it, he decisively activated the instant shadow step. Just a whoosh sound. Wuchen took advantage of the moonlight and the shadows of the trees cast on the mud pit. He crossed a distance of 100 steps in the air and plunged into the mud. Is he really crazy? No. Wuchen did this just to conceal his aura. He guessed that the human breath was the main reason why the mysterious beasts kept coming to chase him. So, find a swampy mire and dive into it. It can conceal the figure and cover up the breath, which is the best of both worlds. After falling into the quagmire, Wuchen stuck the tiny ice tube in his mouth out of the quagmire and was able to breathe unimpeded. He also used the water-based mysterious energy to condense ice under his feet to form a skateboard with a large enough area to ensure that he would not sink further in the mud and swamp. In addition, Wuchen can use his own profound power to charge the ice tube in his mouth and the ice plate under his feet at any time. Therefore, there is no need to worry about the ice melting. The young man was lying in the mud, with his eyes closed and his heart tense, waiting quietly. I don't know how much time has passed. Only when he could no longer hear the roars of the ferocious beasts did Wuchen thicken the ice slabs under his feet layer by layer and slowly float up. He carefully poked his head out and opened his eyes. Hold your breath and look around. Except for the flowers and leaves swaying in the evening breeze, the empty. Wuchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. After walking out of the mud pit, he covered every inch of his skin with mud, and then continued to move forward with peace of mind. Meow, where is the exit? Or, let's use that method. He stretched out his finger and pointed in several directions, muttering to himself, select the soldiers and generals, pick the good soldiers to go to war, and surrender when you lose. It's you, go. This time, Wuchen did not activate his profound energy, but moved forward solely relying on his physical strength. It is not fast, but it is quiet and concealed. Fortunately, his physical strength had already been strengthened by the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, a body of copper and iron, and the speed of a cheetah. If it were any other cultivator at the 8th level of the Qi control realm, relying solely on physical strength, he would not be able to run far in this deep mountain forest where the terrain is rugged and surrounded by mysterious beasts, and would collapse from exhaustion. The night is long, the stars are sparse and the moon is dim. Wuchen didn't know how far he had run in this dim forest. A bell suddenly rang beside my ears. Dong. It's already night, why are there still bells ringing? Just when Wuchen was secretly doubting in his heart, the majestic bell sounds came one after another without any interruption, one wave higher than the other, one layer after the other. Boom. 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 Immediately afterwards, the earth shook and rocks collapsed. Wuchen's face turned pale. Brother, did you encounter an earthquake? The 1,000-year-old trees around were toppled over as the ground cracked. Boom, boom, boom. Mountains collapsed like valleys, and the ground split into abyss. At this moment, Wuchen, who was in the night-forbidden forest, felt as if he had witnessed the end of the world with his own eyes. Under the great power of nature, what does it matter if he has reached the 8th level of Qi-controlling realm? As small as a grain of sand in the vast ocean. Boom. 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 There was a deafening roar, and the towering mountains and forests collapsed. Where is there any place for Wuchen to stand? His feet felt empty and he fell rapidly downwards. What he himself did not expect was that at this critical moment, he was still wondering why, in his mind. Sister bodyguard, there is no reason for you to lie to me. Didn't she say, when the bell tolls 3 times, the curse of the Nightbend will begin? There have been 3 calls already, why is there another one? Moreover, this wave of bell ringing directly overturned the mountains, forests and land. Isn't it too exaggerated? Suddenly, Wuchen's eyes lit up. Wait, I understand. The so-called when the bell rings 3 times, the curse of the Nightbend begins is actually just the knowledge brought back to Blood Dragon City by those cultivators who left the Nightbend forest alive. Those people didn't stay in the Forbidden Forest as long as I did. How can someone like me, who has been in the Forbidden Night Forest until now because of various reasons such as getting lost, possibly leave alive? Thinking of this, Wuchen laughed at himself. Oh, I was still talking about them. Will I not also be buried on the spot by the huge rocks and thick soil turned up by the earthquake? Buzz. Suddenly, a ray of azure blue light shot up from the bottom of the abyss. The dazzling light made Wuchen unable to open his eyes. It's strange. How can there be light in this pitch-dark underground world? Wuchen endured the strong light and squinted his eyes, trying to see what was going on. Even if I die, I have to die clearly. It's better than being a confused ghost in the underworld. Who would have thought that when he took a look, he could really see the essence of this strange blue light. Ding dong, the host's ability of treasure appraiser, one of the all-round specialist, has been automatically activated, identifying the light column in front of me as the unique brilliance of the teleportation array. Teleportation array. Bu Wuchen was delighted. Does that mean that as long as I get close to the blue light column, I will be teleported to another place? Compared to doing nothing and being doomed to fall into the abyss and be smashed to pieces. Being teleported to a place of unknown danger is a way to survive. Bu Wuchen does what he thinks. Raising his hand, he made a one finger crossing the underworld move. Bang. Swoosh. The next moment, the young man used the recoil force of his finger force hitting the rock wall to move horizontally towards the location of the blue light column. Fortunately, he has a good aim. The moment my body was submerged in the blue light curtain. Shwa. His figure and the blue beam of light disappeared without a trace. After a dizzy feeling. When Bu Wuchen opened his eyes again, the scene of collapsing mountains, cracking earth, and breaking rocks and trees was no longer there. Instead, there is a basin canyon surrounded by mountains on three sides. Bu Wuchen was on an altar at the edge of the canyon that was dozens of feet square and carved with all kinds of ancient and mysterious patterns. Looking down at the ground beneath my feet, I could see a faint blue glow flowing among the uneven lines. It should be the teleportation power emitted by this thing that brought me here, right? As his mind was stirring, Bu Wuchen raised his eyes and looked forward. He discovered that in the center of the basin canyon, there was an extremely large grass growing. The top of the grass, rising from the ground, is not much lower than the mountains surrounding the canyon. The grass stem was much thicker than any 1,000-year-old tree he had seen in the deep forest. The overlapping grass tips are also extremely large, just like thick mattresses stacked on top of each other. At the end of the grass, there were 9 huge red fireballs, floating up and down, left and right, illuminating the canyon, which should have been pitch black, as if it were daytime. When Bu Wuchen cast his gaze towards this strange herb, the system prompt sounded again in his soul sea of consciousness. Ding dong, the host's almighty specialist ability of treasure appraiser has been automatically activated, and this plant has been identified as the 9 fire ring ice grass. This thing is the core material for refining some god-level xuandan and xuanfu. The 9 fire ring ice grass that can occasionally be found in the night forbidden forest is the result of the floating grass fluff of this plant's spirit meeting the soil and growing on the bed. Hearing this, Bu Wuchen's eyes widened immediately. This thing is actually the core material for refining the god-level xuandan and xuanfu. The levels of xuanpin, from low to high, are ordinary level, xian level, spirit level, earth level, and heaven level. Then the god rank, could it be that it is an existence that is superior to the heaven rank mysterious grade? Bu Wuchen just felt dizzy. If I can get this thing and meet someone who knows its value, it wouldn't be too much to exchange it for the cultivation resources of the entire Daliang kingdom, right? Well, I just don't know if my portable storage can hold this big thing. Boom. Suddenly, another sound of a golden bell rang into my ears. The sound of this bell was louder than the one Bu Wuchen had heard in the night forbidden forest before. This roar almost knocked him unconscious, and his body's energy was churning. How could the sound of a bell actually make my chi blood boil and my head swell at the 8th level of chi control realm? How big of a bell is placed in this valley? How strong and powerful must the person who rings the bell be? As his mind was stirring, Bu Wuchen turned his head and looked in the direction where the bell sound came from. His pupils suddenly shrank. He was full of surprise and asked, "What the hell is this?" At this moment, what he saw was no bell ringer or giant bell. The 9 giant fireballs surrounding the top of the 9 fire ring ice grass illuminated 2 giant beasts that were dozens of stories high. At this moment, these 2 giant beasts as big as mountains are fighting. The huge body. The most primitive exchange of force and force, the collision of blood and flesh. The sudden loud bang, through the unique sound amplification effect of the canyon, and after spreading out, it sounded like the ringing of a golden bell. Who would have thought that the source of the 3 rings of the golden bell, the Forbidden Night curse, that has been circulating in the Forbidden Night forest for a long time would actually be the collision sound caused by the fight between 2 giant beasts? The ability of the treasure appraiser allowed Bu Wuchen to tell the origins of the 2 behemoths at a glance. The giant lizard-like beast with scales as hard as steel, numerous spines on its back, and a mouth big enough to swallow a long string of carriages is called the lava ghost-eyed crocodile. The lava ghost-eyed crocodile was originally a top-grade imperial beast, equivalent to the realm of human emperor for human cultivators. But it is currently in a very strange sealed state. Therefore, based on Bu Wuchen's appraiser ability, the system concluded that the current lava ghost-eyed crocodile's combat power is comparable to that of a mid-level king-level crocodile. That is the 4th to 6th level of the Earth King realm. You know, even the Lord of Blood Dragon City is only at the 7th level of the Divine Realm. Above the Divine Realm is the Sea Condensation Realm. Only by breaking the limits of the Ninghai Realm can one achieve the Earth King Realm. The king who rules over hundreds of millions of people in Daliang may not be as powerful as these two giant beasts after they are sealed. In fact, it was precisely because of this strange sealed state that Bu Wuchen, who was only a first-level mortal realm appraiser, was able to see through the true nature of this lava ghost-eyed crocodile. Another giant snake monster with its body coiled in layers and raised high is called the poisonous python of the abyss. Whether in terms of size or combat power before and after being sealed, it is comparable to the lava ghost-eyed crocodile. Oh my god, these two are actually two beast kings. Bu Wuchen swallowed subconsciously. According to the memory of the former eldest son of the Bu family, shouldn't this kind of existence only appear in ancient books and legends? Even though they are trapped in the seal at this moment, they still have the terrifying cultivation of the middle level of the king rank. They are truly the beast kings. For Bu Wuchen, who broke into this place by chance, the fight between the blue sky bloodthirsty ape and the abyss poisonous python was like a fight between gods. He was only at the chi controlling stage, let alone intervening. Even if you look at it a few more times, your life may be in danger. This is not alarmist. Beast King. No. Even the layers of air waves caused by the Beast King level attack are shock waves that are filled with a huge amount of gravity. With just the chi controlling realm, there is a high probability that you will get your bones and tendons broken. The saying, when the gods fight, the little devils suffer, is nothing more than this. At this time, the two giant beasts did not seem to stop killing each other just because there was suddenly a human spectator on the canyon altar. They are still fighting fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. 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 Every violent collision caused the entire canyon to tremble violently. Then, looking at the light emitted by the 9 large fireballs on the top of the 9 fire ring ice grass, the canyon wall was already in ruins and cracked everywhere. With every collision between the two beasts, large and small pieces of gravel, mud and rain splashed and splattered, creating a scene like the end of the world. It happened so fast. Just as the most recent collision occurred, the tip of the lava ghost-eyed crocodile's tail swept over the rock wall, instantly causing a huge rock to fly away. The boulder was as tall as a 2-story tavern. The place where the huge rock fell was exactly the altar where Bu Wuchen was standing. The boy was horrified. He wanted to use the blinking shadow step to escape. It's a pity that this skill was only used for a short while and is still cooling down. The boulder swept down by the lava ghost-eyed crocodile was not only big enough, but also fast enough. By the time Bu Wuchen saw the attack clearly and prepared to flee, it was already too late. Bang. After a loud bang, the boy slowly opened his eyes. Huh. I'm not dead. Wait, where's the boulder? Looking closely, it turned out that the huge rock was rolling not far away. There was a large area of broken stones and slag around the altar. This is obviously the debris that fell off after the boulder collided with something. Could it be that this altar helped me block the impact of the huge rock? As soon as this thought arose, several pieces of rubble of varying sizes collapsed towards Bu Wuchen. This time the boy saw it clearly. When the rubble reached the edge of the teleportation altar, a blue and white barrier immediately rose from the altar. It is this barrier that protects Bu Wuchen. No matter how vicious and ferocious the fight between the two emperor-level mystical beasts was. No matter how big the rocks were, the aftermath of the mysterious force was stirred up. They will fall apart the moment they touch the altar barrier. It's true. Bu Wuchen was relieved now and sat down on the ground. A pair of eyes stared with interest at the battle between the two giant beasts in the canyon. That scene was even more shocking than Godzilla vs. King Kong. Boom, boom, boom. The fight between the two emperor-level mystical beasts lasted for a long, long time. Even Bu Wuqian, the spectator, felt sleepy and yawned continuously, and the two giants stopped temporarily. At this moment, they are exhausted and out of breath. Every breath you exhale can create a large cloud of white mist. Taking advantage of the firelight, Bu Wuqian could clearly see hundreds of wounds of varying sizes on the two beasts' bodies. New blood and old scars dyed most of the canyon's stone walls and ground red. Seeing this scene, Bu Wuqian felt very sorry. This is all the blood essence of the Beast King. If this were sold on the market, any small cup would be worth a fortune. Now it's all good, the rocks have been washed and the land has been moistened. There were several times when Bu Wuqian wanted to empty out the several jars of wine in his portable storage. Then he rushed out holding the jar and took in all the blood that the two Beast Kings had shed like water. I'm talking to you, pimp. There's a reckless human that's been breaking in for quite some time. The pimp it referred to must be the poisonous python of the abyss. It said viciously, "Humph, if it weren't for the altar's protective formation, that human would have been shattered into mud by the aftermath of the Xian gang generated by the fierce battle between you and me." The one who said this was the lava ghost-eyed crocodile. A mysterious beast can actually speak human language. Bu Wuqian was stunned. Thinking about it, I seem to have seen relevant records in ancient books before. When a mysterious beast reaches the spiritual stage, it has already begun to develop spiritual awareness, and its intelligence level is no less than that of an 8- or 9-year-old human. The intelligence of a king-level mysterious beast can rival that of an ordinary adult. When the realm of the mysterious beasts breaks through to the imperial level, quite a number of them can speak human language. Going further up, there are even beings that can transform into human form. The boy couldn't help but sigh, this is such a crazy world. At this moment, the lava ghost-eye crocodile's heavy voice sounded again, "Lie pimp, who are you and I? In this life and death struggle, it is inevitable that we will be in such a state of embarrassment. How can we allow a mere ant-like human to watch this show? Why don't we join forces and crush that annoying bug to death, and then continue the unfinished battle between you and me?" Unlike the angry look of the lava ghost-eyed crocodile, the abyss poison python just glanced coldly at the young man in the teleportation array. He said calmly, "It's just an ant in the chi control realm. Even if you leave it alone, it is destined not to live long. If you have a knot in your heart, go kill it yourself." Upon hearing this, the lava ghost-eyed crocodile knew that his wish had failed. You know, the protective barrier of the teleportation altar is not something to be taken lightly. Even with its current combat power, it would take a full-scale attack of 100 breaths to possibly break it. Now that it is facing a powerful enemy, why would the lava ghost-eyed crocodile really waste its energy on this? The reason why it wanted to bring the Abyss 10,000 poison python with it was just to wait for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack after the two beasts nominally joined forces. At this time, the 3 snake heads of the Abyss 10,000 poisonous python rose up at the same time. He stared at the lava ghost-eye crocodile with a cold gaze, and said sternly, "You stinking reptile, you want to use me as a thief? I advise you to forget it. You and I both know that the spirit of the 9-fire ring ice grass will bloom and bear fruit in no time. Then, the thing you and I have longed for over 100 years will come. So, put away those childish little actions of yours and compete with me properly." The lava ghost-eyed crocodile opened its huge mouth that was 100 feet deep and laughed wildly. "Ha ha 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 ha, good. You and I have fought thousands of battles, big and small, over the past 100 years, and each time we were evenly matched. This time, it's time to decide who wins and who loses, who lives and who dies." Once the words are spoken, the fierce battle begins again. Boom 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 boom. The roar was even more violent than before, making the entire canyon shake. Bu Wuqian, who was inside the altar barrier, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. I wonder what exactly is the thing that these two behemoths have been fighting against each other for 100 years. Hey, never mind, fight and kill as you please. It would be best if both sides suffer losses, so that I can gain the upper hand. Thinking of this, Bu Wuqian flipped his hand and took out the battle pet order that was as big as a baby's hand from his personal warehouse. He licked his tongue with sparkling eyes. "When the time comes, I will use this battle pet order to catch anyone as a battle pet. Even if the two beasts are sealed by some kind of power, they are still powerful enough to rival the 4th to 6th levels of the Earth King realm. If we can really catch one of them to be our bodyguard. Even if I disobey the emperor's order and return to the imperial capital in a swaggering manner, I think the ruler of Jiulang will just turn a blind eye, right? The more Bu Wuqian thought about it, the more excited he became. However, the idea is full, but the reality is very skinny. Because it is too difficult to implement. Even if we ignore the success rate. In order to release the host's soul and bind the battle pet order to a certain mysterious beast, the order must be thrown out and hit the target exactly. At this moment, the two beasts were dodging and moving at such a fast speed, like a fight between gods. Bu Wuqian, who was only at the chi-controlling stage, couldn't even catch up with the speed of the two beasts just by looking, let alone throwing out the battle pet order and hitting the target accurately. It seems that it would be safer to wait until the winner is determined and the winner is already dying before taking action. After making up his mind, Bu Wuqian took a deep breath, calmed his anxious heart, closed his eyes and rested, looking at his nose and mouth. Even though the roar of the fight between the two giants was getting louder and louder, the young man remained unmoved. Until... bang, 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 bang. Shwa. At a certain moment, the 9 giant fireballs floating above the 9 fire ring ice grass collided and merged with each other. In just a moment, the huge ball of light that was formed by the merger of 9 fires began to change color. The originally orange-red flames gradually turned into half jade white and half inky black. Then, swoosh. At the same time as a piercing sound of breaking wind was heard. After expanding more than 10 times, the huge ball of light suddenly turned into a straight, black and white light column, piercing straight into the pale green moon hanging in the sky. Then, a magical scene happened. The emerald moon hanging over the night-forbidden forest gradually faded in color after being struck by the beam of light. When this round of eerie jade moon completely disappeared, the dark night also disappeared. The sun is shining and the sky is clear. The Nightbend curse that had made the people of Blood Dragon City shudder with fear for nearly 100 years was finally eliminated at this moment. At this moment, the two beast kings became particularly crazy. That thing belongs to this emperor. The lava ghost-eyed crocodile pounced forward. You're dreaming. The abyss 10,000 poison python roared angrily and attacked brazenly, 10,000 poison quicksand. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, the rushing river of poisonous sand cut off the momentum of the lava ghost-eyed crocodile rushing towards the 9 fire ring ice grass. The latter was horrified when he saw this. You rascal, you are willing to waste 99% of your original power to force a move. After roaring, the lava ghost-eyed crocodile's eyelids twitched. On his face, a humane expression of determination appeared. Since that's the case, I will also risk everything and accompany you to the end. Then, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Thousands of wedge-shaped steel teeth that looked like spikes fell off at the same time, and in an instant they merged with the lava fire spirits to form terrifying killing weapons like fiery darts. Lava Ghost Tooth Kill. The two beast kings overdrew their original profound strength and used their best tricks. For a moment, every corner of the canyon was filled with brown-green quicksand and orange-red dart rain. Boom, bang, bang, bang. The sudden rise of the mysterious power, the rotten stone cave. At the core of the fierce battle, the ground sank 100 feet under the fierce attacks of the two beast kings. The two beasts fought fiercely, their skins were torn to pieces, and blood poured out. This scene made Bu Wuqian, who was watching the battle, pale. Is this a battle of the human emperor level? Strong, too strong. If there was no protection from the altar barrier, I would have been chopped into pieces by the unbridled Shen gang, right? I don't know how long they fought. When a loud bang sound broke out, the two giant beasts finally ran out of strength and fell to the ground with a bang. Natural resources and treasures are all within easy reach. Unfortunately, both beasts were already exhausted. Of the 3 heads of the abyss poison python, only one was left after being chopped off by the lava ghost-eyed crocodile, and it was still covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. In comparison, the lava ghost-eyed crocodile undoubtedly looks much more decent. But in fact, the poisonous sand had already attached to its torn wounds. Just half a second ago, the fatal poison had quietly taken away the last bit of life of the lava ghost-eyed crocodile. Not long after the death of the lava ghost-eyed crocodile, the poisonous sand floating in the air had all settled down. Has the winner finally been decided? Bu Wuchen, who was sitting firmly on the altar, couldn't help but swallow his saliva and thought to himself, the lava ghost eye crocodile is dead, and the abyss 10,000 poison python that survived seems to be dying. If I throw the battle pet order at it now, it shouldn't be able to dodge, right? Or should we wait and see? While hesitating, Bu Wuchen's eyes were always fixed on the poisonous python of the abyss. I saw the other party trying again and again to raise its snake body. After the beam of light disappeared, a flower and fruit slowly bloomed at the head of the 9-fire ring ice grass and was swallowed into the snake's mouth. Unfortunately, my repeated efforts only resulted in repeated failures. Just because it was injured so badly. Moreover, in order to kill the lava ghost-eyed crocodile, it had overdrawn its original mysterious power and was now very weak. After trying several more times without success, the abyss 10,000 poison python suddenly spoke weakly. Hey, that human boy over there, are you willing to lend a helping hand to me? As long as you follow the stem of the 9-fire ring ice grass and climb to the top, pick the fruit on the top and give it to me, I will ensure that you will enjoy endless glory and be powerful and admired by everyone for the rest of your life. Bu Wuchen was stunned when he heard this. He obviously didn't expect that the other party, the Beast King, would actually ask him for help. Seeing the stunned expression of the human boy, the abyss poison python had the wrong idea. He pretended to sigh and said, "You can walk out of the altar barrier without worry. I swear on my incomparably noble blood of the Beast King. As long as you offer the fruit of the 9-fire ring ice grass, not only will this emperor not kill you, but I will also assign 2 Beast Kings to protect you closely until the day you die. If I break this oath, I will be abandoned by the Beast God, and I will be blown up by thunder and burned by ghost fire. The oath made by the mysterious beast in the name of bloodline has the same effect as the blood oath of humans. Once you violate it, you will be punished by God. Can you rest assured now?" The poisonous python of the abyss asked. When Bu Wuchen heard this, he was really moved. Although using the battle pet order, to take the imperial level profound beast in front of him as a battle pet is the most ideal outcome. But even if one used one's toes to guess, one could guess that with Bu Wuchen's current level of Xian cultivation and the possibility of activating the battle pet order to subdue a Beast King was extremely slim. Rather than taking risks for a 1% or even 1/10,000th chance, it would be better to securely gain 2 Beast King level bodyguards. When he grows up in the future, it will be much easier to use this battle pet order to catch a more powerful mysterious beast battle pet. At this moment, ding dong, the god level selection system has been successfully triggered. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, pick the fruit of the 9-fire ring ice grass and give it to the abyss 10,000 poison python. Reward for this option, a lower grade mortal level model profound technique. Option 2, refuse to help and stay within the protection of the altar barrier. Reward for this option, a green turtle hat. Option 3, go out of the protection range of the altar barrier, wait and see what happens, and find a way to protect yourself until the crisis in the canyon is resolved, or you can leave the canyon safely. Reward for this option, unknown. After looking at the 3 options given by the system, Bu Wuchen couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Just choose to leave the reward garbage on the altar. Why did you choose to pick the fruit of the 9-fire ring ice grass and give it to the abyss 10,000 poison python as a reward? Is it such a scumbag? A low-grade mortal-level profound skill, or a model, just to amuse people, right? And the unknown reward in the 3rd option feels weird too. After complaining in his heart, Bu Wuchen finally let it go. Forget it, I simply don't expect the system to give any decent rewards this time. As long as I pick the fruit and give it to the abyss 10,000 poison python, I can gain 2 Earth King level bodyguards, which means this trip is worthwhile. So, Bu Wuchen took a decisive step and walked towards the location of the 9-fire ring ice grass. After the earth-shaking commotion just now, the stems and leaves of the 9-fire ring ice grass have withered a lot. The height, which was originally on par with the canyon, also dropped back to about 40 or 50 meters above the ground. The abyss poisonous python was too badly injured to move. But for Bu Wuchen, it was not difficult at all to climb up the grass that was 40 or 50 meters high and pick the fruit that was shining with half black and half white light. At this moment, in the huge canyon, besides the sound of Bu Wuchen's footsteps, the only sound was the weak breathing of the abyss 10,000 poison python. Soon, Wuchen arrived at the foot of the 9-fire ring ice grass. He leaped with all his might, and was about to climb up the thick stem when... swoosh! The abyss poison python suddenly opened its mouth, and a needle made of poisonous sand quietly pierced towards the back of Wuchen's head. Wuchen was horrified. At this moment, he had already jumped into the air and had nowhere to hide. From this, it can be seen that this was clearly a sneak attack planned by the abyss poison python in advance. At this moment, the giant python's face was filled with a sinister smile. He, stupid and greedy human, die. The smile on the snake's mouth suddenly froze. Because it discovered that the sneak attack with the poisonous sand needle, which it was determined to achieve, had failed. The needle pierced through, leaving only an afterimage. Wuchen himself had disappeared from the spot in an instant. When the abyss poison python locked onto Wuchen again, the young man had already dodged dozens of steps away. A quick step of shadow step saved him from death. Phew, that was close. Wuchen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with lingering fear. Fortunately, when I was thinking about the system rewards, I found something strange, so I am always on the alert. Otherwise, we might really be attacked by that beast. It turned out that Wuchen had always felt that the system rewards this time were too weird. If you choose the first option, give the fruit of the 9-fire ring ice grass to the abyss 10,000 poison python. If the latter also abided by the blood oath and not killed him but instead found him 2 king-level bodyguards, Wuchen would naturally be able to leave the canyon safely. Then how about option 3, which states that the reward can only be triggered after the crisis in the canyon is resolved or you leave the canyon safely? Could it be that the system would be so kind as to give the host double rewards for making one choice? Whether you believe it or not, Wuchen, who has been dealing with the system for such a long time, doesn't believe it. Does that mean that after Wuchen chose option 1 and gave the fruit of the 9-fire ring ice grass to the abyss 10,000 poison python, there is no guarantee that he can leave safely? So, where does the threat come from? At that time, Wuchen had not yet figured out the answer to this last question. But it has already made him alert. Therefore, although Wuchen seemed to be walking towards the 9-fire ring ice grass casually, he was actually concentrating and on guard. Fortunately, he was able to escape. You beast, you dare to hurt me after taking a blood oath. Wuchen Gaosheng cursed angrily. The abyss 10,000 poison python gave a rather humane and sinister smile. Hey, the prerequisite for this emperor to make a blood oath of retribution is that you hand over the fruit of that 9-fire ring ice grass to this emperor. As long as that thing has not been delivered to this emperor, the curse and the oath will naturally not come true. This abyss 10,000 poison python fruit is worthy of being a top-grade imperial-level mystical beast. Their IQ is no less than that of humans, and they can even set traps in blood oaths. This emperor has guarded that 9-fire ring ice grass for over 100 years, and will never allow anyone to get their hands on it. Even someone as strong as the lava ghost eye crocodile can't do that. It's even worse for a weak ant like you. Wuchen then realized that the abyss 10,000 poison python had intended to eliminate all hidden dangers from the very beginning. All the benefits it had promised in the blood oath were only meant to lure the human boy out of the protection range of the altar. Squeak! As 2 streams of white mist spurted out of its nostrils, the huge creature completely collapsed to the ground. It was obvious that the sneak attack just now had exhausted its last bit of strength. Despite this, Wuchen still did not dare to be careless. Who knows what bad intentions this cunning and stinky snake has in mind? Seeing Wuchen's solemn expression as if he was facing a great enemy, the abyss 10,000 poison python laughed teasingly. He, are you annoyed when you, an ant, find out that you have been fooled by this emperor? Are you eager to cut me into pieces? What a pity, you can't do it. Although the voice of the abyss 10,000 poison python was weak, the contempt and arrogance in his tone could not be concealed at all. Based on your cultivation level, even if I give you a sharp knife and let you chop as much as you want, you will never be able to hurt me in the slightest. You lowly ant, if you know what's best for you, just pick the fruit of that 9-fire ring ice grass and present it to me. If this emperor is happy, perhaps he can spare your life. If not, when I recover my cultivation. Even if I can only recover half of my former strength, it will be enough to crush you into slag. Bang! The Beast King responded with a brick. Or it would be more accurate to say that it was a piece of gravel thrown at it. The abyss poison python, which was so arrogant and unruly just a moment ago, was stunned. It never expected that the human boy would actually do such a childish thing as picking up stones and throwing them at it. While he was in a daze, Wuchen picked up a handful of gravel from his feet. Thanks to the fierce battle between the two beast kings, the canyon at this moment can be said to be filled with ground cracks, landslides, and rubble everywhere. "You cunning bastard, I'm going to smash you to death." Wuchen specifically picked out the opponent's bleeding wound and smashed it hard. Although the stone would be corroded into mud by the poisonous profound energy refined in the bones and blood of the abyss 10,000 poisonous python the moment it touched the wound, and would not have the slightest killing power, but this kind of behavior does not cause much harm, but it is extremely insulting. Think of the abyss 10,000 poison python, the king of beasts. If it sneezes, all the birds and beasts in the mystical beast forest will tremble. But now, it was being hit on the head with a stone by a guy who, in its eyes, was as weak as an ant. What a shame. Wuchen threw stones happily, muttering to himself, "I smash. I smash. I smash, smash, smash." Seeing the abyss 10,000 poison python's facial expression change from initial astonishment to surprising anger, Wuchen laughed even more happily. He even imitated the words that the giant python had used to mock him, and used his own method to fight back. "Hey, hey, you let me smash and throw things around. Aren't you very annoyed? Are you eager to cut me into pieces? What a pity, you can't do it. Those who know you recognize you as a beast king." "I don't know. Looking at your current state, you are not the beast king at all. You are clearly just a pile of shit. You. When has the poisonous python of the abyss ever suffered such humiliation? I was almost mad to death." "What? You don't agree? If you don't agree, come and bite me." Lolyalu. At this moment, the poisonous python in the abyss really wished that it could suddenly lose its memory and forget all human languages. It was really afraid to listen to it any further. The final fate of itself, the great beast king, was to be angered to death. Now, just when it was about to collapse, Wuchen quietly replaced the stone in his hand with the battle pet order that he had hidden in his sleeves long ago. He threw it towards the giant python's body. It turned out that the reason why Wuchen used a rock to smash the abyss 10,000 poison python was just to vent his emotions. The more important purpose is to irritate this giant while making it less vigilant about something falling on it. It was accustomed to thinking that what Wuchen threw at it was just an ordinary stone. Apart from making it feel sick, it cannot cause any substantial harm to it. In fact, Wuchen was watching for the right opportunity and exchanged the ordinary stones for the battle pet order, determined to hit the target with one strike and take this royal-level mystical beast as his battle pet. Whoosh! Looking at the battle pet order that shot out, the boy couldn't help but pray in his heart, "I must hit it." At this moment, the poisonous python of the abyss was startled for no reason. I don't know if it was the animal's unique sixth sense that allowed it to detect the danger at that moment. In short, it was an inexplicable sense of crisis that made the giant python immediately alert. He used up the little bit of strength he had finally recovered and rolled over. It was this action that caused the battle pet order thrown by Wuchen to miss it. Failed. Wuchen's heart was as cold as ice. At this moment, the token bound to the host's soul power, after being dodged by the abyss poison python, happened to hit the fruit of the 9 fire ring ice grass. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my ears. Ding dong, the battle pet order takes effect. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the battle pet. The species, grade, and attributes of this combat pet are unknown. Wuchen was dumbfounded. What the hell, a rare battle pet token failed to catch an imperial-level mystical beast, but caught a 3 no products as a battle pet. What the hell, I'm just catching myself. At this time, the abyss 10,000 poison python's nose trembled. "Humph, you dare to sneak attack me." The emperor in this emperor has not yet been uttered. In response to it, there was a sudden and startling bright light. Puff. While the abyss 10,000 poison python was opening its mouth to speak, the mysterious power of one finger across the yellow springs drilled right into its mouth. The abyss 10,000 poison python was already running out of steam. he rolled over to dodge the battle pet order, using up his last bit of strength. Although it had lost the defense of its protective aura, it could still ignore any cultivator below the divine realm with its physical strength as an imperial-level profound beast. Even if it lies still, allowing cultivators below the spiritual realm to punch, kick, chop, and hack at it with swords for 10 days or half a month, the abyss poison python can still remain motionless and unharmed. But here's the thing. Bu Wuchen, who possessed the mutant element, used all his strength to display the power of, across the yellow springs with one finger, which was no less powerful than the full-strength attack of a cultivator at the 4th or 5th level of the divine realm. Moreover, this move of his hit the most vulnerable throat of the abyss poison python. Ahem, crack. At this moment, the giant beast bulged out its eyes as big as water tanks, and a gurgling sound of blood choking came from its throat. Its eyes were filled with disbelief, horror, and panic. The abyss 10,000 poisonous python never thought that it would be killed by the people it always called ants. Ding dong, the crisis in the canyon is resolved. Congratulations to the host for receiving the system reward. There is a Spirit Gathering Pearl with 10 million cultivation points stored in it. Spirit Gathering Pearl, after opening, you can instantly gain 10 million points of cultivation value. Unlocking conditions, 100 million gold coins plus 100 kilograms of spirit stones. A top-grade Xian weapon, a giant abyss python spear. Abyss python spear, a long spear forged from a section of the tendon and bone of the abyss 10,000 poisonous python. Current grade, top-grade Xian level. Special note, after continuously killing enemies and drinking blood, there is a very small possibility that the weapon spirit will be transformed, thereby improving the grade of the Xianbing. A copy of the top-grade Xian level unique Xian technique, 100 Eagles and 1,000 Shadows. 100 Eagles and 1,000 Shadows gun, a top-grade Xian level gun attack skill. It contains a complete set of 108 common gun moves, as well as the ultimate move, 100 Eagles and 1,000 Shadows. Oh my god, I'm really rich now. Bu Wuchen was overjoyed. A complete set of Xian level top-grade spear skills. Coupled with the sturdy and powerful spear-shaped mysterious weapon, it effectively solved Bu Wuchen's two major shortcomings, the lack of moves and the lack of a suitable weapon. What surprised Bu Wuchen the most was that he obtained a spirit-gathering bead with a cultivation value of 10 million. It is foreseeable that when Bu Wuchen collects enough gold coins and spirit stones one day and opens the spirit-gathering bead, those 10 million points of cultivation value will surely enable this young man to advance his profound cultivation realm by leaps and bounds. At this moment, Bu Wuchen, who was filled with excitement, walked quickly to the corpses of the two mysterious beasts with a giant python spear in his hand and stood still. The corner of his mouth raised, "Hey, the Beast King is full of treasures, we can't just throw it here and waste it." So, he stood up and danced wildly. Swoosh. 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 The moment he attacked, the shadows of the giant python's gun were everywhere. The surging profound energy condensed into more than 10 orange and blue ice and fire eagles around the tip of the gun, and flew towards the two beast corpses. Puff. 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 Wherever the eagle passed, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The saying that practitioners below the spiritual realm can hardly hurt the Beast King even if they chop with sharp blades or knives does not apply to Bu Wuchen. Firstly, because he possessed the mutant element, holding a Xian-level top-grade Xian weapon and performing Xian-level top-grade Xian skills, the destructive power he could cause was no less than that of an ordinary cultivator in the divine realm. Secondly, it was because of the fierce battle between the two beast kings that they had already killed each other to the point of being covered in blood. After the strongest animal skin was broken, the resistance of the exposed flesh and blood was naturally not so shocking. I don't know how much time had passed, but Bu Wuchen stood still, panting and putting away his gun. Looking at the bodies of the two emperor-level mysterious beasts, they had been cut into pieces by countless sharp swords. The bones are certainly not to be cut. Compared to the size of the two giant beasts, only a very small portion of the flesh and blood could be cut off and was stuffed into Bu Wuchen's personal warehouse. Even so, it can definitely be said that the harvest is fruitful, enough to make countless human cultivators envious. After doing all this, Bu Wuchen breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, what a good move of 100 Eagles and 1,000 Shadows Chong. It's only the entry-level skill at the moment, and it can only summon more than 10 Black Eagle shadows, but it's already so impressive. When I have perfected this move to perfection. Once this move is launched, it should be able to form an image of 100 eagles and 1,000 shadows. Only then can it be considered to have truly demonstrated the power of this move. Oh my god, what is that? Bu Wuchen was startled by the sudden furry touch on his ankle. As he jumped away, he took a closer look. It turned out to be a little furry and round creature with black arms and legs, a white head and belly. This guy looks a little familiar. This image, coupled with this silly and cute expression. Bu Wuchen's eyes widened. Isn't this a giant panda? Yeah, it's just a little smaller, about the same size as a kitten or puppy. Bu Wuchen, who was reborn, suddenly met the giant panda, the national treasure of his previous life, in this foreign world, and naturally felt a sense of familiarity. Besides, the little guy seemed to be quite clingy to him. After seeing Bu Wuchen jump away, he crouched down with his round body, came to Bu Wuchen's feet, and rubbed his head affectionately. It is undeniable that this giant panda is indeed very cute and adorable. The boy squatted down, gently touched its head, and asked curiously, why is there a giant panda in this forbidden forest? At this moment, a system prompt sounded throughout the soul's sea of consciousness. Ding dong, the host can now name his own battle pet. Give your pet a name. Bu Wuchen shuddered, no way, no way. Is this the giant panda that I captured with that battle pet order? The chubby little fellow seemed to understand Bu Wuchen's words. While nodding obediently, he opened his mouth and spoke. Me. Bu Wuchen was shocked. Huh? Is this what a giant panda sounds like? I've put so much effort into this, and in the end I caught a guy who only knows how to act cute. I feel sad. At this time, the panda, whose head was about the same size as a kitten or puppy, spoke again. Meow, meow, wong wong wong. Bu Wuchen was completely confused. Besides the bleating of sheep, you can also make dogs and cats bark. I didn't realize you know so many languages. At this time, the giant panda called out and pointed at the 9-fire ring ice grass not far away with its round and fleshy little paws. Then he pointed to his open mouth. Bu Wuchen's face twitched, and he asked tentatively, You don't want to eat the 9-fire ring ice grass, do you? Bu Wuchen asked in astonishment, You don't want to eat that 9-fire ring ice grass, do you? The giant panda nodded crazily. There was a gleam of eagerness in its little black eyes. Bu Wuchen's mouth twitched. That's a rare treasure from heaven and earth that can be used to refine God-level mysterious products. You actually want to eat it. Why don't you go up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Just stay still. I'll get you some bamboo to eat when I'm free. Mimi woo. The giant panda bared its teeth and claws in protest. At this moment, Bu Wuchen heard the system prompt again. Ding dong, the God-level selection system has been successfully triggered. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, insist on taking the 9-fire ring ice grass for yourself. Reward for this option, an oversized sack filled with 9-fire ring ice grass. Special note, doing so will significantly reduce the loyalty of your battle pet, and may forcibly terminate the master-servant relationship. Option 2, return the battle pet's companion creature, the 9-fire ring ice grass, to the other party, and carefully cut it into a size that is easy for it to chew. Reward for this option, battle pet's loyalty will be maxed out, and it will never betray you. Bu Wuchen raised his eyebrows and said, So, 9-fire ring ice grass is a companion species of giant pandas. So it's not like the giant panda is so unreasonable that it has to eat the treasure I found first. However, the value of the 9-fire ring ice grass is too tempting. You know, in the territory of Daliang, even elixirs and mysterious talismans of the spiritual level will be regarded as treasures. Ordinary, mysterious, spiritual, earth, heaven. Above the heavenly stage is the legendary godly stage. And this 9-fire ring ice grass is the essential material for refining the divine grade Xuandan. Bu Wuchen believed that as long as he sold this 9-fire ring ice grass to a knowledgeable buyer, he could obtain the 100 million gold coins and 100 kilograms of spirit stones required to open the spirit gathering pearl in minutes. After absorbing tens of millions of cultivation points from the spirit gathering pearl, to what extent will his Xian cultivation realm be elevated? But Bu Wuchen looked at the anxious and helpless expression of the little ball of fur, which was very similar to his young self when he lost his parents in an accident on Earth. Never mind, let me show you my skills. Meh. The giant panda stared with its confused little eyes. The human boy's long spear trembled. 100 eagles and 1,000 shadows. Swoosh, swoosh, snap, snap. I don't know how much time has passed. The branches that looked like towering trees had been cut into strips and pieces by Bu Wuchen and stacked neatly into piles. In fact, Bu Wuchen was able to cut the 9 fire ring ice grass, because this plant had become half-withered and weak after the spirit gave birth to the giant panda. Otherwise, these exotic flowers and plants that were enough to cause the 2 beast kings to fight each other for more than 100 years would not be so easily chopped off by others. After doing all this, Bu Wuchen waved his hand at the giant panda in a casual manner and said with deliberate sarcasm, "It's decided to be you, Pikachu. Go ahead and eat as much as you can." Now the giant panda Coke is upset. It didn't care what Pikachu was, it just kept drooling and running wildly. That round body was unexpectedly swifter than ever before. In just a blink of an eye, it rushed to the piles of delicacies and devoured them at an incredible speed. As time passed, the giant panda ate more and more, showing no sign of stopping. Bu Wuchen was stunned. This thing is only about the same size as my feet. How can it eat so much? You said you eat fast and eat a lot, but why don't you gain some weight? I saw that more than half of the 9 fire ring ice grass was killed by you, why are you still a tiny thing? Alas, you have wasted my divine medicinal herbs like this. When the giant panda swallowed the last grass stem and licked its paw in satisfaction, several system prompts suddenly sounded in Bu Wuchen's sea of consciousness. Ding dong, the host's actions have caused the pet's loyalty to soar to the maximum point. It will never betray you. Ding dong, after devouring its companion creature, the battle pet has now grown into its complete form. Complete form. Bu Wuchen stared at the little hairy boy for a while and couldn't help but curl his lips. What a complete form, the appearance and size haven't changed at all, okay. How about opening the system properties page and taking a look? Then, the boy's eyes seemed to be nailed to the column of Battle Pet on the attribute panel, unable to move away. Battle Pet type, the owner of the bloodline of the Holy Beast, commonly known as the Iron-Eating Beast. In ancient times, there were 4 mythical beasts: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. There are also 4 ferocious beasts: xianxia, taotia, taowu, and hunten. However, as a holy beast, the iron-eating beast is far superior to all the divine beasts and ferocious beasts. The iron it eats is actually the residue from when the world was first created and the heart of the world was shattered. Even if the combined power of the 4 evil spirits, 4 gods, and 8 great beasts was combined, it would not be able to shake this thing in the slightest. Current cultivation, intermediate level mysterious beast, infant stage. Innate magical power, 1, holy beast bloodline, it has absolute bloodline coercion power over all mysterious beasts below the god level, greatly reducing their combat power. The highest reduction is 90%, and the lowest is 10%. 2, Lord of all bears, when facing all bear family mysterious beasts, he possesses absolute divine power to intimidate them, so much so that the damage he causes to his own kind is doubled, and the damage he receives from his own kind is halved. 3, Holy Bear Roar, a sonic attack technique with extremely strong penetrating power and lethality. Special note, as it grows older, the iron-eating beast will become stronger and stronger, and will unlock more powerful talents and magical powers. Bu Wuchen was stunned. Wow, I didn't expect this silly bear to be so strong. I originally thought this guy only knew how to act cute. I never thought that I would harvest a sacred beast. It's a sacred beast that's as famous as the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger, ha 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 ha. Now that he thinks about it, when Bu Wuchen first saw the Abyss Poison Python and the Lava Ghost-Eyed Crocodile, the system panel indicated that they were sealed by a strange force, so that their actual combat power dropped from the Emperor rank to the King rank. This should be due to the suppression effect of the giant panda's holy beast bloodline. What do you mean by a sacred beast as famous as the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger? The little furball was immediately unhappy and said, Master, you have to understand clearly that I, a handsome and invincible iron-eating beast, am much more powerful than Shaoqing, Xiaobai, and the like. Bu Wuchen was startled. You, are you talking? Who else could it be if not me? The giant panda rolled its eyes in a very human way. The boy was stunned and said, isn't your current realm a mid-level mystical beast? It is equivalent to the cultivation level of a human in the chi control realm. How come you can speak like a human being? The giant panda raised his head proudly. I am a sacred animal. Although my cultivation level is still relatively low at the moment, it's still okay for me to be able to do something as trivial as speak human language. Bu Wuchen gave a thumbs up. My bear is awesome. Ding dong host, please name your battle pet as soon as possible. Otherwise, after 10 breaths, the system will default the name of this battle pet to Iron Eater. Bu Wuchen slapped his forehead and said, oh, I almost forgot about this. How about Pikachu? The boy smiled maliciously. No. Who would have thought that as soon as these words came out, the giant panda immediately shook its head like a rattle. How majestic and domineering is this bear saint? How can you come up with such a weird name that doesn't sound impressive at all? You've never looked in a mirror, have you? Bu Wuchen said with a look of disdain. Based on your current image, it really has nothing to do with mighty and domineering. No, you can't call me by that name. This title will seriously affect my mood. If I'm in a bad mood, my fighting power will be unstable. I can't guarantee that I will ruin your plans one day. Bu Wuchen chuckled. You're threatening me in disguise, aren't you? Then Squirtle. No, I am not a turtle. Slowpoke. No. Onion duck. Master, do you have any misunderstanding about the species of this bear saint? Neither this nor that works. Seeing that the 10-breath time limit was about to expire, Bu Wuchen became a little impatient. Of course I know you are a bear. I might as well just call you Giant Panda. He thought that given the other party's picky nature, he would definitely complain a lot. Who would have thought that the little furball would just gently nod his head this time? Yeah. The word big does have something to do with the might and majesty of this bear saint. No way, is this possible? Bu Wuchen was stunned. But he heard the other party mutter in a low voice, I don't know why the word cat is in my name. But at least the master also pointed out my bear nature in the name. Well, that's enough. Looking at the little furball's reluctant yet somewhat sympathetic expression, Bu Wuchen instantly became depressed. Hey, what's that expression on your face? Are you doubting my ability to name things? Looking at the giant panda again, its expression is like, it's good that you know, and, forget it, I forgive you. After waiting for a while, he said, Master, the companion I just took into my body is not very stable yet. I need to rest more. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to the battle pet space to rest first, okay? All right. Bu Wuchen nodded. Oh, by the way, don't call me Master anymore, it sounds a bit weird, just call me Boss. Okay boss, bye boss. After saying that, the panda's fleshy body rolled up, turned into a stream of light, and with a whoosh, it entered the battle pet space. Bu Wuchen walked towards the teleportation altar. He had hoped that the power of teleportation would take him away from the canyon. But when he stood up, he found that the strange light on the altar had disappeared, and it was replaced by a lifeless boulder. No way. After the 9 fire ring ice grass was eaten, even this teleportation array became ineffective. Bu Wuchen pouted in annoyance, damn it. There is no satellite navigation in this deep forest. It is too unfriendly for a person like me who is blind to directions. Let's climb to a higher place first and find out the direction of Blood Dragon City. Wow. Just as I was thinking about it, a gust of wind suddenly blew around me, blinding me. When the young man opened his eyes again, he suddenly discovered, a lost path suddenly appeared at the entrance of the canyon. Ah, this road, isn't it a trap? The appearance of an extra road out of nowhere would inevitably make anyone feel worried. But for a person who was road blind and had to turn on the navigation every time he went out before his rebirth, Bu Wuchen could only bite the bullet and follow the road. Fortunately, we didn't encounter any danger along the way. And as time went by, the yellow earth path under the boy's feet became wider and wider. Up to now, there are signs that the road ahead is smooth. Bu Wuchen couldn't help but think to himself, after the 9 fire ring ice grass disappeared, this forbidden night forest seemed to have lost its previous eerie and strangeness. Also, this road is wide enough for several carriages to run side by side. Doesn't it look familiar? Oh, right, when I was taken into the night forbidden forest by those 4 guys, I also took this path. Buzz. Suddenly, Bu Wuchen felt his feet lighten and the scenery in front of him shook. When he looked again, he realized that with just that step he had already completely left the night forbidden forest. Wow, this is amazing. The boy became interested and took another step back. But this time, the expected, sudden change of scenery did not happen. Turning around, the broad road that should have appeared under my feet had also disappeared. Bu Wuchen suddenly felt a little lost. Haha, I really don't know if everything that happened in the night forbidden forest is real or an illusion. Fortunately, the little furball sleeping soundly in the battle pet space made the young man believe that everything that happened before was not in vain. Looking forward, the 5 horses that came with us were still tied under the original tree, leisurely eating grass with their heads down. Under one of the trees, a bodyguard girl in a tight leather jacket was leaning against the tree with her arms folded and her eyes closed. The slightly solemn expression between her brows showed that she was not at peace at the moment. Bu Wuchen felt fortunate when he recalled the advice given by the bodyguard when he first entered the night forbidden forest that helped him avoid death. I was thinking to myself, I have to give this benefactor a hug full of gratitude no matter what. Yes, give her a surprise. So the young man deliberately held his breath and tiptoed towards the woman. With his current level of cultivation, he deliberately concealed his aura and was not discovered by the other party. Of course, this was also because the bodyguard had a lot of thoughts when she closed her eyes to rest, so she was a little absent-minded. When he got close, Bu Wuchen opened his arms and gave the other person a big bear hug. The warmth and softness in Bu Wuchen's arms made his heart flutter. Miss Bodyguard, thank you. Ah. Before Bu Wuchen could finish his words of thanks, he heard a scream. Then, violent profound energy burst out like a knife. Bang. The woman's protective aura at the spiritual level directly knocked Bu Wuchen flying far away, and he fell heavily to the ground. Ouch, it hurts. Bu Wuchen climbed up, rubbing his old waist while complaining, didn't I just want to give you a surprise? You almost killed me. Fortunately, my cultivation is no longer what it used to be. After recognizing that the clayman was Bu Wuchen, the fanatical murderous intent in the bodyguard's sister's eyes gradually cooled down. But on her delicate face, there was a touch of intoxicating red. The coldness in his words was still overwhelming. Humph, who told you to suddenly mess around? You deserve to be shocked to death. Put on your clothes. Bu Wuchen finally reacted. In order to avoid being hunted by the mysterious beast, he tore off his clothes stained with human breath and blood and plunged into the quagmire. Now you are still naked. Bu Wuchen's face turned red. Ahem, luckily I have 2 sets of spare clothes in my personal storage. However, I can't use the portable storage in front of the bodyguard's sister. What if she thinks I have a storage ring and has bad intentions? Although this possibility is extremely small, it is better to be cautious. Thinking of this, Bu Wuchen scratched his head in embarrassment and said, well, I want to go to the pond next to me to wash first and then change clothes. Can you step aside for a moment? Pa, who wants to take advantage of you? Come and catch up with me after you finish washing. After saying that, the icy beauty untied the reins and jumped onto the horse. Hey, wait a minute. Bu Wuchen suddenly spoke. What happened again? The bodyguard lady asked impatiently. Ahem, well. I don't know the way back. Bu Wuchen touched his nose a little embarrassedly, so, don't go too far. Puff. The bodyguard girl really didn't expect the other party to say that, and she couldn't help laughing out loud. Unfortunately, her smile that was as bright as the rising sun was short-lived, and she returned to her cold and arrogant expression, saying, Humph, then you'd better hurry up, I don't have the patience to wait for you too long. After saying this, he squeezed his legs against the horse's belly and rode away. Although the sound of horse hooves could still be heard faintly, the dense forest made it difficult to find the other party's figure. Bu Wuchen then heaved a sigh of relief, turned around and jumped into the clear pool of water. Not long after, Bu Wuchen, riding a horse, caught up. After the boy washed himself, he put on new clothes. The wet hair ends hung down, naturally covering the eyebrows and forehead, and a pair of starry eyes were faintly visible between the hair ends, which was quite handsome. The bodyguard's heart skipped a beat and her cheeks turned red. In this situation, the girl's modesty made her not think about where Bu Wuchen, who had obviously become a clay doll at that time, could get such a clean and fitting set of clothes. Instead, her eyes were attracted by the reins of the other 3 horses in Bu Wuchen's hands, which were lengthened with thick branches. I couldn't help but ask curiously, why did you bring them here too? We must bring them here, otherwise they will most likely be eaten by the mysterious beasts in the forest. Bu Wuchen spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, which greatly surprised the bodyguard. Somewhere soft in her heart seemed to be gently touched by Bu Wuchen's action. After a pause, the girl in leather jacket asked again, where are those 4 guys? They are all dead. Bu Wuchen remained calm and said, those 4 guys invited me to join a team to do a mission, but in fact they were assassins sent by the eldest son of the Lin family. Hearing this, the bodyguard's sister nodded lightly. She had long felt that something was wrong with this mission. The deaths of those 4 people did not cause any ripples in the bodyguard's heart. But when she looked at Bu Wuchen, who was controlling 4 horses by himself and was a little funny in his panic, she smiled unconsciously. This man can have the kindness to save the 4 horses. And he can kill those who threaten him decisively. Haha, he's a pretty interesting guy. Evening, Blood Dragon City. Bu Wuchen followed the bodyguard lady to Xianxia's Coliseum. On the top floor, in that luxurious room with its own hall and building, the bodyguard pushed Bu Wuchen inside and said in a cold tone, I brought this person back to you. He has no missing arms or legs. Ha, that's great. As Xianxia giggled, she came close to the bodyguard lady like a light aureole and opened her arms to hug her. I knew you were reliable. Come, I'll give you a big hug as a reward. Go away. The bodyguard lady dodged the opponent's hungry wolf and said coldly, protect this guy for another month, and I will pay you back for what I owe you. Then I will be free again. Xianxia seemed to have long been accustomed to the other party's coldness and arrogance. She just smiled and nodded, no problem. The bodyguard lady snorted, turned around and left. Hey! Hey! Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Don't you want to stay for a drink? It would be nice if I could hold you. Xianxia vaguely heard the other party slam the door and leave, leaving behind the word which, but he didn't take it seriously. She turned around and said to Bu Wuchen, I don't need to ask. I can imagine how thrilling your escape from death was. It's good to let you hit a snag, so that you don't always lack experience and act foolishly. Why don't you speak? You're not really scared silly, are you? Seeing the other party's concern, Bu Wuchen pretended to be deep and smiled mysteriously, hee hee, this trip is indeed thrilling. But I also got a surprise. Xianxia raised her eyebrows slightly, oh. Tell me about it. In her heart, she didn't really take Bu Wuchen's so-called surprise seriously. In her opinion, this was just an excuse made by the other party because he felt embarrassed. Bu Wuchen didn't waste any words and demonstrated it directly with actions. Buzz. The protective aura that is half orange-red and half ice-blue suddenly blooms. Control the 8th level of Qi. The sudden surge of energy stretched Xianxia's red lips into a big O shape. And this strange color, could it be a mutant element? Hey, you have good eyesight. Bu Wuchen adjusted his hair proudly. Xianxia stood there dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes flashing with astonishment. Just a few days ago, this 15 or 16-year-old boy in front of him was only at the mediocre level of Mangwu. Today, he has broken through to the 8th level of Qi control realm. On average, one day can improve one major level of cultivation. Can you believe this? Bu Wuchen was very satisfied that he could make the high-ranking demon woman show such an expression. He grinned proudly, hey, no need to worship me, I'm just a legend. Xianxia came back to his senses and pursed his lips. The charming face that captivated everyone suddenly became extremely solemn and said, now, I must have a serious talk with you. Since he met Xianxia, Bu Wuchen had never seen her so solemn and dignified. Even the I that the girl always said was changed to I. Just as Bu Wuchen was stunned, Xianxia raised his hand, gently pointed at his chest, and said, let's start with the blood dragon birthmark here. Blood dragon birthmark. Bu Wuqian was bewildered. If the other party hadn't mentioned it, he would never have paid attention to the strange birthmark on his left chest. After the young man opened his collar and took a look, he grinned and said jokingly, "Ha, are you trying to tell me that my true identity is the high and mighty dragon man? Or a celestial dragon? Or maybe Super Saiyan? Ha ha ha." This time, it was Xianxia who was stunned. After a long while, he finally asked, "Don't you know the origin of this birthmark?" Bu Wuqian frowned, closed his eyes, and carefully searched the memory of the original owner of this body. But he found nothing, and spread his hands helplessly. "I really have no impression. If you hadn't mentioned it just now, I wouldn't have known that this birthmark had such a domineering name." Xianxia was instantly confused. "I thought to myself, it seems that I need to let him know what the blood dragon birthmark means first. Otherwise, how can he use this power to help me when he is confused himself?" Immediately, the girl took a sip of tea with an elegant demeanor, and began to explain to Bu Wuqian the legend of the blood dragon birthmark. 20 to 30,000 years ago, a sudden, fierce conflict on a plain level forced Jiulang continent to become a battlefield. All kinds of cultivators who are so powerful that it is unimaginable, have started a fierce battle in Jiulang continent. The most powerful among them are the mysterious beasts of the star realm, chaos sky dragon beasts. At that time, there were also several human masters who were also in the star realm. They stepped forward and fought with the chaos dragon for an unknown period of time. That unprecedented battle caused the mountains to collapse and the earth to split, and the sun and moon to change color. Upon hearing this, Bu Wuqian was already somewhat dazzled. Previously, the two beasts that they had encountered in the valley, whose cultivation was sealed to the equivalent of the Earth King realm, had terrifyingly high combat power. How strong must the mysterious beasts and humans in the star realm be? After all, above the King of Earth is the Emperor of Men. Above the human emperor is the Tian Zone. Only by breaking through the 9th peak of the Tian Zone realm can one touch the threshold of the Xingqian realm. It is said that the Jiulang continent 20,000 to 30,000 years ago was thousands of times wider than the area where people live today. Xianxia's voice came again. It was precisely because of that fierce battle that year that most of the Jiulang continent was destroyed. If it weren't for the final chaotic time and space that swept those extremely powerful humans and mysterious beasts into the chaotic star sea and completely disappeared, I'm afraid that Jiulang continent wouldn't even have the tiny bit of it left now. And those pioneers who opened up the supreme power of the stars and sealed the extremely powerful chaos sky dragon and their own true bodies together were revered by the cultivators of later generations as Dragon Slayer Star Lords. My Xia family ancestor was once fortunate enough to follow one of the Dragon Slayer Star Lords. Although times have changed and our Xia family is no longer as glorious as it was in the past, but it has been passed down from generation to generation until now. As a core member of the clan, I am qualified to have personally seen the family's secret book. The pattern and location of the blood dragon birthmark, recorded in the secret book, are exactly the same as the one on your chest. After hearing this, Bu Wuqian couldn't help but admire. How could a single battle destroy most of the areas in one plane? Wow, this is awesome. Having inherited the memories of the previous eldest son of the Bu family, he naturally knew that even the current Jiulang continent was much larger than the Earth. How vast was this plane before the war broke out? What does Diao Jia Tian mean? Xianxia blurted out something out of the blue. It means very, very powerful. After saying that, Bu Wuqian sat down at the table in a familiar manner, poured himself a cup of tea and drank it. After hearing this, Xianxia held her head high with a proud look on her face and said, "Very good, then I will have another self-proclaimed name that I can show off now. From now on I will be called Diazation." Puff. Bu Wuqian burst out laughing on the spot. "What's wrong with you? Ugh, I've never tasted tea that smells so good. I drank it so fast that I choked." Bu Wuqian was sweating profusely. "Don't worry about me, just continue talking." Xianxia didn't think much about it and continued, "Aren't you from the capital of Jiulang? The area where the Dragon Slayer Star Lord fell after sealing the Chaos Heavenly Dragon is where the capital of Jiulang is today. All signs indicate that you are most likely the descendant of the Dragon Slayer Star Lord." In fact, it is not difficult to prove this. You are now at the qi controlling stage, able to release your profound qi. You only need to bite your left thumb, and then press the bloody finger and the spirit mixed with your own profound energy onto the blood dragon birthmark, to test whether it is real or fake. At this point, Xianxia suddenly grabbed Bu Wuchen's hand and said, "If you are really the descendant of the Dragon Slayer Star Lord, please save my Shao Qi." Bu Wuchen was stunned when he heard this. Then he said with a sense of loss, "Shao Qi is a nice name. Is it a boy or a girl?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then her pretty face turned red. I thought to myself, she is obviously still an unmarried girl, how could there be a child? Then he rolled his eyes in annoyance, "What are you talking about? Shao Qi is the name of my battle pet. If it weren't for the fact that I insisted on escaping the marriage, and she had risked her original profound strength to help me, I wouldn't have been injured like that." "You ran away from your marriage? Hey! You little bastard, do you understand the point?" Bu Wuchen's repeated interruptions completely washed away the sadness on Xianxia's brow. At this moment, the young man smiled as if his evil plan had succeeded. "Hey, this is the which I know. Don't be so sad. Don't worry, I will help you as long as I can." It turns out that his mischievous behavior of throwing eggs was just to make himself feel less sad. Xianxia suddenly felt a sweetness in her heart. The boy learned from Xianxia that the war pet Xiaoqi was left to her by her mother before she died. They grew up together and had a deep relationship. Plus, with her mother's support, Xianxia didn't want Xiaoqi to get hurt at all, but now. In fact, Xianxia, who escaped from his marriage to Blood Dragon City, chose to run an arena because here he could get the first chance to see the moon because he was close to the water and collect more pure yang attribute blood essence of mysterious beasts. In this way, the cold poison in the body of the combat pet Xiaoqi can be reconciled. It's a pity that Blood Dragon City is just a cold frontier after all, and the high-level mysterious beasts that human cultivators can capture are extremely rare. This grade of beast blood is simply not enough to remove the cold poison in Xiaoqi's body. We can only keep it hanging on for a while longer. Originally, Xianxia had no intention of settling down in such a place, but when she escaped from her marriage and came here, Xiaoqi's injuries were too severe and she could no longer withstand the slightest bumps. Later, Xianxia's whereabouts were eventually discovered and reported to the family. The International Business Alliance, which was already in a precarious situation, was forced by the pressure from the powerful future in-law to pretend that it didn't know where she was and let her fend for herself. She is Shao Qi. Soon, Bu Wuchen followed Xianxia and saw her war pet, a listless crane. It is much taller and more handsome than the ordinary red-crowned crane. The feathers at the tips of the wings and on the tail flash different colors such as red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, which is very strange. It was originally a top-grade king-level mystical beast, the colorful winged crane. When it reaches adulthood, it may even have the hope of breaking through the limits of the Earth King realm and becoming the Beast King of the Human Emperor realm, who can dominate an area. However, due to the extreme cold poison in his body, Xiaoqi's cultivation was no longer there. Even the breath of life has reached the point where it is barely detectable. At this time, Xianxia sat in the corner of the bed, gently stroking the feathers on Xiaoqi's long neck with trembling hands, and tears flashed in her eyes unconsciously. The extremely cold poison in Xiaoqi's body can only be completely eliminated by a large amount of pure yang beast blood. Moreover, the quality of the yang force beast blood must be one level higher than Xiaoqi's own Xian cultivation realm. Hiss, one level higher than Xiaoqi. Hearing this, Bu Wuchen couldn't help but take a breath. It was because he had already learned from Xianxia that before Xiaoqi was poisoned, he was a top-grade beast king. Being one level higher than it, wouldn't it require the blood of the top-grade beast king? It's a pity that the blood of the Abyss 10,000 poison python and the lava ghost eye crocodile that I collected doesn't contain pure yang power, otherwise I could give it a try. Thinking of this, Bu Wuchen looked up again and saw that the beauty in front of him was already in tears. If it were in the past, I would have gone to heaven and hell to get the pure yang beast blood for Xiaoqi. Unfortunately, after I ran away from my marriage, my xianxia realm dropped significantly, and there was nothing I could do. Xianxia suddenly paused. Huh? You are actually laughing. Do you still have any sympathy? Ahem, no, I just think it's a bit weird for you to call yourself Ben Diazation. But Wuchen couldn't help laughing and waved his hand, motioning the other party to continue. Anyway, now only you can save Xiaoqi. After this is done, I will repay you in any way I can. When a fairy-like person says something like, anything is fine, how damaging would that be to the opposite sex? Anyway, Wuchen drooled in shame. Hey, you. Sensing the other person's ambiguous look, Wuchen wiped his saliva hastily. Ahem, ambiguous. I'd better try to see if this thing on my chest is the blood dragon birthmark you mentioned. After saying that, the boy jumped onto the bed and sat cross-legged. Then follow the method Xianxia mentioned before, bite the thumb of your left hand and press it towards the birthmark. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat and her face flushed. What a fool. How could he just sit on someone else's bed? At that time, Xianxia, who was devoted to saving Xiaoqi, saw that Wuchen's Xian cultivation realm had already broken through to the Qi control realm, so he hurriedly took him to see his battle pet. The girl had no idea that the dying Xiaoqi was sleeping on the bed in her own boudoir. After Wuchen stepped in, Xianxia suddenly reacted. But at that time, she couldn't kick him out, right? So she just made do with the expedient. However, he never expected that Wuchen, who was drooling even when he was fantasizing, was caught in an embarrassing situation by the other party. He just wanted to hide his embarrassment as soon as possible, so he jumped directly to the side of the colorful winged crane and sat cross-legged. She didn't realize that it was Xianxia's bed. But then again. At this time, Wuchen was already terrified by the huge dragon shadow that suddenly appeared in his soul sea. How could he care about the embarrassment of the girl beside the bed? Suddenly, the giant dragon that was circling its body suddenly opened its eyes. Youngster, this Star Lord has been waiting for you here for too long. Wait for me. Besides being shocked, Wuchen was more confused. Did you recognize the wrong person? Ignorant Junior. The old dragon, whose body was completely red, rolled his eyes in a very human way and said, after the blood seal was applied to the birthmark, your soul and sea of consciousness can dive into the world of this Star Lord. You are naturally the descendant of this Star Lord. If it were someone else, no matter how high their cultivation or how powerful their skills were, they would never be able to see me in this state. After hearing what the other party said, Wuchen already believed it mostly. But he still asked with a little confusion, you clearly saw a dragon. Could it be that I am also a dragon person? A well-hidden celestial dragon person? What the hell? The giant dragon said unhappily, the dragon-shaped object you see is the flesh body that I recast using the blood and essence of the Chaos Sky Dragon I killed back then. Only in this way can the remnant soul of this Star Lord be preserved for a longer period of time, and not disintegrate too early. After saying that, the red old dragon narrowed his eyes, looked at Wuchen for a moment, and said slowly, okay, put away your spiritual perception and return to your own world. After all, you are only at the 8th level of the Qi control realm. You are too weak. You can't do anything and you can't get anything. Wait a minute. Wuchen hurriedly blurted out the serious matter, I urgently need the dragon blood with pure yang power to save my life. I don't know if I can. Oh. How much do you want? When the boy heard that there was a chance, his eyes lit up immediately, the more the better. The more the better? You really dare to say that? The blood dragon ancestor's nasal cavity shook, and a cloud of white gas burst out, directly blowing Wuchen's figure away several times. You know, if you want to take the dragon blood from my residual body, you must use the cultivation of your direct descendant as an exchange. I see. Wuchen frowned slightly, then how much dragon blood can I get with my current cultivation? About 7 or 8 drops. After a brief thought, Blood Dragon Patriarch said, after the change, your cultivation will regress to the 1st level of the wild martial realm. Wuchen was greatly disappointed. You know, he is now at the 8th level of the Qi control realm. Looking at the entire Blood Dragon City, he is considered a rare and powerful person. After cultivating to the end, I could only get 7 or 8 drops of dragon blood. At this moment. Ding dong, the God-level selection system has been successfully triggered. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, refuse to exchange your own cultivation for dragon blood, and after leaving the blood dragon space, pretend that nothing happened. Reward for this option, a beautiful urn containing the remains of a colorful crane. Option 2, use your own cultivation to exchange for dragon blood, and use it to detoxify the colorful winged crane. Reward for this option, if the detoxification is successful, you will be rewarded with a special profound skill. If the detoxification fails, you will be rewarded with a small basket that says empty hand. The system option that suddenly popped up made the boy laugh and cry, "What the hell is this?" Even if the detoxification is successful, they only say that a special profound skill will be awarded, but we don't even know the grade or whether it is a rare or uncommon copy. Forget it. Anyway, I decided to help Xianxia from the beginning. If it weren't for this fairy sister, who helped me so many times, Yaoer, Ah-chun, and I would have been killed long ago. I will definitely help you. The question now is, how many drops of dragon blood should I exchange for? Bu Wuqian couldn't help but hesitate. If I change too little, I am afraid it will not be enough. If he changes too much, he will lose a lot. Bu Wuqian also hoped to rank among the top in the 100 schools competition in a month, and thus return to the imperial capital openly. If his cultivation level plummeted back to the wild martial realm now, what's the point of comparing? Well, I'd better ask this old dragon for advice first. With this thought in mind, the young man spoke decisively. May I ask, Senior, if I can only lower my Xian cultivation realm to the 3rd level of the Qi control realm, how many drops of dragon blood can I get in return? The red dragon said without hesitation, 5 drops, no more. Boy, I see that you are full of energy and blood, and you are in good condition. Why do you need dragon blood to save your life? Oh, there's someone else who needs to be rescued. Oh. The blood dragon patriarch raised his thick and long white eyebrows and said, parents? Or wife and children? Neither. What I want to save is a colorful winged crane that has been poisoned by a cold. The blood dragon ancestor was obviously stunned. You are willing to lower your cultivation level in exchange for dragon blood, just to save a profound beast that is not related to you, or even of my race. This kind of stupid thing, I have never seen it in my life. So I really want to know, why? Well, it's not that complicated. I saved it just to repay the favor. Bu Wuqian obviously didn't want to dwell on this topic any further, so he asked, Senior, you are well informed, you must have heard of a cold poison called Jiulang, right? Please advise me, Senior. How much dragon blood is needed to cure this cold poison? The dragon narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and shook his head. Never heard of it. I think this so-called absolute cold poison is not that powerful and is not worthy of my attention. The highly anthropomorphic dragon face of the blood dragon ancestor was filled with pride. The dragon race itself is mostly of the most rigid and masculine nature, and my current body is no exception. Since it is a low-grade cold poison, 5 drops of dragon blood full of pure yang energy should be enough to detoxify it. Hearing this, Bu Wuqian finally felt relieved. Great, then changed to 5 drops. The red dragon ancestor nodded its huge head and said, after your consciousness returns to your own world, you only need to activate your consciousness, and 5 drops of dragon blood will emerge from your palm. Boy, every time your xianxia realm is upgraded to a higher level, you can use your own blood essence, soul power, and xian power to awaken the blood dragon space once. When you become truly powerful, you will discover how powerful this blood dragon space, and I, your ancestor, can bring you. But no matter when, the time you can stay in the blood dragon space is extremely short. Now, the time limit is approaching. Young man, live well. As soon as the words fell, Bu Wuqian's spiritual body forcibly left the blood dragon space uncontrollably. Hey, are you okay? The crisp voice that suddenly rang in his ears brought Bu Wuqian back to reality from his somewhat dazed mental state after suddenly entering and exiting the blood dragon space. Bu Wuqian turned his head and looked in the direction where the voice came from. It was Xianxia. He will never forget the look in the eyes of this fairy lady at this moment. Amidst the strong anticipation, there is also a hint of timidity. Because she was afraid that in the next second, she would hear a helpless answer from the boy in front of her. At this time, Bu Wuchen didn't waste any words, and gently pressed his palm to the corner of Xiaoqi's slightly opened mouth. A thought moved. Tick, tick, tick. 5 drops of bright red dragon blood were put into his mouth. After just a few breaths, the colorful winged crane's eyes, which were weakly closed, suddenly opened. After jumping up, he threw himself into the arms of Xianxia, who had not yet reacted. While rubbing the other's cheek affectionately with her long neck, she made bursts of crane cries. After being stunned for a while, Xianxia came back to his senses with surprise. "Xiaoqi, have you completely eliminated the poison you were poisoned with?" As she spoke, she hugged the colorful winged crane. Although she was extremely excited, the girl was afraid of hurting the other person, so her movements were very gentle. The spiritual beast has already begun to gain consciousness. What's more, Xiaoqi was once a king-level, top-grade profound beast. She understood what Xianxia said and nodded quickly in response. "That's great. It's really great." Xianxia was so happy that she burst into tears and kept thanking Bu Wuchen. At this time, Bu Wuchen was already stunned by a system prompt sound in his soul sea of consciousness. Ding dong, the host used dragon blood to help the colorful winged crane get rid of the cold poison, and obtained a special mystical skill reward, the Power of 3 Phases. Power of 3 Phases, a special status skill of the lower grade of Earth rank. Contains the miraculous power of 3 phases of shocking change. Phase 1, Frenzy Attack, increases the caster's attack power by 70%. The second phase, Strong Defense, increases the caster's defense by 70%. Phase 3, Extreme Speed, increases the caster's speed by 70%. Earth-level special status skill. Wahahaha, I really made a fortune this time. Bu Wuchen was overjoyed. Originally, he didn't expect the selection system to reward anything good. Who knew the surprise would come so suddenly? At this moment, a beautiful face suddenly appeared before his eyes. Who else could it be besides Shen Yuoi? After carefully examining Bu Wuchen for a while with her watery eyes, she suddenly frowned and asked, "Why does your aura seem to have become much weaker?" Bu Wuchen raised his eyebrows. "Wow, you can see this. Very impressive." "Alas, it's because that blood dragon ancestor is too stingy. I asked him for a few drops of pure yang dragon blood, but he insisted on exchanging my xianxia realm for it." The young man shrugged nonchalantly. But Xianxia was so moved that she burst into tears. "You actually did it for me." At a certain moment, she really had the urge to commit herself to the other person. "But when I think of my special identity, if I really get married to Bu Wuchen because of a momentary emotion, it will bring endless troubles to him. That's all. That's all. After all, it's not the right time for us to meet each other." After sighing twice, the girl buried the lingering regret deep in her heart. On her face, she regained her fearless appearance as the witch she had that day, and said heroically, "Bu Wuchen, your kindness to me is worth anything I can do for you. So, if you need any help from me, just ask. Even if it's a sea of fire and a mountain of swords, this lady will never frown." Seeing the other party being so serious, Bu Wuchen suddenly calmed down and became extremely solemn. He spoke word by word, "Are you serious?" "Absolutely true." Xianxia nodded firmly. At this moment, deep in the girl's heart, she had even prepared for the worst. The poison in Xiaoqi's body has been resolved. But my family has abandoned me like an abandoned child. Now I have nothing to worry about. But the young man's face became more and more stern. He lowered his voice and said word by word, "Then I hope you can. Use the tip of your tongue to lick your eyes." "Okay, I will, huh?" "What did you say?" Xianxia was stunned on the spot, wondering if she had heard it wrong. Bu Wuchen grinned, "Hey, I told you to use the tip of your tongue to reach your eyes and make a face for me. You wouldn't be unwilling, would you?" "Oh my, that's hard to handle. Didn't we agree to not frown even in the face of danger?" "Ah. You." He was so solemn and serious, but he just asked me to make a face. After being stunned for 2 breaths, the girl finally understood the other party's subtext. "You don't have to do anything, and you don't have to feel guilty. You are really." A trace of moisture appeared in Xianxia's eyes, which were as beautiful as stars, again. He leaned forward and hugged Bu Wuchen tightly. Burying her head in the other's chest, she said in a sweet voice, "You are such a great guy that I can't stop wanting you. Fairy lady, are you throwing yourself into my arms?" This. The soft and tender body in my arms. The fragrance lingers in the nose, like the breath of orchid. Bu Wuchen almost fainted from happiness. Cry. Just when Bu Wuchen was about to lose control, the colorful winged crane let out a soft cry, dissipating the ambiguous ripples between the two of them. Xianxia quickly shrank back, her pretty face flushed red. Bu Wuchen touched his nose and said, "Ahem, well, xiaoqi is really interesting. He even knows the principle of not looking at what is inappropriate and used his wings to cover his eyes." Although he said this, in his heart, the young man cursed all the ancestors of that stinking crane. "I was thinking with tears in my eyes, I am your savior, and this is how you repay me. You idiot, you big idiot." Xianxia glanced at Bu Wuchen secretly. I saw that there was a look of anguish between his brows, as if he was unable to obtain what he wanted, and also as if he was disappointed. He glared at Xiaoqi, thinking it was so funny that he burst out laughing. When she smiled, the whole room became filled with spring flowers. "You are going to participate in the 100 schools competition in a month, right?" Xianxia asked suddenly. "Yes." Bu Wuchen nodded. "So what is your current xianxia cultivation level?" "The 3rd level of qi control realm." "Oh, that's only 2 levels lower than Lin Jian, the top seed in the Academy Battle Hall. Do you know what this means? A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind." Clever. After Xianxia praised him, she added, "If you want to fight your way back to the capital of Jiulang, I will help you with xiaoqi even if it means risking my life. But if you want to return to your homeland with dignity, you must achieve impressive results in the 100 schools competition. How do you choose?" Bu Wuchen grinned, "Hey, of course I choose the latter. Although I appreciate your kindness, but in my home in the imperial capital, I have a grandfather who is upright, stubborn, dignified, and truly cares about me. Even if it's just to save his face, I will go through the path of emperor's summoning in heaven and return to the imperial capital openly." When Xianxia heard this, a look of admiration immediately flashed in his eyes. It's as if she's saying, "He's worthy of being the man I like." In this case, you will need to hide your strength temporarily to avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Tomorrow is the Academy's half-monthly profound strength test. At this point, Xianxia raised her jade hand and took out a thumb-sized purple crystal bead from the storage ring. There are many strange patterns engraved on the beads. A careful look will reveal that these patterns are actually diagrams of the flow of qi in the bodies of several little people in different postures, such as flying over eaves and walls, tossing and turning, or sleeping soundly. The girl said, "When the time comes, you can carry this bead with you. It can help you conceal the reality of your cultivation of 3 small realms. That is to say, with it by your side, the mysterious energy you display in the eyes of others is only equivalent to the level of just stepping into the realm of controlling energy. However, this thing is of little use to someone whose xian cultivation realm is more than 2 major levels higher than yours. So magical." Bu Wuchen took the purple crystal bead and couldn't help but look at it carefully. "What is it called?" I really don't know about this." Xianxia's pretty face suddenly turned red for no reason. Because this thing was secretly handed to Xianxia by her grandmother when she was very young, and she said it was a treasure to be used as a dowry in the future. Bu Wuchen looked left and right, and couldn't help but put it to his nose and sniffed it. Shoo. Suddenly, the blood dragon birthmark on the boy's chest suddenly gave off a strange warm feeling. As if possessed by a ghost, Bu Wuchen directly printed the purple bead on his blood dragon birthmark. Swish. In an instant, an enchanting purple-red light suddenly appeared, startling both Bu Wuchen and Xianxia. When the two of them looked again, they found that the purple crystal bead had already turned into flowing light, flowed into Bu Wuchen's heart, and disappeared. What's going on? Xianxia was stunned. In Bu Wuchen's sea of consciousness, a system notification sound came that excited him. Ding dong, the special mystical skill, power of 3 phases, reacted with that strange purple crystal bead. In addition to making the skill of 3-phase force even stronger, it also derives a new skill effect, virtual reality transformation. Power of 3 phases, a special status skill of the lower grade of Earth rank. Current state, entry level. Skill effect, bonus of 3-phase force. Phase 1, frenzy attack, doubles the caster's attack power. The second phase, strong defense, doubles the caster's defense. The third phase, extreme speed, doubles the caster's speed. Power of 3 phases, change of virtual and real. The host can adjust the manifestation of his own mysterious energy at will, within the positive and negative 3 small realms. Special note, the disguise of changing reality into illusion is ineffective against cultivators whose spiritual realm is far higher than their own by 1 major level. Wow, this purple bead is really amazing, right? It not only raises the power of the earth level profound skill power of 3 phases. It also adds a special effect of virtual transformation, which consolidates and enhances the original effect of the crystal bead. After Xianxia heard every word of Bewuchen's mumbling, her heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. Phew, you scared me. I thought something went wrong. Now it seems that after you absorbed it, it seems to have become more useful. That's right. Bewuchen smiled and patted his chest. Besides, it seems to have merged with me. You won't be able to take it back even if you want it in the future. Xianxia frowned. Humph, there is no reason for me to take back the things I gave away. She looks tough on the outside, but inside she is as frightened and shy as a deer. The dowry my grandmother gave me was actually absorbed by him like this. Perhaps, this is the wonder of fate. At this time, Bewuchen suddenly stood up and took out 3 jars originally used to store wine from his personal storage. He handed it to Xianxia and said, "Fairy sister, please help me identify the value of the things in this jar." Xianxia's beautiful eyes were shocked, taking things out of thin air. You actually have a storage ring. Hee hee, you are a bad guy who hides very deeply. Ahem, that's not the point. Bewuchen pushed the jars forward again and said, "Take a quick look." Xianxia opened the lid and found that what was inside was not wine, but blood. She used her spiritual perception to check for a moment, and couldn't help but scream, "Oh my god! The beast power contained in this blood is extremely rich. Could it be the blood of an imperial grade, top-grade mystical beast? No wonder someone like Fairy Miss would lose her composure like this. You know, the blood of the Beast King is definitely a rare treasure that is hard to come by in the secular world. In addition, the essence and blood of mysterious beasts have a wide range of uses. Whether it is refining medicine or forging weapons, the blood of mysterious beasts is almost always used in key steps. The 3 jars of top-grade Beast King blood in front of Xianxia, not to mention that they are in this cold frontier. Even if it was placed in the imperial capital of Jiulang, it would cause quite a stir. After carefully checking it twice more, the girl said with certainty, "This is genuine, top-grade Beast King blood. There is no doubt about it." "Where did you get it?" "I found it in the Forbidden Forest," Bewuchen said casually. Speaking of which, the reason why my xianxia realm was able to soar to the Yuqi realm is also related to these beast bloods. It's really unbelievable that someone has a system. Bewuchen simply took advantage of this opportunity to make up a convincing story for his sudden increase in cultivation. Then, the young man pretended to be extremely shocked and asked excitedly, "Are these actually top-grade Beast King blood? My goodness, those 3 jars together must be worth a lot of money, right? Can we have some pursuit?" Xianxia couldn't help but roll his eyes at the other person. Beast King level blood is extremely rare. Each jar is worth $1 million. Is this true or false? Bewuchen continued to pretend to be surprised. In fact, in his memory, there is already some information about the value of royal beast blood. What was handed to Xianxia at this moment was only the blood of the Abyss 10,000 poisonous python. This young man has 3 more jars of lava ghost eye crocodile blood in his personal storage. However, both the Abyss 10,000 poisonous python and the lava ghost eye crocodile are cold-blooded animals. Their blood cannot eliminate the cold poison. If not for this, Bewuchen would have used these jars of top-grade imperial beast blood to heal Xiaoqi's wounds and remove the poison. At this time, Bewuchen slapped his thigh fiercely and said, "You have a high level of cultivation and a wide range of connections. I will give you these 3 jars of royal beast blood to sell. We'll split the profits equally." It turned out that the young man pretended to be extremely surprised, but he actually wanted to find a way to make Xianxia gain some benefits. Otherwise, Bu Wuchen would always feel uneasy as he had swallowed a precious pearl from the fairy lady for nothing. That's not a small amount of money. Xianxia smiled and asked, "You're just giving me half of it, don't you feel bad?" Bu Wuchen waved his hands loudly. "If you hadn't identified its grade, I would have sold these jars at a low price in a minute, which would have been really heartbreaking." "You're welcome. It's settled." Besides, although the cold poison in Xiaoqi's body has been cleared, he is still very weak and needs more resources to replenish his body. Cry. The colorful winged crane, which understood human language, rubbed Bu Wuchen's shoulder affectionately, apparently expressing its gratitude in its own way. "Hee, okay, I won't be polite to you." The smile on Xianxi's lips was very refreshing. Coincidentally, the large-scale auction held at Qianbela every 3 years will be held in 10 days. I'm sure that by then, your 3 jars of Beast King's blood will be able to sell for a good price. Well, I still have to take care of Xiaoqi, so I won't send you off. The girl ordered them to leave. She was really afraid that if she stayed with Bu Wuchen any longer, something would happen between them. Ah. When Bu Wuchen was lying down after a good sleep, he pushed open the door of the secret chamber while yawning. "My little ancestor." Sun Jiulang and Li Jian rushed over in 2 steps. "You finally woke up." Bu Wuchen rubbed his sleepy eyes and was a little confused when he saw the 2 old men seemed very anxious. 2 masters, what are you doing?" "You don't know that, do you?" Sun Jiulang held his forehead with his hand and said, "Today is the selection day for the seed players of the 100 schools competition. The tournament representatives have been waiting for a long time. Dean Zhou came early in the morning and saw that you were sleeping soundly. Thinking that you had been in seclusion all night refining the elixir, he didn't want to disturb your peaceful sleep." Li Jian on the side nodded and said, "Yes, the referees are getting impatient now. What's worse is that one of the representatives, Kai Wenchao, is considered to be Dean Zhou's old enemy. This time, you have found Dean Zhou's weakness and deliberately embarrassed him. I can hardly bear to watch it anymore." Hearing this, Bu Wuchen's eyes, which were originally a little drowsy, suddenly widened. Is this really true? Looking back, Dean Zhou had always treated him well. Now, the old Dean is suffering from all kinds of difficulties because of his relationship with him. The young man said decisively, "Take me there quickly." Okay, this way." After a while, the Dean's office was in sight. Before he even got there, Bu Wuchen had already heard wanton laughter coming from inside the room. "Ha ha 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 ha, an alchemist above the 5th level of the mortal realm. Mr. Zhou, you really have the nerve to say that. How can you, in this barren border city, train a den contest seed player above the 5th level of the mortal realm?" Dean Zhou snorted coldly. "Kai Wenchao, you can laugh as much as you want. In at most an hour, my student will come here in person and make you swallow all the ridicule you have given me before." Hearing this, the old man named Kai Wenchao sneered and said, "As far as I know, under the leadership of you, the immortal, wise and mighty, the Blood Dragon City Academy has not even produced a 3rd-level mortal realm alchemist. Oh wait, there seems to be a person in the 4th level of the mortal realm, but I forgot his name. I just remember that you, an old man, didn't hesitate to use your own personal resources to pave the way for the kid in the path of alchemy. What a pity. After he took advantage of me, he mysteriously disappeared a week before the 100 schools competition started. When I met him again, he had already put on the uniform of another city academy. How ironic. Ha 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 ha." These words were undoubtedly like rubbing salt into Zhou Wanan's wounds. Looking at the other person's increasingly dark face, Kai Wenchao felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction in his heart. He looked down at the other person from above and said, "Besides, why should I wait for him for another hour?" After that, he waved to the 2 referee representatives beside him and said, "Let's go, don't waste time here." Wait a moment. Zhou Wanan suddenly became anxious. The referee sent from the imperial capital to various city academy competitions will wait until the day after the assessment before leaving. It's against the rules for you to leave now. Oh yeah. Then I'll break the rules for once. What can you do about it? Kai Wenchao said arrogantly, "You can sue me and see if the people in the imperial capital will offend me and my family for a poor dean from a cold frontier like you." You. Dean Zhou's face turned purple with anger. Even if you really have a genius alchemist, you can only blame him for his bad luck in applying to the Blood Dragon City Academy where you, an old immortal, are. Remember to go back and apologize to them. After all, if it weren't for you, he wouldn't have missed this opportunity and had to wait another 3 years. 3 years later, your favorite student would have been 18 years old, right? Oh, that's bad. I'm over the age limit. I'm destined to have no chance to attend Imperial Capital College. What a pity. Ha 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 ha. Etc. Dean Zhou looked at the other 2 referees for help. I'll go call him now, and he will be here within 10 breaths. Would you 2 please wait a moment? This. The 2 looked at each other, then smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Although they also looked down on Kai Wenchao's despicable behavior, they were very clear about the forces behind him. In order to uphold justice and protect the rights of a stranger, he offended Kai Wenchao. The 2 asked themselves, are they not that great yet? Hey, don't bother. Kai Wenchao said proudly, let alone 10 breaths, we can't even wait for 1 breath. If you have the ability, make him appear in front of me immediately, otherwise. As he was speaking, Kai Wenchao had already walked to the door. Bang. Suddenly, the door was slammed open from outside. The powerful force knocked the entire door panel off and crushed Kai Wenchao underneath. Ouch. Kai Wenchao never expected that someone would suddenly break in through the door. He was so complacent that he was completely defenseless. He didn't even have time to release his protective energy before the powerful impact crushed his nose. Then, the door slammed down on him and he was pressed to the ground. He grimaced in pain. Ouch, it hurts so much. He was scolding, who was the blind person who bumped into me? Get out of here now. At this moment, Bu Wuchen, who had rushed in and laid directly on the door, deliberately pressing the annoying old man under the door and torturing him, stood up pretending to be panicked. With an innocent look on his face, he said, "Oh, I'm so sorry." When the student first arrived at the door, someone inside said that if I didn't show up right away, they wouldn't wait for me. That scared me. I was so excited that I ran right in. No one in the room could have imagined that the young man, who was acting so panic-stricken at the moment, actually did it on purpose. At this moment, Bu Wuchen's heart was filled with satisfaction. Ha 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 ha, the one I hit was you, you turtle bastard. Sun Jiulang and Li Senu, who came with Bu Wuchen, naturally knew the truth. They saw with their own eyes that when Bu Wuchen was about to reach the door, he suddenly stopped. After eavesdropping for a while, he suddenly burst out with strength and broke the door open. This is definitely intentional. The old man who was arrogantly bullying Dean Zhou just a moment ago, after lifting the door panel that was pressing on him, he looked miserable with a flat nose, rotten mouth corners, and a blue forehead. Sun Jiulang and Li Senu saw this scene and they really wanted to laugh out loud. But, I can't laugh. Phew, you must not laugh. This smile is easy to be exposed. As a result, the 2 Blood Dragon City Academy's alchemy hall masters were almost injured by the laughing gas. After leaving the Colosseum, Bu Wuchen first went home to enjoy a delicious meal with Wan Xiaoyao and his old slave Chun. After eating and drinking, they set off for Blood Dragon City College. If the 3 phases of power are activated at the same time, my attack, defense, and speed will all increase by double. This skill is powerful, but it consumes a lot of mystical energy. It is difficult to use it for a long time. Only by taking chi-restoring pills can we alleviate the extreme loss of chi caused by the 3 phases power. Well, I need to make more chi-restoring pills. We should also refine some other kinds of elixirs together, just in case. It was with this thought in mind that Bu Wuchen ran briskly to the Blood Dragon City College to practice alchemy in seclusion. With his current status, entering and exiting the Dan Tang secret pavilion is as easy as entering his own home, with no obstruction. In the evening, the sunset glows enchantingly. The aroma of medicine emanating from the air vents of the Dan Tang secret chamber made the other students who were studying hard in the Dan Tang classroom envious and ashamed. We have been training in the alchemy hall for 2 or 3 years, but we are still only an alchemist apprentice, and have not even reached the level of an alchemist of the first level of the mortal realm. But Master Bu, as soon as he came in, he was a special student of the alchemy hall with a transcendent status, and he can even use the secret pavilion at will. Oh, this is the gap. Thinking back to the past 2 days, when Master Bu first came to the alchemy hall, how humble and polite he was. But at that time, we all relied on our status as Dan Hall students to act arrogantly. I am so ashamed. When Bu Wuqian was in seclusion refining the elixir, Lin Liang, who received the news that he had returned to the academy's alchemy hall safely, was shocked. What? That guy is still alive. On the contrary, there has been no news from the 4 guys I sent. Lin Liang frowned and flew into a rage. Humph, 4 pieces of trash. They have ruined what I ordered, and they deserve to be put to death. It's a pity to waste those high-grade black crystals. How hateful, how hateful. Although Lin Liang was extremely angry, as things had come to this point, he had no choice but to give an explanation to his family. He left the pub in a hurry. After a while, they arrived at Lin Mansion. What? That little bastard is not dead. Lin Yunba and Lin Taoshu were both stunned. After hearing Lin Liang's plan, they all thought it was a sure thing. Who would have thought? Lin Liang lowered his head, looking as if he was waiting for whatever happened. In order to make Lin Taoshu feel better, Lin Yunba had to pretend to be nice and scolded his beloved son severely. Then, he said sternly, since that little beast escaped this time, he must be on guard. I'm afraid he won't be able to use similar methods in the future. Well, he can escape the first day but not the 15th. Now, you should focus all your energy on the 100 schools competition in a month. If you dare to make any mistakes again this time, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my son. Lin Liang bowed hurriedly and said, tomorrow we will have the mysterious power test, which happens every 2 weeks. It is also the day to finalize the seeds for the competition. My son will definitely win the first prize and bring honor to our Lin family. Lin Yunba deliberately put on a stern face. Humph, I hope you can do what you say, go down. Yes, I'll take my leave. After Lin Liang left, Lin Yunba put on a kind expression and said to Lin Taoshu, who was sitting next to him, Taoshu, I'm sorry to disappoint you this time. As his father, I will apologize to you on his behalf. Lin Taoshu waved his hands in fear. How dare I, patriarch, please don't embarrass me. After this incident, he was disappointed, but he felt better in the end. But Lin Yunba continued, relax, Bu Wuqian, that little bastard, got out of this dead end by luck, but it's a one-time thing and it won't happen again. Sooner or later, I will destroy him with my own hands, and then bring him to you so that you can vent your anger. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, a thin old man gently knocked on the door of the Dan Tang secret chamber. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. The old man knocked again and again, but no one answered. This thin old man was none other than the dean of Blood Dragon City College, Jiulang. Li Xiuha, one of the masters of the alchemy hall, who came with him, couldn't help but mutter, Dean, why do I hear a faint snoring sound in the room? Another Dan Hall master, Sun Jiulang, nodded his head and said, I heard it, too. That kid, could it be that he fell asleep in seclusion in the secret chamber? Oh. Jiulang listened carefully and, hey, there was indeed a snoring sound. Sun Jiulang, a sophisticated man, rolled his eyes and immediately spoke up for Dean Zhou, Bu Wuqian is really going too far. Master Dean, you came in person, but he was hiding inside and sleeping. This is simply outrageous. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to break down the door. Unexpectedly, as soon as he raised his arm, Dean Zhou pushed it down. Shou, stop making noise. Bu Wuqian must have been in seclusion all night refining the elixir, and fell asleep out of exhaustion. Let's go, let him rest for a while. Sun Jiulang was stunned and thought, my flattery almost hit the horse's leg. But the referee representative sent by the 100 schools tournament is still waiting to test whether he qualifies as a seed player. Li Xiuha reminded, seed players have the privilege of skipping the preliminary rounds, thus avoiding unnecessary consumption. This is a benefit that Bu Wuqian cannot afford to ignore. Jiulang hesitated for a moment and waved his hand, it's okay, let them wait a little longer. It will be in time to wake him up at noon. Well. Li Xiuha and Sun Jiulang looked at each other, and saw disbelief and astonishment in each other's eyes. President Zhou has always been very principled. Is this the first time he has made an exception? TSK TSK TSK, the dean came to visit only because the other party was still asleep. I would rather suffer a little and delay the referee representative sent by the 100 schools competition than disturb Bu Wuchen's sleep. The treatment Bu Wuchen has received is unprecedented since the founding of Blood Dragon City Academy. Sun Jinwang said sourly, I'm afraid this will spoil the kid, right? Dean Zhou smiled indifferently. Haha, if your Sun family can produce a genius who can win the alchemy competition against Lin Taoshu, I wouldn't mind pampering him. Sun Jinwang's mouth twitched. Dean, you are joking. Well, instead of thinking about these, why don't you help me think about how to deal with those referee representatives later? Looking at Dean Zhou's hurried back, the two usually high-handed alchemy hall masters couldn't help but express the same emotion as the students of the alchemy hall at this moment. Oh, this is the difference. At this time, the other two referee representatives hurried forward to support. Although they despised Kai Wenchao's character, but we should still act like friendly colleagues. Kai Wenchao stood up and took a showdown pill to heal his wounds and straighten his bones. The broken nose and bruised forehead recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the excruciating pain and the bruise on his face could not be cured by a healing and bone-straightening pill. Especially when he heard that the guy who had knocked him into this state was actually Dean Zhou's favorite student. Kai Wenchao's old face became even more gloomy. He glared at Bu Wuchen fiercely and asked, So it's you, kid? Can you tell me your name? Bu Wuchen. Why does this name sound familiar? Kai Wenchao, who came from the Imperial Capital Academy, had heard of Bu Wuchen in person, even though he had never seen his glorious deeds that had caused the emperor to become so angry. However, although many people knew that Bu Wuchen was banished from the imperial capital, but where the boy was exiled was kept strictly secret. This can be considered as a kind of protection for his only grandson by King Daoyang for the sake of General Bu's face. In addition, the imperial capital university is relatively closed compared to other places. Therefore, Kai Wenchao only felt that the other party's name was somewhat familiar for a moment, but he did not think about it too much. After all, he was in a state of rage at the moment. Li Se snorted coldly, Humph! How can the academy run by that old fellow Zhou Wanan produce an alchemy genius? Boy, the crooked ways you used to fool your dean won't work with me. Generally speaking, students who are judged by the referee sent by the Imperial Capital Academy are bound to be a little nervous. Even after being threatened harshly in person, if he can still perform at 70% to 80% of his original level, he can be considered to have strong psychological quality. Kai Wenchao's move can be said to be quite insidious. Unexpectedly, the young man just said, oh, lightly and ignored Kai Wenchao. He strode to Dean Zhou and scratched his head apologetically, sorry, I overslept. Seeing Kai Wenchao's miserable appearance, Zhou Wanan was overjoyed, ha ha ha, it doesn't matter, at least we caught up. According to the rules, in order to become a seed player in the Dan Hall competition and directly skip the preliminaries, one must possess Dan skills above the 5th level of the mortal realm. This is for you. Zhou Wanan wanted to say, this is easy for you. But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. He naturally understood that a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. It would be fine if Kai Wenchao, his mortal enemy, was not among the referee representatives who came this time. With him here, if he knew about Bu Wuchen's alchemy level in advance, who knows if he would create any more obstacles. Since that old fellow self-righteously determined that the seed player recommended by Zhou Wanan was just a 5th level mortal realm, who had just reached the standard of alchemy cultivation, then just let him be. The 5th level of the mortal realm. After hearing this, Bu Wuchen thought for a moment and said, that means, as long as I can refine a furnace of mid-level Xuandan in the mortal realm, I will be the seed player in the Dan contest, right? Good. The other two representatives nodded in unison. Who said that? Kai Wenchao suddenly jumped out to object, as long as you are lucky enough, even if you are only a 3rd-level mortal realm alchemist, there is a very small chance that you can refine a middle-level mortal realm profound pill. Since I have been selected as the referee representative for the Dan competition, I naturally have to be responsible for the Imperial Capital Academy. I cannot give some unqualified people the opportunity to pass off inferior products as good ones. Then, Kai Wenchao raised 2 fingers and waved them in front of Bu Wuchen and Zhou Wanan deliberately. Said, So, you only have 2 chances to refine the elixir. Moreover, the amount of pills required to refine a furnace of mortal realm middle-grade profound pills must not be less than 4. When the words fell, the other 2 examiners couldn't help but frown. Isn't it too much for Kai to ask about the tide? He actually doubled the difficulty of the test. For a moment, they both felt indignant for Bu Wuqian. At this moment, ding dong, the God-level selection system has been successfully triggered. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, feeling deeply wronged, you decide to give up on yourself and give up on competing for a spot in the Dan division of the 100 schools competition. Reward for this option, a pillow for the grumpy little coward. Option 2, although you have suffered a great deal of injustice, you still decide to do your best to compete for the qualification of the 100 schools championship Dan division seed player, and prove yourself to everyone. Reward for this option, 100 times alchemy skill proficiency scroll. Distributed later. Option 3, not only will you qualify as the 100 schools championship Dan division seed player, you will also find a way to make that guy who repeatedly makes things difficult for you pay the price. Reward for this option, the system will randomly select one of the host's existing special job teachers, allowing his cultivation to directly ascend to the Earth realm. In addition, the system will also allow the host to purchase a number of monster-killing experience scrolls based on the price the host has made the person who has made things difficult for him pay. They will be issued afterwards and can be combined with the rewards from option 2. Bu Wuqian's eyes suddenly lit up. Do I even need to choose? Of course it's the third option. Just when the other 2 referees were hesitating whether to let Kai Wenchao restrain himself a little. However, the young man who had suffered so much injustice nodded calmly. Okay, let's get started quickly. I'm still waiting to finish it so I can have breakfast. After saying that, he rubbed his stomach subconsciously. After hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes. I thought to myself, what time is it now? What kind of breakfast are you eating? Okay, I can't wait to do it. Kai Wenchao snorted coldly. I've been in this garbage dump for long enough. I don't feel comfortable anywhere. Soon, Li Xiuha placed the cauldron and medicinal materials that had been prepared long ago on the table. Please take a look. Kai Wenchao narrowed his eyes and said to the other 2 people who were traveling with him, old buddies, we have to watch carefully to prevent any villains from tampering with the cauldron or the medicinal materials. You, humph. Zhou Wanan was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Li Xiuha and Sun Jinwang also looked unhappy. Because, Kai Wenchao's words not only insulted Bu Wuqian, but also included all of them. After Kai Wenchao checked everything with an extremely critical eye and found no problems, he waved his hand impatiently. Okay, let's get started. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to say that. Kai Wenchao suddenly smiled evilly and said, in order to test with real swords and real guns whether you are qualified to apply for the title of seed player, you can only use ordinary fire to refine the elixir this time. What? Hearing this, even the 2 referee representatives who were traveling with Kai Wenchao couldn't help but stare. I thought to myself, Kai Wenchao has really gone too far this time. Normally speaking, in the qualification assessment for the seed players of the Dansai, auxiliary products such as Danhua can be used freely and without restrictions. But now, Kai Wenchao, you're going too far. Dean Zhou's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He gritted his teeth and said, I have never heard of such harsh requirements in the seed player assessment standards. Tisk, you haven't heard of it. Who do you think you are? Kai asked Chao in his most sarcastic tone. Why is your face so big? Just start if you think you can do it. If not, I won't accompany you anymore. After saying this, he pretended to leave. Etc. At this time, Bu Wuqian spoke. He still looked innocent and dumb at this moment. I have never tried to refine a medium-grade ordinary level showdown without using Dan fire. Now I'm doing this as you asked. If something unexpected happens, you won't blame me, right? Humph, it's just refining a mid-level ordinary showdown. What kind of surprises can there be? The worst that can happen is failure and the cauldron will explode. Kai Wenchao waved his hand nonchalantly and said, just practice as much as you can. In his opinion, it would be strange if Bu Wuqian, with his dull and cowardly look, could do anything bizarre. All right then. The boy nodded and began to make the elixir. Huff, 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 huff. As time went by, the contempt on Kai Wenchao's old face had long been replaced by solemnity. It was because, that young man who looked dull and cowardly, when he started to refine the elixir, he seemed to have the bearing to remain calm even if mountains and rivers collapsed before his eyes. Refining materials, extracting medicine, and integrating spirits. Control fire, control energy, control soul. Every step is so calm and freehand. This guy seems to be quite capable. Kai Wenchao frowned and his face was gloomy. As for the expressions of the other two referees at this moment, they can only be described as amazing. This kid's fire control skills are so exquisite that they have already surpassed the 5th level of the mortal realm. Well, even a Xuandan master at the peak of the mortal realm may not be able to catch up with him. And it's not just about controlling fire. He did every step of refining materials, extracting medicine, fusing spirits, etc. perfectly. After hearing these words, Kai Wenchao suddenly felt that the bad premonition deep in his heart became stronger. No, we can't let this kid become a pill like this. Kai Wenchao's eyes flashed with a sinister light, as long as I get close enough and reveal some annoyance without leaving any trace. Of course, this will have a huge impact on a young boy like him who has never seen much of the world and is extremely nervous. In this way, when he reaches the critical moment of refining, it is very likely that his mood will fluctuate violently, causing the cauldron to explode and all his efforts to fail. Having made up his mind, Kai Wenchao took big steps and walked towards Bu Wuchen with a loud sound. Soon, the old man was only 2 steps away from the medicine cauldron. Tisk. While deliberately making a sound of disgust, he bent down and stretched his neck to look inside the medicine cauldron. Dean Zhou gritted his teeth in hatred and clenched his fists. He himself understood the other party's sinister intention. You old bastard, you are going too far. Just when Zhou Wan'an couldn't stand it anymore and was about to fight Kai Wenchao, Bu Wuchen, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly raised his hand. Huff, huff, huff. In an instant, a blinding flame rose up into the sky along the edge of the medicine cauldron. As the elixir in the furnace was formed, a scream like a pig being slaughtered sounded. Ugh, my eyes. The person screaming was Kai Wenchao. It turned out that the old fellow was caught off guard and burned on the face by Bu Wuchen's Dan Huashan Ding. The 2 eyebrows were burned clean by the sudden flames, and the face was burned to a bloody mess. The worst thing is the eyes. Even after the incident, Kai Wenchao hurriedly took a Xuandan to heal his injuries. Even so, after the fire burned his pupils, even if his eyes were not blind, they were basically half-crippled. At this moment, the old guy was covering his face, squatting, and rolling on the ground in pain. He looked like he was about to die, and there was no trace of arrogance at all. After the flames disappeared, the room was suddenly filled with the aroma of medicine. For ordinary grade mid-grade chi-restoring pills, lying in the cauldron with full and bright light. At this time, Bu Wuchen spread his hands innocently. Alas, I was worried that something unexpected would happen, and it really happened. What was the accident actually? It was clearly Bu Wuchen who did it intentionally. His words, heard by Kai Wenchao, who was already in great pain, instantly intensified the anger in his heart. I'll chop you into pieces, you little bastard. You dare. With a roar, Zhou Wan'an had already protected Bu Wuchen behind him. Although Li Tsuha and Sun Jinwang were a little slower, they both stood up without hesitation at this moment. He asked angrily, if you hadn't gotten so close to me, how could you have been hurt so badly? That's right, do you really think I can't see your sinister intentions? You deserve this entirely from yourself. At this time, Bu Wuchen suddenly turned to the other 2 referees and said, you 2 have witnessed the specific incident. I hope justice can be done to the students. Bu Wuchen was sure that there was no evidence to show that he did it on purpose. Kai Wenchao's experience was destined to be an accident. The 2 were about to speak, but because of Kai Wenchao's sudden glare, they hesitated again. Bu Wuchen gritted his teeth and said, if you 2 are afraid of power and are unwilling to uphold justice, that's fine. I don't even want the qualification to be a seed player in this den competition. But I will still participate in the 100 schools competition as an ordinary student. The boy's eyes were full of stubbornness, and I am confident that I can fight my way through and make it to the finals. When I set foot in the Imperial Capital College one day, I will tell you all about Kai Wenchao's deliberate harassment and targeting. As long as I show enough strength and potential, I will naturally have enough persuasive power. By then, someone will thoroughly investigate this matter and give me a belated justice. After hearing the last part, the two referees were already sweating profusely. The other two referees knew that what Bu Wuchen said was true. If that boy is really a waste. In other words, if his alchemy skills were not so amazing. With Kai Wenchao's power, there is naturally a way to expose this matter. But the problem is, judging from the outstanding alchemy skills this young man has just demonstrated, he is definitely not an ordinary person. So, the two looked at each other and finally decided not to remain silent anymore. You and I said, why should this classmate wait until the day of the imperial capital for the justice he wants? I will do you justice. That's right. Brother Wenchao, you did such an outrageous thing before, and we all turned a blind eye to it based on our friendship as colleagues. But now, you are so angry that you want to kill the participating students. It's really too much. That's right, we declare, the assessment passed. My friend, congratulations on passing the Dan Division Seed Player Qualification assessment. You guys, puff. The unexpected sudden change made Kai Wenchao so angry that he vomited blood and fainted. The next moment, a series of pleasant system prompts sounded in Bu Wuchen's sea of consciousness. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for winning the reward, a 100x Alchemy Skills Proficiency Scroll. 100 times Alchemy Skills Proficiency Scroll, a special scroll with a limited time. It can increase the user's proficiency in alchemy by 100 times, thereby greatly increasing the speed at which the user's alchemy skills soar. Ding dong, the system begins to randomly draw one of the host's existing special teachers and directly raise its cultivation to the Earth realm. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The result of the extraction is Treasure Appraiser. Ding dong, congratulations to the host's Treasure Appraiser for reaching the 9th level of the Earth realm. Once the host's Earth realm 9th level Treasure Appraiser's perception is released, with his keen eyes, he will be able to reveal countless dusty pearls and lost treasures. Ding dong, the system has now opened up the right to purchase Monster Killing Experience Scrolls to the host. Monster Killing Experience Scroll, sold in the system shop, 10,000 gold coins per scroll. Scroll effect, after opening this scroll, when the host hunts a mysterious beast, a certain amount of cultivation points will be returned to the host based on the grade of the mysterious beast to improve the realm of mysterious cultivation. The validity period of a Monster Killing Experience Scroll is 1 hour. Wahahaha, this is really awesome. Bu Wuchen looked expressionless, but he was extremely happy in his heart. At this moment, seeing Kai Wenchao fainted, the two referee representatives couldn't help but look at Bu Wuchen deeply. If Bu Wuchen had previously given them the impression of being a somewhat dull and timid student. At this moment, these two guys, who are over 100 years old in total, suddenly found that the young man in front of them was somewhat unfathomable. From what we just said, which forced the two of us to step forward, we can see that this boy's character is definitely not as dull as he showed at the beginning. Add to that the superb alchemy skills he has demonstrated. Given time, he will definitely be a force to be reckoned with. Thinking of this, the two of them began to want to establish a good relationship with each other. Even if we can't really become friends, it's better than being made an enemy by such a promising young talent. So one of them said, "Young man, I have to say, you are indeed very outstanding. But you made him like this today. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, it was too impulsive." Another person nodded, "Yes. You know, Kai Wenchao is not just an ordinary teacher at the Imperial Capital Academy." Bu Wuchen just smiled faintly when he heard this. "Haha, I appreciate your kind advice. But as the saying goes, Buddha accepts a stick of incense, and people fight for a breath. Dean Zhou has suffered so much because of me, so I will naturally go find that Birdman and get my revenge bit by bit." When they saw the young man's expression at the moment, how could he look dull and timid at all? One of the instructors patted Zhou Wanan on the shoulder and said admiringly, "Old Zhou, such a talented person who is hard to find even with a lantern has become your disciple. How enviable." At this time, Zhou Wanan's eyes were already red. Thinking back to the beginning, he threw all his attention on his first favorite student, but in the end, he ended up with the student's betrayal by changing his school. Since then, Zhou Wanan's sincere heart has been covered with layers of armor, and he never shows it to others again. Fortunately, God seemed to be kind to him, and he, who had once given up hope, met Bu Wuqian. I'm leaving. One of them carried the unconscious Kai Wenchao on his back and said, Young man, if you are strong enough, we will meet again at the Imperial Capital Academy. After they left, Zhou Wanan walked up and patted the other person's shoulder gently, and everything was said without words. At this moment, Sun Jiulang suddenly said, Oh, by the way, Dean Zhou, I have something to report to you. What's up? It can be heard that Zhou Wanan's tone at this time is somewhat dissatisfied. I guess he is blaming the other person. Why is he so tactless? Do you feel comfortable only when you butt in on the teacher-student relationship between me and my good students? It's like this, in the secret room of the Dan Hall. Ah! Bu Wuqian suddenly screamed, interrupting Sun Jiuwang's report and also scaring Dean Zhou. The young man suddenly held his stomach and said, No, I'm starving to death. You guys chat first, I'll go get something to eat first. After saying that, he didn't even wait for anyone's response and disappeared in a flash. This kid. Zhou Wanan smiled helplessly and turned to Sun Jiuwang and asked, Okay, go on. Oh, I meant that all the materials for refining ordinary-grade high-quality elixirs in the Dantong secret pavilion have been used up. Dean Zhou was stunned for 3 seconds before he shouted in surprise, What did you say? Well, there are more than 100 high-grade Xuandan materials sealed in there. All used up. Indeed. Li Xiuhe, who was standing by, also nodded. When Bu Wuqian came out from his retreat, I saw clearly the empty cabinet behind him. Right now, we can't even get a complete set of medicinal materials for demonstrations to the students in the alchemy hall. Look at this. Zhou Wanan suddenly came to his senses. No wonder that guy ran away so quickly. Next time I see him, I'll teach him a lesson. These words sounded quite harsh, but how could Li Xiuhe and Sun Jiuwang not see that the dean was not really angry? Most of the people are probably still secretly happy about Bu Wuqian's fruitful night of seclusion.